with
that
heavier
orbit our
elements
galaxy.
like carbon, oxygen,
One of the
and
most
iron.
significant events in the Milky
Clusters of
Way's
these
evolution
stars
occurred
formed the
about
first
10 billion years ago,
proto-galaxies,
when it
chaotic
merged with
assemblies
a
of
massive
light and
galaxy
matter.
referred to as the
These
Gaian
early
Enceladus.
galaxies collided frequently,
This collision
merging
created
into larger
ripples in the
structures.
Milky Way's structure and
The
enriched
Milky
it with
Way
new
emerged
stars
during
and
this
heavier
era,
elements.
a small and humble
The
galaxy
Milky Way's
in a vast,
iconic spiral
turbulent
arms
universe.
likely formed between 6
Its growth
and 9
was
billion
fueled by
years
mergers,
ago.
as it absorbed
As
other
the galaxy
proto-galaxies
settled into
and
a more
accumulated
stable
gas.
configuration, rotating
Dark
gas
matter,
clouds
the
began to
invisible
condense under
scaffolding
the
of the
influence of
cosmos,
gravity.
played a critical role,
These dense
providing the
regions became
gravitational
star-forming
glue that allowed
nurseries,
galaxies
giving
to
birth to
form and
millions of
evolve.
stars over millions of
The
years.
Milky Way's evolution
The
has been
spiral
shaped by
arms are
galactic
dynamic,
cannibalism,
constantly
a natural
reshaped by the
violent
motion of
process
stars
of
and
survival
interstellar
and
matter.
growth.
They are
Over
also
billions
a hub
of
for
years,
new star
the Milky
formation,
Way
a
consumed
process that
countless smaller
continues to this day.
galaxies, tearing them apart
At the
with
center
its
of the
gravity.
Milky Way is Sagittarius
One of the
A
most
asterisk,
significant
a
mergers in its
supermassive
history
black
was
hole
the
with a
collision
mass
with the Gaian
equivalent to 4
Enceladus
million
galaxy
suns.
10 billion years ago.
This black hole likely
This
formed
event
in the
was
galaxy's
transformative,
earliest days,
reshaping the
growing
Milky
as it
Way and
consumed
creating
gas,
its thick
dust,
disk.
and stars from its
Billions
surroundings.
of stars were added to the
While
galaxy,
it remains dormant for the
enriching
most
it with
part,
the heavy elements
Sagittarius
necessary
A
for forming
asterisk has
rocky
played a
planets
critical
and,
role in shaping the
ultimately,
galaxy.
life.
Its
Evidence
immense
of these ancient
gravitational pull
mergers can still be
influences
seen
the orbits
today in
of
stellar
stars near the
streams,
galactic
graceful
center and
arcs of
helps
stars that
regulate
trace
star
the remnants
formation.
of disrupted galaxies.
Approximately 4.
These streams serve as
6
celestial
billion years
fossils,
ago, in one of
preserving
the
the
Milky
memory
Way's
of the Milky
spiral
Way's
arms,
violent
a
past.
cloud of gas and dust
Even
collapsed
now,
under
the
gravity.
Milky Way continues
This
to grow.
event marked the birth of our
The
solar
Sagittarius
system.
dwarf galaxy,
The sun
currently
ignited
being
at the
dismantled,
center, while
is
the
adding
remaining
its stars
material
to the
coalesced
galactic
into
halo.
planets, moons,
These
and
ongoing
asteroids.
interactions highlight the
The
dynamic,
Milky Way provided the
ever-changing
raw
nature of our
materials for this
galaxy.
process, enriched
Around
by
9 billion
generations
years
of
ago,
previous
the
stars.
Milky Way began to take on
Elements
its
like
iconic
carbon,
spiral shape.
oxygen, and iron,
As its stars
essential
and
for
gas
life on
settled
Earth,
into a
were
rotating
forged in the
disk,
cores of
angular
ancient
momentum
stars and
flattened the
spread
system
throughout
into
the
a
galaxy
plane,
when those
laying the
stars
groundwork
exploded
for its
as
spirality.
supernovas. Today,
The spiral
the Milky
arms
Way
are not
spans
static
over
structures.
100,000
They are
light years
dynamic
and
regions
contains hundreds
created
of
by
billions of
density
stars,
waves.
along with vast
As
clouds
these
of
waves
gas and
move
dust.
through the galaxy, they
It is home
compress
to
gas
diverse
clouds,
celestial
triggering
phenomena,
star
from
formation.
newborn stars to dying
The result
supernovae.
is a galaxy alive
The
with
galaxy
activity,
is
its
constantly
arms
changing,
illuminated by
with
the light
stars
of young,
orbiting the center
massive
and
stars.
spiral arms slowly
Within
evolving.
the spiral arms lie
The
vast
Milky Way
molecular
also
clouds,
continues to
nurseries
grow
where new
as it
stars
accretes
are
material
born.
from smaller galaxies
These regions
and
are
intergalactic
turbulent and
space.
chaotic, driven
In
by the
approximately
interplay of
4,
gravity, radiation,
5
and
billion
magnetic
years,
fields.
the Milky Way will collide with its
Interactions
nearest
with
large
nearby
neighbor,
galaxies,
the Andromeda
such as the
Galaxy.
Magellanic Clouds,
This
also
epic
play a
event
role.
will reshape both galaxies,
These gravitational
forming a
encounters
single,
create
larger
ripples
structure,
in the Milky Way's
sometimes
disk,
referred to
sustaining
as
the spiral
Milky.
structure and influencing
Despite
its
the
evolution.
scale of the collision,
At the center
individual
of the
stars
Milky
are
Way
unlikely
resides
to collide due
Sagittarius
to the
A
vast
asterisk,
distances
a
between them.
supermassive black hole with
Instead,
a mass of about
the
4
merger will
million
create
suns.
new regions of star
Its
formation and
gravity
likely
dominates
alter
the
the central
motions of
black
stars
holes of
and
both
gas in the
galaxies.
central bulge, anchoring
In the
the
vast
galaxy's
nothingness
core.
of pre-existence,
Sagittarius
there was only a
A
singular
asterisk
point,
is surrounded
where
by a
time
dense
and
cluster
space
of
had no
stars,
meaning.
many of which orbit at
Then,
extraordinary
around
speeds.
13.8 billion years
These
ago,
rapid
the
orbits
Big
were
Bang
key to
erupted,
confirming
an
the
explosion
existence
of
of the black
unimaginable
hole and
energy
measuring
that
its
marked the
mass.
birth of the universe.
Though relatively
It was
dormant
not
now,
an ordinary
Sagittarius
explosion,
A
but rather the
asterisk
rapid
likely
expansion of
experienced
space
active
itself,
phases in the
spreading
past.
matter, energy,
During
and time
these
across
times,
an empty
it
void.
devoured vast amounts of
In its
material,
infancy,
emitting
the universe
powerful
was a
jets of
searing hot
radiation
plasma,
that influenced
dense
the
and
galaxy's
chaotic.
central regions.
During the first fraction of a
Supermassive
second,
black holes like
fundamental forces
Sagittarius
emerged,
A asterisk are
gravity,
thought to play a critical
electromagnetism,
role in the
and the
formation
nuclear
and
forces
evolution of
governing
galaxies,
the interactions of
stabilizing their
particles.
structures and regulating
As the
star
universe
formation
expanded
through their
and cooled,
gravitational and
quarks and
energetic
gluons
influence.
combined to form protons
About
and neutrons,
4.6
the building
billion
blocks
years
of
ago,
atoms.
within the Milky Way's
Within
Orion
minutes,
arm,
the first
a dense
elements,
cloud of gas
hydrogen
and dust
and helium,
began to
were
collapse
forged
under
in
its
a
own
process
gravity.
called Big Bang nucleosynthesis.
This collapse
stars
marked the birth of our solar
These light
system.
elements became the
At
foundation
the center
for all
of the
future
cloud,
structures,
a young star
including
ignited,
galaxies.
becoming the sun surrounding
For
it.
the next
The remaining
380,000
material flattened
years,
into a
the universe
protoplanetary
remained
disk,
an opaque
where
fog,
particles
where
collided
light
and
could not
coalesced
travel
into
freely.
planetesimals, the
Then,
building
the
blocks of
cosmos
planets.
experienced a transformation
Earth
as
formed in the
electrons
sun's
and
habitable
protons
zone,
combined
where
to
conditions
form neutral
allowed it
atoms,
to retain
allowing
liquid water.
light to travel unimpeded.
Its rocky composition
This event,
reflects the
known
Milky
as
Way's history,
recombination,
enriched
marked the
by
universe's
elements
transition
forged in
to
ancient
transparency.
stars and scattered across
It
the
was during
galaxy
this
by
time that the
supernova
first hints of
explosions.
structure began to emerge.
The Milky Way is a
Tiny
colossal
fluctuations
galaxy
in the
spanning
density of
over
matter,
100,000
amplified by
light years
gravity,
and containing
created the
hundreds of
seeds of
billions of
galaxies.
stars.
The
Its
stage
spiral
was set
arms
for
are
the
vibrant
creation of the
regions of
Milky
star
Way.
formation, while its
Roughly
central
1
bulge is a
billion
dense
years
hub
after
of
the
older
Big
stars
Bang,
surrounding
the universe
Sagittarius
entered an
A
era
star.
known as the Cosmic
The
Dawn.
galaxy's halo
The
extends
first stars
far beyond
began
the
to
visible
shine,
stars,
piercing through the
containing
darkness.
globular clusters and the
These
remnants
stars
of
were
disrupted
unlike the
galaxies.
ones we see today.
This halo
Made
is
almost
also
entirely
dominated
of
by dark
hydrogen
matter,
and helium.
an invisible
They burned hot
substance
and
that
lived
provides
short,
the gravitational
violent
framework
lives.
holding the Milky Way
As these
together.
early stars burned
The
through their
Milky
fuel,
Way is
they
part of the
created
local
heavier
group,
elements,
a collection of
carbon,
more than 50
oxygen,
galaxies,
and others, through
Its
nuclear
closest
fusion.
companions, the
When these
Andromeda
massive
Galaxy
stars
in the
died as
Magellanic
supernovae,
Clouds,
they
interact
enriched the
with and
surrounding
influence
gas
its
clouds
structure.
with these elements,
In
enabling
approximately
the formation of more
4.5
complex
billion
stars
years,
and planetary
the Milky Way will
systems.
collide with the Andromeda
Around
Galaxy.
this time, gravity began
This
pulling
event will
gas
be a
and
slow
dark matter
cosmic
together
dance,
into larger
unfolding
structures.
over hundreds of millions of years.
These were the first galaxies,
As the galaxies
primitive collections
merge,
of stars
their gas
and clouds that
will
would later
compress,
merge to form
igniting
larger
bursts
systems.
of star formation.
The Milky Way's
The central
earliest
black
ancestors
holes of the
were
Milky
among
Way
these
and
fledgling
Andromeda
galaxies.
will merge, forming a massive
Small,
supermassive
irregular,
black
and
hole
chaotic,
at the heart of the
they
new
were
galaxy.
the building blocks of what would
The
become one of the
resulting
universe's
galaxy,
grandest structures.
often referred to as Milkomeda,
The Milky
will
Way
likely
grew
be
not through
elliptical in
gentle
shape.
accumulation, but through
Though
cosmic
its spiral
violence.
structure will vanish,
Over
its
billions
stars
of
and
years,
planets will continue
smaller
their
galaxies
journeys through the
collided and
cosmos.
merged, feeding the Milky
Even after
Way's
this
growth.
merger, the remnants of
This
the Milky
process,
Way will
known
drift
as
through an
galactic
ever-expanding
cannibalism,
universe,
shaped
a
the
testament
galaxy's
to the
structure
cycles
and
of creation
composition.
and transformation that define
Evidence
the
of
cosmos.
these ancient collisions is
The
still
Big
visible
Bang
today.
was more than an origin point.
Stellar streams,
It was a
made up
transformation
of
from
stars ripped
nothingness
from
into
smaller
an ever-expanding
galaxies,
reality.
orbit the Milky Way,
Time
like
itself
celestial
began
fossils
ticking,
of its
and the
turbulent
laws
past.
of physics emerged to govern
These
the birth of
remnants
energy
tell the story
and
of
matter.
countless mergers,
The
each
universe
contributing to the
expanded at
galaxy's mass and
incomprehensible speeds,
complexity.
an era called inflation,
One of the most significant
which stretched
events in
quantum
the Milky Way's
fluctuations
history
across
occurred
vast
around
scales.
10 billion years ago when it
These
collided with a
fluctuations
massive
planted
galaxy
the seeds of the
dubbed
cosmic
Gaia
web,
Enceladus.
a network of galaxies
This merger
and voids
added
that
a
would
large
span billions
population
of
of
light
stars
years.
to the Milky Way and created
As the universe
ripples in
cooled,
its structure,
particles
shaping
formed
its
into
evolution
protons
for
and
billions
neutrons,
of years.
and soon after,
As the
into
Milky
the first
Way grew
elements,
larger,
hydrogen,
it began to take
helium,
on a more
and a
organized
trace of
shape.
lithium.
Between
For hundreds
6
of
and 9
thousands of
billion years ago,
the universe
it developed
remained dark
the iconic
and silent,
spiral arms we
shrouded
see
in a
today.
plasma of particles.
These arms are not
Light
static.
could not
They
escape.
are regions of higher density,
But when
created
recombination
by
occurred,
gravitational
electrons
waves that
joined
move through the
nuclei
galaxy
to
like
form
neutral
neutral
atoms,
atoms, and light was released
Within
into the
these
cosmos.
spiral arms, dense
This
clouds
light,
of gas
the
and dust
cosmic
collapse
microwave
to form new
background,
stars.
is still visible today.
These stellar
a silent
nurseries are
witness to the
regions of
dawn of
intense
everything.
activity, where the light
The
of young
dark
stars
ages of the
illuminates
universe
the
were not
surrounding
devoid
gas.
of progress.
The spiral
Gravity
structure
began
is a
its
dynamic
quiet,
and evolving
steady
feature,
work, pulling
constantly
hydrogen
reshaped
and
by the
helium
movement
into
of stars
dense
and
regions.
interstellar matter.
These regions
At the
grew
heart of the
hotter and
Milky
denser,
Way lies
and
a
after
supermassive
200
black
million
hole
years,
known as
the first
Sagittarius
stars
A
ignited,
star.
marking the end of
With
darkness.
a mass equivalent to 4 million
Population
suns,
3 stars
this
were
cosmic
immense,
giant
hundreds
exerts a
of times
powerful
the mass of our
influence over
sun,
the galaxy.
and they burned with ferocity.
Sagittarius A**
brief
likely
lives
formed
ended
in
in
the early
supernovae,
days of the Milky
enriching
Way,
the surrounding
growing
gas
as it
with
consumed
heavier
gas,
elements like
dust,
carbon
and
and
even
oxygen,
stars.
the building blocks of life.
While it is relatively quiet
Clusters
now,
of these
it was
stars
once much
formed
more active,
proto-galaxies,
emitting
chaotic
intense
systems of
radiation
light
as it
and
fed
matter
on
that
surrounding
frequently
material.
collided.
The black
These early
hole's
galaxies
gravitational
were
pull
irregular,
keeps the
small,
stars
and
near the
turbulent,
galactic center
but they
in
laid the
tight
groundwork
orbits,
for the
creating a
cosmic giants
dense
to
and
come.
dynamic region.
The Milky Way
Despite its
was born
destructive
as one of these
nature,
proto-galaxies.
Sagittarius
Its early
A**
form shaped
plays
by
a vital
dark matter
role in
halos.
regulating the galaxy's
Over
evolution.
time, it merged with
In
other
a quiet corner of the Milky
growing
Way,
in size
about
and
4.6 billion years ago,
The Milky
a
Way
dense
story
cloud
is
of
one
gas
both
and dust
creation
began
and
to collapse
destruction.
under its own gravity.
Galactic cannibalism,
This event
absorbing
marked the birth
smaller
of our
galaxies,
solar system.
is not a violent anomaly,
At the center
but
of
a
this
natural part
collapsing
of its
cloud,
evolution.
a young star ignited,
Over billions
the Sun.
of years, the Milky
Around
Way has
it, the
consumed
remaining
dozens of
material
smaller
formed a
galaxies,
swirling disk,
tearing them
from
apart
which the
and
planets,
incorporating their
moons,
stars,
and
gas,
asteroids
and
took
dark
shape.
matter.
The
The
Earth,
Gaia
our
Enceladus
home,
merger,
emerged as a
10 billion
rocky
years
planet,
ago,
enriched
was one of
with
the most
elements like
transformative
carbon and
events in the
oxygen,
Milky Way's
forged in the
history.
cores of ancient stars.
It reshaped the galaxy's
The Milky
disk,
Way
added
provided the
billions
raw
of
materials
stars,
for the
and
solar
enriched
system,
the
the
interstellar
result
medium
of
with
billions of
heavy
years
elements.
of cosmic recycling.
Today, the remnants
Spanning
of these
over
mergers are
100,000
visible as stellar
light-years,
streams,
the Milky Way
graceful
is a
arcs of
vast and
stars that
complex
trace the
system,
orbits of
containing
once
hundreds of
independent
billions of
galaxies.
stars, along with
These
gas,
streams provide
dust,
astronomers
and dark
with
matter.
a window into the Milky Way's
Its spiral
past,
arms,
revealing the
dotted with
cosmic
regions of
interactions
active
that
star
shaped its
formation,
structure.
continue to evolve.
The Milky Way is still
The galaxy
growing.
is home to a diverse
The
array of
Sagittarius
celestial
dwarf
phenomena,
galaxy,
from
currently
massive
being
star
dismantled
clusters
by the
to
Milky
enigmatic
Way's
black
gravity,
holes.
is contributing
It
stars
is a
to the
dynamic,
galactic
living
halo.
structure, shaped
This
by gravity,
ongoing process
star
demonstrates
formation,
that the
and
Milky
the interactions
Way
of
remains
its
an active
components.
participant in the cosmic
The Milky
cycle of
Way's
growth.
story is far from over.
Around 9 billion years
In
ago,
about
the Milky
4.5
Way
billion
began to
years,
transform
it will
into a
collide with
spiral
the Andromeda
galaxy.
galaxy, its
Stars
nearest
and
large
gas
neighbor.
settled into a rotating
This
disk,
cosmic event
and
will
angular
reshape
momentum
both
flattened the
galaxies,
system into
creating a
plane.
new, larger structure.
This organization gave rise
While this
to
collision
the
may
iconic
seem
spiral
catastrophic,
arms, regions
the
of
vast
higher
distances
density that
between
form and
stars mean
reform
that
as the
direct
galaxy
collisions will be
evolves.
rare.
The spiral
Instead,
arms are
the galaxies will
illuminated by the
merge
light of
gracefully,
young, massive
forming new
stars.
regions of star formation
These
and
stars,
likely merging
though
their central
short-lived,
black holes.
shine intensely, giving
The story
arms
of the
their
Milky
brilliant,
Way begins in the
dynamic
earliest
appearance.
moments of the universe,
Within
nearly
these arms,
13.8
molecular
billion
clouds
years
act
ago,
as stellar
with the Big
nurseries,
Bang.
producing new
This
generations
monumental
of
event
stars.
was not an explosion
The
in
Milky
space,
Way's spiral
but the rapid
structure is
expansion
not
of space
static.
itself.
It is constantly
Time,
influenced
space,
by
and matter
gravitational
came into
interactions
existence,
with nearby
marking the
galaxies,
beginning of
such
everything
as
we
the
know.
large and small Magellanic
In the first
clouds.
few moments after the Big
These
Bang, the
interactions
universe
create
was a
ripples in
seething
the
cauldron of
galactic
energy.
disk, sustaining the
Elementary
density waves that
particles,
shape the
such as
spiral
quarks and
arms.
electrons, formed
At the
and
heart of the
collided
Milky
in an
Way
unimaginably
lies
hot and
Sagittarius
dense
A*,
environment.
a supermassive
Within
black hole
microseconds,
with a mass of
quarks
approximately
combine to
4
form
million
protons
suns.
and neutrons, the
Though
building
invisible,
blocks of atomic
its presence
nuclei.
is undeniable.
As the
its gravity
universe
controls
expanded,
the
it
motions
began
of
to
stars
cool.
and gas in the galactic
After
center.
about 3 minutes,
Protons
astronomers
and
discovered
neutrons fused to
Sagittarius
create the
A*
first atomic
by
nuclei,
tracking the rapid
hydrogen,
orbits of stars
helium,
near
and
the
traces
traces
of
of the
lithium.
galaxy.
These were the
stars,
only elements
some
present
moving
at
at
the dawn of
thousands of
time,
kilometers
forming
per
the
second,
foundation
orbit
for all
and
future
unseen
stars
object,
and galaxies.
a black hole.
For the next
Sagittarius
Sagittarius
A*
A*
is
is
the
currently
universe
quiet,
remained a dark,
evidence
opaque
suggests
fog
it has
of
experienced
ionized
active
particles.
phases. Then came
During
a crucial
these times,
transformation.
it consumed
Electrons
vast amounts of
combined
material,
with nuclei
emitting
to form
jets of
neutral
energy
atoms,
that influenced
allowing
the
light
surrounding
to travel
region.
freely for the first time.
Supermassive black
This
holes
event,
like Sagittarius
known as recombination,
are
left
thought to
behind
play
a
an
faint
essential
glow
role
called the
in
cosmic
galaxy
microwave
evolution.
background. A
They
relic of the
regulate
Big Bang
star
still
formation,
visible today.
influence the
The
distribution of
newly
gas,
transparent
and
universe
stabilize
entered
their
a
host
phase of
galaxies.
cooling and expansion.
About
Tiny
4.6 billion years
fluctuations in
ago,
the density of
within
matter,
the Milky Way's
seeded by
Orion
quantum
arm,
mechanics,
a dense cloud
began
of
to
gas
grow
and
under
dust
the
began
influence
to
of
collapse
gravity.
under its own gravity.
These fluctuations
At its
became
center,
the
a
scaffolding
young
for the
star
first
ignited,
cosmic
the Sun.
structures, the ancestors
The
of
remaining
galaxies,
material flattened
including
into
the
a
Milky Way.
protoplanetary disk.
As
where
the
particles
universe entered
collided
its second
and
billion
coalesced
years,
into planetesimals.
gravity began to pull gas and
Over
dark
time,
matter into
these
dense
planetesimals
clumps.
grew into planets,
These regions of
moons,
concentrated
and
matter
asteroids.
gave rise to the first
Earth
stars and
formed in the
galaxies.
Sun's habitable zone, where
These early
conditions allowed
galaxies
liquid
were small
water
and
to
irregular,
exist.
far less organized
Its
than the
composition
spiral
reflects
and
the
elliptical
history of the
galaxies
Milky
we
Way,
see today.
containing elements
The
forged in
first
ancient
stars,
stars
known
and
as
scattered
population
across the
free
galaxy
stars,
by
were massive
supernova
and
explosions.
short-lived.
The Milky Way
almost
is a
entirely of
sprawling,
hydrogen and
dynamic
helium.
galaxy
They burn
spanning
brightly
over
but
100,000
die
light
quickly,
years.
often ending their lives in
Its spiral
cataclysmic
arms are
supernovae.
vibrant regions of star
These
formation,
explosions
while
scatter
its central
heavier
bulge
elements,
is a dense
like
cluster
carbon,
of older
oxygen,
stars surrounding
and iron,
Sagittarius
into the
A star.
surrounding space. Enriching
Beyond
the
the visible
primordial
stars
gas
and
cloud.
gas lies a vast halo
Over
of
time,
dark matter,
smaller
an invisible
protogalaxies
structure that
merge to
holds the
form larger
galaxies together.
systems.
This
The Milky
halo
Way's
is also
earliest
home to
components
ancient
likely
globular
originated
clusters
as
and the
small
remnants
clusters
of
of
destructive
stars and
galaxies.
gas, bound together by
The
dark
Milky
matter.
Way is part of the local
These
group,
fleggling
a collection
structures
of over
orbited
50
one another in a
galaxies bound
cosmic
by
dance,
gravity.
gradually coming together
Its
to
closest
form the
companion,
foundation of our
the
galaxy.
Andromeda Galaxy and the
The Milky
Magellanic
Way's
Clouds,
growth was
will
neither
influence its
peaceful nor
structure
orderly.
and will play a role in its
Instead,
future evolution.
it was a process of
The
relentless
Milky
mergers
Way's
and
story
collisions.
is far from over.
Smaller
In
galaxies,
approximately
drawn
4
in by the Milky Way's
5
gravitational
billion
pull,
years,
were
it will
consumed
collide with
and
the Andromeda
incorporated
Galaxy
into its structure.
This cosmic
This
event
violent
will be a
process,
slow-motion
known as
ballet
galactic
lasting
cannibalism,
hundreds of
is a
millions of
defining
years.
characteristic of galaxy
As the
formation.
galaxies merge,
One
their
of the
gas
most
clouds will
significant
compress,
mergers in the Milky
triggering
Way's
waves
history
of star
occurred about
formation.
10 billion years ago.
The central
when it
black
collided
holes
with
of
a
the
large
Milky Way
galaxy
and
now
Andromeda
known
will
as
combine,
Enceladus.
forming an even larger
This event
supermassive
added
black
billions
hole.
of stars to the Milky
The
Way
resulting
and created
galaxy,
a halo of
often
stars
called
that
Milky,
surrounds the
will
galaxy
likely
today.
be elliptical.
Even now,
Though its spiral
remnants of these
structure will
ancient
vanish,
collisions can be
its stars
seen in
and
the form of
planets will
stellar
continue their
streams,
journeys through the
elongated
cosmos.
trails of stars that were once
Even
part
after
of
the
smaller
merger,
galaxies.
the Milky Way's legacy
These
will endure,
streams serve as
drifting into
cosmic
an
fossils,
ever-expanding
preserving
universe.
the history of the Milky Way's
This transformation is a testament
Around
to
9
the cycles of
billion years
creation,
ago, the
destruction,
Milky Way
and
began to
rebirth
take
that
on its
define the
iconic
cosmos.
spiral shape.
The Big
Gravity
Bang,
and rotational
13.8
forces
billion
silted
years
the
ago,
galaxy's stars
was not a
and gas
conventional
into a
explosion,
flat,
but a
disc-like
slight,
structure.
all-encompassing expansion of
Within
space
this
itself.
disk, density waves
Within the
created
first
regions of
trillionth of
higher
a
and
second,
lower
the
density,
universe
forming
expanded
the spiral
exponentially
arms.
during a phase called
The spiral
inflation.
arms are not static
This
structures.
rapid stretching
They are
set the
constantly
foundation for the
reshaped by the
cosmic
movement
web,
of stars
a
and
vast
gas.
network of galaxies
These
connected by
regions are
filaments of
fertile
dark
grounds
matter
for star
separated
formation,
by immense
where
voids.
clouds of gas and dust
As
collapse under
temperatures
gravity
fell,
to create
elementary
new
particles, quarks,
The birth of
gluons,
these stars
and
illuminates
leptons
the arms,
coalesced
making
into
them some of
protons
the
and
brightest
neutrons.
and most dynamic features
Within
of the Milky
minutes,
Way.
nuclear fusion
At the
produced
center of the
lightest
Milky Way
elements,
lies a
hydrogen,
supermassive black
helium,
hole known
and
as
trace amounts of
Sagittarius A
lithium.
star.
These primordial
mysterious
elements
object,
dominated the
with a mass
cosmos for
equivalent
hundreds
to
of
4
millions of
million
years.
suns, plays a
The
crucial
universe
role in
entered
the
the Dark
galaxy's
Ages,
evolution.
a period of silence
While
and darkness
Sagittarius
where no
A
stars or
is
galaxies
relatively
existed.
inactive now, it was likely
Gravity,
much more
however,
energetic
began
in the
to
past.
amplify tiny
In its
variations
youth,
in
it
density
fed on
left by
surrounding
inflation,
gas and
drawing
stars,
matter into
emitting
clumps.
powerful jets of energy
These
that
clumps
influenced
became the
galaxy's
birthplaces
growth.
of the first stars and
Today,
galaxies.
its
and
immense
thus,
gravitational
the ancestors
pull
of the
anchors the
Milky
stars
Way,
near the galactic center,
roughly 200
maintaining the
million
structure
years
of the
after
Milky
the
Way.
Big Bang. The first
About
stars ignited,
4.6
signaling
billion
the
years
end
ago,
of the Dark
in
Ages.
a quiet region of the Milky
These
Way,
population
a cloud of
stars,
gas and dust
composed
began to
purely of
collapse
hydrogen
under
and
gravity.
helium, were immense
This
and
marked the
short-lived.
beginning of our solar system.
Their supernovae scattered
At the
heavier
center of the
elements
collapsing
into the
cloud,
surrounding gas,
a young star
enriching
ignited,
it and
the
paving the
sun.
way for the formation of
Around
more
it,
complex
the remaining
structures.
material formed a
These stars
protoplanetary disk,
clustered together
from
to
which the
form the
planets,
first
moons,
protogalaxies,
and
small and
asteroids were
irregular
born.
collections of matter
The
held
Earth
together
formed
by
as a
dark
rocky
matter
planet,
halos.
enriched with elements
These
forged in the hearts of
protogalaxies
ancient
collided
stars.
and merged frequently,
The Sun
driven
and
by
its
gravity's
planets are part of
relentless
the
pull.
Milky Way's Orion arm,
The Milky
one of
Way
its smaller
emerged as
spiral
one of these
arms.
early proto-galaxies,
Here,
a
far
modest
from the
system
chaotic
that would
center,
grow through
conditions
billions of
were
years
calm
of
enough to
mergers
allow
and
life to
accretions.
emerge and thrive.
Dark matter,
The
though
Milky
invisible,
Way is a
played a
vast,
crucial role in
dynamic
this
system,
growth,
spanning
anchoring
over
the galaxy's
100,000 light
formation and
years and
providing the
containing hundreds of
gravitational
billions of
framework for its
stars.
evolution.
Its spiral
The Milky
arms are
Way's
sites
growth
of
has
active
been
star
fueled by
formation,
destruction,
while its central bulge is a
galactic
dense region
cannibalism,
filled with older
absorbing
stars.
smaller galaxies.
The galaxy
is not an
also
aberration
contains
but a
vast
natural
quantities
process
of dark
in the
matter,
life of
an
large
invisible
galaxies.
substance that provides the
Over
gravitational
billions of
glue
years,
holding it
the
together.
Milky Way consumed dozens
Surrounding
of
the
smaller
galaxy
galaxies,
is a halo of
incorporating
stars
their
and globular
stars,
clusters,
gas, and a dark
remnants of
matter.
the Milky Way's tumultuous
One of the
past.
most significant events
The
in its
Milky
history
Way
occurred
story
10
is far
billion
from
years
over.
ago, when the
In
Gaia
about
Enceladus
4.5
galaxy merged
billion
with the
years,
Milky Way.
it will collide with the Andromeda
This collision
galaxy,
added billions
its
of
nearest
stars,
large neighbor.
reshaped the galaxy's
This
thick
cosmic
disk,
event
and
will
enriched its
reshape both
chemical
galaxies,
diversity,
creating a
enabling
new
the formation
structure
of
often
planets
referred to
and,
as
eventually,
Milky.
life.
The collision
Even
will not
today,
result
the
in
remnants of
catastrophic
these ancient
destruction.
interactions
Instead,
are visible
it
as
will
stellar
trigger waves
streams
of star formation and lead
curving
to the
trails
merging
of
of the
stars
central black
orbiting
holes
the
of
Milky
both
Way.
galaxies.
These
The new
streams are
galaxy will
celestial
be a
fossils
testament to the Milky
offering a
Way's
glimpse
enduring
into the
legacy.
galaxy's violent past.
The universe was born in
The
an instant of
Sagittarius dwarf
incomprehensible
galaxy,
density and
currently
temperature.
being dismantled by the Milky
Imagine a
Way's
space
gravity,
smaller than an
is a
atom,
modern
containing
example
all
of this
the energy
ongoing
that would
process.
ever exist.
Its stars
In a
are being
flash,
gradually
this
absorbed,
energy expanded,
ensuring that the
creating
Milky
the
Way
fabric of
continues
space
to
and
grow
time.
and evolve.
The Big Bang
Around
wasn't
9
a typical
billion years
explosion.
ago, the
It was
Milky
the
Way
rapid
began to
unfolding of
transform
space
into a
itself,
spiral
stretching
galaxy.
everything outward like the surface
Stars
of a
and
balloon.
gas settled into a
In
rotating
the first
disk,
fractions of a
organized
second,
by the
the
influence
universe
of
was
angular
governed by a
momentum.
force we can hardly comprehend.
This orderly
a
rotation
unified
flattened
field
the
that
galaxy
quickly
into a
split into
plane,
the forces
giving
of nature
rise
we
to
know
its
today.
iconic spiral arms.
Gravity, the
These
weakest but
spiral
most
arms are
far-reaching
regions
force,
of higher
began
density,
to pull matter
created
together.
by density waves that move through the
Electromagnetism
galactic
governed
disk.
light and atoms, while
As these
strong
waves
and weak
compress
nuclear
gas
forces
clouds,
shape the
they trigger
particles
star
within atomic
formation,
nuclei.
creating clusters of
As
young,
the universe
massive
cooled to a
stars
few
that
trillion
illuminated the
degrees,
arms.
quarks and gluons
The arms are
condensed
not
into
fixed
protons
structures,
and
but
neutrons.
dynamic patterns that
These
evolve over
particles
time.
danced in a dense sea of
Interactions
photons,
with smaller
colliding
galaxies,
and interacting
such as
in
the
chaotic
large and
harmony.
small Magellanic Clouds,
Over the
generate
next 3
ripples
minutes,
in the Milky
the
Way's
temperature
disk,
dropped enough for these
sustaining the
protons
density
and
waves that
neutrons
define
to
its
fuse
spiral
into the first
structure.
atomic nuclei.
At the heart of the Milky
This
Way
was the
lies
beginning of the
Sagittarius
cosmic
A
alchemy
Asteroid,
that would eventually
a
lead to
supermassive
stars,
black hole with
planets,
a mass
and
of
life.
approximately 4 million
For the
suns.
next 380,000
Though
years,
it is invisible,
the universe
its
was a hot
gravitational
plasma of
influence
charged
dominates
particles.
the central bulge,
Light
shaping
was
the
trapped,
motions of
endlessly
stars and
scattering
gas.
in the opaque fog.
Sagittarius
But
A
as temperatures
Asteroid is
cooled
surrounded by a
further,
dense
electrons
cluster of
paired with
stars,
nuclei
many
to
of which
form
orbit at
neutral
incredible
atoms.
speeds.
Suddenly,
Observing
universe
these
became
orbits has
transparent,
provided direct
and light from
evidence
this
of the
epoch
black
began
hole's
its long
existence
journey
and allowed
across
astronomers
space.
to measure its mass.
This light, stretched
Though
by billions
relatively
of years
quiet
of
now,
expansion,
Sagittarius A
became the cosmic
Asteroid
microwave
likely
background,
experienced
a
active
faint
phases
afterglow
in
of
the
the Big
past.
Bang still visible today.
During these times, it
This era
consumed
marked
vast
the end of
amounts of
chaos
material,
and the beginning
emitting
of structure.
powerful jets of radiation
Tiny
that influenced the
irregularities in the
distribution of
density of
gas
matter,
and stars in the
amplified by
galactic
gravity,
center.
created regions where
Supermassive
galaxies
black
would
holes
eventually
like
form.
Sagittarius A
The
Asteroid
universe
are thought
was
to
now
play
ready
a
for
critical
its next
role in
chapter.
galaxy evolution,
As the
regulating
universe
star
expanded,
formation and
the
contributing
vast,
to the
empty
stability
void
of
was
their
not
host
entirely
galaxies.
uniform.
About
Small regions of
4.6
higher
billion years
density
ago,
attracted more
within
matter
one of the
through
Milky
gravity,
Way's spiral
forming
arms,
clumps that
a
would
dense
grow
cloud
into the
of
first
gas
galaxies.
and dust began to collapse
These
under its
clumps
own
consisted
gravity.
primarily of dark
At
matter,
its center,
an
a
invisible
young star
substance
ignited,
that
the
outweighs
sun.
ordinary matter and acts
The
as the
remaining
scaffolding
material
for
was a
cosmic structures.
protoplanetary disk,
The
where
first
particles
stars
collided and
ignited
stuck
in these
together,
regions,
forming
marking the dawn
planetesimals.
of starlight.
Over millions of years,
population-free
these
stars were
planetesimals
colossal,
grew into the
hundreds of
planets,
times the
moons,
mass of the sun.
and asteroids of the
Their
solar system.
lifespans were brief, mere
Earth,
millions of
positioned
years,
in the
but
sun's
their
habitable
influence was
zone,
profound.
retained liquid water,
When these
creating
stars
the
exploded
conditions
as
necessary
supernovae,
for life.
they enriched the surrounding
Its
gas
composition
with heavier
reflects
elements,
the Milky
paving
Way's
the way
history,
for more
containing
complex stars
elements
and
forged in
planets.
ancient stars and
Over
distributed
millions
across
of
the
years,
galaxy
these
by
primitive
supernovae.
galaxies merged to form
The Milky
larger
Way
ones.
is a colossal structure,
Each collision
spanning
was a
over
dramatic
100,000
event,
light
releasing
years and
massive
containing
amounts of
hundreds
energy
of
and
billions of
triggering
stars.
waves of star formation.
Its spiral arms
The
are
Milky
regions
Way's
of intense star
ancestors were among
formation,
these early
illuminated
galaxies,
by young,
growing
luminous
through
stars.
mergers and accreting gas from
The
the
central
intergalactic
bulge
medium.
is a dense region of older
The history
stars
of the Milky
surrounding
Way
the
is a tale of
supermassive black
survival
hole
and
Sagittarius A star.
Gravity pulled smaller
Beyond the visible
galaxies
stars
into its
and
orbit,
gas lies a
tearing them
vast
apart
halo
and
of
absorbing
dark
their
matter,
stars,
an invisible
gas,
but
and
dominant
dark matter.
component that holds the galaxy
Each merger
together.
added to the galaxy's
The
mass,
Milky Way is
reshaping
part of
its
the local
structure
group,
and introducing
a collection
new
of
populations of
50
stars.
galaxies.
These
Its
interactions were
closest
not
neighbor,
gentle.
the Andromeda
As
Galaxy in
smaller
the
galaxies
Magellanic
approached,
Clouds,
tidal
interact with and
forces stretched
influence
and
its structure.
distorted them, creating
In
long streams of
approximately
stars.
4.5 billion years,
These stellar
the Milky
streams,
Way will
still
collide
visible
with the
today,
Andromeda
are
Galaxy.
evidence of the Milky Way's
This
violent
event,
past.
while dramatic, will
Over
unfold
billions
over
of
hundreds
years,
of millions
these
of
remnants
years.
were assimilated,
As the
becoming
galaxy's
part of the galaxy's halo
their
and
gas
disk.
clouds will compress,
One of the most
triggering bursts
significant
of star
events in the
formation.
Milky Way's history
The
was its
central
collision
black
with
holes of
Gaia
the Milky
Enceladus,
Way and
a massive
Andromeda will
galaxy
eventually
that merged with ours
forming
about
a
10
massive
billion years
supermassive
ago.
black hole at the
This
heart of the
collision
galaxy.
reshaped the Milky Way.
The resulting
creating a thicker
galaxy,
disk of
often
stars
called
and enriching it
Milky,
with heavier
will likely be
elements.
elliptical in shape.
It was a transformative
Though
period,
its spiral
marking the
arms will
transition
disappear,
from a
its
chaotic,
stars and
irregular
planets will
structure to
continue
the
to
more
orbit
organized
in a new
galaxy
cosmic
we see
configuration.
today. The
Even
formation
after
of
this
the Milky
merger,
Way's
the
spiral
Milky
arms
Way's
was a
legacy
gradual
will endure,
process,
drifting
influenced
through
by
an
the galaxy's
ever-expanding
rotation
universe.
and internal dynamics.
Its transformation is a
As the
testament to the
galaxy
cycles
spun,
of creation and
gravitational
destruction
forces
that define the
created density
cosmos.
waves, regions
The
where stars
universe's
and
journey
gas were
began
more concentrated.
13.8 billion years ago
These
in a
waves
moment of
acted like
infinite
traffic
density
jams
and
in
energy.
space, slowing
The
down
Big
stars
Bang
and
marked the
compressing gas
expansion of
clouds.
space and time itself,
In these
birthing
compressed
the building
regions,
blocks
new
of
stars
everything
were
that would
born,
ever exist.
illuminating the spiral arms and giving
Inflation,
them their
a
iconic
phenomenon
appearance.
occurring in the first trillionth
The
of a
process
second,
is ongoing.
expanded the
The
universe
spiral arms
exponentially.
are not fixed structures, but
This
constantly
period
changing
smoothed out
as stars
large-scale
and gas
structures
move
while
through them.
amplifying tiny
The
quantum
Milky Way
fluctuations
spiral
into
arms
density
are also
variations.
rich in molecular clouds.
These subtle
vast reservoirs of
irregularities
gas
became
and
the
dust that
seeds for the
serve as
galaxies,
the raw material for
stars,
star
and
formation.
planets that would follow.
These clouds are
As the
shaped by
universe
the interplay
cooled,
of gravity,
quarks and gluons
turbulence,
formed
and
protons
magnetic
and neutrons,
fields, creating a complex
Within
environment
minutes,
where
nuclear
stars are born in
fusion created
clusters.
hydrogen and helium,
The Milky Way
simplest
center
and
is
most
a region
abundant
of
elements.
extremes.
For
At its
hundreds
heart
of thousands
lies
of years,
Sagittarius
the
A*,
universe remained dark,
a
as
supermassive black
photons
hole
were trapped within
surrounded
a
by a
dense
dense
plasma.
cluster of stars.
This changed with
Sagittarius A*
recombination
has a mass
380,000
equivalent
years
to
after
4
the Big
million
Bang,
suns,
when
yet it
electrons
occupies a
combined with
region no
nuclei
larger
to
than
form
our solar
neutral
system.
atoms.
This
Light
black
was
hole
free to
exerts
travel
a
across the
powerful gravitational pull,
creating the cosmic
influencing the
microwave
orbits of
background,
nearby
a
stars
faint
and
glow that
shaping
still
the
carries
dynamics
the
of the
imprint of the
galactic
universe's
center.
earliest structures.
While Sagittarius
The
A*
Dark Ages
is
gave way
relatively
to the
quiet
cosmic
now,
dawn.
it was
the
likely
epoch
much
when
more
gravity
active in
sculpted
the past,
the first stars
emitting
and
intense
galaxies.
radiation as it consumed gas
Hydrogen
and
and
stars.
helium, drawn into dark
These
matter
periods of
halos,
activity may
formed
have
the
shaped
first
the
dense
distribution
cloud.
of stars and gas in the
Around
inner
200
galaxy.
million years after
The
the Big
discovery
Bang,
of Sagittarius
the first
A*
stars ignited.
is one of astronomy's
These
great
population
achievements.
3 stars, composed
Observations
purely
of
of
stars
hydrogen and
orbiting the
helium,
black hole
were massive,
provided direct
luminous,
evidence of its
and
existence, offering a glimpse
Their
into the
supernovae
mysterious
enriched
nature
their
of these
surroundings
cosmic
with heavier
giants.
elements, enabling
In one
the
of the
formation
Milky
of more
Way's
chemically
spiral
complex
arms,
stars.
about 4.6 billion
Clusters of
years ago,
stars became
a cloud of gas
protogalaxies,
and dust began
chaotic
to
and
collapse.
irregular collections of light
This
and
region,
matter.
enriched with elements
These
from
early
previous
galaxies
generations
frequently
of stars,
collided and
was
merged,
the birthplace
driven
of the
by
solar
gravity's
system.
relentless pull.
At the center of
The
the
Milky
collapsing
Way
cloud,
emerged
a
as one
protostar
such
formed,
proto-galaxy,
the Sun.
a humble assembly of
Around
stars
it,
and
a
gas
rotating
surrounded
disk of
by
gas and
matter.
dust took shape,
Over
giving rise
billions
to
of
planets,
years, it
moons,
absorbed other
and
proto-galaxies, growing into the
Earth,
grand spiral
forming the
galaxy
habitable
we
zone,
observe today.
became a rocky planet
The
with
Milky
the
Way's
potential for
growth
life.
is a testament to the
The
cycle of
Milky Way
cosmic
provided the
destruction and
ingredients
creation.
for this process.
Over billions of
Elements
years,
like carbon,
it consumed
oxygen,
smaller
and
galaxies,
iron, essential
tearing them
for life
apart
on
with
Earth,
tidal
were
forces and
forged in the course
incorporating
of
their
massive
stars,
and
gas,
spread across
and
the
dark matter.
galaxy through supernovae.
The Gaia Enceladus
The
merger,
solar system
10 billion
is a
years
testament
ago,
to the
was a
galaxy's
pivotal
ability
event
to
in the
recycle
Milky
its
Way's
materials,
history.
creating new
This
stars and
collision
planets
created
from the
the thick
remnants of the
disk,
old.
enriched the galaxy
The Big
with
Bang
heavy
set
elements,
the stage
and
for the
added
cosmos,
billions of stars
but in
to
its
its
immediate
population.
aftermath, there was no
Remnants
Milky
of these
Way,
mergers
no
are visible
stars,
today
and
as
certainly
stellar
no
streams,
planets.
graceful arcs of
Instead,
stars tracing
the universe
orbits
was
of
a hot,
disrupted
dense sea
galaxies.
of particles,
These
existing in a
streams
state
serve
of
as
pure
cosmic
chaos.
fossils, preserving
As
the
it
history
expanded,
of the
it
Milky
began to
Way's
cool.
interactions.
Quarks combine
The Sagittarius
to form
dwarf
protons
galaxy,
and neutrons,
currently
and
being
within
dismantled
minutes,
by the
the
Milky
first
Way,
atomic
is a
nuclei
modern
emerged.
example of this ongoing process.
Hydrogen dominated this early era,
Its stars are
with
gradually
helium and
becoming
trace
part of
amounts
the Milky
lithium
Way's
rounding
halo,
out the elemental
highlighting the
composition.
galaxy's dynamic and
This
ever-changing
primordial
nature.
mix was the starting point
About
for
9
everything that
billion
would
years
follow.
ago, the Milky
The
Way
process
began
of
to take
cooling
on
and
its spiral
expansion
structure.
was not uniform.
Stars and
Tiny
gas settled
variations
into a
in density
rotating disk,
caused by
and
quantum
angular momentum
fluctuations
flattening the
during
galaxy
inflation
into a
created
plane.
a cosmic tapestry.
The spiral arms,
These
regions
denser
of
regions
intense
became
density, are
gravitational
created by
wells,
density
pulling in
waves
more
that
matter over
compress
time.
gas clouds.
These seeds
This
would grow
compression
into the
triggers
first
star
galaxies,
formation,
but that
producing
stage was still
clusters of
hundreds
young,
of millions
massive
of years
stars
away.
that illuminate the arms.
For nearly 400,000
These
years,
arms are
the
home to
universe
vast
remained
molecular
dark,
clouds,
filled with a
stellar
plasma of
nurseries where
charged
new
particles
stars
that
are
trap
born.
light.
The
This
interplay
period,
of gravity,
known as the
radiation,
Dark Ages,
and
ended
magnetic
when atoms
fields
formed,
shapes these
and light
regions,
finally broke
creating a
free.
cycle of birth and death.
This light,
that fuels
the cosmic
galaxy's
microwave
evolution.
background, carries the fingerprint of
Interactions
the
with
universe's
nearby
birth.
galaxies, such as the
As the
large and
universe
small
entered its second
Magellanic
billion
clouds,
years,
sustain the
gravity
Milky
began
Way's
its
spiral
relentless work.
structure.
Regions
These
of higher
gravitational
density grew
encounters
denser,
generate ripples
attracting
in the
gas
disk,
and dark matter to
perpetuating
form
the
the first
density
halos.
waves that define the spiral
These
arms.
halos were the cradles of the
At the
first
center
stars.
of the Milky Way lies
The first
Sagittarius
stars were
A*,
Titanus,
a
population
supermassive
3
black
stars
hole
that
with a
burned
mass
through
of
their fuel at
approximately
an
4 million
extraordinary
suns.
Their
Though
cores acted
invisible,
as
its
cosmic
immense
forges,
gravitational
creating
pull
heavier
shapes the
elements
motions
through
of
nuclear
stars
fusion.
and gas in the galactic
When they
core.
died as supernovae,
Astronomers
they seeded
have
the
observed
surrounding
stars
gas with
orbiting
these elements,
Sagittarius A*
enriching the
at
material that
incredible
would form the
speeds,
next
some
generation of
completing their
stars.
orbits in just a few
Over
decades.
time, these stars
These
grouped into the first
observations
galaxies.
confirm the existence of the black
Unlike
hole
the
and
majestic
allowed precise
spirals and
measurements of its
ellipticals we
mass.
see today, these early
Sagittarius
galaxies were
A*
small and
is
irregular,
currently dormant,
shaped by the
but
chaotic
evidence
interplay
suggests
of
it
gravity
experienced
and
active
gas.
phases in the past.
The Milky Way began as
During
one of
these
these small
periods, it
proto-galaxies,
consumed vast
a mere
amounts of
fragment
material,
in a vast
emitting
expanse
jets
of
of energy
space.
that influenced the
The young
galaxy's
Milky
central
Way
region.
was not a single,
Supermassive
structure,
black
but a
holes like
collection of smaller
Sagittarius
galaxies
A*
orbiting a
are
common
thought to play
center.
a crucial role in
Over
galaxy
billions of
formation
years,
and evolution,
these galaxies
stabilizing
merged
their
through the
host
force of
galaxies
gravity.
and regulating star
The process
formation.
was anything but gentle.
Approximately
As
4.6
smaller
billion years
galaxies
ago,
approached,
within the
tidal
Milky Way's
forces ripped
Orion
them
arm,
apart,
a dense
creating
cloud
long
of gas and
streams of
dust
stars
began
and
to
gas.
collapse under its own gravity.
These remnants became part
At
of the
its center,
growing Milky
a
Way,
protostar
their
ignited,
stars dispersed
becoming
into
the
the
sun.
galaxy's halo and disk.
The remaining material
Gaia
flattened into a
Enceladus was one
protoplanetary
such
disk,
galaxy.
where particles
Its
collided
merger
and
with the
coalesced
Milky
into
Way
planetesimals.
around 10 billion years ago
These small
was a
bodies
defining
grew into
moment
the
in our
planets,
galaxy's
moons,
history.
and asteroids
It
that
brought
make
a
up the
vast
solar
number
system.
of stars, enriched the
Earth formed
galaxy
in the
with
sun's
heavier
habitable
elements,
zone,
and
where
created
conditions
ripples in
allowed
its
liquid
structure.
water to exist.
Today, we can
Its
still
rocky
see the evidence
composition
of this
reflects
event in
the
the
Milky
stars
Way's
that
history,
form the thick disk
enriched
of the
by
Milky
elements
Way.
forged in ancient
Even
stars
now,
and
the
scattered
Milky
across
Way
the
continues
galaxy
to
by
grow through
supernova
mergers.
explosions.
The
The
Sagittarius
Milky Way
dwarf
is a
galaxy,
dynamic,
for instance,
complex galaxy,
is currently being
spanning
consumed,
over
adding its
100,000
stars
light
and
years
gas to
and
the
containing
galactic
hundreds
disk.
of billions of stars.
As the Milky Way
Its
grew
spiral
larger,
arms
its
are
shape
regions of
began to
active
evolve.
star formation, while its
Initially,
central bulb
it was a
is a dense
chaotic,
cluster of
irregular
older
collection
stars
of
surrounding
stars and
Sagittarius
gas.
A star.
Over time, as
Beyond
it
the visible
rotated and
stars
settled,
and gas
it developed
lies
a
a
more
vast halo
organized
of dark
structure.
matter, an invisible
The
structure
spiral
that
arms
holds
are
the
one of the
galaxy
Milky
together.
Way's most striking features.
This halo is home to
These
ancient
arms
globular
are not
clusters
fixed.
and the
They are
remnants of
density
disrupted
waves that
galaxies.
move through the galaxy,
The
compressing
Milky Way
gas
is
and
part of the
triggering
local
star
formation,
formation
a
as they
collection
go.
of more than 50
The
galaxies
stars
bound by
themselves
gravity.
move in and out of these arms,
Its closest
like cars
neighbor,
on a highway
the
passing
Andromeda
through areas
galaxy
of
in the
congestion.
Magellanic Clouds,
The
interact
spiral
with and
structure is
influence
also
its structure.
influenced by the galaxy's
In about
rotation.
4.5 billion years,
As the Milky
the
Way
Milky Way
spins,
will collide
gravity
with
and
the
angular
Andromeda
momentum
galaxy,
work together
its
to
nearest
maintain
large
the
neighbor.
disk's flat shape.
This cosmic
This
merger will be a
rotation
slow,
also helps to
dramatic
distribute
event
stars and
lasting
gas,
hundreds of
creating
millions
the
of
intricate
years.
patterns we see today.
As the galaxies merge,
At the heart of
their
the
gas
Milky Way
clouds
lies
will
a region
compress,
of incredible
triggering bursts of
extremes.
star formation.
Sagittarius
The central black
A*,
holes of
the
the Milky Way
supermassive
and
black
Andromeda
hole at the
will
center,
combine,
is a point
forming
of
an even
immense
larger
gravitational
supermassive
pull.
black hole at the
Surrounding
heart of
it
the
is a
galaxy.
dense cluster of stars,
The resulting
orbiting at
galaxy,
incredible speeds.
often called Milkometa,
Sagittarius
will likely be elliptical in
A*
shape.
likely formed in the early days
Though its
of the
spiral
galaxy,
structure will
growing
disappear,
as it consumed
its stars
gas,
and planets
stars,
will continue
and
to
other
orbit
material.
within this new cosmic
While it
configuration.
is relatively dormant now,
Even after
its
the
past
merger,
activity
the Milky
shaped the
Way's
central
legacy
region
will
of the
endure.
galaxy.
It will
Powerful
drift through an
winds and
expanding
radiation
universe.
from the black
Its
hole
transformation
influence
a
the
testament
distribution
to the
of
cycles
gas,
of creation
limiting
and
star
destruction that
formation
define
in its
the
immediate
cosmos.
vicinity.
The universe
Studying
began
Sagittarius
13.8 billion
A*
years
has been
ago
a
in an
monumental
event known
achievement
as
in
the Big
modern
Bang.
astronomy.
This singularity
Observations
was
of
not
stars
merely the
orbiting
birth
the
of
black
matter
hole
and energy,
provided
but a
direct
time and
evidence of
space
its
itself.
existence and offered
The
insights
cosmos
into the nature of
expanded
these
at an
enigmatic
incomprehensible
objects.
speed during a period
Around
called
4.6
inflation,
billion
stretching
years ago,
quantum
in a
fluctuations
quiet
into
arm of
vast
the Milky
density
Way,
variations.
a cloud of gas and dust
These
began to
irregularities
collapse under
became
gravity.
the foundation for the
This
universe's
event
grand
marked
design.
the birth of the solar system.
In the first moments, the
The collapse
universe was
formed a protostar
unimaginably
at the
hot
center,
and dense.
the Sun.
Quarks
Around
and
it,
gluons
the remaining
combined to
material
form
flattened
photons
into a
and
disk,
neutrons,
where particles
which then
collided
fused
and
into
stuck
the lightest
together,
elements,
eventually forming
hydrogen,
planets.
helium, and
The
traces of
inner
lithium.
planets, like Earth,
For the next
formed from heavier
380,000
elements,
years,
while the outer
light
planets,
was trapped in a
composed
dense fog
largely
of
of
particles,
gas, took
unable
shape
to travel
farther from
freely.
the Sun.
This
The
veil
elements that
lifted
made
during
this possible,
recombination,
carbon,
when electrons
oxygen,
bonded with
silicon,
nuclei
and
to form
others,
neutral
were
atoms.
forged in the cores of stars
Light
and
was
spread
finally
across the
set
galaxy
free,
by
flooding the
supernovae.
cosmos.
The solar system
This
is a
ancient
product
light,
of
the
billions
cosmic
of years of
microwave
cosmic
background,
recycling,
still
a testament
permeates
to
the
the Milky
universe,
Way's ability
holding
to
a
create
snapshot
new
of its
worlds
earliest
from the remnants
moments,
of old
a
ones.
glimpse into the Milky
The
Way's
Milky
eventual
Way
birth.
is a vast, complex
As the
structure.
universe expanded and cooled,
Its disk
gravity
spans over
began to exert its
100,000 light
influence,
years and
pulling
contains
matter
hundreds of
into
billions
denser
of
regions
stars,
within
along
halos
with
of
vast
dark matter.
quantities of gas and dust.
These dense clouds of hydrogen
Surrounding
and
the disk
helium
is the
became
halo,
the cradles
a
of the
spherical
first
region
stars.
populated by old
About
stars and
200
globular
million
clusters.
years after the Big Bang,
At the
the
center
first
lies the
stars
galactic
ignited.
bulge, a dense
These
region filled with
population
older
free
stars.
stars were massive,
This
luminous,
area is
and
the Milky
ephemeral.
Way's ancient heart,
Their
home to some of
supernova
the galaxy's
explosions
oldest
scattered
stars
heavier
and its
elements into the
supermassive black
surrounding
hole.
space, enriching
The
the
Milky
primordial
Way
gas.
is constantly changing.
Clusters of these stars
Stars are born in
galaxies,
spiral arms,
irregular,
live for millions
chaotic
or
systems
billions of
that
years,
frequently
and
collided
die,
and merged,
enriching the galaxy with
These
the elements
collisions
needed
marked
for
the
the next
beginning of
generation.
galaxy evolution,
It is a
driven by the
dynamic,
relentless
living
pull of
system,
gravity.
shaped by gravity.
The Milky Way
star
emerged
formation,
as one of
and
these
cosmic
proto-galaxies,
interactions.
a modest assembly
The
of
Milky
stars,
Way's story
gas,
is far from
and dark
over.
matter.
In about
Over billions of
4.5
years,
billion years,
it grew by
will collide
absorbing
with the
smaller
Andromeda
systems,
galaxy,
slowly
its nearest
transforming
large
into
neighbor.
the intricate spiral galaxy
This collision
we
will
see
not
today.
destroy either
The
galaxy,
Milky
but
Way's
will
history
reshape them
is
both,
one of growth through
creating
destruction.
a new, larger structure.
Over billions of years,
During the
it
collision,
consumed
gas
dozens of
clouds
smaller
will compress,
galaxies,
triggering waves of
incorporating
star
their stars,
formation.
gas, and
The
dark
central
matter
black
into its
holes of the
structure.
two galaxies will likely
One of the
merge,
most defining
creating an
events
even
in its
larger
evolution was the
supermassive black hole.
Gaia-Enceladus merger, which
The
occurred
resulting
around 10
galaxy,
billion years
often
ago.
referred to as Milkometa,
This collision
will be a
reshaped the
testament
galaxy,
to the ongoing
creating its
evolution
thick
of the
disk
cosmos.
and enriching it with heavy elements
Even after
necessary
this
for
event,
forming
the
rocky
remnants of the
planets.
Milky Way will continue
Even
to
today,
drift through the universe,
remnants of these
part of
mergers
the
can be
never-ending
observed
cycle
as stellar
of cosmic
streams,
creation and
arcing
destruction.
trails of stars that trace
In
the
the
remnants
beginning,
of disrupted
time and
galaxies.
space were one, confined
These
to an
streams are the
infinitesimal point of
fossilized
infinite
evidence of
density
the
and
Milky
temperature.
Way's turbulent past.
Then, in a fraction
The
of a
process
second,
of galactic
the Big Bang
cannibalism
unraveled
continues.
this singularity, setting
The
the cosmos
Sagittarius
in
dwarf
motion.
galaxy, currently
Space
being
itself
dismantled by the
expanded
Milky
faster
Way,
than the speed
is
of light,
contributing stars
carrying
to the
with it the
galactic
fundamental
halo.
ingredients of existence.
This ongoing interaction
The early
exemplifies
universe
the
was a
natural
boiling
cycle
plasma
of
of
cosmic
quarks
growth.
and gluons.
Around 9 billion
Protons
years
and
ago,
neutrons
the
formed
Milky
mere
Way
seconds
began to
after the
develop
Big
its
Bang,
iconic spiral
colliding to
structure.
create the first atomic nuclei.
Stars and gas settled into
However,
a
these
rotating
nuclei
disk,
could not
flattened
yet
by
form
the
atoms.
influence of
The
angular
intense
momentum.
heat kept electrons
The
and
spiral
nuclei
arms
from
are not
binding,
fixed,
leaving
but
the
dynamic
universe as a
regions
charged,
of higher
opaque
density.
fog.
As
For the
density
next few
waves
hundred
move through
thousand
the
years,
galaxy,
gravity
they
works
compressed gas
silently.
clouds, triggering
Regions
star
with slightly
formation.
higher densities began
These
to grow,
regions are
pulling in
illuminated
more
by
matter.
young, massive
This
stars,
epoch saw
giving
the
the
formation
arms
of
their
vast
luminous
cosmic
appearance.
structures invisible to the eye.
Within the arms
Dark
lie
matter
vast
halos.
molecular clouds,
These
where new
halos
stars
would
are
eventually
born.
become the gravitational
These
anchors
regions
for
are
galaxies.
shaped by gravitational forces,
When the universe cooled
radiation,
enough for
and
electrons to
supernova
combine with
explosions,
nuclei,
creating
light
a
could
continuous
finally
cycle
escape
of
the
birth
plasma.
and death.
This
The
light
Milky
became
Way
the
spiral
cosmic
structure
microwave
is
background,
further
a
influenced
faint
by
glow still
interactions with
visible
its
today in a
satellite
crucial
galaxies,
map of the
such
universe's
as the large
infancy.
and small Magellanic
It
Clouds.
reveals the tiny density
These
fluctuations
gravitational
that would become the
encounters
seeds of
sustain the
all
density
cosmic
waves that
structures,
define the
including
arms,
the Milky Way.
ensuring the Milky Way's
Gravity
ongoing
does not
vibrancy.
rest.
At the
Over
heart
the
of
next
the
few
Milky
hundred
Way
million
lies
years,
Sagittarius
it continues to
A*,
pull gas
a
and dark matter
supermassive black
into
hole
clumps.
with a mass of about 4
In
million
these dense
suns.
regions, the first stars
Though
ignited,
invisible,
marking
its
the end of
presence
the
is
dark
felt throughout
ages
the
and the dawn of
galaxy's
the
central
first
bulge,
galaxies.
where its gravity shapes
These
the orbits of
galaxies are
stars
not the
and
ordered
gas.
spirals or majestic
Astronomers
ellipticals of
discovered
today.
Sagittarius A
They were
**
chaotic
by
assemblies
observing
of
the rapid
stars,
motion of
gas,
stars
and
near
dark
the
matter,
galactic center.
shaped by their environment
These
and the violent
stars,
interactions
moving at
between
extraordinary
their components.
speeds, revealed the existence
first
of a
stars,
massive,
population
unseen
3
object.
stars, were unlike
While
anything that
Sagittarius
exists
A*
today.
is relatively
They were
quiet
massive,
now,
hundreds of
evidence
times
suggests
the mass
an
of our
experience
Sun,
active
and
phases
composed
in the
almost
past.
entirely of hydrogen
During
and
these
helium.
times, it consumed
Their
vast amounts
lifespans were
of
short,
material,
ending in
emitting powerful
supernovae
jets
that
of
enriched the
radiation that
surrounding gas
influenced
with
the
surrounding
heavier
elements.
regions.
This
Supermassive
laid the
black holes
groundwork
like
for the next generation of
Sagittarius
stars,
A* are
capable
essential
of
to
forming
galaxy
planets and
evolution.
complex systems.
They regulate star
Over time,
formation,
these small
shape the
galaxies
distribution of
began to
gas,
merge,
and
forming
contribute to
larger
the stability
systems.
of their host galaxies.
The Milky Way was born from
About
these
4
mergers, a patchwork of
6
ancient
billion
stars
years
and
ago,
new formations,
within the Orion arm
constantly
of the Milky
evolving
Way,
under the
a
influence
dense
of
cloud
gravity.
of gas and dust
The
began
Milky
to
Way's
collapse under
growth
its
was
own
marked by
gravity.
violence and destruction.
At its center, a young
Smaller
star
galaxies were
the
drawn
Sun.
into its gravitational
The
well,
remaining material
stripped of their
flattened
stars
into
and
a
gas, and
protoplanetary
consumed.
disk, where particles
This
collided
process,
and coalesced
known as
into
galactic
planetesimals.
cannibalism, is a common
These
mechanism
small
of
bodies
galaxy
grew
growth.
into the planets, moons,
The mergers
and
weren't
asteroids that formed the solar
They
system.
followed the contours of dark
Earth,
matter filaments,
forming in the Sun's
invisible
habitable
framework
zone,
of the
retained
cosmos.
liquid water, a
As
critical
galaxies
ingredient for
moved
life.
along these filaments,
Its
they collided
composition
and merged,
reflects billions of
transferring
years
their
of
mass
cosmic
to larger
evolution,
systems like the
enriched
Milky
by
Way.
elements forged in
Gaia
ancient stars
Enceladus
distributed
was one
across
such
the galaxy by supernova
When it
explosions.
collided with the Milky Way around
The
10
Milky Way
billion
is
years
a
ago,
colossal,
it left a
dynamic
lasting
system,
imprint.
spanning over
Its stars were
100,000 light
distributed
years
throughout the
containing
thick
hundreds
disk
of
and
billions
halo,
of stars.
and its gas fueled a burst of
Its
star
spiral
formation
arms
that
are
reshaped
of
the
intense
galaxy.
star formation,
The
illuminated
evidence
by
of these
numerous young
mergers is
stars
written in
and
the
glowing
stars.
clouds of gas.
Stellar
The
streams,
central bulge
long
is a
ribbons of
dense
stars
cluster
that
of
arc
older
across the
stars
sky,
surrounding
are the
Sagittarius
remnants of
A*.
galaxies torn apart by the Milky
Beyond the
Way's
visible
gravity.
galaxy lies a vast
These
halo
streams
of
provide
dark
a
matter,
window
an
into the
invisible
galaxy's
yet dominant
tumultuous
component
past,
that holds the
revealing
Milky
the
Way
traces of
together.
ancient collisions that
The
shaped
Milky
its
Way
present
is
form.
part of the local group,
As the
a
Milky
collection
Way
of more
evolved,
than 50
it began
galaxies
to settle
bound
into
by
a more
gravity.
stable configuration.
Its closest companions,
Its stars,
the Andromeda
gas,
Galaxy
and dust
in the
formed a
Magellanic
flat,
Clouds,
rotating
interact
disk
with an
influenced by
structure.
angular momentum and
In
gravitational
approximately
interactions.
4.5 billion
The
years,
spiral
the
arms are
Milky
one of
Way
the
will
galaxy's
collide with
most
the Andromeda
distinctive
Galaxy,
features, but they are
initiating a
not solid
cosmic event
structures.
that will reshape both
Instead,
galaxies.
they are density waves,
This slow-motion
areas
merger,
where gas and
unfolding
stars are
over hundreds of
temporarily
millions
compressed.
of years, will be a
These
spectacular
waves
dance
move
of
through the
gravity
disk,
and light.
triggering star formation
As the
they
galaxies
go.
merge, their gas
This
clouds will
process is
compress,
ongoing.
igniting waves of
As
star
stars
formation.
form in the spiral arms,
The
they
central black
illuminate the
holes of the
surrounding
Milky Way
gas,
and Andromeda
creating
will
bright
eventually
regions that
combine,
highlight the arm
forming an
structure.
even larger supermassive black
Meanwhile,
hole.
older stars drift
The
out
resulting
of the arms,
galaxy,
spreading
often
across the
called
disk.
Milkometa, will likely
The
be
Milky
elliptical.
Way's spiral structure is
While
a
its
dynamic
spiral
and
arms will
ever-changing
vanish,
feature.
its stars and
It is
planets will
shaped by
continue their cosmic
interactions with
journeys,
satellite
orbiting
galaxies,
within a new celestial
gravitational forces
configuration.
within the disk, and
Even
the
after
continuous
this
motion
motion,
of its
the
stars
Milky
and
Way's
gas.
legacy will endure.
At the center of the Milky
It will
Way
drift
lies
through
a
a
region of
never-expanding
mystery and
universe,
extremes,
a testament to the
Sagittarius
cycles of creation and
A*,
transformation
a
that
supermassive
define the
black hole
cosmos.
that exerts a profound
The
influence
Milky
on the
Way's story
galaxy.
begins with the Big Bang,
Sagittarius A*
13.8
is
billion
surrounded
years
by
ago.
a dense cluster of stars,
In an instant,
many of
the
which
universe
orbit
was
at
born,
incredible
a
speeds.
cauldron of energy,
These
density,
orbits
and
provided
potential.
the first direct evidence of the black
Inflation,
hole's
a
existence,
period of exponential
allowing
expansion,
astronomers to
stretched
calculate
the
its
fabric
mass
of space-time,
4 million times
smoothing
that
out
of
the
the Sun.
cosmos while amplifying
While
many
it is
quantum
relatively quiet
fluctuations
today,
into density
Sagittarius
variations.
A* likely
These
played a more
variations
active
were
role
the
in
seeds of all
past.
cosmic structures,
During its
including
active
the Milky
phase,
Way.
it would have consumed vast
As the
amounts of
universe
gas
cooled,
and dust,
quarks
emitting
coalesced into
powerful jets of
protons and
radiation
neutrons,
and shaping the
which then
central
fused
region
into
of the
hydrogen,
galaxy.
helium, and
The
trace
presence of
amounts
a
of lithium.
supermassive black hole is
This
not
era,
unique to the
known as
Milky
Big
Way.
Bang nucleosynthesis,
Most large
produced the
galaxies
elemental
harbor one at their
foundation for
center,
everything that would
suggesting
follow.
that these objects are a
Light
natural
remained
outcome of
trapped in a
galaxy
dense
formation.
plasma of charged particles
However,
until
their origins
recombination
and
occurred
evolution remain one of astronomy's
380,000
greatest
years after the Big
mysteries.
Bang.
In the Orient arm
Electrons
of the
bound
Milky
to
Way,
nuclei,
about
allowing
4.6
photons to
billion
travel
years
freely,
ago, a
creating
quiet
the
region
cosmic
of gas and
microwave
dust
background.
began to collapse.
This ancient light,
This marked the
still
birth of our
observable
solar
today,
system.
holds the imprint of
The
the
collapse
universe's
formed the
earliest
protostars,
structures.
the Sun,
The
at the
first
center,
stars and
surrounded by a
galaxies
rotating
emerged
disk
during the
of gas
cosmic
and
dawn,
dust.
around 200
Over
million
time,
years
particles
after
in
the
the
Big Bang.
disk collided and stuck together,
Gravity pulled
forming
hydrogen and helium
planetesimals,
into
the
dense
building
regions,
blocks of planets.
igniting the first stars,
The Earth
known as
formed in the inner
population
region of the
stars.
disk, where temperatures were
These
high
stars
enough
were
to vaporize
massive,
ice.
luminous, and short-lived.
This region produced rocky
Their
planets,
explosive
while the
deaths
outer
in
disk,
supernovae
colder
scatter
and
heavier
richer in
elements
ices,
into space,
gave rise to
enriching
gas
the
giants
interstellar
like
medium
Jupiter
and
and Saturn.
enabling the formation of more
The solar
complex stars
system
and
is a
protogalaxies.
microcosm of the Milky Way's history.
Clusters of these early stars
Its composition
formed
reflects
chaotic,
billions
irregular
of years of
protogalaxies,
cosmic recycling,
which frequently
from the formation of the
emerged.
first stars to the enrichment
These
of the
interactions
galaxies with
drove
heavy
the
elements.
evolution of galaxies,
The Milky
creating
Way is
increasingly
not
larger
static.
and more organized
Its
systems.
disk rotates. Its
The
stars
Milky Way
orbit the
began
galactic
as one of
center,
these
and new
protogalaxies,
stars are
a
born while
modest
old ones
assemblage
die.
of stars and gas bound
Its
by
spiral
dark
arms
matter.
are regions of intense
Over
activity,
billions of years,
where gravity
it grew
compresses
by
gas
absorbing
into
smaller
star-forming
protogalaxies, laying the
The
groundwork
galaxy's
for its
halo is
transformation
home to
into
some
a
of its
spiral
oldest
galaxy.
stars, remnants of the first
Galactic
galaxies that
cannibalism,
merged to
the
form
process
the Milky
of
Way.
larger galaxies consuming
These stars
smaller
provide
ones,
a glimpse
is a
into the
defining
galaxy's
feature of the
distant
Milky
past,
Way's evolution.
preserving the chemical
Over
signatures
billions
of an
of
earlier
years,
universe.
it has absorbed dozens of
Meanwhile,
smaller
the
galaxies,
central bulge is
adding
a
their
dense
stars
region of
of
old
gas
stars,
and
a
dark
relic
matter
of the
to its own
galaxy's early
structure.
years.
The Gaian
It surrounds
Enceladus merger
Sagittarius A*,
10 billion years ago
which continues
was one
to
of the most
influence the orbits
transformative
of
events
nearby
in the Milky
stars.
Way's history.
The Milky Way's
This
story
collision
will
added
culminate
billions
in
of
an
stars,
epic collision
enriched
with
the
the Andromeda
galaxy with
galaxy.
heavier elements, and
This
created
event,
its thick
set to
disk.
occur in about 4.5
Today,
billion
evidence
years,
of these mergers
will
can be
reshape
seen
both
in stellar
galaxies.
streams, arcing
As
trails
the
of stars
galaxies
that
merge,
trace the
their
remnants of
stars will be
disrupted
flung into new
galaxies.
orbits, creating a
These
massive
streams
elliptical
are cosmic
galaxy.
relics, revealing
Gas
the Milky
clouds will
Way's
collide,
tumultuous
triggering
past.
bursts of star formation.
The Milky Way continues
The
to
central
grow.
black holes of both
The
galaxies
Sagittarius
will merge,
dwarf galaxy,
forming an even larger
currently being pulled
supermassive
apart
black
by the
hole.
Milky Way's gravity,
Even after
is
this
contributing
dramatic
its
event,
stars to the
the Milky
galactic
Way's
halo.
legacy will endure.
This ongoing process
Its stars,
exemplifies the
planets,
constant
and remnants
dynamism
will
of
continue
galaxies.
to drift through space,
Around
part of the
9
endless
billion years
cycle
ago,
of cosmic
the Milky
evolution.
Way began its
The
transformation
origin of the
into a
Milky
spiral
Way
galaxy.
begins not with itself, but with the
Stars
universe.
and gas settled into a rotating
Imagine a
disk,
time before
organized
time,
by the
a
galaxy's
singularity,
angular momentum.
infinitely small,
The
infinitely
spiral
dense,
arms are
holding
dynamic,
within it the
but not
potential
fixed.
for everything.
Density
This
waves ripple
singularity
through the
erupted
disk,
in what we call the
compressing
Big
gas
Bang,
clouds and triggering
approximately
star formation.
13.8 billion years
These
ago.
arms are illuminated
In
by
its initial
young,
moments,
massive
the
stars that
universe was
burn
an
brightly
expanding
but
plasma of
briefly,
energy,
lending
where
the Milky
particles
Way
like
its
quarks
striking
and
appearance.
gluons formed.
The arms
The conditions
are
were
also
so
stellar
extreme
inertials,
that these
home to
particles
vast
could not
molecular
combine
clouds where
into
stars
anything
are
stable.
continually being born.
Within milliseconds,
This interplay
however,
of star
the temperature
formation
dropped,
and gravitational
quarks
forces
combined to form
ensures the
protons
galaxy's
and
ongoing
neutrons,
evolution.
the building blocks of atomic
Interactions
nuclei.
with the Magellanic Cloud
As the
and other
universe
satellite
continued to cool,
galaxies sustain the
nuclei
density
formed in a
waves,
process
maintaining the
called
spiral
nucleosynthesis,
arm structure
producing
and activity.
hydrogen, helium,
At
and
the
a trace
center of the
lithium.
Milky Way lies
This
Sagittarius
primordial
A*,
mix accounted for
a
nearly all
supermassive
the
black
ordinary
hole
matter
with a
in the
mass of about
cosmos.
4 million suns.
For hundreds of thousands of
Though
years,
invisible,
the universe
its
was a
gravity
dark,
dominates
hot
the
fog,
motions of
where
stars
photons,
and gas in the
light
galactic
particles,
core.
bounced endlessly
Astronomers
off
have
charged
observed
particles,
stars
unable
orbiting
to escape.
Sagittarius A**
This
at
period,
extraordinary
known as
speeds,
the Dark
some
Ages,
completing their
ended when the
circuits in
universe
just a
cooled
few
enough
years.
for electrons to combine
These
with
observations
nuclei,
confirm
forming
the
neutral
existence of
atoms.
the black hole and
This
provided a
event
precise
released
measurement of
photons,
its mass.
creating the cosmic microwave
While Sagittarius A**
faint glow
is
of
dormant
radiation
today,
that scientists
evidence
can
suggests
still
it
detect
experienced
today.
active phases in
Gravity
the past.
began to work on the slight
During
density
these periods,
variations
it
present in
consumed
the universe,
vast amounts of
amplifying
material,
them.
emitting jets of energy
Over millions
that
of
influenced
years,
the galaxy's
these small
central
differences
regions.
grew into dense regions that became the
Supermassive black
cradles of
holes like
galaxies.
Sagittarius A**
The
are
first
thought
stars
to play a
ignited
crucial
roughly
role
200
in galaxy
million years
formation
after
and
the Big
evolution,
Bang,
regulating
marking the end
star
of the Dark
formation and
Ages.
shaping the distribution of
These
gas.
massive population III stars
Approximately
burned hot and
4.6
bright,
billion
their light
years ago,
carving through the
within one of
surrounding
the Milky
darkness.
Way's spiral arms,
But they
a
lived
dense
short
cloud
lives,
of gas and dust
exploding
began
as
to
supernovae
collapse.
and dispersing heavier
At its
elements
center,
like carbon
a young
and
star
oxygen
ignited,
into space.
the Sun.
The first
The remaining
galaxies
material
formed as
formed
clusters of these
protoplanetary
stars,
disks,
surrounded
where
by
particles
halos of
collided
dark
and
matter.
coalesced into
These
planetesimals.
primitive galaxies were small
Over
and
time,
irregular,
these
growing larger
planetesimals
through
grew into
collisions
planets,
and mergers.
moons, and
They
asteroids.
lacked the defined shapes of
Earth
spirals
formed in
and
the Sun's
ellipticals,
habitable zone,
appearing
where
chaotic and
conditions
turbulent.
allowed liquid water to
As
exist.
gravity drew in more material,
Its composition
these galaxies
reflects
began
billions
to
of years of
organize
cosmic
themselves.
evolution,
The
containing
Milky
elements
Way's
forged as
ancestors
ancient
emerged
stars and
during this
scattered
time,
across the
small and
galaxy by
fragmented.
supernova explosions.
They were among the countless
The
young
Milky Way
galaxies
is a
scattered
vast,
across the early
complex
universe,
system,
each
spanning
vying
over
for growth in a
100,000
chaotic
light
cosmic
years and
arena.
containing hundreds of billions
Galaxies
of stars.
grow by consuming smaller
Its
galaxies,
spiral arms are
and the
vibrant
Milky Way
regions of
was
star
no
formation,
exception.
illuminated by
Over
luminous
billions
young
of
stars
years,
and
it
glowing
absorbed
clouds of
countless
gas.
dwarf galaxies,
The central
adding their
bulge
stars,
surrounding
gas,
Sagittarius
and dark matter
A*
to its own.
is a dense cluster
This
of older
process
stars.
of galactic cannibalism
Beyond
is a
the
violent
visible
yet
galaxy
essential
lies a
aspect of
vast
galaxy
halo of dark
evolution.
matter, an invisible
Evidence
structure
of these
that holds
mergers
the
is
Milky Way
preserved in the
together,
form of stellar
extends far
streams,
beyond its visible
elongated
edges.
arcs of stars that were
The
once
Milky
part of
Way
smaller
is part
galaxies.
of the local group, a
These
gravitationally
streams
bound
orbit the
collection
Milky
of
Way,
galaxies that
remnants of
includes
its turbulent
Andromeda and
past.
over 50 smaller systems.
One of the most significant mergers
These
occurred about
interactions
10 billion
influence the
years
Milky
ago,
Way's
when
structure
the Milky
and will
Way
shape its
collided with the
future.
Gaian-Enceladus
In
galaxy.
about 4.5 billion
This event
years,
added
the
billions
Milky
of
Way
stars
will
to the
collide
Milky
with the
Way,
Andromeda
forming a
galaxy.
thick disk and enriching
This
it with
cosmic
heavier
event
elements.
will unfold over hundreds
It
of
also
millions
triggered
of
a
years,
burst of star
reshaping
formation,
both galaxies
illuminating the
into
galaxy
a new,
in
larger
brilliant light.
system.
The
As the
process of
galaxies
galactic
merge, their
cannibalism
gas
continues
clouds
today.
will compress,
The
triggering waves of
Sagittarius
star
dwarf
formation.
galaxy, for example,
The central
is being
black
torn
holes
apart
of the
by
Milky Way and
Way's
Andromeda
gravity,
will
contributing
combine,
new stars
forming
and
an
gas
even
to
larger
its growing
supermassive
structure.
black hole at the heart
About
of the new
9
galaxy.
billion years ago, the
The
Milky
resulting
Way began to
galaxy,
settle into
often
its
referred
familiar
to as
shape.
Milkomeda, will
Its
likely
disk
be
formed
elliptical.
as gas and stars
While its
flattened into a
spiral arms
rotating
will
plane
disappear,
under the influence
its stars
of angular
and planets
momentum.
will continue their journeys
Over
in a new
time, the
cosmic
galaxy
configuration.
developed its iconic spiral
Even after
arms.
this merger, the Milky
These
Way's
arms are not
legacy will
fixed
endure.
structures, but density waves,
Its stars,
regions where
planets,
gas and
and
stars
remnants
are
will
more
drift through an
concentrated.
expanding universe,
As
a
material
testament to the
moves through
cycles
these
of
waves,
creation,
it slows down
transformation,
and compresses,
rebirth that
triggering
define
the
the
formation
cosmos.
of new stars.
From the Earth's
The
surface,
result is a
we see
dynamic,
only a small fraction
self-sustaining
of the
cycle
Milky
of
Way's
star
majesty.
formation.
Yet,
spiral
our home
arms are
planet
also
is a
rich
product
in
of its
molecular
history,
clouds,
a fragment
vast
of
reservoirs
stardust
of gas
shaped
and
by
dust.
billions of years of cosmic
These clouds
evolution.
are the birthplace of stars,
As we look
where
out into the
gravity
galaxy,
overcomes
we are
internal
not
pressure
just
to create
observers
dense,
but participants
luminous
in its
clusters.
story.
Today,
Our exploration
the Milky
of
Way's
the Milky
spiral
Way
arms
through
remain
telescopes,
active regions of star
probes,
formation
and dreams of
illuminated
interstellar
by the light
travel
of young,
connects us
massive
to the
stars.
vast, intricate systems
At the heart
that
of the
define
Milky
our
Way
place in the
lies
universe.
Sagittarius A*.
The Milky
a
Way story
supermassive
is
black
our story.
hole with a mass equivalent
It is
to
a
4
narrative
million
of
suns.
beginnings, transformations,
Despite its
and
immense gravity,
possibilities,
Sagittarius
endless cycle
A*
that invites us
is
to
relatively
reflect on our
quiet,
role in the
consuming
cosmos
very
and our
little
connection
material
to the
compared to
stars.
more active black holes
The
in
Milky
other
Way
galaxies.
story begins in the vastness
The
of time.
discovery of Sagittarius A*
13.8 billion years
was
ago,
a milestone
when the Big
in modern
Bang marked the
astronomy.
birth of the universe.
By observing the
In
orbits of
that
stars
instant,
near the
time
galactic
and space
center,
unfolded,
scientists
creating a
calculated
canvas
the
for
mass and
everything that
size
would
of this
ever
invisible
exist.
giant, confirming
The
its
universe
existence.
expanded rapidly during
While
a
it may
phase
seem
called
dormant
inflation,
now,
stretching its
Sagittarius
structure
A*
while amplifying
likely played a
quantum
more active
fluctuations.
role in the galaxy's past.
These fluctuations,
During
though
its active
infinitesimally
phases,
small,
it emitted
became the
powerful
seeds
jets
of
of
galaxies,
energy, shaping the
stars,
surrounding
and
environments
planets.
and influencing the
As the
distribution of
universe
gas and
cooled,
stars.
particles formed,
About
combining into
4.6
protons,
billion years
neutrons,
ago,
and
a quiet
eventually
region
atomic
within one of
nuclei.
the Milky Way's spiral arms
This
gave
epoch of
rise to our solar
nucleosynthesis
system.
forged hydrogen,
A cloud
helium,
of gas
and
and
lithium,
dust began
the
to
simplest
collapse
element,
under its own
which
gravity,
would fuel the first
forming
star.
a protostar at its center.
For hundreds of thousands
This
of years,
protostar became
light
the
was trapped
sun.
in a dense plasma.
Around the sun, the
This
remaining
era of
material
darkness ended
flattened
with
into a disk.
recombination, when electrons
Over
joined
time,
with nuclei
particles in
to
this
form
disk
neutral
collided and
atoms,
stuck together,
releasing light
forming
across the
planetesimals,
cosmos.
the building blocks
This
of
light,
planets.
now the cosmic
These
microwave
planetesimals
background,
grew
is a
larger,
fossil of the
eventually
universe's
forming the
infancy,
planets,
a
moons,
glimpse of a time
and other
before
bodies that
galaxies
make
like
up our
the
solar
Milky Way
system.
were born.
The Earth,
In the quiet of
located
the
in
Dark
the sun's
Ages,
habitable
gravity
zone,
began to
became
shape
a
the
rocky
universe.
planet with the potential for
Dense
life.
regions within dark
Its
matter
composition
halos grew
reflects
hotter
the
and
enrichment
richer,
of the
drawing
Milky
in
Way
hydrogen
over billions of
helium.
years, containing
About
elements
200
forged in the
million
cores
years
of
after
ancient
the Big
stars.
Bang, the first
Today,
stars
the
ignited.
Milky Way is a vast,
These
dynamic
population
system.
3 stars were titanic,
Its disk
burning
spans
through their
over
nuclear
100,000
fuel in mere
light-years,
millions of
containing
years.
hundreds of billions of
When they
stars,
died as
along
supernovae,
with gas,
they scattered
dust,
heavier
and dark
elements,
matter.
carbon, oxygen,
Surrounding the
and
disk
iron,
is a halo
into
populated
space,
by
enriching
ancient
the
stars and
primordial
globular
gas.
clusters, remnants
Clusters
of the
of these
galaxy's
stars
formation.
formed proto-galaxies,
The Milky Way
chaotic
central
systems
bulge
held
is a
together
dense
by
region
dark matter.
filled with older stars.
These
while
early
its spiral
galaxies
arms
collided
are
and
vibrant
merged
sites of
frequently,
star formation.
exchanging stars,
The
gas,
galaxy
and
is
energy.
also home to numerous
The
satellite
Milky
galaxies,
Way was one such
including the large
proto-galaxy,
and small
small
Magellanic
and
clouds,
unremarkable.
which orbit the Milky Way
Over
like
billions
cosmic
of years,
companions.
it grew,
The
absorbing
Milky
other
Way
systems
story
and
is far
accumulating
from
gas,
over.
stars,
In
and
about
dark matter.
4.5 billion years,
This process
it will
set the
collide
stage
with
for
the
the
Andromeda
creation
galaxy,
of one of the
its
universe's
nearest
most
large
intricate
neighbor.
and majestic structures.
This event will reshape both
The Milky
galaxies,
Way's growth is
merging
a
them into a
testament to
new,
the cycles
larger
of
structure.
cosmic creation and
During
destruction.
the collision, gas
Over
clouds
billions
will
of
compress,
years,
triggering
consuming
waves of
smaller
star
galaxies,
formation.
tearing them apart
The central
with
black
tidal
holes of
forces
the
and
Milky Way
incorporating
and
their
Andromeda
stars
will
and gas
merge,
into its
creating
structure.
an even larger supermassive
One of the
black
most
hole.
significant events in its
The
history
resulting
was the
galaxy,
Gaia-Enceladus
often
merger,
called
10
Milky
billion years
will be an
ago.
elliptical system.
This
marking
collision
the next
added
chapter
billions
in
of
the Milky
stars to
Way's
the Milky
evolution.
Way and created its thickness.
Even in its new form, the
It
legacy
also
of the
enriched
Milky
the
Way will
galaxy
endure,
with heavier
carried
elements,
by its stars
critical
and the
for the
elements
formation
that
of
make up
rocky planets like Earth.
The story of the
Remnants
Milky
these
Way
ancient
begins
mergers
with
are
the
still
very
visible
fabric of the
today as
cosmos
stellar
itself.
streams, elongated
In the
arcs of
seconds
stars
after the
orbiting
Big
the
Bang,
Milky Way.
the universe was a seething
These
ocean of
streams
energy,
are the
where
fossilized
matter
remnants
and
of smaller
antimatter
galaxies,
annihilated each other
preserving
in
the
a cosmic
memory of the
battle.
Milky Way's violent
Yet,
past.
matter slightly outweighed
Even now,
antimatter,
the Milky
leaving
Way
a small
continues
but
to
crucial
grow.
amount to form the
The
stars and
Sagittarius
galaxies we
dwarf
know
galaxy,
today.
currently being
Within
consumed,
minutes of the
is
Big
contributing
Bang,
its stars
the
to the
temperature of the
galactic
universe
halo.
dropped below 1 billion
This
degrees
ongoing
Celsius,
process is a
enabling the
reminder that the
formation of
Milky Way
atomic
is not
nuclei.
static, but a living,
Hydrogen
evolving
and helium
system.
emerged as the dominant
Around 9
elements,
billion
their
years
simple
ago,
structures
the Milky
resilient in
Way
the face
began
of
to
the
take on
universe's
its
harsh
iconic
conditions.
spiral shape.
But these
Stars
basic
and
atoms
gas
were only
settled
the
into
first
a
chapter
rotating
in a
disk
long journey
organized
toward
by angular
complexity.
momentum.
As the
The
universe
galaxy's
expanded,
rotation
it
flattened
cooled
its
further.
structure into a plane,
Roughly
forming the foundation for its
380,000 years
spiral
later,
arms.
electrons combined
These
with
arms are
nuclei
not
to
permanent
form
structures,
neutral
but
atoms,
patterns
releasing
created by
light for the
density
first
waves.
time.
As these
light,
waves
now
propagate
stretched
through
into
the
microwaves,
galaxies, they
provides
provide
a snapshot of the infinite
triggering
universe.
bursts of star formation.
Known as the cosmic microwave
Massive,
background,
luminous
it
stars
reveals the
illuminate
tiny
these
ripples in
regions,
density
creating
that would
the
eventually
Milky
grow
Way
into
stunning
galaxies.
visual features.
In this vast
Within
and
the
nearly
spiral
empty
arms,
universe,
molecular
dark matter
clouds
played
act
a
as
vital
stellar
role.
nurseries,
Though
producing new
invisible
generations
and
of
undetectable
stars.
through conventional means,
This dynamic
dark
process
matter's
is sustained by gravitational interactions
hydrogen
with satellite galaxies,
vast clouds.
such as the Magellanic Clouds,
These clouds
which
became
create
the cradles
in
of
the
the
disk
first
and maintain
galaxies.
the spiral structure.
The transition from
At the heart
chaos
of
to
the
order
Milky Way
began
lies
slowly.
Sagittarius A*,
Gravity acted
a
as the
supermassive
sculptor,
black hole
pulling
with
matter
a mass
into
of
dense
about 4
regions.
million suns.
Over hundreds of
Though
millions
invisible,
of years,
its
these
immense
dense
gravity
areas
shapes
grew
the
hotter
motions
and more
of stars
compressed
and
until
gas
the
from the
first
central
stars
bulge.
ignited.
Astronomers
These
have
stars
observed
illuminated
stars
the universe,
orbiting Sagittarius
marking the end of the
A*
dark
age at
ages.
incredible speeds.
These
some
early
completing their
galaxies were
circuits
small
in just
and
a few
irregular,
decades.
composed of clusters of
These
stars
observations
surrounded by
confirm
halos
the
of
presence
dark
of the
matter.
black hole and
They
provided a
lacked the
precise
intricate
measurement of
structures
its
of later
mass.
galaxies,
While
instead
dormant
appearing
now,
as chaotic collections
Sagittarius
of
A*
light and matter.
likely experienced
The
active
Milky Way's
phases in the
ancestors
past.
emerged during this epoch.
During these times, it
They were
consumed
tiny
vast
compared to
amounts
the
of
modern
material,
galaxy,
emitting
but they
jets of
carried the
energy
seeds
that
of its
influenced
future
the galaxy's
greatness.
central regions.
As these proto-galaxies
Supermassive
merged,
black
they
holes
began
like
to take on more
Sagittarius
defined
A*
shapes,
are thought
laying
to
the
play a
foundation
crucial
for the
role
Milky
in
Way.
galaxy formation and
The
evolution,
first stars,
stabilizing
known as
their host
population-free
galaxies
stars,
and regulating
played a
star
critical
formation
role in this era.
About
Their
4.6
immense size
billion
and
years
heat
ago,
allowed them
within
to
one of
forge
the
heavier
Milky Way's
elements in their
spiral
cores,
arms,
but
a
their
dense
lives
cloud
were
of
fleeting.
gas and dust began
When
to
they
collapse under
exploded
its
as
own gravity.
supernovae, they scattered these
At its
elements
center,
into the
a
surrounding
protostar
gas,
ignited,
enriching
sun.
the cosmos and
The
setting the
remaining
stage for the
material
next
flattened
generation
into
of
a
stars.
protoplanetary disk.
The growth of the
Particles
Milky Way
collided
was a
and
process
coalesced
of
into
destruction and
planetesimals.
creation.
These
Over
small
billions of
bodies
years,
grew into the
smaller
planets,
galaxies
moons,
were drawn
and
into its
asteroids that
gravitational
make
pull.
up the solar system.
These galaxies were
Earth,
torn apart,
forming in
their
the sun's
stars and
habitable
gas
zone,
absorbed into the
retained
larger
liquid
system.
water, a critical
The
ingredient
remnants
for
of
life.
these mergers are still
Its
visible
rocky
today.
composition reflects
Stellar
billions of
streams,
years of
long
cosmic
ribbons of
evolution,
stars stretched
enriched
across
by
the
elements
sky,
forged
trace
from
the
ancient
paths of
stars.
smaller galaxies
The
consumed by
Milky
the
Way
Milky
is
Way.
a grand spiral galaxy.
Each of these
spanning
streams tells
over
a story,
100,000
a record
light
of the
years
galaxy's
and containing hundreds
tumultuous
of
history.
billions of stars.
One of the most
Its
dramatic
spiral
collisions
arms are
occurred
regions
around
of
10
intense
billion
star
years ago,
formation, when
the Milky
illuminated by
Way
young
encountered
stars
the
and glowing
Gaian
clouds of
galaxy.
gas.
The
This central
merger
bulge
added
is a dense
significant
region
mass
of
to the
older
galaxy
stars,
and triggered a
surrounding the
burst of star
supermassive
formation.
black hole
The
Sagittarius
thick
A*.
disk of the Milky Way,
Beyond
a
the
component
visible
distinct
galaxy
from its
lies a
thinner,
halo
more
of dark
organized
matter,
disk,
an
is a
invisible
legacy
framework
of this
that
event.
holds the Milky Way together.
The Milky
and
Way
extends far
continues to
beyond
grow in
its
this
visible
way.
edges.
Satellite
The Milky Way
galaxies
is
like
part
the
of the local
Sagittarius dwarf
collection
galaxy
of more
are
than
currently
50
being
galaxies,
disrupted by tidal
including
forces,
the Andromeda
their stars
galaxy
gradually
and the
joining the
Magellanic
Milky
Clouds.
Way's halo.
These galaxies
About 9
interact
billion years ago,
gravitationally,
the Milky Way
shaping one
began to
another's
take on its
evolution.
iconic spiral shape.
In approximately
This
4.5
transformation
billion
was driven
years,
by the
Milky
rotation of
Way
its
will
disk,
collide with
which
the Andromeda
organized its
galaxy.
stars and gas into
This
a flat
event
plane.
will be a slow,
The
graceful
spiral
dance of
arms are
gravitational
regions of
forces
higher density
unfolding
within this
over
plane.
hundreds of millions of years.
These density waves move
As the
through
galaxies
the galaxy,
merge,
compressing
their gas
clouds
will
and triggering
compress,
star formation.
triggering waves of star
The
formation.
arms are not static
The
structures,
central
but
black
dynamic
holes of the
patterns
Milky
that
Way
shift
and
over
Andromeda
time,
will
shaped
eventually
by
merge,
gravitational
forming
forces
a massive
and the motion of
supermassive
stars.
black hole.
Star
The
formation
resulting
within the
galaxy,
spiral
often
arms,
called
creates a cycle
Milky,
of renewal.
will likely be elliptical.
Massive stars form
While
quickly,
its spiral
live
structure
brief
will
but
disappear,
brilliant lives,
its stars
and
and
die in
planets will
supernovae,
continue their cosmic
scattering their
journeys in a
enriched
new
material
celestial
into the surrounding
configuration.
space.
The Milky
This
Way is
material
not just
becomes
our
the building
home,
blocks
it is
for
our
new
origin.
stars, continuing the
Every
cycle.
atom in our bodies was
At the
forged
center
in the
of the
heart of
Milky
ancient
Way
stars,
lies
scattered
Sagittarius
across
A*,
the galaxy by
a
supernova
supermassive black
explosions.
hole whose gravity
We are
dominates
made
the
of
inner
stardust,
regions of
a
the
testament
galaxy.
to the Milky Way's role
With a
as
mass
a cradle of
equivalent
life.
to 4 million suns,
As we
this
gaze up at the
object is a
Milky Way on a
gravitational
clear
anchor
night,
for the
we are
stars
reminded
and
of our
gas
connection
near the
to the
galactic
cosmos.
center.
The
The discovery
discovery
of Sagittarius A* exploration was a turning point in astrophysics.
The Milky
By
Way
observing
is
the
more than a
orbits of
galaxy.
stars near the
It
center,
is a storyteller,
astronomers
weaving a
calculated
tale
its
of
mass and
creation,
confirmed that it must
transformation,
be a black
and the
hole.
infinite possibilities of
While
existence.
it is relatively inactive
The
now,
Milky Way's
Sagittarius
journey
A*
begins
has
13.8
likely
billion years
influenced
ago
the
with
Milky
the Big
Way's
Bang.
evolution in profound ways.
This singular moment was the
During
origin of
periods of
everything:
activity,
space,
it would have emitted
time,
powerful
matter,
jets of
and
energy, affecting the
The
distribution of
universe
gas
expanded
and
rapidly
potentially
during
suppressing star
inflation,
formation in
smoothing
its
out its
vicinity.
fabric while amplifying
Approximately
tiny quantum
4.6 billion years ago, within
These
one of the Milky
fluctuations
Way's
planted
spiral
the seeds
arms,
for all
a cloud
cosmic
of gas and
structures.
dust began to collapse
As the
under
universe
gravity.
cooled, quarks formed
This event
protons
marked
and
the birth
neutrons,
of our solar
which then
system.
fused into hydrogen,
The sun
helium,
formed at the
and
center of
trace
this
amounts of
collapsing
lithium.
cloud, surrounded by
This
a
era of
rotating disk of
nucleosynthesis
material.
created the elemental
Over
foundation
time,
of the
particles
universe.
in this disk collided and
For
stuck
hundreds
together,
of thousands of
forming
years,
the planets,
light was
moons,
trapped in a dense
and other
plasma
bodies
of
that
particles,
orbit the sun
unable
today.
to travel freely.
The Earth, uniquely
Recombination
positioned in the
occurring
sun's habitable zone,
380,000
became a
years
rocky
after
planet
the Big
capable
Bang,
of supporting
changed
life.
life.
Its
Neutral
composition
atoms
reflects the
formed,
long
allowing
history of
photons
the
to
Milky
escape
Way,
and bathe the
enriched by
cosmos in
billions
light.
of years of stellar
This
evolution
ancient
in
light, the
supernovae.
cosmic microwave
The
background,
Milky Way
offers
is a
a
massive,
snapshot of the
complex
universe's
structure,
infancy,
spanning
a
over
precursor to the
100,000
formation
light
of
galaxies
galaxies
and
like the
containing
Milky
hundreds
Way.
of billions of stars.
The Dark Ages
Its
followed
disk rotates
recombination,
at speeds
a time
exceeding
of quiet
200
cosmic
kilometers
evolution
per
when the
second,
universe was
while
filled
its
with
central
neutral
bulge houses
hydrogen
some of the
and helium.
galaxy's oldest stars.
Yet, gravity was
The
already
galaxy
shaping
is
its
also
destiny,
surrounded by a
pulling matter
halo of
into
dark
dense
matter,
regions
which
within
provides
halos
the
of dark
gravitational
matter.
framework that holds it
Roughly
together.
200 million years
This
after
halo
the Big
contains
Bang,
ancient
the first
globular
stars ignited,
clusters, remnants
signaling
of
the
the
end of
Milky
the Dark
Way's
Ages.
earliest days.
These
The
population
Milky Way's spiral
stars are
arms
massive,
are active
luminous,
sites of star
and
formation,
short-lived,
while its
their
central
intense
regions are
radiation
dominated by
reionizing
older,
the surrounding
more evolved
gas.
stars.
Clusters
Together,
of these stars
these
form
components create a dynamic system
chaotic
that
systems
continues
held
to
together
evolve.
by dark matter.
The Milky Way's
These
journey
early
is far from
galaxies
over.
frequently collided and
In about
merged,
4.5
exchanging energy
billion
and
years,
mass.
it will collide with the
The
Andromeda
Milky Way
galaxy,
emerged as one of these
initiating a cosmic
proto-galaxies,
dance that will
small
reshape
and
both
irregular.
galaxies.
Over billions
collision
of years,
will not destroy
it grew
stars
through
or
mergers
planets,
and accretions,
as the distances
evolving
between
into the
them are
majestic
vast.
spiral galaxy we see
Instead,
today.
the galaxies will merge
The
into
Milky
a
Way's
single,
history
larger
is one of
structure.
growth through destruction.
During this process,
Over
gas
billions
clouds
of
will
years,
compress,
it consumed
triggering
smaller
intense star
galaxies,
formation.
tearing them apart with
The
tidal
central black
forces
holes
and
of the Milky
incorporating
Way
their
and
stars,
Andromeda
gas,
will eventually
and dark
merge,
matter into
forming
its
an
structure.
even larger supermassive
One
black
of the most
hole.
transformative events
The
in its
resulting
evolution
galaxy,
was the Gaian
often
cell of this
referred to as
merger,
Milky
10 billion
will be
years
an
ago.
elliptical system,
This
marking the
collision
next chapter
reshaped
in
the
the
Milky
Milky
Way
Way story.
creating its thick
The
disk
Big
and adding
Bang was
billions
not
of
just an
stars to its
explosion,
population.
it was the birth of the fabric
Evidence
of
of
reality.
these ancient interactions
The sudden
remains visible
expansion of
today in
space-time
stellar
created the
streams,
universe
long,
as we know it,
arcing trails
filled
of
with boundless
stars
energy.
tracing the orbits of disrupted
Within
galaxies.
a billionth of a second, the
These
cosmos
streams are
expanded
the fossilized
exponentially,
remnants
a
of the
process
Milky
known
Way's
as inflation.
turbulent past.
During inflation,
Even now, the
quantum
Milky Way
fluctuations,
continues to grow.
the tiniest variations
The
in
Sagittarius
density were
dwarf
stretched to
galaxy,
cosmic scales.
currently being dismantled,
These
is contributing
fluctuations will
stars to
become
the
the
Milky
seeds for
Way's
galaxies, forming the
These
cosmic web of
ongoing
matter that
interactions
structures
highlight the
universe
dynamic
today.
nature of galaxies
The
and the
universe at
cosmic
this time
dance
was
of growth and
unrecognizable.
transformation.
Temperatures
Around
were
9
trillions
billion
of
years
degrees,
ago,
and
the Milky
particles
Way
like
began
quarks,
its transformation
leptons,
into a
and
spiral
gluons
galaxy.
zipped around at near light speeds.
Stars and gas
The
settled
laws
into a
of
rotating
physics were
disk,
just beginning to
flattened
settle
by
into their
angular
current
momentum.
form.
This
3 minutes
organization
after the
gave
Big Bang,
rise to the
the
iconic
universe cooled
spiral
enough for
arms.
nuclear reactions
These
to occur,
arms are not
forming
fixed
the first
structures,
atomic
but dynamic
nuclei,
patterns
mostly
created by
hydrogen
density
and helium.
waves.
These
As
elements
these waves
filled the
propagate
cosmos,
through the
but
galaxy,
the next stage
they
of
compress
evolution
gas
would take
clouds,
much longer.
triggering bursts of star
The
formation.
universe spent hundreds of thousands
Young,
of years
massive
cooling
stars
and expanding.
illuminate the arms,
During
blending
this
the
time,
Milky Way
it
its
remained a dark
breathtaking
fog,
beauty.
with light unable to
Within
travel
the arms
freely.
lie vast molecular
But gravity
clouds,
was at work,
stellar nurseries
slowly
where
pulling
new
matter
generations
into
of
denser
stars are
regions.
born.
At around
These regions are shaped by
380,000 years
gravitational
after
forces,
the Big Bang,
radiation,
the universe
and
transitioned
supernova
into
explosions,
transparency.
creating a continuous cycle
Electrons
of birth
combine
and
with
death.
nuclei to form neutral
Interactions
atoms,
with nearby
allowing
galaxies,
photons to
such
stream
as the
across
Magellanic
space.
Clouds, particles, sustained
This
density
event,
waves
known
that
as
define the
recombination,
arms,
gave
ensuring the
birth to
Milky
the
Way's
cosmic
ongoing
microwave
background.
background. A snapshot
At
of
the
the
center
early
of the
universe
Milky
that we
Way
still
resides
observe today.
Sagittarius A*.
This was
a
the foundation
supermassive
on
black
which the
hole
Milky
with a
Way
mass of
and
about
every
4
other
million
galaxy
suns
would eventually be built.
Its immense gravitational
Gravity,
pull
the universe's
shapes the
great
motions of
architect,
stars and
continued
gas
to
in
work
the
on the
galactic
primordial
bulge.
gas of hydrogen and helium.
Astronomers have observed
In the
stars
densest
orbiting
regions,
Sagittarius
dark matter,
A*,
an
at
invisible
extraordinary
yet massive
speeds,
substance,
providing
acted
direct
as a
evidence of its
scaffolding,
existence.
pulling ordinary matter into
These
vast
observations
structures.
revealed a massive,
In these
unseen
pockets of
object,
gas, the
confirming
first
the
stars
presence
were
of a
born.
supermassive black hole.
They were immense,
While
short-lived,
Sagittarius
and entirely
A*
different from the
is
stars we
relatively
see
quiet
today.
it likely
Composed
experienced
only of
active
hydrogen
phases
and
in
helium,
the past.
they burned at astonishing
During these
temperatures,
times,
fusing
it
light
consumed
elements
vast
into
amounts of
heavier
material,
ones like carbon,
emitting jets
oxygen,
of energy that
and iron.
influenced the galaxy's central
When these
regions.
first stars exploded as
Supermassive
supernovae,
black
they
holes
scattered
like
these elements
Sagittarius
into the
A*
surrounding
are
gas,
thought to play a
enriching
critical
it.
role in galaxy
This
evolution,
material would eventually
regulating
form
star
the next
formation and
generation of
stabilizing
stars
their
and
host
planets.
galaxies.
Small
Approximately
galaxies,
4.6
irregular in shape
billion
and
years
chaotic
ago,
in composition,
within one of the Milky
began to
Way's
form.
spiral arms, a
These
dense cloud of gas
proto-galaxies
and dust
collided
began
and
to
merged,
collapse.
growing larger and
At
more
its center,
organized
the
over time.
protostar ignited. The
The
Sun,
Milky Way's ancestors
the
were
remaining
among
material,
them, small
formed a
and fragmented,
protoplanetary
yet
disk,
filled with
where
the
particles
potential to
collided
become
and
something
coalesced
extraordinary.
into planetesimals.
The Milky Way's growth
These
was
small
not a
bodies
gentle
grew
process.
into the planets, moons,
Over
and
billions of
asteroids
years,
that
it
define
grew
our
by
solar
consuming
system.
smaller galaxies,
Birth
tearing them
the
apart
sun's
with
habitable
tidal
zones,
forces and
where
absorbing their
conditions allowed
stars and
liquid
gas.
water to exist.
These mergers were
Its composition
transformative
reflects
events.
billions of years of
They not
cosmic
only added
evolution,
mass to the
enriched
Milky
by
Way,
elements
but also
forged from
triggered
ancient
waves of
stars
star
and scattered
formation,
across the
lighting up the
galaxy like
galaxy with
supernova
newly born
explosions.
stars.
The
One of
Milky
the
Way
most
is a
significant
grand
mergers
spiral
was with
galaxy
the Gaian
stretching over
galaxy around
100,000
10
light
billion
years
years ago.
containing hundreds of billions
This
of
event
stars.
fundamentally reshaped the
Its
Milky
spiral
Way,
arms are
forming its
vibrant
thick
regions
disk
of
and
star
enriching it
formation,
with new stars
illuminated
and
by
heavier
young,
elements.
luminous stars.
Even today,
The central
Milky Way
bulge
continues
surrounding
to consume
Sagittarius
smaller
A*
galaxies.
is a dense
The
cluster of older
Sagittarius dwarf
stars.
galaxy, for
Beyond
example,
the visible
is currently
galaxy
being
lies a
pulled
vast
apart,
halo of
its
dark
stars
matter,
stretched
an
into long
invisible
streams
framework
that orbit
that holds
the
the
Milky
Milky
Way.
Way together and extends
These
far
stellar
beyond
streams,
its visible
visible
edges.
to astronomers,
The
act
Milky
as
Way
cosmic
is part of the
fossils,
local group,
preserving the
a
history
collection of
the
galaxies that
growth.
includes Andromeda and
They
over
reveal
50
a story
solar
of
systems.
relentless accumulation, where
These
destruction
interactions
and creation
influence
go
the
hand
Milky
in
Way's
hand.
structure and will shape
The
its
Milky
future.
Way's iconic spiral
In about
structure began to take
4.5
shape
billion
around
years,
9
the
billion
Milky
years ago.
Way will collide with the
As the
Andromeda
galaxy rotated, the combined
This
effects
cosmic
of
merger
gravity
will
and
unfold
angular
over
momentum
hundreds of
organized
millions
its
of years,
stars and gas
creating
into
a new,
flat,
larger
rotating
galaxy.
disk.
As the
spiral
galaxies
arms are a
merge,
result of
their gas
density
clouds
waves,
will compress,
regions where
triggering
stars and
bursts of
gas
star
are temporarily
formation.
compressed.
The central
These
black
waves
holes of the
move through
Milky
the disk
Way
like
and
ripples on a
Andromeda will
pond,
combine,
triggering star
forming an even
formation
larger
as they pass.
supermassive black hole.
Within these arms,
The resulting
dense
galaxy,
clouds of gas
often
collapse
called
to form
Milky,
new stars.
will likely be elliptical
The
in
most
shape.
massive of these stars
While
live
its
short
spiral
lives,
arms will vanish,
illuminating the
its
arms and
stars and
creating
planets will
brilliant
continue
regions
their
of light and
cosmic
color.
journeys in a new celestial
Over billions of
configuration.
years, the spiral arms
Humanity
have
is a
continually
product of the
evolved,
Milky Way,
shaped by the movement of stars,
Every atom in our
the
bodies
influence
was
of
forged
gravity,
in the heart of
and the
ancient
interactions
stars,
with smaller
scattered across the
galaxies.
galaxy by supernova
Today,
explosions.
the Milky Way's spiral
We are
arms remain
Stardust,
some of the most
intimately
active
connected
and
to the
vibrant
cosmos.
regions of the galaxy.
The Milky Way
The Milky
inspires
Way's
awe
central
and
region,
curiosity.
known as the galactic bulge,
Its
is
vastness
home to
challenges us to
Sagittarius
explore,
A*,
to question,
a
and to
supermassive
dream.
black hole.
From the myths
With
of
a mass
ancient
of 4 million
civilizations to the
suns,
cutting-edge
it is a
science of
gravitational
today,
powerhouse
the Milky
that
Way
anchors
has
the
shaped
galaxy's
humanity's
core.
understanding of the universe
Sagittarius
and our place
A*
within it.
is surrounded by a
Our
dense
galaxy
cluster of
story
stars,
is far from
many
over,
of which orbit
and
at
as we gaze
extraordinary
into the night
speeds.
sky, we are
These
reminded that
orbits
we are part
provided
of
the
something
first
greater,
direct evidence
the
of the
cosmic
black
narrative
hole's
of beginnings,
existence, as astronomers could calculate
infinite
its mass
possibilities.
based on the movement of nearby
The
stars.
universe was born in a moment
While
of extraordinary
Sagittarius
potential
A* is
13.8
relatively
billion
quiet
years
today,
ago.
it was
the
likely
Big Bang.
much more active in the past.
This wasn't merely an explosion,
During these
but the
active
expansion of
phases,
space
it would have
and time
emitted
itself.
powerful jets of radiation,
In an instant,
shaping
the
the
universe
distribution
grew
of
from a
gas in the
singularity
central regions
into an
of the
infinite
galaxy.
expanse, governed by
The
the
presence
laws
of a
physics that
supermassive
began
black
to
hole
unfold.
is a common feature of
In
large
its
galaxies.
first fractions of a second,
It
the universe
suggests that the
experienced
formation of
inflation,
such objects is
expanding
closely
faster than
tied
the
to the
speed of
process
light.
of galaxy evolution.
This phase smoothed out the
Yet
cosmos
many
while
questions
stretching
remain about
tiny
their
quantum
origins and
fluctuations
influence
into
over
vast
cosmic
density
time.
variations.
In a quiet region
These
of the
ripples
Milky
became
Way's
the
Orion
seeds for
arm,
galaxies,
around
stars,
4.6 billion
and
years
planets.
ago. A cloud of
As
gas
the
and
universe
dust began to collapse
fundamental
under
particles
gravity.
combined to form
This marked
protons
the birth
and
of our
neutrons.
solar system.
These,
At the
in
center
turn,
of this
created the
collapsing
lightest
cloud,
elements,
a protostar
hydrogen,
ignited,
helium,
the sun.
and traces of lithium.
Around it, the remaining
For
material
hundreds of thousands
formed
of
a rotating
years,
disk,
the universe
from which
remained
the
dark,
planets,
a sea of
moons,
neutral
and
atoms where
asteroids
light
emerged.
could not travel freely.
The Earth formed as a
When
rocky
recombination
planet,
occurred,
enriched with elements like carbon,
380,000 years
oxygen,
after the
and
Big
silicon,
Bang,
all forged
electrons
in the
bound
cores
to
of
nuclei,
previous
freeing
generations of
photons
stars.
to travel across the
Its
cosmos.
position in the Sun's habitable
This
zone
event
allowed it
produced
to
a
retain
cosmic
liquid
microwave
water,
background,
creating the
a faint
conditions
glow
for
that
life
still
to
permeates
emerge.
the universe.
The solar
This
system is a
ancient light carries
microcosm
the
of the
imprint
Milky
of the
Way's
earliest
history,
structures that
shaped
would
by
evolve into
billions of years
galaxies
of
like the
cosmic
Milky
evolution.
Way.
Its formation
darkness
reflects
that
the
followed
galaxy's ability
recombination,
to recycle
gravity
material,
began to shape the
creating new
universe.
worlds from the remnants of
Hydrogen
old
and
ones.
helium gas,
The
drawn
Milky
into
Way
dense
is a
regions
vast
within
and dynamic
halos of
system,
dark matter,
stretching
formed
over
the first stars.
100,000 light-years and containing
About
hundreds of
200
billions of
million
stars.
years after the Big Bang,
Its
the
spiral
first
arms
stars
are
ignited,
regions of
ending
intense
the
activity,
cosmic dark
where
age.
new stars are born from
These
clouds of gas
population
and
3
dust.
stars were massive,
The central
luminous,
bulge is
and
a dense
ephemeral.
region filled with older
Their
stars,
intense heat
while the
forged
surrounding
heavier
halo
elements,
contains
such as
ancient
carbon and
globular
oxygen,
clusters and
which
streams
were
of
released
stars
into
from
space
past
during their
mergers.
supernova explosions.
The galaxy is also surrounded
Clusters
by
of
an
these
invisible
stars
halo
formed
of dark
protogalaxies,
matter,
which
provides
small
the
and irregular
gravitational
structures that
framework
collided
holds
and
it
merged
together.
frequently, exchanging
Without dark
stars and
matter,
gas.
the Milky Way's stars
These
would not
collisions
orbit
laid the
fast enough
foundation
to
for
stay
more
bound to the
complex
galaxy.
galactic systems.
The Milky Way's
The Milky
journey
Way
is
began
far
as
from
one
over.
of these protogalaxies,
In about
a modest
4.5
assembly
billion
of stars
years,
and gas
it will
surrounded
collide with
by
the
a
Andromeda
halo of dark
galaxy,
matter.
its nearest large
Over
neighbor.
billions of years,
This
it grew
collision
through a
will
series
create
of
a
mergers and
spectacular cosmic
interactions,
event,
slowly
reshaping
transforming
both
into a
galaxies.
grand spiral galaxy.
During the merger,
The
gas
Milky
clouds
Way's
will
history
compress,
is a story
igniting
of
waves
survival,
of star
growth,
formation.
and transformation.
The central black holes
Over
of the
billions
Milky
of
Way
years,
and Andromeda
it
will
consumed
merge,
smaller
forming
galaxies,
an even larger
tearing them apart
supermassive
and
black
incorporating
hole.
their stars,
The
gas,
resulting
and dark
galaxy,
matter
often
into
called
its structure.
Milkomeda, will be an elliptical
One of the most
system.
defining moments in its
Though it
history
will look very
occurred 10
different,
billion
the
years
legacy
ago
of the
with
Milky
the
Way will
Gaia-Enceladus
endure,
merger.
carried by its stars
This
and
collision
elements that
reshaped
once
the
formed
Milky Way,
planets like Earth.
forming its thick disk
The
and
Big
enriching its
Bang was the
chemical
ultimate
diversity.
act of creation.
The
a
merger
moment that
also
set
brought
time,
billions of
space,
stars into
and
the
matter
galaxy,
into motion.
many of which still orbit
Yet,
in
in its
distinct
aftermath,
paths.
the universe was a
Even
hostile
now,
and
remnants of these
unrecognizable
ancient
place.
events are visible as stellar
Temperatures soared
streams,
into trillions
long
of
arcs of
degrees,
stars that
and
trace the
particles like
paths of
quarks
disrupted
and gluons
galaxies.
collided violently in
These
a primordial
streams are
soup.
celestial fossils,
As the universe
preserving the memory
expanded,
of the
it
Milky
cooled.
Way's dynamic evolution.
Within microseconds,
The
quarks
Sagittarius
grouped into
dwarf
protons
galaxy,
and neutrons.
currently being dismantled
By
by
the
the
time
Milky
the
Way,
universe was
is a
3
modern
minutes
example
old,
of
these
galactic
particles had begun
cannibalism.
fusing into the first
Its
atomic
stars are
nuclei.
gradually being absorbed into
Hydrogen
the Milky
and
Way's
helium
halo,
emerged as
a
the
testament
dominant
to the
elements,
galaxy's
making up
ongoing
nearly
growth
all
and
the matter
evolution.
in the cosmos.
About 9
For
billion
hundreds
years
of
ago,
thousands
the
of
Milky
years,
Way
light
began
remained
its
trapped,
transformation
bouncing
into a
endlessly
spiral
through the
galaxy.
hot plasma of charged
Stars and
particles.
gas settled into
The
a rotating
cosmos was
disk,
dark and chaotic,
flattened,
with
this
no
structure
stars,
became the foundation
planets,
for
or
the Milky
galaxies,
Way's iconic
only a
spiral
fog of
arms.
hydrogen and helium.
The spiral arms
This era,
are not
known
static
as the
but
Dark
dynamic
Ages,
patterns
persisted
created by
until the
density
universe
waves.
cooled enough for electrons
These
to
waves
combine with
compress gas
nuclei,
clouds as
forming
they
neutral
propagate,
atoms.
triggering star formation.
At this moment of recombination,
Massive,
the universe
luminous
became
stars born in
transparent,
these regions
allowing
illuminate
light to
the
travel
arms,
freely for
lending
the
the
first
Milky
time.
Way its brilliant,
This ancient
dynamic
light,
appearance.
now stretched into microwaves
Within the
by
arms,
millions of years of
molecular
cosmic
clouds serve
expansion
as stellar
is the
nurseries,
cosmic microwave
continually
background.
giving birth to new stars.
stars. It provides us with a detailed image of the vibrant universe, shaped by the forces of gravity into radiation and stellar Milky Way.
Interactions with satellite galaxies, such as the large and small Magellanic Clouds, sustain the Milky Way spiral structure.
These
gravitational encounters generate ripples in the galactic disk, perpetuating the density rays that define the arms.
They
At the heart of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius A Asteris, a supermassive black hole with a mass of approximately 4
As more
million
stars ignited, gravity pulled them into
Its immense
clusters,
gravity
forming
shapes the
first
motions of
galaxies.
stars and gas in the
These
galactic
galaxies
core.
were small, irregular,
Sagittarius
and
A
chaotic,
Asteris
far
is surrounded
removed
by
from
a
the grand
dense cluster of
spirals and
stars,
ellipticals we
many
see
of which
today.
orbit at extraordinary
They
speeds.
collided frequently, merging
Observing
into
these
larger
stars
systems
has
in a
provided
violent
astronomers
but
with
creative
direct
process.
evidence of the black hole's
The
presence
Milky
and
Way
allowed
began
precise
as one of these
measurements of its mass.
proto-galaxies, a small and
Though
unassuming
relatively
structure
dormant now,
among countless
Sagittarius
others.
A Asterisk
Over
likely
time,
experienced
it grew,
active phases
absorbing
in the
smaller
past.
galaxies and
During
accumulating
these
gas and
periods,
dark matter.
it consumed vast amounts
This
of
was the
material,
beginning of its
emitting jets of
transformation
energy
into the
that
sprawling
influenced the
spiral
surrounding
galaxy
regions.
we know today. The
Supermassive
growth
black
of the
holes
Milky
like
Way is a
Sagittarius
story of
A
survival
Asterisk
and
are thought to
dominance.
play a key role in
Over
galaxy
billions of
formation
years,
and
it
evolution.
expanded by consuming
They
smaller
regulate
galaxies.
star formation,
These
stabilize
collisions
galactic
were not
structures,
gentle,
and
they
shape
tore
the
apart the
distribution
smaller
of
systems,
matter.
scattering their stars
Approximately
and gas into the
4.6
Milky
billion
Way's
years
halo
ago,
and disk.
within one of the Milky Way's
The
spiral
evidence
arms,
of these ancient
a dense
mergers
cloud
is
of gas
preserved
and
in the
dust
form
began
of
to
stellar
collapse.
streams, long trails
This
of
event
stars that
marked the
trace the
birth of the
paths of
solar
disrupted
system.
galaxies.
At its center,
These
a
streams are
protostar
relics
ignited,
of a
the
violent
sun.
past, offering astronomers
Surrounding
a
it,
window
the
into
remaining
the Milky
materials
Way's
formed the
evolution.
protoplanetary disk.
One of the most transformative
Over
events
millions
in
of
the Milky
years,
Way's
particles
history
collided
occurred around
and
10
coalesced,
billion years
forming
ago.
planetesimals.
A massive galaxy,
These small
Gaia
bodies grew
Enceladus,
into the planets,
collided with the
moons,
Milky Way,
and
merging
asteroids
its
that
stars
define
and
our
gas
solar
into the
system.
growing system.
Earth,
This
forming in the
event
sun's
created the
habitable
thick
zone,
disk of the
contained
galaxy
liquid
and
water,
enriched it with
a
elements
crucial
forged in
ingredient for
Gaia
life.
Enceladus' stars.
Its rocky composition
Even now,
reflects
the
the
process
Milky
of
Way's
galactic
history,
cannibalism
containing elements
continues.
forged in ancient
The
stars and scattered
Sagittarius
across
dwarf
the
galaxy,
by
for
supernova
instance,
explosions.
is being pulled apart by the Milky,
The Milky
Way's
Way
gravity.
is a
Its
vast,
stars
dynamic
gradually
galaxy
joining the larger
spanning
galaxy.
over 100,000
The
light
Milky
years
Way's
and containing
iconic
hundreds
spiral
of
arms
billions of
began to
stars.
form about 9 billion
Its
years
spiral
ago,
arms
as
are
the
regions
galaxy
of
settled
intense
into
star
a rotating
formation,
disk.
illuminated by luminous
These
young
arms are
stars
not
and glowing
fixed
clouds
structures,
of
but
gas.
patterns created by
The
density
central
waves,
bulge, a dense
regions of
cluster
higher
of older
gravitational
stars,
pull that
surrounds
compress gas and
Sagittarius
trigger
A
star
star.
formation.
Beyond the
As these
visible
waves
galaxy
move
lies
through
a
the galaxy,
halo of dark
they
matter,
act like
an
traffic
invisible
jams in
structure that
space,
provides the
slowing
gravitational
stars and
glue
gas
holding
and
the
creating
Milky
bright
Way
regions
together.
of activity.
The Milky
The
Way is
spiral
part of
arms
the
are
local
home to
group,
vibrant
a
stellar
gravitationally
nurseries,
bound
where
collection
young,
of galaxies
massive stars
that includes
illuminate the
Andromeda and
surrounding
more than
gas
50
clouds.
smaller systems.
The formation of
These
the spiral
interactions
arms was
influence the
influenced by the
Milky Way's
Milky Way's
structure and
interactions
future.
with smaller galaxies.
In about 4.5
These
billion
interactions
years, the
disrupted
Milky
the
Way
disk,
will collide
creating
with the
ripples that
Andromeda
evolved
galaxy.
into the arms we see today.
This cosmic event will
At
be
the
a
heart
slow,
of the Milky Way
majestic
lies a
dance of
supermassive
gravitational
black hole
forces
known as
unfolding
Sagittarius
over
A
hundreds
star.
of millions of years.
Its mass,
As the
equivalent to 4
galaxies
million
merge,
suns,
their gas
is
clouds will
concentrated into a
compress,
region no
igniting
larger than our
waves of
solar
star
system.
formation. The
Sagittarius
central black
A
holes of the
asterisk is
Milky
surrounded
Way
by
and
a dense
Andromeda
cluster
will
of
eventually
stars,
merge,
many of which
forming a
orbit at
massive
incredible
supermassive
speeds.
black hole at the heart
These
of the new
orbits
galaxy.
provided the first evidence
The
of the black
resulting
hole's
galaxy,
existence,
often
as
referred to
astronomers
as
could
Milky,
calculate its
will likely
mass
be
based on the
elliptical in
motion of
shape.
nearby stars.
While its spiral
While
structure will
Sagittarius
disappear,
A asterisk
its
is
stars and
relatively
planets will
quiet now,
continue their
it
journey
has
by a
likely
new
experienced
configuration.
periods of intense activity.
We are a product of the Milky
During
Way.
these phases, it would
Every
have
atom
consumed
in our
vast
bodies
amounts
was
of gas
forged in
and
the
dust,
hearts of ancient
emitting
stars
powerful
and
jets of
scattered
energy
across
and
the galaxy
influencing the
by their
distribution of
explosive
material
deaths.
in the galactic center.
We are stardust,
Around
inseparable from the
4.6
cosmos.
billion years ago,
The
in a
Milky
quiet
Way
region
inspires
of the
awe
Milky
and
Way's Orion
curiosity.
arm,
From
a
the
dense
ancient
cloud
myths
of gas and dust
civilizations
began
who
to
saw its
collapse
glowing
under its
band
own
as a
gravity.
celestial river to
This
modern
event
astronomers
marked the
mapping
birth
its
of our
structure.
solar system.
As we gaze into its vast collapsing cloud, we are reminded of our smallness and our interconnectedness with the universe.
Around it, the remaining material,
the Milky Way story is our story, a testament to the cycles of creation, destruction, and rebirth that define existence.
Over millions of years, these
it invites us to explore,
into the planets,
to question,
moons,
and to marvel at the
asteroids
infinite possibilities of the cosmos.
The Earth formed as
the
a
Milky
rocky
Way's
planet,
journey began
enriched with elements
13.8
forged in the
billion
cores
years
of
ago
ancient
with the Big
stars.
Bang, a moment that
Positioned in
defined
the
the very
sun's habitable
fabric of
zone,
existence.
it retained liquid water,
Space and
a key
time,
ingredient for
inseparable
life.
yet unfathomable,
The
were
formation
born,
of the solar
carrying
system
with them
was
the
a direct
fundamental
result
forces
of the
and
Milky
particles
Way's
that will
long
govern
history
everything.
of star formation,
In less than a
supernovae,
trillionth
and
of a
chemical
second,
enrichment.
inflation caused the
Every
universe
element
to
in our
expand
bodies,
exponentially,
from the iron in
stretching
our blood to
quantum
the calcium
fluctuations
in our
into
bones,
density
was
variations.
forged in the heart of a star.
These subtle differences
The
would
Milky
evolve
Way
into
is
the
a vast
cosmic
and
web,
dynamic
a vast
system,
network
home
of
to hundreds
galaxies
of billions of
interconnected by
stars,
dark matter
vast
and
clouds of
separated
gas
by
and
immense
dust,
voids.
and invisible dark matter.
As the universe cools,
It spans
elementary
over
particles
100,000
combine
light
to form
years and
protons
contains
and
regions of
neutrons.
intense star formation,
These
as well as
fused into
quiet zones
hydrogen,
filled with
helium,
older stars.
and lithium, the
The
building blocks of
galaxy's
the
spiral
first
arms
stars.
are bustling hubs of
Light,
activity,
however,
where gravity
remained
compresses
trapped in a
gas
dense
into
plasma
clouds
until
that give birth to
recombination
new
occurred
stars.
380,000
In
years
contrast,
after
the
the
central
Big Bang.
bulge is a dense region
At
of
this
older
point,
stars,
neutral
surrounding the
atoms form,
supermassive
allowing
black hole
photons
at
to
the core.
escape.
The
This
Milky
light,
Way
known
is
as
also
the
part of
cosmic
a larger
microwave
cosmic
background,
structure,
still
the local
permeates
group,
the universe.
collection of more than 50
It offers a
galaxies
glimpse
bound
into
together
the
by
primordial
gravity.
cosmos, a silent
closest
witness to the
companions
Milky Way's
include the large
eventual
and
creation.
small Magellanic Clouds,
As the
two
universe
dwarf
expanded,
galaxies that
gravity
orbit the Milky
began
Way.
its silent work,
The
pulling
Milky
hydrogen
Way's
and
journey is
helium
far
into
from
dense
over.
regions.
In about
These regions
4.5
became
billion
cradles
years,
for the
it will
first
collide
stars,
with the
born
Andromeda
roughly
Galaxy.
200 million years
This
after the
epic
Big
event
Bang.
will be a slow-motion
These
dance,
first
taking
stars,
hundreds
called
of millions of
population
years
3
to
stars,
unfold.
were colossal,
During
burning
the collision,
fiercely,
gas
but briefly.
clouds will compress,
Their
igniting waves
supernovae
of star
enrich the
formation.
surrounding space with heavier
The central
elements,
black holes of
enabling
both
the
galaxies
formation
will
of more
eventually
chemically
merge,
complex
forming an
stars.
even larger supermassive
Clusters of
black
these
hole.
stars form the first
The resulting
protogalaxy.
galaxy,
Chaotic
often called
and irregular
Milky,
systems
will
held
be a
together
massive
by dark
elliptical
matter
system.
halos.
Though its
These
structure will be vastly
proto-galaxies
different from
collided
the
and
Milky
merged
Way,
frequently,
it will carry the
growing
legacy
larger
of
and more
both
intricate.
galaxies, preserving the
The
stars,
Milky Way emerged
planets,
during
and
this era
elements
as
that
one
once
such
formed in their
proto-galaxy,
spiral arms.
a modest collection of
Even
stars
after
and
this
gas
merger,
bound by
the
dark
Milky
matter.
Way's story will continue.
Over billions
as
of
its stars
years,
drift
it
through an
expanded through
ever-expanding
mergers and
universe.
accretions, gradually
The Big
evolving
Bang
into a
was the
structured
moment when
spiral
time,
galaxy.
space, and energy
The
burst
Milky Way's
into
evolution
existence.
is marked by cycles
Before
of
this
creation
cosmic
and destruction.
explosion, the universe
Over
existed
billions
in a
of
state
years,
of
it
unimaginable
absorbed
density
countless
and
smaller
heat,
galaxies,
a singularity
incorporating
beyond our
their stars,
comprehension.
gas, and
Then,
dark matter
in a
into
fraction
its
of a
structure.
second, this singularity
One of the most
expanded.
transformative events
Not
occurred
into
10
space,
billion years
space
ago
itself
with the
was
Gaia
expanding,
Enceladus merger,
creating the universe.
This massive collision
During the first
reshaped the
fractions
Milky
of a
Way,
second,
creating
forces
its
that
thick
govern
disk
the
and
universe
adding
today,
billions of stars
gravity,
to its population.
electromagnetism, and nuclear
Stellar
forces,
streams, long
separated
arcs
from a
of
unified
stars left
state.
behind by disrupted
Quantum
galaxies
fluctuations
are
in the
evidence
energy
of these
field
ancient
left tiny
mergers.
ripples in the density of matter,
These streams
which
trace
would
the
later
paths
grow
of the
into
Milky
galaxies
Way's
in
past
the cosmic
interactions,
web.
preserving its
As the
dynamic
universe
history.
cooled, the quark gluon
The
soup
Sagittarius
condensed
dwarf
into
galaxy,
protons and
currently
neutrons,
being
the
dismantled by
building
the
blocks
Milky
of
Way,
atomic nuclei.
is an ongoing example
Within
of galactic
minutes,
cannibalism.
nuclear fusion created the
Its
first
stars,
elements,
pulled into
hydrogen,
the Milky Way's
helium,
halo,
and
are a
trace amounts
testament
of
to the
lithium.
galaxy's ever-changing
The
nature.
universe was now a sea of
Around
hot
9
plasma,
billion years
its
ago,
light trapped
the
by a
Milky
dense
Way
fog of
began to
particles.
transform into a spiral galaxy.
Hundreds of thousands of years
Its
passed as the
stars and
universe
gas
expanded
settled into a
and cooled.
rotating disk, organized
Finally,
by angular
electrons
momentum.
combined with nuclei
The
to
iconic
form
spiral
neutral
atoms
atoms,
are not
allowing
static
light
but
to
dynamic
escape and
regions
travel
of
freely.
enhanced density,
This
created by
light, the
density
cosmic
waves.
microwave background,
These
is
waves
a
compress
snapshot
gas
of the
clouds,
early universe,
triggering
revealing
bursts
the
of
seeds
star
of
formation.
cosmic structures that would evolve into
Massive
galaxies
stars
like
illuminate
the Milky Way.
the arms, creating
But
the
even
Milky
after
Way's
recombination,
patterns.
the universe remained dark
The
for
arms are
millions of
stellar
years.
nurseries, where new generations of stars had born in vast molecular clouds.
Vast expanse was filled with cold
These regions
gas.
are alive with activity.
This era,
shaped by
known
gravity,
as the Dark Ages,
radiation,
persisted
and stellar
until gravity
winds.
began to shape the first
Interactions
stars.
with nearby galaxies,
Gravity is
such
a
as the
relentless
large and
force,
small
and over
Magellanic
time,
clouds,
it pulled the
sustained
hydrogen
spiral
and
arms,
helium gas
ensuring
into
the
dense
Milky
clumps.
Way's ongoing evolution.
Dark matter, an invisible
At the heart
yet
of the Milky
dominant
Way
form of
lies
matter,
Sagittarius
acted as the
A*,
scaffolding for these
a
structures,
supermassive black
guiding the
hole with a
formation
mass
of
of
the first
about 4
stars and
million
galaxies.
suns.
Its
In
gravitational
regions of high
pull
density,
anchors the
gas
galaxy's
became
core,
so compressed
shaping the
that
motions
nuclear
of stars
fusion
ignited,
gas in the
creating
central
the
motor.
first stars.
Sagittarius
These population
A**
three
is
stars
surrounded
were
by a
giants,
dense cluster of
hundreds of
stars,
times the mass
many
of our
orbiting
sun.
at incredible speeds.
They burned at incredible
Observations
temperatures,
of these
producing
orbits
intense
provided
light and
direct
heat.
evidence of the black hole's
But they lived
existence,
short lives,
marking one of the
mere
most
millions of
significant
years,
discoveries in
and
modern
ended in
astronomy.
spectacular supernovae.
Though dormant now,
These
Sagittarius
explosions dispersed
A**
heavier
likely
elements,
experienced
such as
active
carbon,
phases in the
oxygen,
past.
and iron, into
During
the
these
surrounding
periods,
gas,
it
enriching
consumed
it.
vast amounts of material,
These elements
emitting
became the
powerful
building
jets of
blocks for
energy
the next
that
generation of
influenced the galaxy's
stars
central
and,
region.
eventually, planets.
Supermassive black
The first
holes like
galaxies began
Sagittarius
as small,
A**
irregular
are essential
clusters
to
of
galaxy
stars and
evolution.
gas.
They
Over
regulate
millions of
star
years,
formation,
they collided and
stabilize
merged,
galactic
growing
structures,
larger and more
and play a
complex.
pivotal role in
The
shaping the
Milky Way's
cosmos.
origins lie in this era,
Approximately
as one of countless
4.6 billion
proto-galaxies
years ago,
forming across
within
the
one
cosmos.
of the Milky Way's spiral arms,
The Milky
a
Way's
dense
history
cloud of
is
gas
one of
and dust
relentless
began to
growth and
collapse.
evolution.
This event
Over
marked
billions
the
of
birth
years,
of the solar
it
system.
expanded by consuming smaller
At its center,
galaxies,
a protostar
process
ignited,
known as
becoming
galactic
the sun.
cannibalism.
The remaining
These
material
mergers shaped the
flattened into
structure
a
and composition
protoplanetary
of the
disk,
galaxy,
where
leaving
particles
behind
collided
telltale
and
signs
coalesced into
visible to
planetesimals.
astronomers today.
These small
Stellar
bodies grew
streams,
into the
long
planets,
arcs of stars stretched
and
across the
asteroids
sky,
that define
are
the solar
remnants of
system
smaller
today.
galaxies torn apart
Earth,
by the Milky
forming
Way's
in the
gravity.
sun's habitable zone,
These
retained
streams
liquid
provide a
water,
glimpse into
a
the
key
galaxy's
ingredient for life.
tumultuous past, offering
Its
clues
rocky
about its
composition
growth
reflects
through
the
mergers.
Milky Way's history,
One of the most
containing elements
significant
forged
mergers
in the
occurred
cores of
around
ancient
10
stars
billion
and
years
scattered
ago with
across
the
the galaxy
Enceladus
by
galaxy.
supernovae. This
The
event
Milky Way
is a
substantial
colossal
number of stars
dynamic
to the
galaxy
Milky Way,
spanning
forming its
over
thick
100,000
disk and
light
enriching it
years
with
and
heavier
containing
elements.
hundreds of billions of
The
stars.
collision also triggered
Its
waves of
spiral
star
arms are
formation,
regions of
lighting up the
intense star
galaxy.
formation,
The
illuminated
process
by
of
young,
galactic
luminous stars
cannibalism
and glowing
continues to
clouds
this
of
day.
gas.
The Sagittarius
bulge
dwarf
surrounding
galaxy,
Sagittarius
for instance, is currently being
is a
pulled
dense
apart,
cluster of
its
older
stars
stars
gradually joining the Milky Way.
Beyond the visible galaxy
These
lies a vast
ongoing
halo of
interactions
dark
highlight
matter,
the
an
dynamic and
invisible
ever-changing
framework
nature
that holds
of
the
our
Milky
galaxy.
Way together.
The Milky
The
Way's
Milky Way is
transformation
part of
into
the
a
local
spiral
group,
galaxy
a collection
began
of
as
more
it grew
than 50
larger and
galaxies.
more organized.
Its closest
Around
neighbor,
9
the
billion years
Andromeda
ago,
Galaxy,
it settled
is
into
on
a
a collision
rotating
course
disk,
that will shape their
influenced
shared
by angular
future.
momentum and
In
gravitational
about
interactions.
4.5 billion years,
The spiral
Milky
arms
Way
are
will
a product
collide
of
with
density
Andromeda.
waves, regions where
This
stars
cosmic
and
merger
gas
will
are
be a
more
slow and
concentrated.
elegant dance of
These
gravitational
waves
forces,
move through the galaxy,
unfolding over hundreds of
compressing
millions
gas
of
clouds
years.
and triggering the formation of
As
new
the galaxies
stars.
merge, their
The
gas
process
clouds
is
will
self-sustaining,
compress,
with
igniting
each
waves of
generation
star
of stars
formation.
creating the conditions for
The
the
central
next.
black holes of the Milky
spiral
Way and
arms are
Andromeda
not
will
static.
combine, forming a
They
massive
are shaped by
supermassive
the galaxy's
black hole.
rotation,
The
interactions
resulting
with
galaxy,
satellite galaxies,
often called
and the
Milky
motion
Way,
of stars
will
and
likely be
gas.
elliptical.
Over billions
Its spiral
of years,
arms will
they have
vanish,
evolved into
but
the
its
iconic
stars and
structure
planets
we
will
see
continue
today.
their journeys in this new
Within the
cosmic
arms,
structure.
massive clouds of
Even
gas
after the
serve as
merger,
stellar
the
nurseries.
Milky Way's legacy will endure.
These regions are
drifting
dynamic
through an
and
ever-expanding
chaotic,
universe,
with gravity
a
pulling
testament to
material
the cycles
together
of
to form
creation and
dense clusters of
transformation.
stars.
We are
The bright,
stardust.
young stars that
Every
emerge
atom in
illuminate
our
the
bodies
arms,
was forged in
creating
the
the
hearts of
stunning
ancient
patterns
stars,
visible in
scattered
images
across
of
the Milky Way by their explosive
At the
depths.
heart of the Milky Way
The
lies
galaxy
Sagittarius
is not
A*,
just our home, but our
a
origin.
supermassive black hole that
From
exerts a
ancient
profound
civilizations
influence
who
on the
saw the
galaxy.
Milky Way as a celestial
With a
river
mass of
to
about
modern
4 million
astronomers mapping
suns,
its structure,
it is an
the
invisible
galaxy has
powerhouse,
inspired
its
wonder
gravity
and
shaping
curiosity.
the orbits of nearby stars.
It reminds us of our place in a vast
Sagittarius A** is surrounded by a dense cluster of stars, some of which travel
The
at
Milky
incredible
Way story
speeds.
is our story.
By
a
observing
narrative of
these
beginnings,
orbits, astronomers have been able to measure the black
possibilities.
hole's mass and confirm its
As we
presence.
gaze into the night sky,
While it is
we are
relatively
reminded of the
quiet
profound
now,
connection between
Sagittarius
humanity
A*
and the stars,
likely
a
experienced
connection that
periods of
transcends
intense
time and
activity in the
space.
past.
The Milky
During
Way's
these
journey
active
began
phases,
13.8
it would have consumed
billion
vast
years ago
amounts
with
of
the
gas
Big
and
Bang,
dust,
the moment
emitting
when
powerful
space,
jets of
time,
radiation.
and energy emerged from
This
a
activity
singularity
may
of
have
infinite
influenced
density.
the distribution of material
The universe
in the galaxy's
expanded
central
rapidly
regions,
during inflation,
shaping its
smoothing
evolution.
out irregularities
The
while stretching
existence
the
of
quantum
supermassive black
fluctuations
holes
into the
is a
seeds of
common
cosmic
feature
structure.
of large galaxies.
In the minutes
Their
following the
formation
Big
and
Bang,
role in
nuclear
galaxy
fusion
evolution
created
remain
hydrogen,
active areas of
helium,
research,
and trace
offering
amounts of
insights
lithium,
into the
elements that
dynamics
would
of the
fuel the
cosmos.
formation of the first stars.
About 4.6
For
billion
hundreds of
years
thousands
ago,
of years,
in a quiet
the universe
corner
was
of
a
the
dark
Milky
and
Way's
dense
Orion
plasma
arm,
where
a
light
dense
was
cloud
trapped.
of gas and dust began
This
to
era
collapse
ended
under
with
gravity.
recombination,
This marked the
380,000
beginning of our
years
solar
after the
system.
Big Bang.
At the center of this
Electrons bound
collapsing
to
cloud,
nuclei,
a young
forming
star
neutral
ignited,
atoms,
the
and
sun
light
surrounding
escaped
it,
to fill the
the remaining
cosmos.
material flattened into a
This
rotating
light,
disk,
now
where
observed as the
particles
cosmic
collided and
microwave
stuck together.
background, is a fossil
Over
of the
millions
universe's
of years,
infancy.
these particles grew
It
into
carries the imprint
planetesimals,
of the first
the
density
building blocks of
fluctuations
planets.
that would evolve into galaxies.
The Earth formed in the
including
inner
the
region
Milky
of the
Way.
disk, where temperatures
After
were high enough to
recombination,
vaporize
the
lighter
universe
elements.
entered the Dark Ages, a
This
time
region
before
gave
stars
rise to
and
rocky
galaxies
planets,
existed.
while the colder outer regions
Gravity,
produced
however,
gas giants
was
like
quietly
Jupiter and
shaping the
Saturn.
cosmos, pulling
The solar
hydrogen
system's
and helium
formation
into
was a
dense
direct
rockets
result
within
of the
dark
Milky
matter
Way's
halos.
long history of star
Around
formation and
200
chemical
million
enrichment.
years after the Big Bang,
The elements
first
that
stars
make up our
ignited,
planet,
marking
and
the
even
end
our
of the Dark
bodies,
Ages.
were forged in the hearts of
These
stars and
population
scattered
3
across
stars,
the galaxy by
composed of pristine
supernovae.
hydrogen and helium,
The Milky
were
Way
massive
is a
and
dynamic
short-lived.
system, constantly
Their
changing and
supernovae
evolving.
enriched the surrounding
Its
gas
spiral
with heavier
arms are
elements,
regions of
paving
intense
the way for
activity,
more
where
complex
new
star
stars
systems.
are born from clouds of gas
Clusters
and
of
dust.
these stars formed
The galaxy
proto-galaxies,
contains
chaotic
hundreds of
and
billions
irregular
of
systems
stars,
held
along
together
with
by
vast
dark
quantities
matter.
of gas, dust,
These early
and dark
galaxies
matter.
frequently collided
The
and
central
merged,
bulge, a
forming
dense
larger
region of
structures.
older stars,
The
surrounds
Milky Way
Sagittarius
began
A
as
star.
one of these proto-galaxies.
Meanwhile, the halo,
over
an
billions
extended
of
region
years,
of the
it
galaxy,
grew by
is
merging
home
with
to
other
ancient
systems and
globular
accumulating
clusters
gas,
and the remnants of past
evolving into the
mergers.
structured galaxy
The
we
Milky
observe
Way
today.
is also part of the local
The
group,
Milky Way's
a collection
growth has
of
been
more than
shaped
50
by galactic
galaxies bound
cannibalism,
together by
the
gravity.
process of absorbing smaller
Its
galaxies.
closest companions, the
Over
large and
billions
small
of years,
Magellanic
it
clouds,
consumed
are
countless
dwarf
smaller
galaxies
systems,
that orbit
tearing
the
them
Milky
apart
Way,
and incorporating
contributing
their
gas
stars, gas, and dark matter
The Milky
into
Way
its structure.
story will continue for
One
billions
of the most
years.
significant events in its
In
history
about
occurred
4.5
10 billion
years
years
ago,
it
will
will
collide with the Andromeda
Enceladus
galaxy, initiating a slow and
This
spectacular
merger added
merger.
billions of stars,
During the
enriched
collision,
the galaxy's
gas
chemical
clouds will
diversity,
compress,
and
triggering
created its
waves
thick
of star
disk.
formation.
Remnants
The
of these
central
ancient
black holes
mergers
of both
remain
galaxies
visible
will
as stellar
merge,
streams,
forming an even
long,
larger
graceful
supermassive
trails
black
of stars
hole.
that orbit the Milky
The
Way.
resulting galaxy,
These
often
streams
called
are the
Milky
remnants
Way,
of
will be an
disrupted
elliptical
galaxies,
system,
fossilized
marking the next
evidence of
stage
the
in the
Milky Way's turbulent
evolution.
past.
Despite
Even
these
today,
changes,
the Milky
legacy
Way
of the Milky
continues
Way
to
will
grow.
endure, carried by
The
its stars and
Sagittarius
the elements
dwarf
that once
galaxy,
formed planets
currently
and
being
life.
dismantled by the Milky
Even
Way's
after the
gravity,
merger, the
is
Milky
contributing
Way's
stars
remnants
to the
will drift
galactic
through an
halo.
ever-expanding universe.
These
part of the
interactions
endless
highlight
cycle
the
of
dynamic
cosmic
nature
creation
of
and
galaxies
transformation.
and the cycles of creation
Before
and
the birth
transformation.
of the Milky Way, there was
Around
only
9
the
billion
universe,
years ago,
a vast,
the Milky
empty
Way
canvas
began to
waiting to
develop
be
its
filled.
iconic spiral structure.
The Big Bang, occurring
Stars and
approximately
gas settled into a
13.8
rotating
billion years
disk,
ago,
flattened
marked the
by the
beginning of
influence of
everything.
angular momentum.
From a point smaller
The
than
spiral
an atom,
arms,
the universe
illuminated by
expanded
massive,
exponentially,
luminous stars,
unleashing a
are
torrent of
regions
energy
of
that would
enhanced
eventually
density
form all
created by
matter.
density waves.
In the universe's
These
infancy,
waves compress
temperatures
gas
were
clouds
so
as
extreme
they
that
propagate through
particles
the
like
disk,
quarks and
triggering
gluons
bursts
could
of
not
star
combine.
formation.
The cosmos was a swirling vast molecular particles, stellar colliding and interacting in ways that would determine the future of galaxies. This dynamic interplay of star formation and gravitational forces as the universe the Milky Way's ongoing evolution. Protons and neutrons. The Milky Way's spiral structure is sustained by interactions with satellite galaxies such as the Magellanic Cloud, helium, and a trace of lithium. These gravitational encounters create ripples of galactic disk. This perpetuating the density waves that define the arms. As photons were trapped in the center of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius A*. The universe's supermassive black hole came with a mass of about 4 million when electrons and nuclei though invisible, neutral its immense gravitational pull shapes the motions of stars and gas from the galactic bulk, producing the cosmic microwave Sagittarius A*, a relic is surrounded by a dense cluster of stars, some orbiting at extraordinary tiny fluctuations in density left over from the universe's presence of the black hole, marking one of the most significant discoveries in astronomy. These ripples, amplified by relatively dormant would eventually grow Sagittarius A cosmic structures likely experienced active phases in the past. During these times, a period of silence and stillness material emitting jets of energy that influenced the galaxy's central region. Gravity works tirelessly during this supermassive black holes like Sagittarius A* play a crucial role in galaxy formation. Halos. They stabilize galactic structure, framework regulate stellar formation, and shape the cosmic environment. First stars ignited approximately 200 million years after the Big Bang. 6 billion years ago. Within one of the Milky Way's spiral arms, a dense cloud of gas and dust began to collapse, illuminating the cosmos. At its center, a young star ignited, but their lifetimes were brief. The remaining material flattened into a rotating protoplanetary disk into the surrounding gas. Particles collided and coalesced. As more stars were born, they began to cluster over millions of years. These planetesimals grew into planets, irregular systems collided and merged, growing larger and more formed in the Sun's habitable zone. The Milky Way's earliest ancestors formed during this epoch, a key ingredient of fledgling galaxies in its rocky composition reflects billions of years of cosmic evolution. The stars in these galaxies by elements forged in ancient stars spread across the galaxy by supernovas. These metals allowed the formation of stars like our Sun and dynamic galaxy, stretching over 100,000 light years and containing hundreds of billions of stars. The Milky Way's history is regions of intense star formation, illuminated by young stars and glowing nebulas. It grew by consuming smaller galaxies. The central bulge, surrounding Sagittarius A*, is a dense cluster of stars and gas from smaller systems beyond the visible galaxy lies a vast halo of dark matter. Evidence of invisible frame collision that holds visible and stellar stream extends far beyond its edges. Ribbons of stars that trace the Milky Way is part of the local group, a gravitationally bound collection of galaxies preserving the story of the Milky Way's turbulent past. One of the most significant mergers in the Milky Way's history and its future evolution 10 billion years ago with a massive galaxy known as 5 billion years. The Milky Way will collide with the Andromeda Galaxy, adding billions of stars. This cosmic event will be a slow and majestic process, the merger unfolding over hundreds of millions of years, filling the galaxy. As the galaxies merge, their gas clouds will compress, the process of galactic star formation continues. The central black holes of the Milky Way and Andromeda will combine, forming a massive supermassive black hole. Its stars and gas, the resulting galaxy system, often referred to as this ongoing growth will likely be the Milky Way remains dynamic. While its spiral arms will vanish, its stars and planets will continue their journey in a new configuration as it grew larger and more organized. Stardust. Roughly every atom in our bodies was forged in the heart of ancient stars, scattered across the Milky Way by their explosive gravity and angular momentum. The galaxy is not just our arms emerged as density waves, regions from the stars of ancient civilizations they saw the Milky Way as a celestial river to modern astronomers unraveling its secrets. Slowing humanity has always been drawn to this vast star formation.
Within
It inspires
these
awe,
arms,
curiosity,
gas
and a sense of belonging to something greater,
illuminating the surrounding
The
space
Milky
with
Way
their
story
brilliance.
is a reflection of our
The
own,
arms are
a narrative
dynamic
of
and
birth,
ever-evolving,
transformation,
constantly
and
reshaped
infinite
by the motion
possibility.
of stars and the
As we
gravitational
look to the
influence of
stars,
satellite
we are
galaxies.
reminded of our shared connection
Today,
to the cosmos
the Milky
and the
Way's
profound
spiral
cycles
arms
that
remain
shape
vibrant
existence.
hubs of activity.
The
Home to
Milky
young,
Way's journey
massive
began
stars and the remnants of
13.8
older
billion
stellar
years ago,
generations.
when the Big Bang brought
At the
time,
Milky Way's
space,
heart lies
and matter
Sagittarius
into
A*,
existence.
a supermassive
In its
black
earliest
hole
moments,
with a mass
the universe
equivalent
was
to
a
4
hot,
million
dense
suns.
singularity of infinite energy.
Invisible and enigmatic,
In less
its
than a trillionth of
gravitational
a
pull
second,
anchors
the
the
universe
galaxy's
underwent
core,
a rapid
shaping the
expansion
orbits
film
of
as
nearby
it
stars.
This process
Sagittarius
smoothed out
A*
its structure
is
while
surrounded by a
amplifying
dense
tiny
cluster
quantum
of stars,
fluctuations.
many of which move at
These
extraordinary
fluctuations
speeds.
became the seeds of
Observations
galaxies,
of these orbits
stars,
provided the
and
first
planets.
direct evidence of the black hole's
As the
existence
universe
and
cooled,
allowed astronomers
particles
to
formed,
calculate its
coalescing
mass.
into protons and
While
neutrons.
Sagittarius A*
These
is
fused into
relatively quiet
hydrogen,
now,
helium,
it likely
and
played
traces
a
of
more
lithium,
active role
the
in
simplest
past.
elements.
During its
For
active
hundreds
phases,
of thousands of
it
years,
would have consumed
the universe
enormous
remained
amounts of
dark,
gas and
with light
dust,
trapped in the
emitting
dense
powerful
plasma
jets
of
of energy
particles.
that influenced the distribution of
Recombination
material
marked
in
a
the
turning
galaxy's
point,
central
occurring
regions.
380,000
The presence
years
of
after the
supermassive
Big
black
Bang.
holes in most large
Electrons
galaxies
bound
suggests
to
they are
nuclei,
a natural part
forming
of
neutral
galactic
atoms,
evolution,
and light
but
their
their
origins
origins
travel
remain one of
across the
astronomy's
cosmos.
greatest mysteries.
This ancient
In a
light,
quiet
the cosmic
corner of the
microwave
Milky Way's
background,
Orion arm,
still
a
carries
cloud
the
of
imprint
gas
of the
and
first
dust began
density
to collapse
fluctuations
about
that would grow
4.6
into
billion
galaxies
years
like
ago.
the Milky Way.
This event
As the
marked
universe
the birth of our
expanded,
solar system,
gravity
a
began
process
shaping
that
it into the
unfolded
vast
over
structures we
millions of
see
years.
today.
At the
Hydrogen
center
and
of the
helium
collapsing
gas,
cloud,
drawn
a young
into
star
dense regions
ignited.
within
The
halos
sun.
of dark matter,
Around
became
it,
the first
the
stars.
remaining material flattened into a
Around
rotating
200
disk,
million
where
years after the
particles
Big
collided
Bang,
and
these
coalesced
first
into
stars ignited,
planetesimals.
ending the cosmic dark
These
ages.
small bodies grew into planets,
These population
moons,
3
and
stars were
asteroids,
massive and
creating
ephemeral,
the intricate
living for
system
only a
we
few
call
million
home.
years.
The Earth,
When they
forming in
exploded
the
as
sun's supernova
supernovae,
zone,
they enriched
became
the
a rocky
surrounding
planet
gas with
capable
heavier
of supporting
elements,
liquid water
enabling the
and,
formation of
eventually,
more complex
life.
stars and systems.
Its composition reflects
Clusters
the
of
Milky
these
Way's
stars
long
formed
history
the
of
first
enrichment,
protogalaxies,
containing elements
irregular,
forged in the
chaotic
hearts of ancient
systems
stars.
that frequently collided and merged.
The Milky Way is a colossal
These
structure,
interactions
stretching
drove the
over
evolution of
100,000
galaxies,
light-years,
setting the stage for the emergence of the Milky Way.
Its
The
spiral
Milky Way
arms are
began
regions
as a
of
modest
intense activity,
protogalaxy.
where new stars are
Over
born
billions
from
of
clouds
years,
of gas and
it
dust.
expanded through mergers and
The
accretions,
galaxy's halo
growing
is
into a
populated
structured
by
spiral
ancient stars
galaxy.
and globular clusters.
The Milky
remnants
Way's
of its
history
earliest
is a
days.
story of growth through destruction.
Meanwhile, its central bulge
Galactic
is a dense
cannibalism,
region filled
the
with older
process of
stars
absorbing
surrounding
smaller
Sagittarius A*
has
star.
defined its evolution over
The Milky
billions of
Way
years.
is not isolated.
One of the most
It is part of
significant
the local
events in
group,
its history,
a collection of more than
10 billion
50
years
galaxies
ago,
bound
with the
together by
Enceladus
gravity.
merger.
Its
This
closest
collision brought
companions,
billions of
the
stars
large and
into
small
the Milky
Magellanic
Way,
Clouds,
reshaping
are
its
dwarf
thick disk and
galaxies that
enriching its
orbit the
chemical
Milky Way
composition.
and contribute gas and
Stellar
stars to its
streams,
structure.
long arcs of
The
stars
Milky
orbiting
Way
the
story
Milky Way
is far from
are
over.
remnants of these ancient
In about
interactions.
4.5 billion years,
These streams
it will
serve as
collide with
cosmic
the Andromeda
fossils,
galaxy.
preserving the memory of the
This
Milky
slow-motion
Way's
collision
tumultuous
will
past.
unfold over hundreds of millions
Even
of
today,
years,
the Milky
creating a
Way
spectacular
continues to
cosmic
grow.
event.
The Sagittarius
merger,
dwarf
gas
galaxy,
clouds will
currently
compress,
being consumed,
igniting
is
bursts of star
contributing
formation.
stars to the galactic halo.
The central black holes of
These
the Milky
ongoing
Way
interactions
and Andromeda will
reflect the
merge,
dynamic
forming
nature
an
of
even
galaxies
larger
and the
supermassive
cycles
black
of
hole.
cosmic evolution.
The resulting galaxy,
Around 9
often
billion
called
years ago,
Milkomeda,
the
will
Milky
be an
Way
elliptical
began to
system.
take on its iconic spiral
Its
shape.
spiral structure will be gone,
Its stars
but
and
its
gas
legacy will
settled into
endure,
a rotating
carried by
disk,
the stars and
flattened by
elements that
angular
once formed
momentum.
its majestic arms.
The spiral arms are
Even
not
after the
static
merger,
but
the
dynamic
remnants of the
patterns
Milky Way
created
will
by density
continue to
waves.
drift through an ever-expanding universe.
As these waves
part of
move
the
through the
endless
disk,
cycle of
they
cosmic
compress
creation
gas
and
clouds,
transformation.
triggering bursts of
The
star
universe's
formation.
beginning was marked by
These
incredible
luminescent
simplicity
arms,
and staggering
illuminated by
complexity.
young, Massive stars
In the
are
seconds
among the
following
most
the
striking
Big Bang,
features of the Milky
fundamental
Way.
particles and forces
Within
emerged,
the arm's-length
governed by
molecular
the newly
clouds,
unfolding
stellar
laws of
nurseries
physics.
where new stars are
Gravity
born.
pulled on these particles,
These regions
shaping
are
their
vibrant
motion,
with
while
activity
the strong
shaped
nuclear
by the
force
interplay
bound
of gravity,
quarks into protons
radiation,
and neutrons.
stellar winds.
Despite its early
Interactions
chaos,
with
the
satellite
universe was
galaxies,
remarkably
such
uniform,
as the large and
with
small
only tiny
Magellanic
variations
clouds,
in
sustain
density.
the Milky Way's spiral
These
structure.
minute differences, however,
These
were
gravitational
amplified by
encounters
gravity,
create ripples
creating
in the
regions
galactic
of higher
disk
and lower matter
perpetuating the
density.
density waves.
These denser regions
At the
would
heart of
become
the Milky
first
Way
galaxies,
lies
though their
Sagittarius
birth
A*,
was still hundreds of
a
millions of years
supermassive
away.
black hole with a mass of
As
about
the
4
universe
million
cooled,
suns.
protons and neutrons
Its gravitational
combined to
pull
form
anchors
helium
the
and trace
galaxy's
amounts
core,
of lithium,
shaping the
nuclear
motions of
synthesis.
stars and gas in the central
Hydrogen,
bulge.
the simplest and lightest
Astronomers have
element,
observed
remained the
stars
dominant
orbiting
component,
Sagittarius
making
A*
up about
at
75%
incredible
of
speeds,
all matter by
providing
mass.
direct evidence of the black
This
hole's
primordial
existence.
mixture of elements, often
These
referred to
observations
as
confirmed its
baryonic
immense
matter,
mass and
became the
role as
building
the
blocks for
galaxy's
everything.
anchor.
Stars,
Though
galaxies,
dormant now,
and eventually light.
Sagittarius A*
The
likely
recombination
experienced
era
active
marked a
phases
turning
in the
point.
past.
When
During
electrons
these times,
combined with
it
nuclei
consumed
to
vast
form
amounts of
neutral
material,
atoms, the
emitting
universe
powerful
became
jets of
transparent,
energy that
allowing
influenced the
light to
surrounding
travel freely.
regions.
This light,
Supermassive
now
black
stretched
holes
into
like
microwaves,
Sagittarius
gives
A*
us a glimpse of
are
the
essential
infant
to
cosmos
galaxy
through the
formation
cosmic
and
microwave
evolution.
background.
They regulate
It is a map
star
of the
formation and
universe's early
stabilize
structure,
galactic
with
structure,
regions of higher
shaping
density
the
marked by
environment
brighter
of their host
spots.
galaxies.
As the Dark Ages
Approximately
drew to a close,
4.6 billion
gravity
years
began
ago,
to work its
within
magic,
one of the Milky
pulling
Way's
hydrogen
spiral
and
arms,
helium
a
into
dense
vast
cloud
clouds.
of gas and dust began to collapse.
These clouds, influenced
At
by
its
the
center,
invisible
a
scaffolding
protostar
of dark
ignited,
matter,
becoming
became
the
the
sun.
cradles of the first stars.
The remaining material
The
flattened
first
into a
galaxies were not
protoplanetary
the elegant
disk, where
spirals or
particles
massive
collided and
ellipticals we see
coalesced
today.
into planetesimals.
They were chaotic and
Over
irregular,
millions of
composed
years,
of newly
these small
ignited
bodies
stars
grew
and
into the
swirling
planets,
gas.
moons, and
These
asteroids
galaxies
that
were
define the
constantly
solar
colliding
system.
and merging, exchanging
Earth,
material
forming
and
in the
energy
sun's
in a
habitable
process
zone,
that fueled their
retained
growth.
liquid water, a
The
critical
first
ingredient
stars,
for life.
population 3 stars,
Its rocky
were unlike
composition
anything that
reflects the
exists
Milky
today.
Way's history,
With
enriched
no
by
heavier
elements
elements
forged
to
in
inhibit their
ancient stars
formation,
and scattered
these stars
across the
grew to
galaxy
immense
by
sizes,
supernova
burning
explosions.
through their nuclear fuel at
The
incredible
Milky Way
rates.
is a colossal structure,
When they died,
stretching
they
over
exploded in
100,000
hypernovae,
light-years and
scattering
containing
the first
hundreds of
heavier
billions
elements,
of stars.
carbon, oxygen,
Its
and
spiral
iron,
arms are
into
regions
space.
of active star formation,
These elements
illuminated
enriched
by
the
young,
surrounding gas
luminous
clouds,
stars.
enabling the
The
formation
central
of stars
bulge
like our
surrounding
sun.
Sagittarius A*
As more stars formed,
is a dense
they
hub
began
of
to
older
cluster
stars.
into larger and more organized
Beyond the visible
systems.
galaxy lies a halo
These
of
were
dark
the earliest
matter, an
precursors to
invisible
the Milky
framework
Way,
that holds
small
the Milky Way
collections of
together
stars
and
and gas
extends far
orbiting
beyond
within
its
dark
edges.
matter halos.
The Milky Way
Over
is part of
billions
the
of
local
years,
group,
these
a collection of
proto-galaxies
over 50
collided and
galaxies
merged,
bound by
creating
gravity.
larger and more complex
Its
structures.
closest companion, the
The
Andromeda
Milky Way
Galaxy,
grew through
is on a
violence.
collision course,
Over
destined
its
to shape
13
the
billion
Milky
year
Way's
history,
future.
it has consumed
In
countless
about
smaller
4.5
galaxies,
billion
tearing
years,
them apart
the
and
Milky
absorbing
Way
their
will collide
stars,
with the
gas,
Andromeda
and dark
Galaxy.
matter.
This
Each
slow
merger
and
added
majestic
new
event
material
will
to the
unfold
Milky
over
Way,
hundreds of
increasing
millions of
its
years,
mass and altering
reshaping
its
both
structure.
galaxies.
Some collisions
As the
were
galaxies
small and
merge,
relatively
their
minor,
gas clouds
adding
will
only a
compress,
few stars to the
igniting waves of
galaxy's
star
halo.
formation.
Others,
The
like
central
merger
black
with
holes of
Diane
the Milky
Enceladus,
Way
were
and Andromeda
transformative.
will combine, forming a
Diane
massive
Enceladus
supermassive
merger,
black
which
hole
occurred
at
about
the
10
heart of the
billion
new
years
galaxy.
ago, was a defining
The resulting
moment in
galaxy,
Milky Way's
often
evolution.
called Milkomeda,
This
will likely
massive
be
galaxy
elliptical in
collided
shape.
with the young Milky Way,
While its
mixing
spiral
their
structure will
stars and
disappear,
gas and creating
its stars
the thick
and planets
disk
will
that distinguishes
distinguish
our
their
galaxy
in a
today.
new cosmic configuration.
The event also triggered
We
a
are
burst of
Stardust.
star formation, lighting
Every
up the
atom in
galaxy
our
with
bodies
newly
was
born
forged
stars.
from ancient stars and scattered
Even now,
across
the
the
Milky
galaxy
Way
by
continues to
supernova
grow.
explosions.
The Sagittarius
Milky
dwarf
Way is
galaxy,
not just our
for
home,
instance,
it is
is
our
currently
origin.
being torn apart by the
For
Milky
millennia,
Way's gravity.
humanity has gazed at
Its
the Milky
stars are
Way
being
with
stretched
wonder.
into long, thin
Ancient
streams that wrap around
civilizations
the
saw it
galaxy,
as a celestial
eventually
river,
becoming
a
part of
bridge
the
to the
Milky
divine.
Way's halo.
halo. Today,
the Milky
we
Way
explore
spiral
telescope
structure began to emerge around 9 billion years ago,
while
as the
dreaming
galaxy
interstellar
settled
travel
into a flat, rotating
The Milky
disk.
Way's story is a
This
reflection
disk
of our
was
own,
shaped by
a
angular
narrative of
momentum,
beginnings,
a property
growth,
inherited from the
transformation,
galaxy's early
and infinite
formation
possibilities. As
The
we look to the
spiral arms
stars,
are regions
we are
of higher
reminded of our
density,
profound
where
connection to
stars
the
and
cosmos
gas are
and the
compressed
cycles
as they
that shape
orbit the
existence.
galaxy. These density waves act
billion
like
years
traffic
ago,
jams,
the Big
slowing
Bang marked the
material
birth
and
of the
creating
universe.
conditions for star formation.
Time and space unfolded
Within
from
the
a
spiral
singularity,
arms,
setting the
massive
stage
clouds
for
of gas
everything that would
collapse
ever
under
exist.
their own gravity, forming
Energy
clusters of
transformed into
stars.
particles, and the
The
fundamental
youngest and
forces
brightest of
began
these
to govern
stars
the
illuminate
cosmos.
the arms,
In
creating
less
the
than a
patterns we
trillionth
see
of a
in
second,
photographs of the
inflation
galaxy.
caused the universe to
The
expand
formation of the
exponentially,
spiral arms was
smoothing out
influenced by
irregularities while
interactions with
amplifying
satellite
quantum
galaxies
fluctuations.
and other external forces.
These fluctuations
These
became the
interactions
seeds of
created
cosmic
ripples in the
structures,
disk,
galaxies,
which evolved into the
stars,
density
and
waves that
planets.
shape the galaxy today.
As the universe cooled,
Sagittarius
particles
A*,
coalesced into protons
the supermassive
and neutrons,
black hole
forming
at the Milky
hydrogen
Way
and
center,
helium.
is both a
For
stabilizing
hundreds of
force and a
thousands of
source of
years,
mystery.
the universe remained
It
dark,
is surrounded
with
by a
photons
dense
trapped
cluster
in
of
a
stars,
dense plasma
many
of
of which
particles.
orbit at extreme speeds due to its
Recombination
immense
occurring
gravitational pull.
380,000 years
The discovery
after
of Sagittarius
changed
A*
everything.
was a milestone
Electrons
in modern
join
astronomy.
nuclei to form neutral
By observing
atoms,
the orbits
allowing
of
light to
stars
travel
near the
freely.
galactic center,
This
scientists
light,
were
a
able to
cosmic
calculate its
microwave
mass,
background,
about
still
4
fills
million
the
times
cosmos,
that of the sun.
carrying a snapshot of its
Despite
earliest
its
moments
size,
and foreshadowing the
Sagittarius
birth
A*
of galaxies like
is
the Milky
relatively
Way.
quiet compared to more
After
active black
recombination,
holes.
the universe entered
It
the dark
occasionally
ages,
consumed
a time
small
of
amounts of
stillness
gas
before
and
the
dust,
first stars
emitting brief
illuminated
bursts
the
of
void.
X-rays and other radiation.
Gravity began pulling hydrogen
However,
and helium
during its
into
active
dense
phases
regions,
in the past,
forming the first
it
stellar
likely emitted
nurseries.
powerful jets of energy,
Around 200
shaping the
million
central
years
regions
after
of
the
the
Big
galaxy.
Bang, the first stars
Supermassive
ignited.
black holes are thought
These
to exist at the
populations
center of
stars
most
were
large
enormous,
galaxies,
bright
but their
and
origins
short-lived.
remain a subject of intense
Their
study.
supernovae scattered heavier
Some
elements
theories
into
suggest
space,
they formed from the
enriching the
collapse of
interstellar
massive
medium.
stars in the early universe,
Clusters of these
while
stars
others
formed
propose that they grew
proto-galaxies,
by accreting
small,
matter over
irregular
billions of
collections
years.
of stars and gas
The solar
bound by
system's
dark
formation
matter.
was a direct result
These
of the Milky
proto-galaxies
Way's long
merged
history
frequently,
of star
exchanging
formation
mass
and
and
chemical
energy.
enrichment.
The Milky
Around
Way began as
4.6
one of
billion
these
years ago,
proto-galaxies.
in a quiet region of
Over
the
billions
galaxy's
of years,
Orion arm,
it grew
a
by
dense
consuming
cloud of
smaller
gas and
systems
dust
and
began to
accreting
collapse
gas,
under its
slowly
own gravity.
transforming into a spiral
At the
galaxy.
center of this collapsing cloud,
The Milky
a
Way's
protostar
story is
ignited,
defined by
becoming the
cycles
sun.
of creation and destruction.
The remaining material
Over
formed a
billions of
rotating
years,
disk,
it
where
absorbed
particles
smaller
collided and
galaxies,
stuck together,
tearing them
forming
apart with tidal
planetesimals.
forces and incorporating
These
their
small
stars,
bodies grew
gas,
into planets,
and dark matter.
moons, and asteroids.
One of the most
creating the
transformative
intricate
events in
systems
its
we know
history
today.
was the Gaia-Enceladus
The
merger,
Earth,
which
positioned
occurred
in the
10
Sun's
billion
habitable
years ago.
zone, became a rocky
This
planet
collision
capable
reshaped
of
the Milky
supporting
Way,
liquid water.
creating its thick disk
Its
and adding
composition
billions of
reflects
stars
billions
to
of
its
years of
population.
cosmic evolution.
Evidence of
containing
these
elements
ancient
forged in the
versions can
course of
still be
ancient
seen
stars
today.
and scattered across the
Stellar
galaxy by
streams,
supernovae.
long trails of
The
stars
Milky
left
Way
behind
is a
by
living,
disrupted
breathing
galaxies, are
constantly
constantly fossils
evolving
that
and
reveal the
changing.
Milky Way's dynamic
It spans
evolution.
over 100,000
Even
light
now,
years
the
and
Milky
contains
Way
hundreds of
continues
billions
to
of
grow.
stars, along with
The
vast clouds of
Sagittarius
gas
dwarf
and dust.
galaxy, currently being
The spiral
dismantled,
arms are
is
regions of
contributing its
intense
stars to the
activity
Milky
where new
Way's halo.
stars are born.
These interactions
contrast,
exemplify
the
the
central
dynamic
bulge is a
nature of
dense collection
galaxies
of older
and the
stars
cycles of cosmic
surrounding the
growth.
supermassive black hole at
Around
the
9
galaxy's
billion
heart.
years ago, the Milky
The
Way
Milky
began
Way
its
is surrounded by an
transformation into a
invisible
spiral
halo of
galaxy.
dark matter, which provides
Stars
the
and gas
gravitational
settled
framework
into a
that holds
rotating
it together.
disk, organized by the
Without
influence
dark
of
matter,
angular
the
momentum.
galaxy's stars would
The
not
spiral
orbit fast
arms are
enough to
dynamic
remain bound
patterns
to the
created
system.
by density waves.
The Milky Way's story
These
will
waves
culminate in a
compress gas
spectacular
clouds,
cosmic
triggering
event,
star
a
formation.
collision with the Andromeda Galaxy.
Massive stars born in these
This
regions
merger,
illuminate
set
the
to
arms,
occur in
lending
about
the Milky Way
4.5
its striking
billion years,
appearance.
will reshape both
Within
galaxies,
the arms lie
creating
molecular
a new,
clouds,
larger
vast
structure.
regions where new stars
During
are
the
born.
collision, gas clouds
These
will
nurseries
compress,
are shaped by the
triggering waves
interplay
of
of
star
gravity,
formation.
radiation, The central black holes of the Milky Way creating a continuous cycle of forming an even larger supermassive
The
black
Milky
hole.
Way's spiral structure
The
is
resulting
sustained
galaxy,
by interactions
often
with
called
satellite
Milky,
galaxies,
will be an
such as the
elliptical
Large
system.
and Small Magellanic
Though its
Clouds.
spiral arms will be gone,
These gravitational
its legacy will live on
encounters
through
generate
the stars
ripples in
and
the
planets
disk,
that once graced its
perpetuating the
disk.
density waves that define
Even
the
after
arms.
this merger, the Milky
At the
Way's
center of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius A*,
part of the
a
endless
supermassive
cycle of
black
cosmic
hole
creation
with a
and
mass of
destruction.
about 4 million
The
suns.
story of the Milky Way
Though
begins
invisible,
with the birth of
its
the universe
gravitational
itself,
influence
moments
shapes
of
the motions
staggering
of stars
complexity
and
and
gas in the
simplicity
galactic
known as the
bulge.
Big Bang.
Astronomers
From a
discovered
singularity,
Sagittarius
smaller than the
A*
smallest
by
particle,
observing the
the
round
cosmos
orbits of
erupted into
stars near the
existence
galaxy
around
center.
13.8 billion
These
years
stars
ago.
move at extraordinary
In the
speed,
first few
completing their
microseconds,
orbits
the
in
universe
just a
was
few
a hot,
decades.
dense plasma of energy,
Though relatively
filled with
dormant
particles
now,
like quarks and
Sagittarius
gluons.
A* likely
As it
experienced
expanded and
active
cooled,
phases in
these
the past.
particles combined to form
During
protons
these times,
and neutrons,
it consumed
the
large
building
amounts of
blocks of
material,
atomic
emitting
nuclei.
powerful jets of energy
Within
that
minutes,
influenced the
the first
surrounding
atomic
region.
nuclei were formed.
Supermassive black holes
Hydrogen
like
and helium
Sagittarius
dominated, with
A*
trace
are thought
amounts
to
of
play a
lithium
critical
completing
role
the
in
elemental
galaxy
trio.
evolution.
These
They
elements would
stabilize
serve as the
galactic
foundation
structures,
for everything that
regulate
followed.
star formation, and
Yet,
shape the
the universe
distribution of
remained
matter.
dark for hundreds of
About
thousands of years.
4.6 billion years ago,
The turning
within
point
one of the
came
Milky
during the
Way
era of
spiral arms,
recombination.
a dense cloud of gas and
Electrons
dust began
paired
to
with
collapse.
nuclei, forming neutral
This
atoms
marks the
and
birth
allowing
of the solar
photons
system
to travel freely.
At the center of
The
the
universe
collapsing
transitioned
cloud,
from
a
an
young
opaque
star
fog to a
ignited,
clear
the
expanse,
sun.
and light from
The
this
remaining
moment,
material
the cosmic
flattened into a
microwave
protoplanetary
background,
disk,
still reaches
where
us
particles
today,
collided
a faint
and
glow of
coalesced
the
into
universe's
planetesimals.
Tiny
These
fluctuations
planetesimals
in the
grew into
density
the
of matter,
planets,
amplified
moons,
by
and
gravity,
asteroids
began
that
to grow.
define our solar system.
These denser regions,
Earth formed in the
mapped out
sun's
the cosmic
habitable zone,
microwave
where
background,
conditions
became
allowed
the
liquid
seeds
water
of
to
galaxies,
exist.
the Milky Way among
Its
them.
rocky composition
Gravity
reflects
acted
billions
as
of
the
years of
cosmic
cosmic
sculptor,
evolution,
shaping the first
containing
structures
elements
from the
forged in
primordial
ancient
hydrogen
stars and
helium.
scattered across the galaxy
Dark
by
matter,
supernova
the invisible
explosions.
substance that makes up most
The
of the
Milky Way
universe's
is a
mass,
colossal
provided
galaxy
a framework,
stretching over
creating
100,000
vast
light
halos where
years
gas
and
and
containing
dust
hundreds
could
of
collect.
billions of stars.
Within these halos,
Its spiral
the
arms
first
are
stars
vibrant
ignited.
regions of star formation,
These
illuminated
populated
by
three
young
stars,
and
enormous
glowing
and
clouds of
composed
gas.
almost entirely of hydrogen
The central
and helium,
bulge is a dense
burned with
cluster
an
of
intensity
older stars
unseen in
surrounding
later
a
generations.
supermassive black hole,
They lived
Sagittarius A
fast
star.
and died young. Their
Beyond
deaths
the
marked
visible
by
galaxy
supernova
lies a halo
explosions
of
that
dark
scattered
matter,
heavier
an
elements
invisible
into the
framework
surrounding
that
gas.
holds the Milky Way together.
These enriched gases
The Milky
began
Way
to form
is
new
part of the local
generations
group,
of stars,
a
clustering
gravitationally
into the
bound
first
collection
galaxies.
of over 50 galaxies.
These early galaxies were
Its
small,
closest neighbor,
irregular,
Andromeda,
and chaotic,
is on a
their
collision
shapes
course,
determined by the
destined to
turbulence
merge
of their
with the Milky
environment.
Way in the distant future.
Collisions and mergers
In
between
about
these
4.5
galaxies fueled their
billion years,
growth,
the Milky
forming
Way
larger
will
and more
collide with
complex
Andromeda,
systems.
its nearest large
The
neighbor.
Milky Way emerged during
This
this
slow,
period as a
majestic
collection of
event will
proto-galaxies
reshape both
bound
galaxies
together
over
by dark
hundreds of
matter.
millions of years.
Over billions of
As
years,
they merge,
it would grow,
their gas clouds
merging with
will
other
compress,
galaxies and
triggering
gathering the
waves of
material
star
that would
formation.
eventually give rise to its
The
spiral
central
structure.
black holes of the Milky
The
Way
Milky
and
Way's
Andromeda
growth
will
was
eventually
fueled by a
combine,
process
forming
both
a massive
destructive and
supermassive
creative,
black hole.
galactic cannibalism.
The resulting galaxy,
Smaller
often
galaxies,
called
drawn in
Milky,
by its
will
gravity,
likely be
were torn
elliptical.
apart and absorbed,
While
their
its spiral
stars and
structure
gas
will
adding to the
disappear,
Milky Way's
its
mass
stars
and
and planets
complexity.
will continue their journeys in a
Evidence
new
of these
cosmic
ancient mergers
configuration.
can still be seen today.
We are a product of the Milky
Stellar
Way.
streams, long,
Every
arcing
atom in our
trails of
bodies was
stars,
forged in the
are the
hearts of
remnants
ancient
of smaller
stars,
galaxies
scattered
consumed
across
by
the
the
galaxy
Milky Way.
by their explosive death.
These streams,
The
visible to
Milky Way
astronomers,
is not just
offer
our
a window
home,
into the
it is our
galaxy's
origin.
past, revealing the
For
violent
millennia,
events that
humanity
shaped its
has looked
evolution.
to the Milky Way with
One of the most significant mergers
ancient
occurred around
civilizations
10
saw it
billion
as a
years ago
celestial
with the
river
Gaia
or a
Enceladus
bridge to the
galaxy.
heavens.
This collision
Today,
added
we
billions
explore
of
it
stars
with
to the
telescopes,
Milky Way and
spacecraft,
created its thick
and
disk,
dreams of
a
interstellar
layer of
travel.
stars distinct from the thin
The
disk
Milky
we
Way's
see
story
today.
is intertwined with
It
ours,
also enriched
a
the
narrative
galaxy
of
with
beginnings,
heavier
transformations,
elements, paving the
and
way for the
infinite
formation of
possibilities.
planets like Earth. As we gaze into its vast expanse,
the Milky Way
we are
continues
reminded
to
of our
grow.
connection to the cosmos
The Sagittarius
and the cycles that
dwarf
shape
galaxy,
existence.
for instance,
The
is
story of the
currently being
Milky
torn
Way
apart,
began
its stars
13.8
gradually joining the
years
Milky
ago
Way.
with the Big Bang.
These
a moment of
ongoing
infinite
interactions
energy and
highlight the
potential.
galaxy's dynamic and
This was not
ever-changing
merely
nature.
the birth of matter, but of
The
time and
Milky Way's
space
spiral
itself.
structure began to take
The
shape
universe
around 9
expanded
billion years
rapidly
ago,
during
as
inflation,
the galaxy
stretching
settled
and
into a
smoothing its
rotating
fabric
disk.
while amplifying
Gravity
quantum
and angular
fluctuations
momentum
and density
played key roles
variations
in organizing the stars and
These
gas
tiny
into a flat
irregularities
plane.
seeded the formation of
The
galaxies,
spiral arms,
stars,
however,
and
are not
planets.
fixed structures.
As the universe
They are
cooled,
density waves,
particles
regions
coalesced
of
into
higher
protons and
gravitational pull
neutrons,
that compress
forming
gas and
hydrogen,
trigger star
helium,
formation
and
as they
traces
move
of
through the
lithium,
galaxy.
the primordial elements
These
that would
waves
give birth
create
to the
bright,
first stars.
active regions where young
For
stars
hundreds of
illuminate the
thousands of
surrounding
years,
gas,
the universe
giving the
remained
arms
dark,
their distinctive
its light
appearance.
trapped within a dense plasma.
The formation of the spiral
This
arms
changed
was influenced by the Milky
380,000
Way's
years after
interactions
the
with
Big
smaller
Bang during
galaxies.
recombination.
These encounters
Electrons
created
bonded
ripples
with
in the
nuclei,
disk, which
forming
evolved
neutral
into the
atoms,
density waves
and
that
light was
shape the
released,
galaxy today.
creating the cosmic
The
microwave
arms are
background,
dynamic
a
and
faint glow
ever-changing,
still visible
constantly
today.
reshaped by the motion
This
of
light
stars
provides a
and the
map of the
gravitational
infant
influence
universe,
of the Milky Way's
capturing the
satellite
first hints of what
galaxies.
would become the Milky Way.
Sagittarius A*,
In the silence of the dark
supermassive
ages,
black
gravity
hole
worked
at the
quietly,
Milky Way's center,
pulling
is a
hydrogen and
gravitational
helium into dense
powerhouse.
regions within dark matter.
With a mass of around 4 million
These
suns,
regions
it
became the
exerts a
first
profound
stellar
influence
nurseries
on the galaxy's structure
around
and
200
dynamics.
million years after the Big
Sagittarius
Bang.
A*,
The first
is
stars
surrounded by a
ignited.
dense cluster of stars,
These population
many
of
of which
free
orbit
stars
at
were
extreme
massive and
speeds
ephemeral,
due to its
their
immense
brief
gravitational
lifespans
pull.
ending in supernovae.
These orbits provided
These
the first
explosions
direct evidence
enriched
of
the
the black
surrounding
hole's
gas
existence,
with heavier
as
elements,
astronomers
paving
used
the
them
way
to
for the
calculate its
formation of
mass
more
and
complex
location.
stars and galaxies.
While Sagittarius
clusters of these
A* is
stars
relatively
formed
quiet now,
proto-galaxies,
it likely
irregular and
experienced
chaotic
active phases
structures
in
that
the
collided
past.
and merged frequently.
During these periods,
These
it
collisions
consumed large
initiated
amounts
the
of
process
gas
of
and dust,
galaxy
emitting
evolution,
powerful jets
creating
of
ever
radiation.
larger and more organized
These
systems.
bursts of activity may have
The
shaped
Milky
the
Way
distribution of
emerged
stars
as one
and
of these
gas in the
proto-galaxies'
galaxy's central regions.
Over billions of
In a
years,
quiet region of the
improvement
Milky
mergers
Way's
and
Orion
accretions,
arm, a dense
evolving
cloud
into
of
the
gas
grand
and dust
spiral
began to
galaxy
collapse
we know
around
today.
4.6 billion
The
years
Milky
ago.
Way's history is marked
This
by
marked the
cycles
birth
of
of our
creation
solar
and
system,
destruction.
a process that would
Over
unfold
billions
over
of
millions
years,
of years.
it consumed smaller
At the
galaxies,
center of the
tearing
collapsing
them apart
cloud,
with
a
tidal
protostar
forces and
ignited,
incorporating
becoming
their
the sun
stars,
surrounding
gas,
it, the
and dark
remaining
matter
material
into its
flattened
structure.
into a rotating disk.
One of the most
Over
transformative
time,
events occurred
particles
10
within the
billion
disk
years ago
collided
when the
and
Milky Way
coalesced,
collided
forming
with the Gaia
planetesimals,
Enceladus
the
galaxy.
building blocks of planets.
This merger reshaped
The
the
Earth
galaxy,
emerged in the inner
creating
region
a
of the
thick
disk,
and
where
enriching
rocky
it with
planets
elements
formed.
critical for planet
Its
formation and
position in the
life.
sun's habitable zone
Today,
allowed it to
remnants
retain
of these
liquid water,
interactions
creating
remain
the
visible as
conditions
stellar
necessary
streams,
for life.
long,
The
arcing
Milky
trails
Way
of
is
stars
a vast
left
and
behind by
dynamic system,
disrupted galaxies.
spanning over 100,000
These
light
streams
years and
are
containing
celestial
hundreds of
fossils,
billions of stars.
preserving the memory of the Milky
Its
Way's
spiral
dynamic
arms are
evolution.
regions of intense activity,
The Sagittarius
stars
dwarf
are born
galaxy,
from clouds of
currently
gas
being
and dust.
dismantled by the Milky Way,
The galaxy's
is a modern
central bulge
example
is a
of
dense
galactic
region of
cannibalism.
older stars, surrounding
Its stars are
Sagittarius
being
A
absorbed
star.
into the Milky Way's halo,
Beyond the bulge
illustrating
lies
the
the
ongoing
halo, a
cycles of
sparsely
growth and
populated
transformation.
region filled with ancient stars and
Approximately
globular
9
clusters.
billion years ago, the Milky
Dark
Way
matter,
began to
an
transform
invisible
into a spiral
substance that makes
galaxy.
up most of the galaxy's
Stars
mass,
and gas
forms an
settled
extended
into a
halo
rotating
around
disk,
the Milky Way.
flattened by the galaxy's
This
angular
dark matter
momentum.
halo provides the
The
gravitational
spiral arms,
framework that
regions
holds
of
the
enhanced
galaxy
density,
together,
are
ensuring
created
the
by
stability
density
of its
waves that
structure.
move through the galactic
The
disk.
Milky Way's story will
These
culminate
waves
in an
compress
epic
gas
cosmic
clouds,
event,
triggering
its collision
star
with the
formation.
Andromeda Galaxy.
The massive stars
merger,
born in these
set to
regions
begin in
illuminate
about
the arms,
4.5
lending the
billion
Milky
years,
Way its
will
iconic
reshape both
appearance.
galaxies, creating
These
a new,
arms are
larger
dynamic,
system.
not fixed, and are
During the
shaped by the
collision,
galaxy's
gas clouds will
gravitational
compress,
interactions
triggering
with its neighbors,
bursts of star
such as
formation.
the Magellanic Clouds.
The central black holes
These
of the Milky
encounters
Way
sustain
and
the
Andromeda
density
will
waves,
merge,
perpetuating
forming an
the
even
spiral
larger
structure and
supermassive black
fueling new
hole.
star formation. The resulting galaxy,
at the heart of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius,
will be an
an
elliptical
elliptical
system,
a supermassive black hole
in the
with a
Milky
mass
Way's
of about
evolution.
4 million suns.
Though its spiral arms
Invisible
will
yet
disappear,
immensely
its legacy
influential,
will
it
endure,
governs the motions
carried by
of
the
stars and
planets
planets
that once
central
orbited
bulge.
within its majestic disk.
Astronomers discovered
Even after
Sagittarius
this
A*,
merger, the
by
remnants of the
observing the
Milky
rapid
Way will
orbits of
continue to
stars
drift
near the
through an
galactic
expanding
center.
universe, part of the
These
endless
stars,
cycle of
some
cosmic
traveling at
creation and
thousands of
transformation.
kilometers per second,
The
reveal
universe
the presence
began
of
in
a
a
massive,
cataclysmic event
unseen
known
object.
as the Big Bang.
Though
Approximately
dormant today,
13.8
Sagittarius
billion years
A**
ago.
likely
In its
experienced
first
active
fleeting
phases
moments,
in the
the
past,
universe was
consuming vast
unimaginably
amounts
hot
of
and
material
dense,
and
a
emitting
seething
powerful
ocean of
jets
energy and fundamental particles.
Such events would
As it
shape the
expanded,
distribution
it
of
cooled
gas
rapidly,
and stars in the
setting the
galaxy's
stage
core.
for the formation of matter.
Supermassive black
Quarks
holes like
combine to form
Sagittarius A*
protons and
are
neutrons,
thought to
the
play a
building
critical
blocks of
role
atomic
in the formation
nuclei.
and evolution of galaxies.
Within minutes, these nuclei
They
began
stabilize their
fusing
host
into the
galaxies
first elements,
and regulate
hydrogen,
star formation,
helium, and traces
influencing
of
the
lithium.
cosmic environment on a
Yet,
grand
the
scale.
universe remained dark,
Approximately
as photons,
4.6
the particles
billion
of
years
light,
ago,
were
within
trapped
one
in
of
the
the Milky
dense,
Way's
hot
spiral
plasma
arms.
of charged
A dense
particles.
cloud of gas and dust began
This
to
period,
collapse.
known as the Dark Ages,
This marked the birth of
persisted
the
for
solar
hundreds of
system.
thousands of years.
At its center, a
During
young
this
star
time,
ignited.
gravity
The sun
acted on
surrounding
tiny
it,
fluctuations
the remaining
in
material
density,
flattened into a
amplifying them and
rotating
creating the seeds
protoplanetary
of what
disk,
would become
where
galaxies.
particles collided and coalesced
Eventually,
into
the
planetesimals.
universe cooled enough for electrons
Over millions
to combine
of years,
with nuclei,
these
forming
planetesimals
neutral
grew
atoms.
into planets, moons,
This event,
and
called
asteroids.
recombination, allowed
Earth
light to
formed in the
travel
sun's
freely for the
habitable
first
zone,
time.
where conditions
The
allowed
cosmic
liquid water
microwave
to exist.
background,
A
a
faint
faint glow
ingredient
visible
for life.
across the entire sky,
Its
is
rocky
a relic of this
composition
era,
reflects
a
billions
snapshot
of years
the
of
universe
cosmic
as it
evolution,
existed
containing elements
380,000
forged in
years after the
ancient
Big
stars
Bang.
and scattered across the
In the
galaxy
darkness
by
that followed
supernova
recombinations,
explosions.
gravity began
The
its
Milky
quiet
Way
work.
is a colossal, dynamic
Hydrogen and
system,
helium gas
spanning over
coalesced into
100,000
enormous
light
clouds,
years and
pulled
containing
together by
hundreds
dark
of billions
matter
of
halos.
stars.
Within
Its
these
spiral
clouds,
arms
the
are
first
vibrant
stars
regions of
ignited,
star
ending
formation,
the Dark Ages
illuminated
and
by
ushering
young,
in the cosmic
massive
dawn.
stars and glowing nebulae.
The first stars, known
The
as
central bulge
population
is a
3
dense
stars,
cluster of
were
older
immense,
stars
burning
surrounding
brightly but
Sagittarius
living
A
short
star.
lives.
Beyond
These
the visible
stars
galaxy
forged the
lies
first
a
heavier
vast halo
elements,
of dark
which
matter,
they released
an
into
invisible
space when they
framework that
exploded
holds
as
the Milky Way
supernovae.
together and extends
This
far beyond
enrichment
its
of the
visible
interstellar
edges.
medium allowed for the
The
formation
Milky
of
Way
more
is part of
complex
the local
stars
group,
and,
a
eventually,
gravitationally bound
planets.
collection of galaxies
As stars
that includes
formed,
Andromeda
they
and
clustered
more than
into
50
small,
smaller
irregular
systems.
proto-galaxies.
These interactions
These
shape the
early
Milky Way's
galaxies were
structure
chaotic
and its
and
future.
unstable, frequently
In
colliding and
approximately
merging to form larger
4.5 billion
structures.
years, the Milky
The
Way will
Milky Way
collide
was
with
born
Andromeda,
during this era
its
as a
closest
collection
large
of
neighbor.
proto-galaxies orbiting
This
within a
cosmic
massive
event
dark
will
matter
unfold
halo.
over hundreds of millions
These
of years,
proto-galaxies laid
reshaping
the
both
foundation
galaxies.
for the Milky Way, which
As
would
they
grow and
merge,
evolve
their
over
gas
billions of
clouds will
years through the
compress,
accumulation of
igniting
stars,
waves of star
gas,
formation
and dark matter.
The central
The
black
growth
holes
of
of
the
the
Milky Way was
and
shaped by
Andromeda
countless
will eventually
mergers and
combine,
collisions.
forming a massive
Smaller
supermassive black
galaxies,
hole
drawn
at the
in
heart
by
of
its
a new
gravitational
galaxy.
pull, were
The
torn
resulting
apart and
galaxy,
absorbed, their
often
stars
called
and gas
Milky,
becoming
will
part of
likely
the
be
larger
elliptical.
system.
While its
process,
spiral structure
known as
will
galactic
disappear,
cannibalism,
its stars
was
and
the
planets
primary
will
driver
continue
of
their
the Milky
journeys
Way's
in a new
evolution.
configuration.
One of the
We
most
are a
significant
product of the
mergers
Milky Way.
occurred around 10 billion
Every
years ago.
atom in our
when the
bodies was
Milky Way
forged in the
collided
cores
with
of
a
ancient
galaxy
stars
known
and
as
scattered
Gaia
across the
Enceladus.
galaxy by their
This
explosive
event added a
deaths.
substantial number of
The
stars to
Milky
the
Way
galaxy
is not
and
just our
created its
home,
thick
it
disk,
is our
a
origin.
population of stars with
For
orbits
millennia,
distinct from those
humanity
in a
has
thin
gazed
disk.
at the Milky Way with wonder.
Stellar streams, long
From
trails
ancient
of
myths
stars
describing
left
it
behind
as
by
a celestial
disrupted
relic
galaxies
to modern
are
scientific
evidence of the
discoveries
Milky Way's
unraveling
violent
its
past.
structure. The galaxy
These
has
streams
inspired
provide
wide
astronomers
curiosity.
with a unique opportunity
The
to
Milky
study
Way
the
story
history
is
of the
intertwined
galaxy's
with our
growth.
own.
Even
It is
now,
a reflection
the
of our
Milky Way
place in the
continues
universe,
to grow.
a reminder of the
The
cycles of
Sagittarius
creation,
dwarf
transformation,
galaxy, for
and
example,
rebirth that
is
define
being pulled
existence.
apart, its stars joining
As
the
we
Milky
explore
Way's
its
halo,
depths,
we are reminded of our profound connections to the galaxy and our responsibility to cherish the fragile world we call home.
The Milky Way's transformation.
The story of the Milky Way began 13.8 billion years ago with the Big Bang,
About 9 billion years ago,
space,
its stars and gas
emerged
settled
from a
into a
singularity.
flat, rotating disk.
In the universe's first
Angular
fractions of a
momentum
second,
played a
it
crucial
expanded
role in shaping
exponentially
this
during
structure,
inflation,
aligning the
smoothing
motions
out
of
its
stars
structure
and gas
while
into a
amplifying tiny
coherent
quantum
plane.
fluctuations.
The spiral arms,
These
one of the
fluctuations
galaxy's
seeded
most
the
iconic
cosmic
features,
web, a
are
vast
regions
network
of higher
galaxies
density within
connected
the
by
disk.
dark matter filaments.
These density waves
As
move
the
through the
universe
galaxy,
cooled, quarks
compressing
combined
gas
into
clouds and
protons
triggering
and
star
neutrons,
formation as
forming
they
the
pass.
lightest elements.
The
Hydrogen,
arms are illuminated by
and
young,
lithium.
massive stars,
For
which
hundreds
burn
of thousands of
before
years,
ending their
the
lives
universe
in
was a dark,
supernovae.
dense plasma,
These stars,
with photons
along
trapped
with the
in a
glowing
sea of
gas
charged
clouds
particles
surrounding them, give the
Then
spiral
came
arms their
recombination
distinctive appearance.
380,000 years
Interactions
after
with
the Big
smaller
Bang,
galaxies
when
have also
electrons
played a
bound to
role in
nuclei,
shaping the Milky
forming
Way
neutral
spiral
atoms.
structure.
Light was
These
set
encounters
free,
create
creating
ripples
the
in the
cosmic
disk,
microwave
which evolve
background,
into the
a
density waves
snapshot
that
of the
define the
universe in
arms.
its infancy and the
At the
earliest
center
trace
of the
of what would
Milky
one
Way
day
lies
become the Milky
Sagittarius
Way.
A asterisk,
The
a
Dark
supermassive
Ages
black
followed
hole with a mass
recombination, a
equivalent
time
to
when
4
the
million
universe was
suns.
filled with neutral hydrogen,
Although it is
devoid of
relatively
starlight.
quiet now, it has
Yet,
likely
gravity
played a
was already
significant
shaping
role in
the
the
cosmos,
galaxy's evolution.
pulling matter into dense regions
Sagittarius
within
A
halos of dark
asterisk
matter.
is surrounded by a dense cluster
Around
of
200
stars,
million
many
years
of which
after
orbit
the
at
Big
extreme
Bang,
speeds.
the first stars ignited.
Observations of these orbits
population
provided the
free
first direct
stars were
evidence of the
enormous,
black hole's
short-lived,
existence and allowed
composed
astronomers
purely
to
of
calculate its
hydrogen and
mass.
helium.
During
Their
its active
intense heat
phases,
and ultraviolet
Sagittarius A
radiation
asterisk
reionized
likely
the
consumed
surrounding
large
hydrogen,
amounts of gas
ending
and
the Dark
dust,
Ages
emitting
and
powerful
illuminating the
jets of
universe.
radiation.
When these stars
periods of
exploded
activity
as
would have
supernovae,
influenced the
they scattered
distribution of
heavier
materials
elements,
in the central
carbon,
regions of the
oxygen,
galaxy,
and iron,
shaping the
into
orbits of
space.
stars and the dynamics
This
of the
enriched
galactic
gas
core.
allowed subsequent
In a
generations
quiet
of
region
stars
of the
and
Milky
planets
Way's
to
Orion
form.
arm, a dense
Clusters
cloud
of
gas
these
and
early
dust began
stars
to
collapsed
collapse
the
around
first
4.6
protogalaxies.
billion years ago.
Over time,
At
these
its center,
small,
a young
irregular
star
structures
ignited,
merged
the
and
sun.
collided, creating
The
the building
remaining
blocks
material
of larger
formed a
galaxies,
rotating disk,
including
where
the young
particles
Milky
collided
Way.
and stuck together.
The Milky
forming
Way's
planetesimals.
history is a tale of growth
Over
through
time,
destruction.
these planetesimals
Over
grew into
billions
the
of
planets,
years,
moons,
it absorbed smaller
and
galaxies
asteroids
that make up
tearing
the
them
solar
apart
system,
and
integrating their stars,
the Earth
gas,
formed in the inner
and
part
dark
of the
matter.
disk, where temperatures
One
were
of the
high
most
enough to
significant
vaporize
mergers
lighter
in
elements.
its history occurred 10
This
billion
region
years ago
gave rise
with the
to
Gaia
rocky
Enceladus
planets,
galaxy.
while the colder outer disk
This
produced
event
gas
reshaped the
giants
Milky
like
Way,
Jupiter and Saturn.
creating its thick disk and
The
enriching
solar
it with the
system's
heavy elements
composition
necessary
reflects the
for
long
forming
history
rocky
of the
planets
Milky Way,
and,
containing
ultimately,
elements
life.
forged in ancient stars
Stellar
and scattered by
streams, long
supernovae.
arcs of stars left
The
behind
Milky
by
Way is a
disrupted
vast,
galaxies,
dynamic
are
system
evidence of these
spanning over
ancient
100,000
interactions.
light years.
These streams
Its
act as
spiral
cosmic
arms are
fossils,
active regions of star
revealing the Milky
formation,
Way's
while
turbulent
its central
past
bulge
and its
is a dense
continued
collection
evolution.
of older stars.
Even now,
The
the Milky
galaxy
Way
is surrounded by a halo of dark
the Sagittarius
matter, which
dwarf
extends
galaxy,
far beyond the
currently
visible
being
stars
torn
and
apart
gas.
by the Milky Way's gravity,
This dark matter
is donating
halo
its
provides
stars
the
to the galactic
gravitational
halo.
framework that holds the
This
galaxy
process
together,
highlights the
ensuring its
dynamic,
stability.
ever-changing nature of
The
galaxies.
Milky Way is part of a larger
Around
structure
9
known as
billion
the
years
local
ago,
group.
the
a
Milky
collection
Way
of more
began
than
its
50
transformation
galaxies bound
into a
together
spiral
by
galaxy.
gravity. Its
As stars
closest
and gas
companions,
settled
the
into a
large and
rotating
small
disk,
Magellanic
angular
clouds,
momentum
are
flattened the
dwarf
system
galaxies
into a
that
plane.
orbit the Milky Way and
The
contribute
iconic
gas
spiral
and stars
arms
to
are
its
not
structure.
static but dynamic
The
patterns
Milky Way's
created by
future is
density
destined
waves.
to include a spectacular
These
cosmic
waves
event,
compress gas
its
clouds
collision
as
with
they
the
move
Andromeda
through the
galaxy.
disk, triggering bursts
This
of star
merger,
formation.
set to begin in about
Massive,
4.5 billion
luminous
years,
stars born
will
in these
reshape
regions
both
illuminate
galaxies.
the arms, giving
During
the
the
Milky
collision,
Way its brilliance
gas clouds
and
will
recognizable
compress,
structure.
igniting waves of star
Within the
formation.
spiral arms,
The
molecular
central
clouds
black
act
holes
as
of the
stellar
Milky Way
nurseries,
and Andromeda
producing
will
new
merge,
generations of
forming a new,
stars. even larger supermassive
These regions
black
are shaped
hole.
by gravitational
The
forces,
resulting galaxy,
radiation,
often
and the
referred to as
explosive energy of
supernovae, will be an
supernovae
elliptical
driving
system.
the Milky Way's
Though
continuous
its spiral
evolution.
structure will be lost,
The
its
spiral
legacy
arms
will
are
endure
sustained
through
by
the stars and
interactions
elements
with
that
nearby
once made up its
galaxies,
majestic
such as the
arms.
Large and Small
Even
Magellanic
after
Clouds.
this merger, the Milky Way's
These gravitational
remnants will continue to
encounters
drift
create
through an
ripples in the
expanding
disk,
universe, part of
maintaining
the
the
endless
density
cycle
waves
of
and
cosmic
fueling star
creation and
formation.
transformation.
At the heart
The
of the
universe
Milky Way
began in
lies
an instant of
Sagittarius A
unimaginable
Asterisks,
energy.
a supermassive
In the
black
first
hole with a
fractions of a
mass of
second,
about 4
the
million
Big Bang
suns.
created time, space,
Its immense gravity
and the fundamental
anchors the
forces
galaxy's
that govern
central
reality.
bulge, influencing the orbits
Gravity
of stars
emerged to
and
shape the
gas.
motion of matter. The
Astronomers
strong nuclear
discovered
force bound
Sagittarius
particles
A
together,
Asterisk by
and
observing the
electromagnetism
rapid orbits
began
of
to
stars
orchestrate
near the
light and
galactic
heat.
center.
In its
These
earliest
stars
moments,
move at
the
extraordinary
universe was a
speeds,
chaotic,
completing
seething
their orbits
plasma,
in just a
with
few
particles
decades,
colliding and
revealing the
annihilating
presence
in a
of an
dance of
invisible yet
creation and
colossal
destruction.
object.
As the
Though
cosmos
relatively
expanded,
dormant now,
it cooled,
Sagittarius
allowing
A
quarks to
Asterisk
combine
likely
into
experienced
protons and
active
neutrons.
phases in the past.
These particles then
During these
fused into
times,
the first
it
atomic
consumed
nuclei,
vast amounts of
forming
material,
hydrogen,
emitting
helium,
powerful
and
jets of
traces
energy
of lithium,
that shaped the
the
central
primordial
regions of the
elements.
galaxy.
For hundreds of thousands
Supermassive
of
black
years,
holes
the
like
universe was a
Sagittarius
dark,
A Asterisk
foggy
play a
expanse.
critical role in galaxy
Photons,
evolution.
the particles of light,
They
were
regulate
trapped
star
in the dense
formation,
plasma,
stabilize
unable to
galactic
travel
structures, and shape the
This
distribution
period,
of matter
known
on
as
the
the Dark
cosmic
Ages,
scales.
persisted until the universe
Approximately
cooled further,
4.6
allowing
billion years
electrons
ago,
to bond
within
with
one of the
nuclei
Milky
and
Way's
form
spiral
neutral
atoms,
atoms.
a dense cloud of
This
gas and
moment of
dust began to
recombination,
collapse.
about
This
380,000
marked the
years
birth of the
after
solar
the Big
system.
Bang, transformed the
At
universe.
its center, a young star
Light
ignited
escaped the fog,
sun,
flooding space,
the
and
remaining
leaving behind
material
a cosmic
flattened into a
microwave background,
protoplanetary
a
disk,
faint glow
where
that still
particles
fills the
collided and
cosmos
coalesced
today.
into planetesimals.
This radiation carries
Over
within it
millions
the
of
imprint
years,
of the early universe,
these small bodies
a record
grew
of
into
the tiny
planets,
density
moons,
variations that
and
would one day
asteroids.
grow into galaxies.
Earth, forming in
In
the
the
sun's
darkness
habitable
that followed
zone,
recombination,
retained liquid
gravity
water,
began
a
to
key
assert its
ingredient for
influence.
life.
Tiny
Its rocky
variations in
composition
density,
reflects the
seeded
Milky
during
Way's
the
history,
inflationary period,
containing elements
caused some
forged in the
regions of
cores
the
of
universe
ancient
to
stars
attract
and
more matter
scattered
than
across
others.
the galaxy by
These
supernova
regions grew
explosions.
denser over time,
The Milky
forming
Way
vast
is a
clouds of
vast,
gas and dark
dynamic
matter.
galaxy spanning over
The first stars
100,000
ignited
light
roughly
years.
200 million years
Its spiral
after the Big
arms are
Bang.
vibrant regions of star
These
formation,
population-free
illuminated
stars
by
were
luminous
unlike
young
anything
stars
seen
and
today,
glowing nebulae.
massive, short-lived,
The central
and
bulge
composed
surrounding
almost entirely of
Sagittarius
hydrogen
A
and
Asterisk is a dense
Their
cluster of
immense
older
heat and
stars.
pressure forged heavier
Beyond
elements
the
like
visible
carbon and
galaxy
oxygen,
lies a
but
halo
their
of
lives
dark
were
matter,
fleeting.
an invisible
When
framework
they
that
exploded
holds the
as
Milky Way
supernovae,
together
they
extends
enriched the
far
surrounding
beyond its
gas
edges.
with these new elements.
The Milky Way
These
is part of
first
the local
stars
group,
clustered
a
together,
gravitationally
forming
bound
small,
collection of
irregular
over 50
proto-galaxies.
Its
Over millions
closest
of
neighbor,
years,
the
these
Andromeda
systems
Galaxy,
collided and merged,
is on a collision
growing
course
larger
that will
and more
reshape their
complex.
shared future.
The Milky Way
In
began as
approximately
one of these
4.5 billion
proto-galaxies,
years,
a small,
the Milky Way will
unremarkable
collide with
structure
Andromeda,
in a universe
its
filled with
nearest
similar
large
fledgling
neighbor.
systems.
This cosmic
Dark
event
matter,
will
an
unfold
invisible
over
and
hundreds of
mysterious
millions of
substance,
years,
played a
resulting
crucial
in a
role
slow,
in shaping
majestic
these galaxies.
transformation.
Its
As the
gravitational
galaxies
pull
merge,
created
their
halos
gas
that
clouds
acted
will
as
compress,
cosmic scaffolding,
igniting waves
guiding
of
the
star
formation and growth of galaxies.
The central black holes
The
of the
Milky
Milky
Way's
Way
growth
and
was a
Andromeda
story of
will eventually
destruction and
combine,
renewal.
forming a massive
Over billions
supermassive
of
black
years,
hole.
it consumed countless
The resulting
smaller
galaxies, often
their
called
stars
Milky
and gas
will
becoming
likely
part
be
of its own
elliptical.
structure.
Its spiral
process,
structure will
known
vanish,
as galactic
but its stars and
cannibalism,
planets
was
will
not
continue their
unique to the
cosmic
Milky
journeys
Way,
within
but
a
was
new
essential
galactic
to the growth of
configuration.
galaxies across the cosmos.
We are made of stardust.
One of the most dramatic
Every atom
events
in our
the Milky
bodies
Way's
was forged
history
in the heart of
occurred around
ancient
10
stars
billion
and
years
scattered
ago,
across the
when it
Milky Way
collided
by
with the
their
explosive
explosive
this
gas.
galaxy.
The
This
galaxy
merger
is not
added
just our
billions
home,
of stars to
it
the
is our
Milky Way
origin.
and created its thick disk.
For millennia,
a component
humanity
of the
has
galaxy
gazed at the
distinct from
Milky
its
Way
thin,
with wonder,
more organized
drawing
disk.
inspiration from its
The
luminous
event
part
also
across the night
triggered a
sky.
burst of star formation,
Ancient
enriching the
civilizations
galaxy
saw it
with
as a
new light.
celestial river,
The
while modern
of these mergers are still visible today and beauty.
Stellar streams,
the Milky Way
long,
story
thin
is a
trails
reflection
of
of our
stars,
own, a
arc
narrative
across
of
the Milky
creation,
Way,
evolution,
remnants of smaller
and infinite
galaxies torn
possibilities.
apart by its gravity.
As we explore its
These
depths,
streams
we
are
are
like
reminded of our
fossils,
place in the
preserving the
cosmos
memory of
and
the
the
Milky
profound
Way's
interconnectedness
tumultuous
of all
past.
things.
Even now,
The story of the Milky Way began
continues to grow.
13.8 billion
The
years ago with
Sagittarius
the Big Bang.
dwarf galaxy, for
In
example,
an instant,
is
the
currently
universe
being
burst
pulled
into
apart,
existence,
its stars
transforming
gradually
a
joining the
singularity
Milky Way's
into a
halo.
vast expanse of space,
As the Milky
time,
Way grew
and energy.
larger, it began to take
During
on
the
its
first
iconic
moments,
spiral shape.
inflation caused the
Around
universe to
9
expand
billion years ago,
exponentially,
the
stretching
galaxy's
quantum
stars and gas
fluctuations
settled
into
into a
density
flat,
variations.
rotating disk,
These
shaped by
minute
gravity
ripples
and
seeded the
angular
cosmic
momentum.
web, a structure
The
of galaxies,
spiral arms,
stars,
however, are
and
not
dark
fixed
matter that
structures.
spans the universe.
They are patterns
As the
created by
universe
density
cooled,
waves,
particles
regions
formed
of higher
protons and
gravitational pull
neutrons,
that
which
compress
then
gas
fused
and
into
trigger star
hydrogen,
formation.
helium, and lithium.
These waves move through the
For hundreds
galaxy
of
like
thousands
ripples
of
in a
years,
pond,
light was
creating
trapped
the
in a
bright,
dense plasma.
dynamic arms we see
Then
today.
came recombination.
Within the arms,
380,000
massive clouds
years
of
after
gas
the Big
collapsed
Bang.
to form new stars.
Electrons joined
The
with
youngest
nuclei,
and brightest of
forming
these
neutron
stars
atoms,
illuminate
and
the
light
arms,
was free,
creating regions
the
of
cosmic
intense
microwave
activity and
background.
beauty.
This
The spiral
faint glow
structure
still
is
fills the
constantly
cosmos,
evolving,
a relic of
influenced
the
by
universe's
interactions with
infancy that
satellite
foreshadowed the
galaxies and
formation
the
of
motion of
galaxies
stars
like the
and
Milky
gas
Way.
within the disk.
The Dark Ages
The spiral arms are
recombination,
also home
a
to
time
vast
when the
molecular
universe was
clouds,
filled with
the
neutral
birthplaces
hydrogen
of stars.
but devoid of stars and light.
These regions are rich with
Yet,
complex
gravity was
chemistry,
already shaping
producing
the
not
cosmos,
only simple
pulling matter
molecules
into
like
dense
hydrogen,
regions
but
within
also
dark
more
matter
intricate
halos.
organic compounds that hint
Around
at the
200
possibility of
million
life.
years after the Big Bang,
At the heart of the
first
Milky Way
stars
lies
ignited.
Sagittarius A*.
These population
a
3
supermassive
stars
black
were
hole
immense,
with a mass
luminous,
equivalent to
and
4
short
million
lived.
suns.
Their
This
supernovae
enigmatic
scattered
object
heavier
is
elements,
surrounded by a
enriching
dense
the
cluster of
surrounding gas
stars,
and enabling
many
the
of which
formation
orbit
of
at
more
extraordinary
complex stars.
speeds due to its immense
Clusters of
gravitational
these
pull.
stars formed proto-galaxies,
Sagittarius A*,
chaotic collections
likely
of stars
in
in
the
the galaxy's
galaxy's earliest days,
Over
growing
time,
as it
these
consumed
structures
gas,
merged,
dust,
forming
and
the
stars.
precursors of modern galaxies.
During its active phases,
The
it
Milky
emitted
Way
powerful
began as one
jets
of these
radiation,
proto-galaxies,
shaping the central regions
through
of the
mergers
galaxy
and accretions.
influencing
It
star
grew
formation.
in size and complexity,
Today,
evolving
Sagittarius
over billions of
A*
years into a
is
grand
relatively
spiral
quiet,
galaxy.
occasionally flaring
The
as it
Milky
consumes
Way's
small
history
amounts
is a
of
testament
material.
to the cycles of creation
Despite
and
its
destruction.
current inactivity, it
Over
remains a
billions of
dominant
years,
force in the
it absorbs
galaxy's
smaller
dynamics,
galaxies,
anchoring the stars
integrating
and
their
gas in the
stars,
central
gas,
bulge.
and dark matter.
Supermassive black
One of
holes
the most
are common in
transformative
large
events was
galaxies,
the Gaia
but their
Enceladus
origins
merger
remain a mystery.
10 billion years ago.
Some theories
This
suggest they
collision
formed
added
from the
billions of
collapse of massive
stars,
stars
enriched
in
the
early
Milky
universe,
Way's chemical
while others
composition,
propose
and
they grew
reshaped
by
its
merging
thick
with
disk.
smaller black holes over
Evidence
billions
of these
years.
mergers persists in stellar
Approximately
streams,
4.6
arcing trails
billion
of
years
stars
ago,
that orbit
in
the
one of the
Milky
Milky
Way.
Way's spiral arms,
These
a
remnants
dense
are
cloud of
cosmic
gas
fossils,
and dust began
revealing
to
the
collapse.
galaxy's dynamic evolution.
This marked the birth of the solar
Even
system,
today,
a
the
process
Milky Way
that would
continues
unfold
to
over
grow.
millions of years.
The Sagittarius
At the
dwarf
center of the
galaxy,
collapsing
currently
cloud,
being
a
dismantled,
protostar ignited,
is contributing
the sun.
its stars to the Milky Way's
Around
halo.
it, the remaining material
These
flattened
interactions
into a
highlight
rotating
the
disk,
galaxy's
where
ongoing
particles
transformation.
collided and stuck together.
Around 9
Over
billion
time,
years ago,
these
the
particles
Milky
grew
Way
into
began to develop its
planetesimals,
iconic
the building
spiral
blocks
structure.
of planets.
As stars
The
and
Earth
gas
formed in the
settled
inner
into
part
a
of the disk,
rotating disk,
where rocky
angular
planets
momentum
emerged.
shaped the galaxy
Its
into a flat
position in the
plane.
sun's habitable zone
The
allowed it
spiral
to
arms,
retain liquid
regions
water,
of enhanced
creating
density,
the conditions
are created by
necessary for
density
life.
waves that propagate through
The
the
solar
disk.
system's composition
These
reflects
waves
billions
compress
of years
gas
of cosmic
clouds,
evolution,
triggering bursts of
containing
star
elements
formation.
forged in the hearts of ancient
Massive,
stars.
luminous stars
The Milky
illuminate
Way
the
is a
arms,
vast,
lending the
dynamic
Milky Way
galaxy,
its breathtaking
spanning
beauty.
over 100,000 light
Within the
years and
arms,
containing
molecular
hundreds of
clouds
billions of
act
stars.
as stellar nurseries.
Its spiral arms
These
are
dynamic
regions of
regions
intense
are
star
shaped by
formation,
gravitational
while its
forces,
central bulge is home
radiation,
to older
and the
stars and the
explosive energy of
supermassive black
supernovae.
hole, Sagittarius A*.
Interactions with nearby galaxies,
The galaxy
such
is
as the large
surrounded
and
by a
small
halo of
Magellanic
dark
Clouds,
which extend the
far
Milky Way
beyond
spiral
visible
stars
stars
and gas. These gravitational encounters
provides a
generate
gravitational
ripples in the disk,
framework that holds the
fueling
Milky
new
Way
waves of
together,
star formation.
ensuring its stability and
At the
structure.
center of the Milky Way
The
lies
Milky Way
Sagittarius
is part of a larger
A*,
cosmic
a
structure known
supermassive
as
black
the local
hole
group,
with a mass
a
of
collection
about 4
of more
million
than 50
suns.
galaxies bound together
Its
by
immense
gravity.
gravity anchors the galaxy's
Its closest
core,
companions,
influencing
the
the
large
motions
and
of
small
stars and
Magellanic
gas in the
clouds,
central bulge.
are dwarf galaxies that
Sagittarius
orbit the Milky Way
A*
and contribute
is
gas
surrounded
and
by a
stars
dense
to its
cluster of
structure.
stars, some
The
orbiting at
Milky Way's
extraordinary
journey is
speeds.
far from over.
Observing
In
these
about
orbits revealed the
4.5
presence
billion
of the black
years,
hole,
it will collide with
confirming
the
its
Andromeda
colossal
galaxy,
mass.
its nearest
Though
large
dormant
neighbor.
today,
This
Sagittarius
cosmic merger
A*
will likely
unfold
over
experiences
hundreds of
active
millions of
phases
years,
in the past.
creating a spectacular
During
transformation.
these times, it consumes
As the
vast amounts
galaxies
of
merge,
material,
gas
emitting
clouds
jets
will
of energy
compress,
that shape the
triggering
central
waves of
regions
star
of the
formation.
galaxy.
The central black
Supermassive
holes
black
of the
holes
Milky
like
Way
Sagittarius
and Andromeda will
A*
combine,
are essential
forming
to
a
galaxy
new,
formation.
larger supermassive black
They
hole.
regulate star formation,
The resulting
stabilize
galaxy,
structures,
often referred
and
to
play
as
a
Milky
pivotal
Way,
role
will
in the
likely be
evolution
an
of the
elliptical
host
system.
galaxies.
Though its spiral structure will be gone,
4.6
its
billion
legacy
years
will
ago,
live on through the
within one of
stars
the
and
Milky
planets
Way's
that
spiral
once orbited
arms,
within
a
its
dense
majestic
cloud of
arms.
gas and dust began to collapse.
Even after this merger, the
This
remnants
marked
of
the
the
birth
Milky
of the
Way
solar
will continue
system.
to drift through an
At
ever-expanding
the center
universe,
of the collapsing
part of
cloud,
the endless
a
cycle
young
of
star
cosmic
ignited,
creation and
the sun.
transformation.
The remaining
story of the
material
Milky
flattened
Way
into
begins
a
at the
rotating
moment of the Big
protoplanetary
Bang,
disk,
the
where
cataclysmic
particles
event that
collided
created
and
time,
coalesced into
space,
planetesimals.
and matter 13.8
These
billion years ago.
planetesimals grew into the planets,
The universe,
moons,
in its
and
infancy,
asteroids
was a
that
seething
defined the
sea of
solar
energy,
system.
expanding faster
Earth
than the
formed
speed
in the
of light.
sun's habitable zone,
Within
where
the first
conditions allowed
microseconds,
liquid water
the
to
universe
exist,
cooled enough for
the key
fundamental
ingredient for
particles,
life.
quarks, leptons,
Its composition
and
reflects
gluons
billions of
to
years
form.
of cosmic evolution.
These particles
containing elements
collided and
forged in
combined in a
ancient
chaotic
stars and
dance,
scattered across the
eventually
galaxy
creating
by
protons
supernova
and
explosions.
neutrons, the building blocks of
The
atoms.
Milky Way is a colossal
Within
galaxy,
minutes,
spanning
nuclear
over
fusion
100,000
began,
light
fusing
years and
protons
containing
and
hundreds
neutrons
of
into the
billions of
first
stars.
atomic nuclei.
Its spiral
Hydrogen
arms are
and
vital
helium
regions of
dominated
star
this primordial
formation,
mix,
illuminated
with
by
trace
young
amounts of
stars
lithium
and glowing
completing
nebulae.
the elemental trio.
The central bulge
These
is a
elements
dense
made up
cluster
the
of
raw
older
material
stars
from which
surrounding the
stars and
supermassive
galaxies
black
would later
hole
form.
Sagittarius A*.
For the next 380,000
Beyond the visible
years,
galaxy
the
lies
universe
a
remained
vast
a
halo
hot,
of dark
opaque
matter,
plasma,
an invisible
with
framework
photons
that
trapped in
holds
the
the
dense
Milky
fog
Way
of free
together.
electrons and nuclei.
The Milky Way is part
This
of the
era,
local group,
known as the
the
Dark
gravitationally
Ages,
bound
ended when the
collection of
universe
over
cooled
50
enough for
galaxies.
electrons to combine with
Its
nuclei,
closest neighbor,
forming neutral
the Andromeda
atoms.
galaxy, is
This
on a
event,
collision
called
course,
recombination,
destined to merge with the
transformed
Milky Way
universe,
in the distant
allowing
future.
light to travel freely for
In
the first time.
approximately 4.5
This
billion
ancient
years,
light,
the
the
Milky
cosmic
Way will
microwave
collide with
background,
Andromeda.
is a snapshot of the
This
universe
slow,
as it was at that
majestic
moment,
event will
carrying
reshape
within it
both
the imprints of the
galaxies
tiny
over hundreds of
fluctuations
millions
in
of
density
years.
that would grow into
As
galaxies
the galaxies
like the Milky
merge,
Way.
their gas clouds
As
will
the
compress,
universe expanded and
igniting
cooled,
waves of star
gravity
formation.
began to shape its structure.
The central black holes
Tiny
of the Milky Way
variations in
and
density,
Andromeda will
visible
eventually
in the
combine,
cosmic microwave
forming a
background,
massive
caused some
supermassive
regions
black
to
hole
attract
at the
more
heart of
matter.
the new galaxy.
These regions
The
grew
resulting
into vast
galaxy,
clouds of
often
hydrogen
called
and helium
Milky
gas,
will likely
which
be
collapsed
elliptical
under their own gravity.
While its spiral structure
Within
will
these
vanish,
collapsing
its
clouds,
stars and
the
planets
first
will
stars
continue
were
their
born.
cosmic journeys within
These
this new
population
configuration.
3 stars were immense,
We are
burning at
Stardust.
incredible temperatures and
Every
living
atom
for
in our
only a few
bodies was
million
forged
years.
in the hearts of ancient stars,
When they exploded
scattered
as
across the
supernovae,
galaxy
they
by their
enriched the
explosive
surrounding
depths.
gas with heavier elements,
The Milky
setting
Way
the
is
stage
not
for
just
the
our
next
home,
generation
it
of
is our
stars.
origin.
These
For
stars
millennia,
began to cluster
humanity
into
has gazed at the
proto-galaxies,
Milky Way
chaotic
with wonder.
collections of stars and gas held
Ancient
together by
civilizations
gravity.
saw it as a celestial
Over
river
time,
or a
these
bridge to the
proto-galaxies
heavens.
merged and collided,
Today,
forming
we
larger
explore
and
its
more
structure with
complex systems.
telescopes, satellites,
The Milky
and
Way
dreams
began
of
as one of
interstellar
these
travel.
early proto-galaxies.
The Milky Way's story
It grew
is
through a
intertwined
series
with
of
our
mergers,
own, a narrative
accumulating
of
stars,
creation,
gas,
growth,
and dark
transformation.
Dark
As we
matter,
look to
an
the
invisible
stars, we are
substance that does
reminded of
not
our
interact
connection to
with
the
light,
cosmos,
played
and
a
the
crucial
cycles
role
that shape
in this
existence.
process. providing the gravitational framework
in the earliest moments, the universe was a seething cauldron of energy growth was fueled by a process so high that even particles like protons and neutrons
over billions
could not
of years.
exist.
It consumed countless
Within a
smaller
fraction of a
galaxies,
second,
tearing them
inflation
apart
occurred,
with tidal
stretching
forces and
space
absorbing their
faster than the
stars,
speed of
gas, and dark matter.
This expansion
One of
erased
the
any
most
irregularities
transformative
on
events
large
in the
scales
Milky
while
Way's
amplifying
history occurred
microscopic
about 10
quantum
billion years
fluctuations
ago,
into
when
the
it
seeds
collided
of
with the
galaxies.
Enceladus galaxy.
As the universe cooled,
This merger added
protons
billions
and
of
neutrons
stars to
formed
the
and
Milky
combined
Way and
into the
created
first
its thick
nuclei of
disk,
hydrogen,
a population
helium,
of stars
and
with
lithium.
orbits distinct from those
These
in a thin
elements
disk.
made up nearly all matter for
Stellar
hundreds of
streams,
millions of
long
years.
ribbons of stars stretching
For
across
eons,
the sky,
the universe
are
was
the
dark,
remnants of
as
smaller
light was
galaxies
trapped in a dense
consumed by
fog
the
of
Milky
free
Way.
particles.
These streams are visible to astronomers,
380,000
offering a
years
window
after
into
the
the
Big
galaxy's
Bang
past
changed
and revealing
everything.
the story of its growth through
Neutral
mergers.
atoms formed, and light
Even
escaped,
today, the
flooding the
Milky Way
cosmos.
continues to evolve.
This primordial light,
The
now
Sagittarius
observed as
dwarf
the
galaxy
cosmic
is
microwave
currently being
background,
torn apart
reveals
by
a
the Milky
snapshot
Way's
of the
gravity,
universe in its
its stars
infancy,
gradually
a time
joining the
before the
galaxy's
Milky Way
halo.
began to coalesce.
These ongoing
The
interactions
Dark Ages
ensure that the
followed no
Milky Way
combination,
remains a
a silent
dynamic and
period when no
ever-changing
stars
system.
had yet ignited to
The
illuminate
Milky
the
Way's
cosmos.
spiral structure began to
Yet,
emerge
in
around
the
9
shadows,
billion
gravity
years ago.
was at work, pulling
As the
hydrogen
galaxy
and
grew
helium
larger,
gas
its
into
stars
dense
and
pockets
gas
within
settled
vast
into a
halos
rotating
of dark
disk,
matter.
shaped by the
By
combined effects of
200
gravity
million
and
years
angular
after the
momentum.
Big Bang, the
The
first stars
spiral
ignited,
arms,
one
one
of
of
the
the
galaxy's
galaxy's
most
most
piercing
iconic
the
features,
darkness.
are regions of higher
These
density
population
created
three
by
stars
density
were
waves.
massive, burning at
These
millions of
waves
degrees,
move through the
and
galaxy,
their violent
compressing
deaths
gas
in
clouds
supernovae
and
seeding the
triggering star
universe with
formation
heavier
as they
elements
pass.
like carbon, oxygen,
The arms
and
are
iron.
illuminated by young,
Clusters
massive
of these stars
which
form
burn
the first
brightly but live only
proto-galaxies,
briefly.
chaotic assemblies
These
of light
stars,
and matter.
along with the glowing gas
These
clouds
early
surrounding
galaxies
them,
collided
give the
frequently,
spiral arms
merging
their
into
distinctive
larger
appearance.
structures.
The formation
Milky
of the
Way
spiral
emerged
arms
during
was
this era
influenced
by
by
small and
interactions
humble
with smaller
galaxy in a
galaxies,
vast,
which
turbulent
created
universe.
ripples in the disk that evolved
Its
into
growth
the
was
density
fueled by
waves we see
mergers,
today.
as it absorbed other
These
proto-galaxies
interactions
and
also helped
accumulated
shape
gas.
the overall structure of the
Dark
galaxy,
matter,
creating
the
the
invisible
dynamic,
scaffolding of the
ever-changing
cosmos,
patterns of the
played a
spiral
critical
arms.
role, providing the
At the center of
gravitational
the Milky
glue
Way
that allowed
lies
galaxies to
Sagittarius
form
A*,
and evolve.
a supermassive
The
black
Milky
hole
Way's
with a
evolution
mass
has been
equivalent
shaped
to
by
4 million
galactic
suns.
cannibalism, a natural
Although
but
it is
violent
invisible,
process of
its
survival
presence
and
is
growth.
revealed by the rapid orbits
Over
of
billions
stars
of
near the
years,
galactic
the
center.
Milky Way consumed countless smaller
Sagittarius A*,
galaxies,
likely
tearing them
formed in the
apart
early
with its
days
gravity.
of the Milky Way,
One
growing
of the
as it
most
consumed
significant
gas,
mergers in its
dust,
history
and
was the
stars.
collision with the Gaia
During its
Enceladus
active
galaxy
phases,
10
it
billion
emitted
years ago.
powerful jets of energy.
This event was
influencing the
transformative,
distribution of
reshaping the
material in
Milky Way
central
and
regions
creating
of the
its thick
galaxy.
disk.
Today,
Billions of stars were
Sagittarius
added to
A*
the galaxy,
is relatively
enriching
quiet,
it with the heavy
occasionally
elements
flaring
necessary
as it
for forming
consumes
rocky
small
planets
amounts of material.
and, ultimately, life.
Despite its current inactivity,
Evidence of these
it remains
ancient
a
mergers
dominant
can
force
still
in
be
the
seen today
dynamics
in
of the
stellar
galaxy's
streams,
core,
graceful
anchoring the
arcs of
stars in the
stars that
central
trace the
bulge.
remnants of disrupted galaxies.
Supermassive black holes are a
These
common
streams
feature
serve
of large
as celestial
galaxies,
fossils,
but their origins
preserving the
remain
memory
one
of
of
the Milky
astronomy's
Way's
greatest
violent
mysteries.
past.
Some
Even now,
theories
the
suggest
Milky
they
Way
formed from the
continues to
collapse
grow.
of massive stars in the
The
early
Sagittarius
universe,
dwarf
while others
galaxy,
propose that
currently
they
being
grew through
dismantled,
mergers and
is
accretion
adding its
over
stars
billions
to the
of
galactic
years.
halo.
About
These
4.6
ongoing
billion
interactions
years ago,
highlight the
in a
dynamic,
quiet corner of the
ever-changing
Milky
nature of
Way's
our
Orion
galaxy.
arm, a dense cloud
Around
of gas
9 billion
and dust
years
began
ago,
to collapse
the
under
Milky
its
Way
own
began
gravity.
to take on its iconic
This
spiral
marked the
shape.
beginning of the solar system,
As its stars
a
and
process
gas
that would
settled into a
unfold over
rotating
millions
disk,
of years.
angular momentum flattened
At the
the
center
system
of the
into a
collapsing
plane,
cloud,
laying the
a
groundwork
protostar
for its
ignited,
spiral
the
arms.
sun.
The
remaining
spiral arms
material
are not
formed a
static
rotating
structures.
disk,
They
where
are
particles
dynamic
collided
regions
and stuck
created by
together.
density waves.
Over time,
As
these
these
particles
waves
grew
move
into
through the galaxy,
planetesimals,
they
the
compress
building
gas
blocks
clouds,
of planets.
triggering star formation.
The Earth formed in the inner
The
part
result
of the
is
disk,
a galaxy
where rocky
alive with
planets
activity,
emerged.
its arms
Its
illuminated
position
by
in
the
the
light of
sun's
young,
habitable
massive
zone allowed it
stars.
to retain liquid water,
Within the
creating
spiral
the
arms lie
conditions
vast
necessary
molecular
for life.
clouds, nurseries where
The
new
solar
stars
system's
are born.
composition reflects the
These
Milky
regions
Way's
are
long
turbulent
history
and
of
chaotic,
star formation
driven
and
by the
chemical
interplay
enrichment,
of gravity,
containing elements
radiation,
forged
and
in the cores of
magnetic
ancient
fields.
stars and scattered by supernovae.
Interactions with nearby galaxies,
The Milky Way
such as
is
the
a vast and
Magellanic
complex
Cloud
system,
also play a
spanning
role.
over 100,000 light
These
years
gravitational
and
encounters
of
create
billions of
ripples in
stars.
the Milky Way's disk,
Its spiral
sustaining the
arms are
spiral
active
structure
regions
and
of star
influencing its
formation,
evolution.
while its central bulge
At
is
the
a dense
center of the
collection
Milky
of
Way
older
resides
stars.
Sagittarius A*.
The galaxy is
a
surrounded by a
supermassive black
halo of
hole
dark
with a
matter,
mass of
which
about 4
extends
million
far beyond the
suns.
visible stars and
Its
gas.
gravity dominates the
This
motions of
halo
stars and
provides the
gas in the
gravitational
central
framework
bulge,
that
anchoring
holds
the
the Milky
galaxy's
Way
core.
together, ensuring its stability and
Sagittarius
structure.
A* is surrounded
The
by a
Milky
dense
Way is
cluster
part
of
of a larger
stars,
structure
many of
known
which
as the
orbit
local
at
group,
extraordinary
a
speeds.
collection of more than 50
These
galaxies
rapid
bound
orbits were
together
key
by
to
gravity.
confirming the existence of the
Its
black
closest
hole, measuring
companions,
its mass.
the large and small Magellanic
Though relatively
clouds,
dormant
are
now,
dwarf galaxies
Sagittarius
that orbit the
A*
Milky Way
likely
and contribute
experienced
gas and
active
stars
phases
to its
in the
structure.
past.
The
During
Milky
these
Way's
times,
story will
it devoured
culminate
vast
in a
amounts of
dramatic
material,
collision with the
emitting
Andromeda
powerful
Galaxy,
jets of
its
radiation
nearest
that
large
influenced
neighbor.
the galaxy's central regions.
This merger, set to begin in about
Supermassive black
4.5
holes
billion
like
years,
Sagittarius
will
A*
reshape both
are thought
galaxies,
to play a critical
creating a
role
new,
in the
larger
formation and
system.
evolution of galaxies,
As the galaxies
stabilizing their
merge,
structures
gas
and
clouds
regulating
will
star
compress,
formation through
triggering
their
bursts of
gravitational
star
and
formation.
energetic influence.
The central black holes
About
of the Milky Way
4.6
and
billion
Andromeda
years ago
will combine,
within the
forming
Milky
a
Way's
massive
Orion
supermassive black
a dense
hole
cloud
at the
of
heart
gas
of the
and dust
resulting
began
galaxy.
to collapse under its own
The
gravity.
new galaxy, often
This
called
collapse
Milky,
marked the
will
birth of
likely
our
be an
solar
elliptical
system.
system.
At the
Though
center
its
of the
spiral
cloud,
structure
a young
will be
star
lost,
ignited,
its stars
becoming
and
the
planets
sun
will carry
surrounding
the
it.
legacy
The
of the
remaining
Milky Way
material
into the
flattened
future.
into a protoplanetary
Even
disk,
after this
where
merger,
particles
the
collided
remnants of
and
the Milky
coalesced
Way
into
will continue to
planetesimals,
drift through an
the building
ever-expanding
blocks
universe,
of planets.
part of the endless cycle
Earth
of cosmic
formed in the sun's
creation and
habitable zone,
transformation.
where conditions
The
allowed it
Big
to
Bang
retain
was
liquid
not just
water.
the creation of matter,
Its rocky
it was the
composition
creation of
reflects
space
the
and
Milky
time
Way's
itself.
history, enriched
From
by
this
elements
singularity,
forged in
the
ancient
universe
stars
began
and
expanding
expanding
at an
across the
astonishing
galaxy
rate,
by supernova
undergoing a brief
explosions.
period of inflation that stretched
The
it
Milky Way
exponentially.
is a colossal galaxy,
Quantum
spanning
fluctuations
over
within this
100,000
expansion
light
left
years and
imprints that
containing
would later form the
billions
vast
of
cosmic
stars.
structures we see today.
Its spiral arms are
In
the
the first
vibrant
few
regions of
seconds,
star
the
formation,
universe cooled
while
just
its
enough
central
for
bulge
quarks
is a
and
dense
gluons
hub
to
of older
combine
stars
into
surrounding
protons and
Sagittarius
neutrons.
A star.
This marked the
The
beginning of
galaxy's
baryonic
halo
matter,
extends far
the
beyond the
ordinary
visible
matter that
stars,
forms stars,
containing globular
planets,
clusters
and light.
and the remnants of disrupted
Nuclear
galaxies.
fusion followed, creating
This
the first
halo
atomic
is also
nuclei.
dominated by dark matter,
However,
an
the
invisible
universe remained
substance
too
that
hot
provides
for
the
atoms to
gravitational
form,
framework
leaving it
holding
as a
the
plasma
Milky Way
of charged
together.
particles and photons.
The Milky Way is part of the
For
local
hundreds of
group,
thousands
a
of
collection
years,
of more than
photons
50
scattered
galaxies.
endlessly, unable to
Its
escape the
closest
dense fog of
companions,
particles.
the Andromeda Galaxy in
During
the
this
Magellanic
period,
Clouds,
known as the Dark
interact with
Ages,
and influence
gravity
its structure.
began pulling matter into denser
In approximately
regions, laying the
4.5
groundwork for
billion
galaxies.
years, the Milky Way will
When the
collide with
universe
the
was
Andromeda
about
Galaxy.
380,000 years old,
This event will
it
be a
reached
slow
critical
cosmic
threshold,
dance, unfolding
recombination.
over hundreds of millions of years.
Electrons bonded with nuclei
As the
to
galaxies
form
merge,
neutral atoms,
their gas
allowing
clouds will
light to travel
compress,
freely
igniting
for the first
bursts
time.
of star formation.
The cosmic microwave
The central
background,
black holes
this
of the
light from the
Milky
dawn
Way
of the
and
universe,
Andromeda will
still
merge,
fills the
forming a
cosmos,
massive
a snapshot
supermassive
of a
black
time
hole
when the
at the
universe
heart of
was
the
just
new
a
galaxy.
glowing baby.
The resulting
As the universe
galaxy,
expanded
often
and
referred
cooled,
to as
the seeds
Milkomeda,
planted
will
by
likely be
inflation grew
elliptical
under
in
the
shape.
influence of gravity.
Though its spiral structure
Regions
will
of slightly
vanish,
higher
its stars
density
and
attracted
planets
more
will
matter,
continue their
forming
journeys through the
vast clouds
cosmos.
of hydrogen and helium
Even
gas.
after this merger, the
These
remnants of
clouds
the Milky
collapsed
Way
to
will
form the
drift
first
through an
stars,
ever-expanding
igniting the
universe,
cosmic
a
dawn.
testament to the cycles of
These
creation and
first-generation
transformation that
stars,
define
called
the cosmos.
population 3 stars,
The
were
Big
immense,
Bang was more than
burning
an
at
origin
millions of
point.
degrees.
It was a transformation
They had
from
no
nothingness
heavier
into an
elements,
ever-expanding
no carbon,
reality.
no oxygen,
Time
no
itself
iron,
began
making them
ticking,
unique
and the
in
laws
history
of
the
physics
cosmos.
emerged to govern the birth of
Yet they
energy
played a
and matter.
pivotal role,
The
synthesizing
universe
these
expanded
elements
at
in their cores and
incomprehensible
dispersing them
speeds,
into
an
space
era
called inflation, which stretched quantum fluctuations
as more
across
stars
vast
formed,
scales.
they began clustering
These
into
fluctuations
proto-galaxies.
planted the seeds of the cosmic
small,
web, a network of galaxies and voids that would span billions of light years, driven by the gravitational scaffolding of dark matter particles formed into protons and each merger added mass and complexity into the first earliest galaxies. Hydrogen, helium, the Milky Way began as one of these proto-galaxies. For hundreds of thousands of years, the universe remained dark and silent, shrouded in a plasma of particles. Over time, it grew through a series of mergers, becoming the galaxy we recognize today. Electrons joined the history of the Milky Way is written in the stars, light was released into the cosmos. Over billions of years, light, the cosmic microwave background in a process is still visible today, a silent witness to the dawn of relentless growth created the galaxy's ages of the universe were not devoid populations. One of the largest mergers in the Milky Way's history pulling hydrogen and helium into a massive galaxy that collided with these regions grew hotter and denser, and after this event left a profound imprint on the stars ignited, creating its thick disk and populating the halo. Populations of 3 stars were immense, hundreds of times the mass of our sun, have uncovered evidence of these ancient mergers through stellar streams. Their brief lives ending trails of stars that were enriching the surrounding galaxy with heavier elements like carbon and oxygen. Orbit the Milky Way, building blocks of light past encounters. Clusters of these stars provide a window into the galaxy's dynamic chaotic systems of light and matter that frequently collided its present form. These early galaxies were irregular, cannibalistic nature and continues, but they laid the groundwork for the cosmic giants to come. Is currently being torn the Milky Way was born as one of these proto-galaxies, and gas gradually joined the Milky Way's disk and halo. Over these ongoing interactions with other proto-galaxies, the Milky Way remains a dynamic, complex, ever-evolving system. The Milky Way's transformation into a spiral galaxy began as galactic cannibals settled absorbing smaller galaxies around 9 billion years ago. Is not a violent anomaly, but a natural process was driven by angular momentum. Over billions of years, the Milky Way has consumed dozens of smaller galaxies. The spiral arms, and incorporated the galaxy's most striking features, and dark matter are not fixed structures, but Enceladus merger. 10 billion years ago, was one of the most transformative events in the Milky Way star formation as they passed. It reshaped the galaxy's disk, added billions of clouds of molecular gas the interstellar medium with heavy elements, new generations of stars. Today, the remnants of these mergers are visible as stellar streams, creating the graceful arch of stars that trace the orbits of once-independent galaxies. Interactions with satellite galaxies and other gravitational disturbances have influenced revealing the cosmic interactions that shape spiral arms. The Milky Way still grow ripples in the disk, the Sagittarius density galaxy that sustain currently being dismantled by the Milky Way's gravity is contributing stars to the supermassive black hole. This ongoing process demonstrates that the Milky Way remains an active participant in the cosmic cycle of growth. With a mass of about 4 million suns, around 9 billion surrounded by a dense cluster of stars, the Milky Way began to transform into spiral galaxy speeds. Stars and gas settled into a rotating disk was an angular momentum flattened the system into a plane. Observations of the rapid orbits of stars gave rise to the iconic spiral direct evidence regions of higher density allowed astronomers to form as the galaxy evolves. Though relatively quiet arms are illuminated by the light of asterisk likely experienced periods of intense activity. These stars, though short-lived, shine in these phases, giving the arms their vast amounts of dynamic dust, emitting powerful jets of radiation that molecular clouds act as stellar nurseries, producing new generations of stars like Sagittarius. The Milky Way's spiral structure is not in the evolution of galaxies. It is constantly influenced by gravitational interdistribution of nearby galaxies, such as the large and small Magellanic star formation and chemical enrichment. These interactions create ripples in the galactic system around sustaining the density waves that shape the spiral arms. In a quiet region of the Orion, at the heart of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius began to collapse under a supermassive black hole with a mass of approximately 4 million suns. A young star ignited, though invisible. Its presence is undeniable, as its gravity controls the motions of stars and gas collided and stuck together, forming
Astronomers
planetesimals.
discovered Sagittarius
These
A
planetesimals
by
grew
tracking
into
the
the
rapid
planets,
orbits of
moons,
stars
and
near the center
asteroids
of the
that make up
galaxy
the solar system.
These stars,
The Earth
some
forming
moving
the
at
inner part
thousands
of
of
the
kilometers
disk,
per
where
second,
rocky planets
orbit an
emerged.
unseen object,
Its
a black
position in
hole.
the Sun's habitable zone
Sagittarius
allowed it to retain liquid
A**
water,
is currently
creating
quiet,
the conditions
but evidence
necessary
suggests
for
it
life
has
to evolve.
experienced active phases.
The solar system's
During
composition
these times,
reflects the
it
Milky Way's
consumed
history,
vast amounts of
containing
material,
elements
emitting
forged in
jets
the
of
cores
energy
of stars
that
and
influence
scattered
the
across
surrounding
the
galaxy
galaxy by supernovae.
Supermassive black
The
holes
Milky
like
Way is a
Sagittarius
vast,
A**
dynamic
are
galaxy,
thought to play an
home to
essential
hundreds of
role in
billions of
galaxy
stars and
evolution.
countless planetary systems.
They regulate star formation,
Its spiral
influence
arms are
the
regions
distribution of
intense
gas,
star formation,
and stabilize
while
their
its
central
central bulge
galaxies.
is a dense collection of older
About
stars surrounding the
4.6 billion years
supermassive
ago,
black hole
within the Milky
Sagittarius
Way's
A
Orion
star.
arm, a dense
The
cloud of
galaxy
gas
is
and dust
surrounded by
began
an
to collapse
extended
under its
halo
own
of dark
gravity.
matter, which provides
At
the
its center,
gravitational
a young
glue
star
that holds it
ignited,
together.
the Sun.
Without
The
dark
remaining
matter,
material
the Milky
flattened
Way
into
stars
a
would not
protoplanetary
orbit
disk,
fast enough
where
to remain
particles
bound to
collided
the
and
galaxy.
coalesced into
The
planetesimals.
Milky Way is also part
Over
of the
time,
local group,
these
a collection
planetesimals
of more
grew
than
into
50
planets,
galaxies
moons,
bound by gravity.
and asteroids.
Its closest
Earth
companions,
formed in the Sun's
the large
habitable
and small
zone,
Magellanic
where conditions
clouds,
allowed
are
liquid
dwarf
water to
galaxies
exist.
that orbit the Milky Way
Its
and
composition
contribute gas
reflects
and
the
stars
history
to
of
its
the Milky
structure.
Way, containing
The Milky
elements
Way's
forged
future
in
will
ancient
culminate
stars
in
and
a dramatic
scattered across
merger
the
with the
galaxy by
Andromeda Galaxy,
supernova
its
explosions.
nearest large neighbor.
The Milky Way
This
is a
collision,
sprawling,
set to
dynamic
begin in about
galaxy
4.5
spanning
billion
over
years,
100,000
will reshape
light-years.
both galaxies,
Its
creating a
spiral
single,
arms are
massive
vibrant
elliptical
regions
galaxy.
of star formation, while
As
its
the
central
galaxies
bulge is a
merge,
dense
their
cluster of
gas
older
clouds will
stars surrounding
compress,
Sagittarius
igniting
A
bursts of
star.
star formation.
Beyond the visible
The central
stars
black
and gas
holes of the
lies a
Milky
vast
Way
halo
and
of dark
Andromeda
matter,
will merge,
an invisible
forming a
structure
new,
that holds
even
the
larger
galaxy together.
supermassive black hole.
This halo is
Though the
also home
resulting
to ancient
galaxy,
globular
often
clusters
called
and the
Milky,
remnants of
will lack
disrupted
the spiral
galaxies.
structure of its predecessors.
The Milky Way
Its
is
stars
part of
and
the local
planets will
group,
carry the
a collection
legacy
of
of
over
both
50
galaxies
galaxies
into the
bound
future.
by gravity.
Even after
Its
the merger,
closest
the
companions,
remnants of the Milky
the Andromeda
Way will
Galaxy
continue to
and the
drift through an
Magellanic
expanding
Clouds,
universe,
influence
part
the
of the
structure
endless
and will
cycle
play a
of
role
cosmic
in its
creation and
future
transformation.
evolution. The
The
Milky
Big
Way
Bang
story
wasn't just
is
the
far
start
from
of
over.
matter, it was the start
In
of everything.
approximately 4
Time and space were
5
born in
billion
a single
years,
instant,
it will
and
collide
the
with the
universe began
Andromeda
expanding
Galaxy.
at a rate that defies
This
comprehension.
cosmic event will be a
What
slow-motion
followed
ballet
was a rapid
lasting
period
hundreds
of
of
inflation,
millions of
where the
years.
universe grew exponentially
As the
in
galaxies
fractions of a
merge,
second.
their gas clouds will
In this
compress,
chaotic but
triggering
structured
waves of star
environment,
formation.
the seeds of all cosmic
The
structures
central
were
black
sown.
holes of the Milky Way
Tiny
and
quantum
Andromeda will combine,
fluctuations,
forming an even
differences in
larger
density,
supermassive
were
black
stretched
hole.
to enormous scales.
The
creating
resulting
the
galaxy,
scaffolding for galaxies
often called
and
Milky,
clusters of galaxies.
will likely be elliptical.
As the universe
Though
expanded
its
and
spiral
cooled,
structure will
quarks
vanish,
and gluons
its stars
began
and
forming the
planets will
first
continue their
protons and
journeys
neutrons.
through the cosmos.
By the time the
Even after
universe
the
was
merger,
3 minutes
the
old,
Milky Way's
nuclear
legacy
fusion
will
had
endure,
occurred,
drifting
producing
through an
hydrogen,
ever-expanding
helium,
universe.
and traces of lithium.
This transformation is a
These light
testament to the
elements
cycles of
dominated the
creation,
early cosmos,
destruction,
and while the
rebirth
universe
that
was
define
filled
the
with
cosmos.
potential, it was still
The
devoid
Big
of life.
Bang,
For the
13.8
next
billion years ago,
380,000
was not a
years,
conventional
the universe
explosion
remained
but a
dark and
sudden,
opaque.
all-encompassing expansion of
Photons were
space
trapped
itself.
in a dense plasma,
Within the
bouncing
first
endlessly
trillionth of
off
a
charged
second,
particles.
the universe expanded
But
exponentially
gravity was
during
already
a
at
phase
work,
called inflation.
pulling matter into denser regions
This
and
rapid
laying the
stretching
groundwork
set the
for
foundation
galaxies.
for the cosmic web,
When the
a vast
universe
network
finally
of
cooled
galaxies
enough for
connected by
electrons to
filaments of
bond
dark
with
matter
nuclei,
and
it
separated by
transformed.
immense voids.
Photons were
As
set
temperatures
free,
fell,
flooding the
elementary
cosmos
particles,
with light.
quarks, gluons,
This event,
and
known as
leptons,
recombination,
coalesced
left
into
behind a
protons
cosmic
and neutrons.
microwave background, a
Within
faint glow
minutes,
that maps
nuclear
the early
fusion
universe
produced
and
the
its
lightest
first
elements,
structures.
hydrogen,
The era of darkness ended with the birth of the first stars. These primordial elements dominated the cosmos for hundreds of millions of years. These stars, known as population-free stars, were Titanic, a period of silence and darkness where no stars or galaxies existed. They formed in massive clusters. Gravity, however, began to amplify tiny variations in density left by inflation. They exploded matter into clumps, enriching their surroundings. These clumps became the birthplaces of the first stars and galaxies, and thus, the ancestors of the Milky Way was critical. Roughly 200 million years after the Big Bang, the first stars ignited, signaling the end of the Dark Ages. The first galaxies were chaotic assemblies of these early stars, held together purely of hydrogen and helium. These proto-galaxies were small and irregular, constantly colliding and merging heavier elements into the surrounding gas. These mergers fueled the way for the formation of creating bursts of light that pierced the surrounding darkness. These stars clustered together the Milky Way began as one of these early galaxies. Small and irregular collections of matter held together by dark matter stars and gas bound by the gravitational pull collided and merged frequently. Driven by gravity's relentless pull, it would grow through mergers. The Milky Way emerged as one of these early proto-galaxies needed to evolve system that would grow through billions of years of mergers and cannibalism is a defining feature of the Milky Way's growth. Though invisible, played a crucial role in this growth. It has anchoring the galaxy's smaller galaxies, providing the gravitational framework for its evolution and dark matter. The Milky Way's process of destruction and assimilation is how galaxies like the Milky Way grow. Absorbing smaller galaxies is not an aberration but a natural process in the life of large galaxies. When it collided with the Gaian Enceladus galaxy, the Milky Way consumed dozens of smaller galaxies, adding billions of stars and forming the galaxy's thick and dark matter. It also triggered one of the most significant star formation history lighting up 10 billion years ago newly born when the Gaian Enceladus galaxy. The evidence of these mergers is still visible today. This collision added billions of stars, long trails of stars left behind by disrupted chemical diversity, enabling the formation of planets and eventual remnants of ancient collisions. Even today, the remnants of these ancient interactions are visible as stellar streams. Even now, the Milky Way trails of stars orbiting the Milky Way. The Sagittarius dwarf galaxy are celestial fossils, is being offering a glimpse into the galaxy's violent joining the Milky Way's halo. The Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, currently being dismantled by the Milky Way's gravity, is a modern example of this ongoing process. Around 9 billion years ago, its stars are being gradually absorbed, ensuring that the Milky Way continues to grow and evolve. As the galaxy grew larger, its stars around 9 billion years ago, rotating the Milky Way began to transform into a spiral galaxy. Stars and gas settled into a rotating density organized by the influence of angular waves. This orderly rotation flattened the galaxy into a plane as they giving rise to its iconic spiral arm. This process is self-sustaining. These spiral arms are regions of higher density, created by density waves that move through the galactic disk. As these waves compress gas clouds, they trigger star formation, creating clusters of young, massive stars that illuminate the arms. 13.8 billion years ago, the arms are not fixed structured into a dynamic patterns that evolve over time, space, and the interactions with smaller galaxies, such as the large and small Magellanic Clouds, generate ripples in the Milky Way's disk, sustaining the density waves that define its spiral. In this early era, the first atoms, at the heart of the Milky Way lies Sagittarius A*, laying the groundwork a supermassive black hole with a mass of approximately 4 million to shape this chaotic environment. Though it is invisible, gas and its gravitational influence dominates the central forming the first shaping the motions of stars and gas. Roughly a billion years Sagittarius A** is surrounded by a dense cluster of stars, many of which orbit at incredible speeds. Tiny proto-galaxies formed as observing these orbits has provided direct evidence of the black hole's existence and allowed astronomers to measure its mass compared to modern galaxies. Though relatively quiet now, over millions Sagittarius A** smaller is likely experienced active phases, growing larger and more complex.
During these times,
the Milky Way's earliest
vast amounts of
likely
material
formed during this
emitting powerful
period,
jets
starting
of
as small
radiation
dwarf
that
galaxies
influenced the distribution
rich in
of
dark
gas
matter
and
and
stars in the
stars.
galactic center.
These building blocks would
Supermassive
eventually
black
come
holes
together,
like
shaping the
Sagittarius A
vast spiral
asteroids are
galaxy
thought to
we
play
know
a
today.
critical role in galaxy
The history
evolution,
of the Milky Way
regulating
is
star
marked by
formation
countless
and
mergers
contributing to
and
the
collisions
stability
with
of their
smaller
host
galaxies.
Over
Over
about
billions of
4.6
years,
billion
these
years
interactions
ago,
added
within
mass,
one of the Milky Way's
introduced new
spiral
stars,
arms,
and
a
shaped
dense
the
cloud
structure
of
of the
gas
Milky
and
Way.
dust began to collapse
The
under
remnants
its
of
own
these
gravity.
ancient galaxies are still
At its
visible
center,
today,
a young
forming
star
stellar
ignited,
streams
the
and
sun.
globular clusters that
The
orbit our
remaining
galaxy.
material formed a
One of
protoplanetary
the most
disk,
significant
where
events
particles
in the Milky
collided and
Way's
stuck
evolution
together,
occurred
forming
about 10 billion years
planetesimals.
ago, when it merged
Over
with a
millions
massive
of years,
galaxy
these
referred to as the
planetesimals
Gaia
grew into
Enceladus.
planets, moons,
This
and
collision
asteroids
created
of the
ripples
solar
in the
system.
Milky Way's structure and enriched it with new
Positioned in the
stars
sun's
and heavier
habitable
elements.
zone, retained
The
liquid
Milky
water,
Way's
creating
iconic
the
spiral
conditions
arms likely
necessary
formed
for life.
between 6 and 9
Its
billion years
composition
ago.
reflects the Milky Way's
As the
history,
galaxy settled
containing
into a more
elements
stable
forged in ancient
configuration,
stars and
rotating
distributed
gas
across the
clouds
galaxy
began to
by
condense
supernovae.
under the influence of gravity.
The Milky Way is a
These
colossal
dense
structure
regions became
spanning over
star-forming
100,000 light
giving
years
birth
and
to
containing
millions of
hundreds
stars
of
over
billions
millions
of
of
stars.
years.
Its
The
spiral arms are regions
dynamic,
of intense star
constantly
formation,
reshaped by the motion of
illuminated by
stars
young
and interstellar
luminous
matter.
stars.
They are
The
also
central
a hub
bulge
for new
is a
star
dense region
formation,
of older
a
stars
process that
surrounding the
continues to this day.
supermassive black hole
At the
Sagittarius
center of
A
the
star.
Milky Way is Sagittarius
Beyond
A
the visible
asterisk,
stars
a
and gas
supermassive
lies a
black
vast
hole
halo
with a
of
mass
dark matter,
equivalent to
an
4
invisible
million
but
suns.
dominant component that holds
This
the
black
galaxy
hole likely
together.
formed in the galaxy's
The
earliest
Milky Way
days,
is part of a
growing as
local
it
group,
consumed
a
gas,
collection of
dust,
more than 50
and stars
galaxies.
from its surroundings.
Its
While
closest
it
neighbor,
remains dormant
the
for the
Andromeda
most part,
galaxy in the
Sagittarius
Magellanic
A
Clouds,
asterisk has played
interacted
a
with
critical
an
role
influence
in
in
shaping
structure.
the galaxy.
In approximately
Its immense
4.5
gravitational
billion
pull
years,
influences
the
the
Milky
orbits
Way
of
will
stars
collide with
near
the
the
Andromeda
galactic
galaxy
center and helps regulate star
This
formation.
event, while dramatic, will
Approximately
unfold over
4.
hundreds of millions of years.
6 billion years ago,
As the
in one of
galaxies
the
merge,
Milky Way's
their
spiral
gas clouds
arms,
will
a
compress,
cloud of gas
triggering
and dust
bursts of
collapsed
star
under
formation.
gravity.
The
This
central
event
black
marked the
holes
birth
of the
of our
Milky
solar
Way and
system.
Andromeda will eventually
The
merge,
sun ignited at the
forming a
center,
massive
while the
supermassive
remaining
black
material
hole at the
coalesced
heart of
into
the new
planets,
galaxy.
moons, and
The
asteroids.
resulting galaxy,
The
often
Milky
called
Way
Andromeda,
provided the
will
raw
likely be
materials for this
elliptical in
process,
shape.
enriched by
Though its
generations
spiral
of
arms will
previous stars.
disappear, its stars
Elements
and
like
planets will
carbon,
continue
oxygen,
to orbit in a
and
new
iron,
cosmic
essential
configuration
for life on Earth.
Even
were
after
forged
this
in the
merger,
cores of
the
ancient
Milky
stars
Way's
and
legacy
spread
will
throughout the
endure,
galaxy when
drifting
those
through
stars
ever
exploded
expanding
as
universe.
supernovae.
Its
Today,
transformation
the
is a
Milky Way
testament to the
spans over
cycles of
100,000
creation and
light
destruction
years
that
and
define
contains
the
hundreds of
cosmos.
billions of stars.
The
along with
universe's
vast
journey
clouds of
began
gas and dust.
13.8 billion years
It
ago
is home
in
to
a moment
diverse
of infinite
celestial
density
phenomena,
and energy.
from newborn stars to
The
dying
Big Bang
supernovae.
marked the expansion of space
The
and time
galaxy is
itself,
constantly
birthing
changing,
the building
with
blocks of
stars orbiting
everything
the
that would
center
ever
and
exist.
spiral arms slowly evolving.
Inflation, a
The
phenomenon
Milky
occurring
Way
in the first
also
trillionth of a
continues to
second,
grow, as it
expanded the
accretes
universe
material from smaller
exponentially.
galaxies and
This
intergalactic
period
space.
smoothed out large-scale
In
structures
approximately
while
4.
amplifying tiny quantum
5
fluctuations
billion
into
years,
density
the Milky Way
variations.
will collide with its nearest
These
large
subtle
neighbor,
irregularities
the Andromeda
became the
galaxy.
seeds for the galaxies,
This
stars,
epic event will
and
reshape
planets that
both
would
galaxies, forming a
As
single,
the universe
larger
cooled,
structure,
quarks and
sometimes
gluons
referred
formed
to as
protons and
Milky.
neutrons.
Despite
Within
the scale
minutes,
of the collision,
nuclear fusion
individual
created
stars are
hydrogen and
unlikely to
helium,
collide
the
due to the
simplest
vast
and most
distances
abundant
between
elements.
them.
For
Instead,
hundreds of
the
thousands
merger
of
will
years,
create
the
new regions
universe
of
remained
star
dark,
formation and
as
likely
photons
alter
were
the
trapped
central
within
black
a
holes
dense
of
plasma.
both galaxies.
This change
In
in
the
the
vast
combinations
nothingness
of
of pre-existence, there was
380,000
only a
years
singular
after the
point,
Big Bang,
a realm where
when
time and
electrons
space had
combined
no
with
meaning.
nuclei to form neutral
Then,
atoms.
around 13.8
Light was
billion
free to
years
travel
ago,
across
the
the
Big Bang
cosmos,
erupted,
creating
an
the cosmic
explosion of
microwave
unimaginable
background,
energy
a
that
faint
marked the
glow
birth
that
of the
still
universe.
carries the imprint of the universe's
It was not
earliest
an
structures.
ordinary explosion, but rather
The Dark
rapid
Ages
expansion
gave
of
way to
space
the
itself,
cosmic dawn,
spreading
the
matter,
epoch when
energy,
gravity
and
sculpted
time
the first
across an
stars
empty
and
galaxies. In its infancy,
hydrogen
the
and
universe
helium
was a
drawn
searing
into
hot
dark
plasma,
matter halos
dense and chaotic.
formed the first dense clouds.
During the first fraction of a
Around
second,
200
fundamental
million years
forces
after the
emerged,
Big Bang,
gravity,
the first stars
electromagnetism,
ignited.
and the nuclear forces
These population
governed
mini
interactions
stars,
of particles.
composed purely of hydrogen
As
and
the
helium,
universe
were
expanded
massive,
and cooled,
luminous,
quarks and gluons
gluons
combined to form
Their
protons and
supernovae
neutrons,
enriched their
the building
surroundings
blocks
with
of
heavier
atoms.
elements, enabling
Within
the
minutes,
formation of
the
more
first
chemically
elements,
complex stars.
hydrogen and helium, were
Clusters
forged
of
in a
stars
process
became
called Big Bang
proto-galaxies,
nucleosynthesis.
chaotic and irregular collections
These
like
light
light
elements
and matter.
became the foundation for
These
all
early
future
galaxies
structures,
frequently
including
collided
galaxies.
and merged, driven by
For the
gravity's
next
relentless pull.
380,000 years,
The Milky Way
universe
emerged
remained
as
an
one
opaque
such
fog,
proto-galaxy,
where light could
a
not
humble
travel
assembly
freely.
of stars and gas
Then,
surrounded
the
by dark
cosmos
matter.
experienced a transformation
Over
as
billions of
electrons
years,
and
it
protons
absorbed other
combined to form
proto-galaxies,
neutral atoms,
growing into the
allowing light
grand
to travel
spiral galaxy
unimpeded.
we observe today.
This event, known
The
as
Milky Way's
recombination,
growth is a
marked the
testament to
universe's
the cycle
transition
of
to
cosmic
transparency.
destruction and creation.
It was during this time
Over
that
billions
the first
of
hints
years,
of structure
it
began
consumed
to
smaller
emerge.
galaxies, tearing
Tiny
them apart with
fluctuations
tidal
in the
forces
density of
and
matter,
incorporating their
amplified by
stars,
gravity,
gas,
created
and dark
the
matter.
seeds of galaxies.
The Gaia-Enceladus
The
merger
stage was set
10
for the
billion years
creation of
ago
the Milky Way.
was a pivotal event in the
Roughly
Milky
1
Way's
billion
history.
years after the Big Bang,
This collision
the universe
created the
entered
thick
an era
disk,
known as
enriched
the
the
cosmic
galaxy
dawn.
with heavy elements,
The first
and added
stars began
billions
to
of
shine,
stars to its
piercing through
population.
the darkness.
Remnants of
These
these
stars
stars
were
were
unlike
visible
the ones
today
we
as
see
stellar
today.
streams,
Made
graceful arcs of
almost
stars
entirely of
tracing the
hydrogen
orbits
and
of
helium.
disrupted
They
galaxies.
burned hot and lived short,
These
violent
streams serve
lives.
as cosmic fossils,
As these early
preserving the
stars
history
burned
of the
through their
Milky
fuel,
Way's
they created
interactions.
heavier elements,
The Sagittarius
carbon,
dwarf
oxygen,
galaxy,
and others,
currently being
through
dismantled
nuclear
by the
fusion.
Milky Way,
When
is a
these
modern
massive
example
stars
of this
died as
ongoing
supernovae,
process.
they enriched the
Its
surrounding
stars
gas
are
clouds
gradually
with these
becoming
elements,
part of the Milky
enabling
Way's
the
halo,
formation of
highlighting
more
the
complex
galaxy's
stars and
dynamic
planetary
and
systems.
ever-changing nature.
Around this
About
time,
9
gravity
billion years
began
ago,
pulling gas
the
and
Milky
dark
Way
matter
began to
together
take
into
on its
larger
spiral
structures.
structure.
These were the
Stars and
first
gas
galaxies,
settled into a
primitive
rotating
collections
disk,
of stars
and
and gas that
momentum
would later
flattened
merge
the
to form
galaxy
larger
into a plane.
systems.
The
The Milky
spiral
Way's
arms,
earliest
regions of
ancestors
enhanced
were among
density,
these
are
fledgling
created
galaxies.
by density waves that compress
Small,
gas clouds.
irregular, and chaotic.
This
They
compression
were the building
triggers star
blocks of what would
formation,
become one of the
producing
universe's
clusters of
grandest
young,
structures.
massive stars that
The
illuminate
Milky
the
Way
arms.
grew not through gentle
These
accumulation,
arms are
but
home
through
to vast
cosmic
molecular
violence.
clouds, stellar
Over
nurseries
billions
of
of
new
years,
stars,
smaller
are born.
galaxies collided and
The
merged,
interplay of gravity,
feeding the Milky Way's
radiation,
growth.
and magnetic
This
fields
process,
shapes these
known
regions,
as galactic
creating a
cannibalism,
cycle of birth
shaped
and
the
death
galaxy
that fuels
structure
the
and
galaxy's
composition.
evolution.
Evidence of these
Interactions
ancient
with nearby
collisions
galaxies,
is still visible
such
today.
as the large and small
Stellar
Magellanic
streams,
clouds,
made up
sustain
of
the
stars
Milky Way
ripped from
spiral
smaller
structure.
galaxies, orbit
These
the Milky
gravitational
Way, like
encounters
celestial
generate
fossils
ripples in
of
the
its
disk,
turbulent past.
perpetuating the density waves
These
that
remnants
define
tell
the
the story
spiral
of
arms.
countless mergers, each
At the
contributing
center
to
of
the
the Milky
galaxy's
Way lies
mass and
Sagittarius
complexity.
A*,
One of the
a
most
supermassive
significant
black
events
hole
in the
with a
Milky
mass of
Way's history
approximately
occurred
4
around
million
10
suns.
billion years ago when it collided
Though
with a
invisible,
massive galaxy
its immense
dubbed
gravitational pull
Gaia-Enceladus.
shapes the motions of stars
This
and
merger
gas
added
in
a
the
large
galactic
population
core.
of stars to the Milky Way
Astronomers
and
have
created
observed
ripples
stars
in its
orbiting
structure,
Sagittarius
shaping its evolution
at
for
incredible
billions of
speeds,
years.
some completing their
As the
orbits
Milky
in
Way
just a
grew
few
larger,
decades.
it began to take on a
These
more organized
observations
shape.
confirmed the existence
Between
of the black
6
hole
and 9
and allowed
billion years
precise
ago,
measurements
it
of its
developed
mass.
the iconic spiral arms
Sagittarius
we see today.
A* is currently
These
dormant,
arms are not
but
static.
evidence
They
suggests
are
it
regions of
experienced
higher
active
density,
phases in the
created by
past.
gravitational waves
During
that
these
move through the
periods,
galaxy
it
like
consumed
ripples in a
vast
pond.
amounts of material,
Within
emitting
these
jets of
spiral
energy that
arms,
influenced
dense
the
clouds of
galaxy's
gas
central
and dust
regions.
collapsed to form new stars.
Supermassive black holes
These
like
stellar
Sagittarius
nurseries are
A*
regions of
are
intense
thought to play a
activity,
crucial
where the
role
light of
in
young
galaxy
stars
formation and
illuminates the
evolution,
surrounding gas.
stabilizing their host
The spiral
galaxies and
structure
regulating
is a
star
dynamic and
formation.
evolving feature, constantly
Approximately
reshaped by the
4.6
movement of
billion
stars
years
and
ago,
interstellar matter.
within the Milky Way's
At
Orion,
the heart of the
a
Milky
dense
Way
cloud
lies
of
a
gas and
supermassive
dust
black
began
hole
to
known
collapse
as
under its own
Sagittarius
gravity.
A star.
At its
With
center,
a mass
a protostar ignited, becoming the Sun.
This cosmic giant
The
exerts
remaining
a powerful
material
influence
flattened into
over
a
the galaxy.
protoplanetary disk,
Sagittarius A** likely formed in the early days of the Milky Way.
These small bodies grew into the planets,
dust,
moons,
and even stars.
and asteroids that make up the
While
solar
it is
system.
relatively quiet now,
Earth
it
formed
was
in the
once
sun's
much more
habitable
active,
zone,
emitting
where
intense
conditions allowed
radiation
liquid
as it
water
fed
to
on
exist.
surrounding material.
Its rocky
The black
composition
hole's
reflects the
gravitational
Milky
pull
Way's
keeps
history,
the stars near the
enriched by
galactic
elements
center
forged in
tight
ancient
orbits,
stars and
creating a
scattered
dense
across
and
the
dynamic
galaxy by
region.
supernova explosions.
Despite its destructive nature,
the Milky Way is a
Sagittarius
dynamic,
A**
complex
plays a
galaxy,
vital role in
spanning
regulating
over
the galaxy's
100,000
evolution.
light-years and containing
In a
hundreds
quiet
of billions
corner
of
the
stars.
Milky Way, about
Its spiral
4.6
arms are
billion years
regions
ago,
of active star
a dense
formation,
cloud of gas
while
and
its
dust
central
began
bulge
to
is a dense
collapse under its
cluster of
own
older
gravity.
stars surrounding
This
Sagittarius
event
A*.
marked the birth of our solar system.
Beyond the visible stars
At
and
the
gas
center of
lies
this
a vast
collapsing
halo
cloud,
of dark
a
matter,
young star
an
ignited,
invisible structure
the sun.
that holds the galaxy together.
Around it, the remaining
This
material
halo is
formed a
home to
swirling
ancient
disk,
globular
from which the
clusters and the
planets,
remnants of
moons,
disrupted
and
galaxies.
asteroids took shape.
The Milky Way
The
is
Earth,
part of the
our
local
home,
group, a
emerged as a
collection of
rocky
more than
planet,
50 galaxies
enriched with
bound by
elements like
gravity.
carbon and oxygen.
Its
forged
closest
in the cores
neighbor,
of ancient
the
stars.
Andromeda Galaxy in the
The Milky
Magellanic
Way
Clouds,
provided the raw
interacted
materials
and
for the
influenced
solar
its structure.
system, the result of
In
billions
about
of years of
4.5
cosmic
billion
recycling.
years, the Milky Way will
Spanning
collide
over
with the Andromeda
100,000
Galaxy.
light-years,
It's
the
the nearest
Milky
large
Way
neighbor.
is a vast and complex
This
system,
cosmic merger
containing
will be a
hundreds of
slow,
billions of
dramatic
stars,
event,
along with
lasting
gas,
hundreds of
dust,
millions of
and
years.
dark matter.
As the
Its
galaxies
spiral
merge,
arms,
their
dotted
gas
with regions
clouds
of
will
active
compress,
star formation,
triggering bursts of
continue to
star
evolve.
formation.
The
The central
galaxy is
black
home
holes
to a
of the
diverse
Milky
array
Way
of
and
celestial
Andromeda will
phenomena,
combine,
from massive
forming
star
an even larger
clusters to
supermassive
enigmatic
black holes at the heart of the new
It
galaxy.
is a dynamic, living structure,
The resulting
shaped
galaxy,
by gravity,
often called
star
Andromeda,
formation,
will
and
likely
the
be
interactions of
elliptical
its
in shape.
components.
Though
The
its
Milky
spiral
Way
structure
story
will
is far
disappear,
from over.
its stars and planets
In
will
about
continue to
4.5
orbit within
billion
this new
years,
cosmic
it will collide
configuration.
with the Andromeda Galaxy,
Even after the
its
merger,
nearest large
the Milky
neighbor.
Way's legacy will
This
endure.
cosmic event will reshape
It will
both
drift
galaxies,
through an expanding
creating
universe,
a new,
its
larger
transformation
structure.
a testament to the
While
cycles of
this
creation
collision
and
may seem
destruction that define
catastrophic,
the cosmos.
the vast distances between
The universe
stars mean
began
that
at
direct
13.8
collisions will be
billion
rare.
years ago in an event known
Instead,
as the
the
Big Bang.
galaxies will merge gracefully,
This singularity
forming new
was not
regions of
merely the
star
birth of
formation
matter
and
and
likely
energy,
merging
but
their
of
central
time and
black
space
holes.
itself.
The story
cosmos
of the Milky
expanded
Way
at an
begins in the
incomprehensible
earliest moments
speed
of the
during
universe,
a period
nearly
called inflation,
13.8
stretching
billion years
quantum
ago,
fluctuations
with the Big
into
Bang.
vast density variations.
This monumental event was not
These
an explosion in
irregularities
space,
became the
but
foundation
the rapid
for the
expansion of
universe's
space
grand
itself.
design.
Time,
In the first
space,
moments, the
and matter
universe
came
was
into
unimaginably
existence,
hot
marking
and
the
dense.
beginning of everything we know.
Quarks and gluons
In the
combined
first
to
few
form
moments
protons
after the
and
Big Bang,
neutrons,
the universe
which then
was a
fused
seething
into the
cauldron of
lightest
energy.
elements, hydrogen,
Elementary
helium,
particles,
and traces
such as
of lithium.
quarks and electrons,
For the next
formed and collided in an
380,000 years,
unimaginably hot
light
and
was
dense
trapped in a
environment.
dense fog of particles,
Within
unable to
microseconds,
travel freely.
quarks combined to form
This veil
protons and
lifted
neutrons,
during
the
recombination
building blocks
when
of atomic
electrons
nuclei.
bonded with nuclei to
As
form
the
neutral
universe
atoms.
expanded, it began to
Light
cool.
was finally set free
After about
flooding
3
the
minutes,
cosmos.
protons and neutrons
This
fused
ancient
to
light,
create
the
first
cosmic
atomic
microwave
nuclei,
background,
hydrogen,
still
helium,
permeates the
and
universe,
traces of lithium.
holding a snapshot of its
These were the
earliest
only
moments,
elements
a
present at
glimpse
the dawn
into
of
the
time,
Milky Way's
forming the
eventual
foundation
birth.
for all future stars
As the
and
universe
galaxies.
expanded and cooled,
For the
gravity
next
began to exert its
380,000
influence,
years, the
pulling
universe
matter
remained
into
a
denser
dark,
regions
opaque
within
fog of
halos of dark
ionized
matter.
particles.
These
Then
dense
came a
clouds of
crucial
hydrogen and
transformation.
helium became the
Electrons
cradles of the
combined
first
with
stars.
nuclei to form neutral
About
atoms,
200
allowing
million
light
years
to travel
after the
freely
Big Bang,
for the first time.
the first stars ignited.
This event, known as
These
recombination,
population 3
left
stars
behind
were
a
massive,
faint glow called the
luminous,
cosmic
and
microwave
ephemeral.
background, a
Their
relic of the Big
supernova
Bang still
explosions
visible
scattered
today.
heavier elements into
The
the
newly
surrounding
transparent
space,
universe
enriching
entered
the
a phase of
primordial
cooling
gas.
and expansion.
Clusters of
Tiny
these stars formed
fluctuations in the density
proto-galaxies,
of matter,
irregular,
seeded by quantum
chaotic
mechanics,
systems that
began to
frequently
grow
collided
under
and
the
merged.
influence of gravity. These collisions mark the beginning of galaxy evolution driven by the relentless pull of gravity.
The ancestors of galaxies,
the Milky Way emerged as one of these proto-galaxies,
as the universe
a modest assembly of stars, gas,
gravity
and dark
began
matter.
to pull gas and dark matter
Over
into
billions
dense
of
clumps.
years. It grew by
These
absorbing
regions of
smaller
concentrated matter
slowly
gave rise to the
transforming
first
into the
stars
intricate
and
spiral
galaxies.
galaxy we see today.
These early galaxies
The
were
Milky
small and
Way's
irregular,
history is one
far
of
less
growth through
organized than the
destruction.
spiral and elliptical
Over
galaxies
billions of
we
years,
see today.
it consumed dozens
The
of
first
smaller
stars,
galaxies,
known as population-free
incorporating their
stars,
stars,
were
gas,
massive and short-lived.
dark matter into its structure.
Composed almost entirely
One of the
of
most
hydrogen
defining
and
events
helium.
in its
They
evolution
burned
was the
brightly, but died
Gaia-Enceladus
quickly,
merger,
often
which
ending
occurred
their
around
lives
10
in
billion years
cataclysmic
ago.
supernovae.
This collision
These
reshaped the
explosions
galaxy,
scattered heavier
creating
elements,
its thick
like
disk
carbon,
and enriching it with
oxygen,
heavy
and
elements
iron
necessary
into
for
the
forming
surrounding
rocky
space,
planets.
enriching the primordial
Even
gas
today,
clouds.
remnants of these mergers
Over
can be
time,
observed as
smaller
stellar
protogalaxies
streams,
merged
marking
to
trails
form
of
larger
stars that
systems.
trace the remnants of
The
disrupted
Milky
galaxies.
Way's earliest components likely
These streams
originated
are the
as small
fossilized
clusters
evidence
of
of
stars
the
and
Milky
gas,
Way's
bound
turbulent
together
paths.
by dark matter.
The process of
These
galactic
fledgling
cannibalism
structures
continued.
orbited one another in a cosmic
The
dance,
Sagittarius
gradually
dwarf
coming
galaxy,
together to
currently
form the
being
foundation of
dismantled
our
by the
galaxy.
Milky Way, is
The
contributing
Milky Way's
stars to
growth
the
was
galactic
neither
halo.
peaceful nor orderly.
This ongoing
Instead,
interaction
it was a
exemplifies
process
the
of
natural
relentless
cycle of
mergers and
cosmic
collisions.
growth. Around
Smaller
9 billion
galaxies,
years ago,
drawn in
the
by
Milky,
the Milky
Way began
Way's
to develop its
gravitational
iconic
pull,
spiral
were
structure.
consumed and incorporated into
Stars
its
and
structure.
gas settled into a
This
rotating
violent
disk,
process,
flattened
known
by
as
the
galactic
influence of angular
cannibalism,
momentum.
is a defining
The
characteristic of
spiral
galaxy
arms are not
formation.
fixed but dynamic
One of
regions
the most
of higher
significant
density.
mergers in the Milky Way's
As
history
density
occurred
waves
about
move
10
through the
billion
galaxy,
years ago,
they
when it
compress
collided
gas
with a
clouds,
large galaxy
triggering
now
star
known
formation.
as Gaia-Enceladus.
These regions are
This
illuminated
event
by
added
young,
billions of
massive
stars to the Milky Way
giving
and
the
created
arms
a
their
halo of
luminous
stars
appearance.
that surrounds the galaxy
Within
today.
the arms lie vast
Even
molecular
now,
clouds,
remnants of
where
these
new
ancient
stars are
collisions
born.
can be seen in the form of
These
stellar
regions
streams,
are shaped by
elongated
gravitational
trails of
forces
stars that were once
radiation,
part of smaller
and supernova
galaxies.
explosions,
These
creating
streams
a
serve
continuous
as
cycle
cosmic
of birth and
fossils,
death.
preserving the history
The
of
Milky,
the Milky Way's
spiral
growth.
structure is further
Around
influenced
9
by
billion
interactions
years ago,
with its
the
satellite
Milky Way
galaxies,
began to take
such as
on its
the large
iconic
and
spiral
small
shape.
Magellanic Clouds.
Gravity and
These
rotational forces
gravitational
sculpted the
encounters
galaxy
sustain the
stars
density
and
waves
gas
that
into a
define the
flat,
arms,
disc-like
ensuring
structure.
the Milky Way's ongoing
Within
vibrancy.
this disk, density waves
At the heart of the
created
Milky
regions
Way
of higher
lies
and lower
Sagittarius
density,
A*,
forming the spiral
a
arms.
supermassive black hole with
The
a mass
spiral
of about
arms
4
are
million
not static
suns.
structures. They are
Though
constantly
invisible,
reshaped
its
by the
presence
movement of
is felt
stars
throughout
and
the
gas.
galaxy's central bulge,
These
where its
regions are
gravity
fertile
shapes
grounds
the
for
orbits
star
of stars
formation,
and gas.
where clouds of gas and dust
Astronomers
collapse under
discovered
gravity to create new
Sagittarius
stars.
A* by observing
The
the
birth
rapid
of these
motion of
stars
stars near
illuminates
the
the
galactic
arms,
center,
making them some of the
These
brightest and
stars,
most dynamic
moving at
features of the
extraordinary
Milky Way.
speeds, revealed the
At the
existence
center
of
of
a
the
massive,
Milky Way lies a
unseen object.
supermassive black hole known
While
as Sagittarius
Sagittarius A* is relatively
This
quiet
mysterious
now,
object,
evidence
with a
suggests
mass
its
equivalent
equivalent
to
active
4 million
phases in the
suns,
past.
plays a crucial role
During
in the
these
galaxy's
times,
evolution.
it consumed vast amounts
While
of material,
Sagittarius
emitting
A*
powerful
is
jets of
relatively
radiation that
inactive now,
influenced the
it was
surrounding
likely
regions.
much more energetic in the past.
Supermassive black
In
holes
its
like
youth,
Sagittarius
it fed on
A*
surrounding
are
gas and
essential to
stars,
galaxy
emitting
evolution.
powerful jets of energy
They
that
regulate
influence
star
the galaxy's
formation,
growth.
shape the distribution of
Today,
gas,
its
and
immense
contribute to the
gravitational
stability
pull
of their
anchors the
host
stars near the
galaxies.
galactic center,
About
maintaining
4.
the structure of the Milky Way.
6 billion years ago,
About
within the
4.6
Orion arm of the
years
Milky
ago,
Way,
in
a
a
dense
quiet
cloud
region
of
of the
gas
Milky
and
Way,
dust began
a
to
cloud of
collapse
gas
under
and
its own
dust
gravity.
began to collapse under
At
gravity.
its center, a young
This
star
marked the
ignited
beginning of
the
our
sun.
solar system.
The remaining
At the
material
center of the
flattened
collapsing
into a
cloud,
protoplanetary
a young
disk,
star ignited,
where
the
particles
sun.
collided and coalesced into
Around it, the
planetesimals.
remaining material formed
These
the
small bodies
protoplanetary
grew
disk,
into the planets,
from which the
planets,
planets,
and
moons,
asteroids
and
that formed the
asteroids
solar
were born.
system. The Earth formed as a rocky
sun's
planet,
habitable zone,
enriched with elements
retained
forged in
liquid
the
water,
hearts of ancient
a critical
stars.
ingredient for life.
The Sun and its planets
Its
are part of
composition
the Milky
reflects
Way's
billions of
Orion
years
arm,
of cosmic
one of its smaller
evolution,
spiral arms.
enriched by elements forged
Here,
in ancient
far from the
stars
chaotic
distributed
center,
across the
conditions
galaxy
were
by
common enough to
supernova
allow life
explosions.
to emerge and thrive.
The Milky Way is
The
a
Milky
colossal,
Way is a
dynamic
vast,
system,
dynamic system,
spanning over
spanning over
100,000 light
100,000
years and
light
containing
years and
hundreds of
containing
billions
billions
of
of stars.
Its spiral
Its
arms are
spiral
regions
arms
of
are sites of
star
active star formation,
illuminated
while
by
its central
luminous young
bulge is a
stars
dense
and glowing
region
clouds
filled
of
with older
gas.
stars.
The central
The
bulge
galaxy
is a
also
dense
contains
cluster of
vast
older
quantities
stars
of dark
surrounding
matter, an
Sagittarius
invisible
C star.
substance that provides the
Beyond the
gravitational
visible
glue
galaxy
holding it
lies a
together.
vast halo of dark
Surrounding
matter,
the galaxy
an invisible
is a
yet
halo
dominant
of stars and
component that holds
globular
the Milky
clusters,
Way together.
remnants of the Milky Way's
The Milky Way
tumultuous
is part of
past.
the local group, a
The Milky
collection of
Way's
more
story
than 50
is far from
galaxies
over.
bound by gravity.
In about
Its
4.5
closest
billion
companions,
years, it
the
will collide
Andromeda
with the
Galaxy
Andromeda
and the
Galaxy,
Magellanic Clouds,
its nearest large
interact
neighbor.
with and influence its structure.
This cosmic event will
In
reshape both
approximately
galaxies,
4.5
creating a
billion
new
years,
structure
the Milky
often
Way
referred
will
to
collide
as
with the
Milky
Andromeda
Way.
Galaxy.
The collision will not
cosmic
result in
event that will
catastrophic
reshape both
destruction.
galaxies.
Instead, it will trigger
This
waves of
slow-motion
star
merger,
formation and
unfolding
lead to the
over
merging
hundreds
of
of
the central
millions of
black
years,
holes of
will
both
be a
galaxies.
spectacular dance of
The
gravity
new
and light.
galaxy will be a testament
As
to
the
the Milky
galaxies
Way's
merge,
enduring
their
legacy.
gas clouds will compress,
The universe was
igniting
born in
waves
an
of star
instant of
formation.
incomprehensible density and
The
temperature.
central black holes of the Milky
Imagine
Way
a
and
space
Andromeda
smaller than
will
an
eventually
atom,
combine,
containing all the
forming an
energy
even
that would
larger
ever exist.
supermassive black hole.
In a flash,
The
this
resulting
energy
galaxy,
expanded,
often
creating
called
the
an
fabric
automata,
of space
will
and
likely
time.
be elliptical.
The Big Bang
While
wasn't
its
a typical
spiral arms
explosion.
will vanish,
It was the
its
rapid
stars and
unfolding of
planets will
space
continue
itself,
their cosmic
stretching
journeys,
everything outward
orbiting
like the
within a new
surface of a
celestial
balloon.
configuration.
In the first fractions
Even
of a
after this
second,
merger,
the universe
the
was
Milky
governed
Way's
by a
legacy
force we
will
can
endure.
hardly comprehend. A
It will
unified
drift through
field
the
that quickly
ever-expanding
split
universe,
into the forces
a
of nature
testament
we
to
know
the cycles
today.
of creation and transformation
Gravity,
that
the
define the
weakest but
cosmos.
most far-reaching force,
The Milky
began
Way's
to pull
story
matter
begins
together.
with the Big Bang,
Electromagnetism
13.8
governed
billion
light
years
and
ago.
atoms, while strong
In
and
an
weak
instant,
nuclear
the
forces
universe was
shaped the
born, a
particles
cauldron
within
of
atomic
energy,
nuclei.
density, and potential.
As the universe cooled to a few
Inflation,
trillion
a
degrees,
period of
quarks
exponential
and gluons
expansion,
condensed
stretched
into
the fabric
protons
of
and
space-time,
neutrons.
smoothing out the
These
cosmos
particles
while
danced in a
amplifying
dense sea of
quantum
photons,
fluctuations
colliding
into
and
density
interacting in
variations.
chaotic harmony.
These variations
Over
were
the
the
next
seeds
3
of all
minutes,
cosmic
the temperature
structures,
dropped enough for
including
these
the Milky
protons
Way.
and neutrons to fuse
As the
into the
universe
first
cooled,
atomic nuclei.
quarks coalesced into protons
This was
and
the beginning
neutrons,
of the
which
cosmic
then
alchemy
fused
that
into
would eventually
hydrogen,
lead to
helium,
stars,
and
planets,
trace amounts of
and
lithium.
life.
For
This
the
next
era, known as Big
380,000
Bang
years,
nucleosynthesis,
the universe was a hot
produced the
plasma
elemental
of charged
foundation for
particles.
everything that would follow.
Light was trapped,
Light
endlessly
remains
scattering
trapped in the dense
opaque
plasma
fog.
of charged particles
But as
until
temperatures
retermination
cooled further,
occurred
electrons paired with
380,000
nuclei
years
to
after
form
the Big
neutral
Bang.
atoms.
Electrons
Suddenly,
bound to
the universe
nuclei,
became
allowing
transparent,
photons to
and light
travel
from this
freely,
epoch began its
creating
long
a cosmic
journey across
microwave
space.
background.
This
This
light,
ancient light,
stretched by
still
billions of
observable
years of
today,
expansion,
holds the
became
imprint
the
of the
cosmic
universe's
microwave
earliest
background,
structures.
a faint afterglow
The
of
first
the Big
stars
Bang
and
still
galaxies
visible today.
emerged during the cosmic
This
dawn
era marked
around
the end of
200
chaos
million
and the
years
beginning of
after the Big
structure.
Bang.
Tiny
Gravity
irregularities
pulled
in the
hydrogen
density
and
of
helium
matter,
into dense
amplified
regions,
by gravity,
igniting the first
created
stars,
regions where
known as
galaxies would
population
eventually
stars.
stars. The
These
universe
stars
was now
were
ready
massive,
for its next
luminous,
chapter.
and short-lived.
As the universe
Their
expanded,
explosive
the
death
vast,
in
empty void
supernovae
was not
scattered heavier
entirely
elements
uniform.
into space, enriching
Small
the
regions
interstellar
of higher
medium
density
and enabling the
attracted more
formation
matter
of more
through
complex
gravity,
stars and
forming clumps
proto-galaxies.
that would grow into the first galaxies.
Clusters of these early stars
These
formed
clumps
chaotic,
consisted
irregular
primarily of dark
proto-galaxies,
matter, an
which
invisible
frequently
substance
collided
that
and
outweighs
merged.
ordinary matter and acts
These
as the
interactions
scaffolding
drove
for
the
cosmic
evolution of
structures.
galaxies, creating
first stars
increasingly larger
ignited in
and
these
more
regions,
organized systems.
marking the dawn of starlight.
The Milky Way began
These
as one of these
population-free
proto-galaxies,
stars were
a
colossal,
modest assemblage
hundreds
of
of
stars
times the
and
mass
gas
of the sun.
bound by dark matter.
Their lifespans were
Over
brief,
billions of
mere
years,
millions of
it
years,
grew by
but their
absorbing smaller
influence was profound.
proto-galaxies, laying the
When
groundwork
these
for
stars
its
transformation into a spiral galaxy.
They enriched the surrounding gas with heavier elements,
The process of larger galaxies consuming smaller ones is a defining feature of the Milky Way's evolution.
Galaxies merged to form
Over
larger
billions
ones.
of years, it has
Each
absorbed
collision
dozens
was a
of smaller
dramatic
galaxies,
releasing
adding their
massive
stars
amounts of
of
energy
gas
and triggering
and dark
waves of
matter
star
to its own
formation.
structure.
The Milky
Gaian
Way's
Enceladus
ancestors
merger
were among
10
these early
billion years
galaxies,
ago was
growing
one of the
through
most
mergers and
transformative
accreting
events
gas
in the Milky Way's
intergalactic
history.
medium.
This
history
collision
of the
added
Milky
billions
Way
of
is a
stars,
tale of survival
enriched the
and
galaxy with heavier elements,
Gravity
and
pulled
created
smaller
its
galaxies into its orbit,
Today,
tearing them apart
evidence
and
of these
absorbing their
mergers can be
stars,
seen in
gas,
stellar
and
streams,
dark matter.
arcing trails of stars
Each
that
merger
trace
added
the
to the
remnants of
galaxy's
disrupted
mass,
galaxies,
reshaping its structure and
These
introducing new
streams are cosmic
populations of
relics,
stars.
revealing the Milky
These
Way's
interactions were
tumultuous
not
past.
gentle.
The
As
Milky
smaller
Way
galaxies
continues to
approached,
grow.
tidal forces
The
stretched and
Sagittarius
distorted
dwarf
them,
galaxy,
creating long
currently being
streams of
pulled apart
stars.
by the Milky Way's
These
gravity,
stellar
is
streams,
contributing
still
its
visible
stars to the
today,
galactic
are
halo.
evidence of the Milky Way's
This
violent
ongoing
past.
process exemplifies
Over
the
billions
constant
of years,
dynamism of
these
galaxies.
remnants were assimilated,
Around
becoming
9
part of the
billion
galaxy's
years ago,
halo and
the
disk.
Milky Way began its
One of the most
transformation into
significant
a spiral
events in the
galaxy.
Milky Way's history was its
Stars
collision
and
with
gas
Gaian
settled
Enceladus,
into a
a
rotating
massive
disk
galaxy
organized
that
by the
merged with ours
galaxy's
about
angular
10 billion
momentum.
years ago.
The spiral
This
arms
collision
are
reshaped
dynamic,
the Milky
not
Way,
fixed.
creating a thicker
Density
disk of
waves
stars
ripple
and
through the
enriching it
disk,
with heavier
compressing
elements.
gas clouds and
It
triggering
was a
star
transformative
formation.
period, marking the
These
transition
arms are
from a
illuminated
chaotic,
by young,
irregular
massive
structure
stars
to the
that
more
burn
organized
brightly but
galaxy
live
we see
briefly,
today.
lending the Milky Way
The
its
formation
striking
of the
appearance.
Milky Way's spiral arms
The
was
arms
a
are
gradual
also
process,
stellar nurseries,
influenced by
home
the
to vast
galaxy's
molecular
rotation
clouds
and
where
internal
stars are
dynamics.
continually being born.
As the galaxy spun,
This interplay of star
gravitational forces
formation and
created
gravitational
density
forces
waves,
ensures the
regions where
galaxy's
stars and
ongoing
gas were more
evolution.
concentrated.
Interactions
These
with the
waves acted
Magellanic
like
Cloud
traffic
and other
jams in
satellite
space,
galaxies,
slowing
sustain
down
the
stars
density
and
waves,
compressing gas
maintaining the
clouds.
spiral arm structure
In these
and
compressed
activity.
regions, new
At
stars
the
were
center
born,
of the Milky Way
illuminating the
lies
spiral arms
Sagittarius
and giving
A
them their
asterisks,
iconic
a
appearance.
supermassive black hole
The
with
process
a mass
is
of about 4
ongoing.
million
The spiral
suns.
arms are not fixed
Though
structures,
invisible,
but
its
constantly
gravity
changing as
dominates
stars
the
and
motions of
gas move
stars
through them.
and gas in the galactic
The
core.
Milky Way's spiral arms
Astronomers
are
have
also rich in
observed
molecular
stars
clouds,
orbiting
vast
Sagittarius
reservoirs
A
of gas and
at
dust that
extraordinary
serve as
speeds,
the raw
some
material
completing
for
their
star
circuits
formation.
in just a few years.
These clouds are
These
shaped by the
observations
interplay of
confirm
gravity,
the existence of the
turbulence,
black hole
and
and
magnetic
provided a
fields,
precise
creating
measurement
a
of its
complex
mass.
environment where stars
While
are born in
Sagittarius
clusters.
A asterisk is
The
dormant
Milky
today,
Way's center
evidence
is a
suggests
region
it
of
experienced
extremes.
active phases in
At
the
its
past.
heart lies Sagittarius
During
A
these
asterisk,
periods,
a
it consumed
supermassive
vast
black
amounts
hole
of material
surrounded by a
emitting
dense
jets of
cluster of
energy
stars.
that influenced the galaxy's
Sagittarius
central
A
regions.
asterisk has a mass equivalent
Supermassive
to
black
4 million
holes like
suns,
Sagittarius
yet it
A
occupies
asterisk
a region
are
no
thought to
larger
play a
than our
crucial
solar
role
system.
in galaxy formation
This
and
black
evolution,
hole exerts
regulating
a
star
powerful
formation and
gravitational
shaping
pull,
the distribution of
influencing
gas.
the orbits of nearby stars and
Approximately
shaping the dynamics
4.6
of the
billion
galactic
years
center.
ago, within one of the
While
Milky Way's spiral
Sagittarius A
arms,
asterisk
a
is
dense cloud
relatively
of gas
quiet
and
now,
dust began
it was
to
likely
collapse.
much more active in the past,
At its center,
emitting
a young
intense
star
radiation
ignited,
as it
the sun.
consumed gas and stars.
The remaining material
These
formed a
periods of activity
protoplanetary
may have
disk,
shaped the
where
distribution of
particles
stars
collided
and gas
coalesced
in the
into
intergalaxy.
planetesimals.
The discovery
Over
of
time,
Sagittarius
these
A
planetesimals
asterisk
grew
is
into
one of
planets,
astronomy's great
moons,
achievements.
and asteroids.
Observations of
Birds formed in
stars
the sun's
orbiting the
habitable
black hole
zone,
provided
where
direct
conditions
evidence
allowed
of its
liquid water
existence,
to exist.
offering a glimpse into the
Its
mysterious
composition
nature of
reflects
these cosmic
billions of
giants.
years of cosmic evolution,
In one of the Milky
containing
Way's
elements
spiral
forged in
arms,
ancient
about
stars and scattered
4.6
across the
billion years
galaxy
ago,
by
a
supernova
cloud of gas
explosions.
and dust began to collapse.
The Milky Way is a vast,
This region,
complex
enriched
system
with elements
spanning
from
over
previous
100,000 light
stars,
years and
was the
containing
birthplace
hundreds
of
of
the solar
billions of
system.
stars.
At the
Its
center of the
spiral
collapsing
arms
cloud,
are vibrant
a
regions of
protostar
star
formed,
formation,
the sun.
illuminated by luminous
Around
young
it,
stars
a
and
rotating
glowing
disk
clouds
of gas and dust took shape,
The central
rise
bulge
to planets,
surrounding
moons,
Sagittarius
and
A
asteroids.
asterisk is a dense
The
cluster
Earth,
of older
forming
stars.
in the habitable zone,
Beyond the
became a
visible
rocky
galaxy
planet
lies a
with the
vast
potential for
halo
life.
of dark matter, an
The
invisible
Milky Way
structure that
provided
holds
the
the Milky
ingredients
Way
for this
together
process.
and extends far beyond its
Elements
visible
like carbon,
edges.
oxygen, and
The
iron
Milky Way way is part of the life on Earth, a gravitationally bound collection of galaxies spread across the Andromeda and over 50 smaller systems. The solar system these interactions influence the Milky Way's structure and will shape its future, creating new stars in about 4.5 billion years. The Milky Way will collide with the Andromeda galaxy. But in its immediate cosmic event will unfold over hundreds of millions of stars, reshaping both galaxies into a new, larger system. The universe was a hot, as the galaxies merged, their gas clouds will compress, triggering waves of star formation. It began to cool. The central black holes of the Milky Way and Andromeda will combine, forming an even larger supermassive black hole at the heart of the new galaxy. Hydrogen dominated this early era, often referred to as trace of lithium, will likely be the elemental composition. While its spiral arms will disappear, was the starting point for everything that will continue their journeys in a new cosmic configuration. Expansion was not even after this merger. The Milky Way's legacy will endure, caused by quantum fluctuations during inflation, and remnants will drift through an expanding universe. These denser regions became gravitational transformation, pulling in more matter that define the cosmos. These seeds would grow into the first galaxy. We see only a small fraction of the Milky Way's magic years away. Yet, for nearly 400,000 years, of its history, the universe remained a fragment of stardust filled with shaped by billions of years of cosmic evolution. As we look out into the galaxy, we are not just observers but participants, and lights finally broke free. Our exploration of the Milky Way, cosmic microwave telescopes, carries the fingerprint and dreams of interstellar travel, connects us to the universe entered its second billion years that define gravity began its relentless work. The Milky Way's higher density grew denser, attracting gas and dark matter to form the transformations and possibilities. These halos were the cycle that invites us to reflect on our role in the cosmos were tight connection to the population 3 stars that the Milky Way story begins in the vastness of time. 13 cores acted as cosmic forges when the Big Bang marked the birth of the nuclear fusion. In that when they died as time and space unfolded, the surrounding gas canvas for everything that would ever exist, the material that would form the next universe expanded rapidly during a phase called inflation. These stars stretching its into the first amplifying quantum fluctuation. Unlike the majestic spirals fluctuations we see today, these early galaxies became the seeds of galaxies shaped by the chaotic interplay of gravity and gas. As the universe cooled, the Milky Way began as one of combining into protogalaxies, neutrons, and eventually atomic nuclei. This young Milky Way was not a single-forged hydrogen structure, but a collection of smaller galaxies orbiting a common center, which would fuel the first stars. Over billions of years, these galaxies merged through the force trapped in a dense plasma. The process was anything but darkness ended with recombination. As smaller galaxies electrons joined with tidal forces to form neutral atoms, creating long streams of stars and gas. These light, remnants now the cosmic microwave background, their stars dispersed into the galaxy's halo and disk. A glimpse of a time before galaxies like the was one such galaxy. In the quiet of the dark Milky Way, gravity began to shape the universe. Was a defining moment. Dense regions within dark matter halos grew hotter and denser, a vast number of stars, hydrogen enriched the galaxy with heavier about 200 million years after the Big Bang. The first stars ignited. We can still see the evidence of this event in the stars that were titanic, thick disks burning through their nuclear fuel in mere millions of years. The Milky Way continues to grow through mergers. When they died as supernovae, they scattered the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, oxygen, and iron is currently being consumed, enriching its stars and gas to the galactic disk. Clusters of these stars, as the Milky Way grew larger, its chaotic systems held together by dark matter. Initially, it was these early galaxies collection of stars and gas, exchanging stars, over time, gas, as it rotated and settled. It developed the Milky Way was one such proto-galaxy. The spiral arms are one of the Milky Way's most striking features. Over billions of years,
It grew,
These arms
absorbing
are not
other
fixed.
systems and
They are
accumulating
density
gas,
waves that move
stars,
through the galaxy,
and dark matter.
compressing gas and
This
triggering star
process set the
formation as
stage
they
for the
go.
creation of one of the
The
universe's
stars
most
themselves
intricate
move in
and
and out of
majestic
these
structures.
arms, like cars on a
The
highway
Milky
passing
Way's
through
growth
areas
is a
of
testament
congestion.
to the cycles of
The
cosmic
spiral
creation
structure
and
is
destruction.
also influenced by the
Over
galaxy's
billions
rotation.
of years, it consumes
As the
smaller
Milky Way
galaxies,
spins,
tearing them
gravity
apart
and
with
angular
tidal
momentum work
forces
together
and
to
incorporating their
maintain the
stars
disk's
and
flat
gas
shape.
into its structure.
This rotation
One of the
also
most
helps to
significant
distribute
events
stars
in its
and
history
gas,
was the
creating
Gaia
the
Enceladus
intricate patterns
merger
we see
10
today.
billion years ago.
At the heart of the
This
Milky Way
collision
lies a
added
region
billions
of
of stars to
incredible
the Milky
extremes.
Way and created its thick
Sagittarius
disk.
A*.
It also
the
enriched the
supermassive
galaxy
black hole
with heavier
at the center,
elements,
is a
critical
point of
for the
immense
formation of
gravitational
rocky
pull.
planets like Earth.
Surrounding it is a dense
Remnants of
cluster of
these ancient
stars,
mergers are
orbiting
still
at incredible
visible today as
speeds.
stellar streams,
Sagittarius
elongated arcs of
A*,
stars
likely
orbiting
formed
the
in the
Milky
early
Way.
days of the galaxy.
These
growing
streams
as
are
it
the
consumed
fossilized
gas,
remnants of
stars,
smaller
and
galaxies,
other material.
preserving the memory of the
While
Milky
it is
Way's
relatively
violent
dormant
past.
now, its past
Even
activity
now, the
shaped the
Milky
central
Way
region
continues
of
to
the galaxy.
grow. The
Powerful
Sagittarius
winds and
dwarf
radiation
galaxy
from the black
currently
hole
being
influence
consumed
the distribution
is
of
contributing
gas,
its stars to
limiting
the
star
galactic
formation
halo.
in its immediate vicinity.
This ongoing process is a
Studying
reminder that the
Sagittarius
Milky Way
A*
is not
has been
static
a
but a
monumental
living,
achievement in
evolving
modern
system.
astronomy.
Around 9 billion
Observations of
years
stars
ago, the
orbiting the
Milky
black
Way
hole
began to
provided
take on its
direct
iconic
evidence of its
spiral shape.
existence and offered insights
Stars
into the
and
nature
gas
of these
settled into a
enigmatic
rotating
objects.
disk, organized by
Around
angular momentum.
4.6 billion years ago,
The galaxy's
in a quiet
rotation
arm of the
flattened
Milky
its structure
Way,
into a
cloud
plane,
of gas
forming
and
the
dust
foundation
began to
for its
collapse under
spiral
gravity.
arms.
These
These
events
events are
marked
not
the birth
permanent
of the solar
structures
system.
but patterns created by
The
density
collapse
waves.
formed a protostar at the center,
As these
the
waves
sun.
propagate through the galaxy,
Around it,
they
the
compress
remaining
gas
material
clouds,
flattened into a
triggering
disk,
bursts of
where
star
particles
formation.
collided and stuck together,
Massive,
eventually forming
luminous
planets.
stars illuminate these regions,
The inner planets,
creating the
like
Milky
Earth,
Way's
formed
stunning
from
visual
heavier
features.
elements, while the outer planets,
Within the spiral
composed
arms,
largely of
molecular
gas,
clouds
took
act
shape
as
farther
stellar
from the sun.
nurseries, producing new
The elements that
generations
made
of
this
stars.
possible, carbon,
This
oxygen,
dynamic process
silicon,
is sustained
and
by
others,
gravitational
were forged in the
interactions
cores
with
of
satellite
stars and
galaxies,
spread across the
such as
galaxy
the
by
Magellanic
supernovae.
clouds, which
The
create
solar
ripples in the
system
disk
is a
and
product
maintain
of
the
billions
spiral
of years
structure.
of cosmic recycling.
At the heart
a
of the
testament
Milky
to the
Way
Milky
lies
Way's
Sagittarius
ability to create
A*,
new worlds from
a
the remnants of
supermassive
old
black
ones.
hole with a mass of about
The
4
Milky
million
Way is a
suns.
vast, complex
Though
structure.
invisible, its immense
Its
gravity
disk
shapes
spans
the
over
motions of stars
100,000
like
light
gas
years
in
and
the
contains
central
hundreds
bulge.
of billions of stars.
Astronomers
along
have
with vast
observed
quantities
stars
of
orbiting
gas and dust.
Sagittarius A*,
Surrounding the
incredible
disk
speeds,
is the halo,
some
a
completing their
spherical
circuits
region
in just a
populated
few
by old
decades.
stars and globular
These
clusters.
observations confirm
At
the
the
presence
center
of the
lies
black
the
hole
galactic
and
bulge,
provided
a
a
dense
precise
region
measurement
filled
of its
with older
mass.
stars.
While dormant
This area
now,
is the Milky Way's
Sagittarius
ancient
A*,
heart, home
likely
to some of the
experienced
galaxy's
active phases
oldest
in the
stars
past.
and its supermassive black hole.
During these times,
The
they
Milky
consume
Way
vast
is
amounts of
constantly
material,
changing.
emitting jets of energy
Stars
that
are born in
influence
the
the
spiral
galaxy's
arms,
central regions.
live for millions or billions of years,
Supermassive black
and
holes
die,
like
enriching the
Sagittarius
galaxy with the
A* are
elements
thought to
needed
play a
for the next
crucial role in
generation.
galaxy formation
It
and
is a
evolution,
dynamic, living
stabilizing
system,
their host
shaped by
galaxies
gravity,
and regulating
star
star
formation, and cosmic interactions.
About 4.6
The
billion
Milky
years ago,
Way's story
within
is
one
far
of the
from
Milky
over.
Way's spiral arms,
In about
a dense
4.5
cloud of
billion
gas and
years,
dust began
it will
to
collide with
collapse
the
under its
Andromeda
own
galaxy, its nearest
At
large
its center,
neighbor.
a protostar ignited.
This collision
the
will
sun
not destroy either
The
galaxy,
remaining
but will
material
reshape them
flattened into a
both,
protoplanetary
creating a new,
disk,
larger
where
structure.
particles collided and
During
coalesced
the
into
collision,
planetesimals.
gas clouds will compress,
These small
triggering
bodies
waves
grew
of
into
star
the planets,
formation.
moons, and
The central black
asteroids that
holes
make
of the
up the
two
solar
galaxies
system.
will likely merge,
Earth,
creating an
forming
even
in the
larger
sun's habitable
supermassive
zone,
black hole.
retained liquid water,
The resulting
a critical
galaxy,
ingredient for
often
life.
referred to as Milky,
Its rocky
will be a
composition
testament
reflects
to the
billions
ongoing
of years
evolution
of
of the
cosmic
cosmos.
evolution, enriched by
Even
elements
after this
forged
event,
in ancient
the remnants
stars.
of the Milky Way will
The
continue
Milky
to
Way
drift through
is a
the
grand
universe,
spiral
part of the
galaxy,
never-ending
spanning
cycle
over
of cosmic
100,000
creation
light
and
years
destruction.
and containing hundreds of
In the
billions
beginning,
of stars.
time and space were one,
Its spiral
confined
arms
to are regions of intense star formation, illuminated by young stars and glowing clouds of gas. A second, The Big Bang,
the central bulge is a dense
singularity,
region of older
setting the
stars
cosmos in
surrounding
motion.
the supermassive black hole
Space itself
Sagittarius A
expanded
star.
faster than the speed of light.
Beyond the visible
Carrying with it the
galaxy lies a
fundamental
halo of
ingredients
dark
of
matter,
existence.
an invisible framework
The early
that holds the
universe was
Milky
a
Way
boiling
together and
plasma of
extends
quarks
far
and
beyond its
gluons.
visible edges.
Protons and
The Milky
neutrons
Way
formed
is part
mere
of the
seconds
local
after
group,
the Big
a
Bang,
collection of
colliding to
50
create the
galaxies,
first atomic nuclei.
including the Andromeda Galaxy
However,
and the
these
Magellan
nuclei
Clouds.
could not yet form atoms.
These
The
galaxies
intense heat
interact
kept electrons
gravitationally,
and nuclei
shaping
from
one
binding,
another's
leaving
evolution.
the universe as a charged,
In approximately
opaque fog.
4.5 billion
For the
years,
next few
the Milky Way
100,000
will
years,
collide with the
gravity
Andromeda
works silently.
Galaxy.
Regions
This
with
event will
slightly
be a
higher
slow,
densities
graceful
began to
dance
grow,
of
pulling in
gravitational
more
forces, unfolding
This
over hundreds
epoch
of
saw the
millions of
formation of
years.
vast cosmic structures
As the
invisible
galaxies
to the
emerge,
eye,
their
dark
gas
matter
clouds
halos.
will compress,
These
triggering waves of
halos would
star
eventually
formation.
become the gravitational
The
anchors
central
for
black
galaxies.
holes of the Milky Way and
When the
Andromeda
universe
will
cooled
eventually
enough for
merge,
electrons to
forming a
combine
massive
with nuclei,
supermassive
light
black
could
hole.
finally escape the plasma.
The resulting galaxy,
This light
often
became
called
the cosmic
Milky,
microwave
will likely
background,
be elliptical.
a faint glow still visible
While its
today
spiral
in the
structure
crucial
will
map of the
disappear,
universe's
its
infancy.
stars and planets will
It
continue their
reveals the tiny
cosmic journey
density
in a new
fluctuations
celestial
that would become the
configuration.
seeds of all cosmic
The
structures.
Milky Way is
including
not
the
just
Milky
our
Way.
home, it is our origin.
Gravity does not rest.
Every atom in our
Over
bodies
the
was
next few
forged in the
hundred
heart of
million
ancient
years,
stars,
it continued
scattered
to pull
across the
gas and
galaxy
dark
by
matter into
supernova
clumps.
explosions.
In these dense
We are made of
regions,
stardust,
the first
a
stars
testament
ignited,
to the Milky
marking
Way's
the end
role
of the
as a
dark
cradle
ages
of light.
and the dawn of the first galaxies.
As we gaze up at the Milky Way
These
on a clear
galaxies
night,
were not the
we are
ordered
reminded of
spirals
our
or
connection to
majestic
the
ellipticals
cosmos
of today.
It
They were
inspires
chaotic
curiosity,
assemblies of
exploration,
stars, gas,
and a profound
and dark
sense
matter,
of wonder.
shaped by their
The
environment
Milky
and the
Way
violent
is more than a
interactions
galaxy.
between their
It is a
components.
storyteller, weaving
The
the
first
tale
stars,
of creation,
population-free
transformation,
stars,
and the
were
infinite
unlike anything
possibilities
that
of
exists
existence.
today.
The
They were
Milky
massive,
Way's journey
hundreds
begins
of times the mass of our
13.8
sun,
billion years
and
ago with the
composed
Big
almost
Bang.
entirely of hydrogen
This
and
singular
helium.
moment was the origin
Their
of everything:
lifespans were short,
space,
ending in
time,
supernovae
matter,
that enriched
and
the surrounding gas with
The
heavier
universe
elements.
expanded rapidly
This
during
enrichment
inflation,
laid the
smoothing
groundwork
out
for
its
the next
fabric
generation
while
of
amplifying
stars,
tiny
capable
quantum
of forming
fluctuations.
planets in complex systems.
These fluctuations
Over
planted
time,
the seeds
these
for all
small
cosmic
galaxies
structures.
began to merge, forming
As the
larger
universe
systems.
cooled, quarks formed
The Milky
protons
Way
and
was
neutrons,
born from these
which then
mergers,
fused
a
into
patchwork
hydrogen,
of ancient
helium,
stars and new
trace amounts of
formations,
lithium.
constantly evolving
This
under the
era of
influence of gravity.
nucleosynthesis created the
The
elemental
Milky Way's
foundation
growth
of the
was marked by
universe.
violence and destruction.
For hundreds of thousands of years,
Smaller
light
galaxies
was
were
trapped
drawn
in a
into
dense
its
plasma of
gravitational
particles,
well, stripped
unable
of their
to travel
stars and
freely.
gas, and consumed.
Recombination,
This
occurring
process, known as
380,000
galactic
years after
cannibalism,
the Big Bang,
is a common
changed
mechanism
this.
of galaxy growth.
Neutral atoms
The
formed,
mergers
allowing
were random.
photons to escape and
They
bathe
followed
the
the
cosmos in
contours
light.
of dark matter filaments,
This ancient
the invisible
light, the
framework
cosmic
of the
microwave
cosmos.
background, offers a
As
snapshot of
galaxies
the
moved
universe's
along these
infancy,
filaments,
a
they
precursor
collided
to
and
the
merged,
formation of
transferring
galaxies
their
like the
mass to
Milky Way.
larger systems like the Milky
The Dark
Way.
Ages followed
Gaia
recombination,
Enceladus
a
was
time
one
of
such
quiet
galaxy.
cosmic evolution when the
When it
universe was
collided
filled
with the
with
Milky
neutral
Way
hydrogen
around
and
10
helium.
billion years ago, it
Yet
left a lasting
gravity was
imprint.
already shaping its destiny,
Its stars were
pulling matter
distributed
into
throughout the
dense
thick
regions
disk
within
and halo,
halos of
and
dark
its
matter.
gas fueled a burst of star
Roughly
formation
200
that
million
reshaped the
years
galaxy.
after the Big Bang,
The
the first
evidence
stars
of these
ignited,
mergers is
signaling
written
the
in
end
the
of the Dark
stars.
Ages.
Stellar
These
streams,
population
long
tree
ribbons of
stars,
stars
massive,
that arc across the
luminous,
sky,
and
are the
short-lived,
remnants of
their
galaxies
intense
torn apart
radiation
by the Milky
reionizing the
Way's
surrounding
gravity.
gas.
These streams
Clusters
provide
of
a
these
window
stars
into the
form
galaxy's
proto-galaxies,
tumultuous past,
chaotic systems
revealing the
held
traces
together
of
by
ancient
dark matter.
collisions that shaped its present
These early
form.
galaxies frequently
As the
collided
Milky
and
Way
merged,
evolved, it
exchanging
began to
energy
settle
and
into a more
mass.
stable configuration.
The Milky Way emerged
Its
as one of
stars,
these
gas,
proto-galaxies,
and dust formed
small
a flat,
and irregular.
rotating disk,
Over
influenced
billions
by
of
angular
years,
momentum
it
and
grew through
gravitational
mergers and
interactions.
accretions, evolving
The
into the
spiral
majestic
arms are
spiral
one of the
galaxies we
galaxy's
see
most
today.
distinctive features.
The Milky Way's history
structures.
is one of growth through destruction.
Instead, they are density
over
waves,
billions of
areas
years
where gas
it
and stars
consumes smaller
are temporarily
galaxies,
compressed,
tearing them apart with
these
tidal
waves
forces
move
and
through the
incorporating
disk,
their stars,
triggering star
gas,
formation
and
as
dark
they go.
matter into its structure.
This process is ongoing.
One of the most transformative events in
stars
its
form in
evolution was the
spiral
Gaia
arms,
Enceladus
they
merger
illuminate the
10
surrounding
billion
gas,
years ago,
creating bright regions
This
that
collision
highlight
reshaped
the
the Milky
structure.
Way, creating its
Meanwhile,
thick disk and
older
adding
stars
billions of
drift out of
stars
the
to
arms,
its population.
spreading across the disk.
Evidence of these ancient
The Milky
interactions
Way's spiral
remains visible
structure is a
today in
dynamic
stellar
and
streams,
ever-changing feature.
long, arcing trails
It
of
is shaped
stars
by
tracing the
interactions
orbits
with
of
satellite
disrupted
galaxies, gravitational
These
forces
streams
within
are
the
the
disk,
fossilized
and
remnants of
continuous
the Milky
motion of
Way's
its stars and
turbulent
gas.
past.
At the
Even
center
now,
of the
the
Milky
Milky
Way
Way
lies a region
continues
of
to grow.
mystery and extremes.
The Sagittarius dwarf galaxy,
a
currently being
supermassive black
dismantled,
hole that
is
exerts a
contributing
profound
stars to the
influence on
Milky
the
Way's
galaxy.
halo.
Sagittarius
ongoing
A
interactions
is
highlight the
surrounded by a
dynamic
dense
nature of
cluster of
galaxies
stars,
and the
many of
cosmic
which
dance
orbit
of
at
growth and
incredible speeds.
transformation.
These
Around
orbits
9
provided
billion
the
years
first
ago,
direct evidence
the
of the
Milky
black
Way
hole's
began its
existence,
transformation
allowing
into a
astronomers
spiral
to
galaxy.
calculate its mass. For
Stars and
times that
gas
of the
settled
sun.
into a rotating disk,
While it is
flattened
relatively
by
quiet
angular
today,
momentum.
Sagittarius
This
A
organization
likely
gave
played a
rise
more
to the
active
iconic
role in the
spiral
past.
arms.
During its
These
active
arms are
phase,
not fixed
it would have
structures
consumed
but
vast
dynamic
amounts of
patterns
gas
created
and dust,
by density
emitting
waves.
powerful jets of radiation
As
and
these
shaping
waves
the central
propagate
region
through the
of
galaxy, they compress gas
The
clouds,
presence of a
triggering
supermassive
bursts
black
of star
hole is not
formation.
unique to the Milky Way.
Young, massive stars
Most large
illuminate the
galaxies
arms,
harbor one
lending
at their
the Milky
center,
Way its
suggesting that
breathtaking
these
beauty.
objects are a natural
Within
outcome
the
of
arms
galaxy
lie
formation.
vast molecular clouds,
However,
stellar
their
nurseries
origins
where new
and evolution
generations of
remain one of
stars are born.
astronomy's greatest mysteries.
These regions are
In the
shaped by
Orion arm of the
gravitational
Milky
forces,
Way, about
radiation, and
4.6 billion
supernova
years ago,
explosions,
a quiet
creating
region
a
of gas
continuous
and dust
cycle of
began
birth
to
and death.
collapse.
Interactions
the
with
birth of
nearby
our solar
galaxies,
system.
such as the
The
Magellanic
collapse
Clouds,
formed a
sustain the
protostar,
density
the
waves
sun,
that
at
define
the
the
center,
arms,
surrounded
ensuring
by
the
a
Milky
rotating
Way's
disk of
ongoing
gas and
vibrancy.
dust.
At
Over
the center
time,
of the Milky Way
particles in the
resides
disk collided and
Sagittarius
stuck
A
together,
*,
forming
a supermassive
planetesimals,
black
the
hole
building
with a
blocks
mass
of
of about
planets.
4 million suns.
The Earth formed in the inner
Its
region
immense
of the disk,
gravitational
where
pull
temperatures
shapes
were
the
high
motions
enough
of
to
stars
vaporize
and
ice.
gas in the galactic bulge.
This region produced rocky
Astronomers
planets,
have
while
observed
the outer
stars
disk,
orbiting
colder and
Sagittarius
richer in
A*
ice,
at
gave
extraordinary
rise to gas
speeds,
giants
providing
like Jupiter
direct
and
evidence
Saturn.
of its existence.
The solar system
These
is a
observations
microcosm of the
reveal the
Milky Way's
massive,
history.
unseen object,
Its
confirming the
composition
presence
reflects
of a
billions of
supermassive
years of
black
cosmic
hole.
recycling,
While
the formation of the
Sagittarius
first
A*
stars to the
is
enrichment
relatively
of the
quiet
galaxy
today,
with heavy
it
elements.
likely experienced active
The Milky
phases
Way
in the
is
past.
not static.
During these
Its
times,
disk rotates,
it consumed
its
vast
stars
amounts of
orbit the
material,
galactic center,
emitting jets
and
of
new
energy
stars
that
are born
influenced
while
the
old ones
galaxy's
die.
central regions.
Its spiral arms are
Supermassive
regions
black
of
holes
intense
like
activity,
Sagittarius
where
A*
gravity
are
compresses
thought
gas
to
into
play a critical
star-forming
role in
clouds.
galaxy evolution,
The galaxy's
regulating
halo
star
is home
formation
to
and
some of its
stabilizing
oldest
the
stars,
host galaxies.
remnants of the first galaxies that
Approximately
merged to form the Milky
4.6
Way.
billion years ago,
These
within one of
stars
the Milky
provide a
Way's
glimpse
spiral
into the
arms,
galaxy's
a dense
distant
cloud
past,
of gas and dust
preserving the
began to
chemical
collapse.
signatures of an earlier universe.
At its center, a protostar
Meanwhile,
ignited.
the central
sun
bulge is a dense region
the remaining
of old
material
stars,
formed
a
a
relic of the
protoplanetary
galaxy's
disk,
early years.
where particles collided
It
and
surrounds
coalesced into
Sagittarius A*,
planetesimals.
which continues
These
to
small
influence
bodies
the
grew
orbits
into the
of nearby
planets,
stars.
moons, and
The
asteroids
Milky
that
Way
define our
story
solar
will culminate
system.
in an epic collision
Earth
with the
formed in the
Andromeda
Sun's
Galaxy.
habitable zone, where
This
conditions
event,
allowed
set
liquid
to
water
occur
to
in about
exist.
4.5 billion
Its
years,
composition
will
reflects
reshape
billions
both
of years of
galaxies.
cosmic evolution,
As the
enriched by
galaxies
elements
merge,
forged
their
in
stars
ancient
will be
stars
flung
and
into new
scattered
orbits,
across the
creating
galaxy
a
by
massive
supernova
elliptical galaxy.
explosions.
Gas
The
clouds
Milky
will
Way is a
collide,
grand
triggering
spiral
bursts
galaxy
of star formation.
stretching over 100,000
The central
light
black
years
holes
and
of
containing
both
hundreds of
galaxies will
billions of
merge,
stars.
forming an even larger
Its spiral
supermassive
arms
black
are
hole.
vibrant regions of star
Even
formation
after this dramatic
illuminated
event,
by young,
the Milky
luminous
Way's
stars.
legacy will endure. The central bulb surrounding Sagittarius and Uranus will continue to is a dense cluster of older stars, part of the endless cycle of cosmic evolution. Beyond the visible galaxy lies a vast halo of dark matter, an invisible framework that holds the Milky Way together and extends far beyond its visible edges. A singularity. The Milky Way is part of the local dense, a collection of galaxies that includes Andromeda and over 50 singularities erupted in what we call the Big Bang. These interactions influence the Milky Way structure and will shape its future. In its initial moment, about 4.5 billion years, the Milky Way will collide with the Andromeda galaxy and gluons formed. This cosmic conditions were so extreme that these millions of years could not combine into anything larger galaxy. Within milliseconds, as the galaxies merge, their gas clouds will compress, triggering bursts of star formations. The building blocks the central black holes of the Milky Way and Andromeda will combine, forming an even larger supermassive black hole. Nucleosynthesis, the resulting galaxy, often called Milky, will likely be elliptical in shape. This primordial mix accounted while for nearly all the ordinary matter in the cosmos. Its stars and planets will continue their cosmic thousands of years. A new celestial configuration. Hot fog. Humanity is a product of the Milky Way. Bounced endlessly. Every atom in our bodies was forged in the heart of ancient stars, scattered across the galaxy by supernova explosions. Ended when the universe cooled enough for electrons to combine connected to the cosmos, forming neutral atoms. The Milky Way inspires awe and curiosity, creating the cosmic microwave. Its vastness challenges us to explore, to question, and to dream. Can still detect today. From the myths of ancient civilizations to the cutting-edge science of variations, the Milky Way has shaped humanity's understanding of the universe and our place within it. These small differences our galaxy's story is far from over, and as we gaze into the night sky, the first stars ignited roughly something great million years cosmic after the narrative of beginning, marking the end of the Dark Ages and infinite possibilities. These massive populations, the universe was born in a moment of extraordinary potential through the surrounding 8 billion years ago, but they lived short lives. This wasn't merely an explosion, but the expansion of space and time itself into space. In an instant, the first galaxies grew from a singularity into an infinite surrounded by halos governed by the laws of physics that began These to unfold. These primitive galaxies were small and irregular, in its first fractions of a second, through the universe experienced inflation, expanding faster than the speed of spirals and ellipticals. This phase smoothed out the cosmos while stretching tiny quantum fluctuations into vast density variations began to organize themselves. These ripples became the seeds for galaxies, ancestors, and stars during this planets, small and fragmented. As the universe cooled, they were fundamental particles young combined to form protons and neutrons, each vying for growth in a chaotic cosmic created the lightest elements. Galaxies grow by consuming smaller gases of lithium, and the Milky Way for hundreds of thousands of years. The universe remains of years, a sea of neutral atoms where light could not travel, adding their stars, gas, when recombination occurred. 380,000 This process of galactic cannibalism is a violent yet essential aspect of galaxy evolution to travel across the cosmos. Evidence of these mergers is preserved in the form of stellar streams, microwave background, elongated arcs of stars that still once part of smaller galaxies. This ancient light carries the imprint of the earliest structures that would evolve into galaxies like the Milky Way. One of the most significant mergers in the quiet darkness that followed recombination when the Milky Way began to shape with the Enceladus galaxy. Hydrogen and helium gas added billions of stars to the Milky Way, halos of dark matter disk and enriching it with heavier elements. About 200 million years after the Big Bang, the first stars ignited, ending the cosmic dark ages. The process of galactic cannibalism continues today. Massive, luminous, the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, their intense heat, is being heavier apart by the Milky Way's carbon and oxygen, contributing which were released into space during their supernova explosions. About 9 billion years ago, of these stars, the Milky Way began to settle into its small and irregular structures that collided and formed as gas and stars flattened into a rotating plane under the influence of collisions laid the foundation for more complex galactic systems. The galaxy developed its iconic Milky Way
arms.
began as one of these
These
proto-galaxies,
arms are not
a
fixed
modest assembly of
structures, but
stars
density
and
waves,
gas surrounded by
regions
a
where
halo
gas
of
and
dark
stars
matter.
are more concentrated.
Over billions of years,
As material
it grew
moves
through a
through these
series of
waves,
mergers
it
and
slows down
interactions,
and compresses,
slowly transforming
triggering the
into a
formation
grand
of new
spiral
stars.
galaxy.
The result
Milky
is a
Way's
dynamic,
history is a story
self-sustaining
of survival,
cycle of star
growth,
formation
and transformation.
The spiral arms
Over
are
billions
also
of
rich
years,
in molecular
it consumes
clouds,
smaller
vast reservoirs
galaxies,
of gas
tearing
and
them
dust.
apart and incorporating their
These clouds
stars,
are the
gas,
birthplace of
and
stars,
dark matter
where
into
gravity
its structure.
overcomes internal pressure to
One of the
create
most
dense,
defining
luminous
moments in its
clusters.
history occurred 10
Today,
billion years
the
ago
Milky
with
Way
the Gaian
spiral
Enceladus
arms
merger.
remain active regions of
This
star
collision
formation,
reshaped the Milky
illuminated
Way,
by the light of
forming
young,
its thick
massive
disk
stars.
and enriching its chemical
At
diversity.
the heart of the Milky Way
The
lies
merger also
Sagittarius
brought
A*,
billions of stars
a
into the
supermassive
galaxy,
black hole
many
with a
of which
mass
still
equivalent
orbit
to
in
4
distinct
million
patterns.
suns.
Even
Despite
now,
its immense
remnants
gravity,
of these ancient events are
Sagittarius
visible
A*
as stellar
is
streams,
relatively quiet,
long arcs of
consuming
stars
very
that
little
trace the
material
paths of
compared to
disrupted
more
galaxies.
active black holes in other
These
galaxies.
streams are celestial
The
fossils,
discovery of
preserving the
Sagittarius
memory
A*
of the Milky
was
Way's
a
dynamic
milestone
evolution.
in modern astronomy.
The
By
Sagittarius
observing
dwarf
the orbits
galaxy,
of stars
currently
near
being
the galactic
dismantled by
center,
the Milky Way,
scientists
is a modern
calculated the mass
example
and
of
size of
galactic
this invisible
cannibalism.
giant, confirming
Its
its
stars
existence.
are gradually being absorbed
While
into
it
the
may
Milky
seem
Way's
dormant
halo,
now,
a testament to
Sagittarius
the
A*
galaxy's ongoing
likely played
growth
a
and
more
evolution.
active role in the galaxy's
About
past.
9 billion years ago,
During its
the
active
Milky Way
phases,
began
it
its
emitted
transformation
powerful
into a
jets of
spiral
energy,
galaxy.
shaping the surrounding environment
Stars and gas
influencing the
settled into a
distribution of
rotating
gas and
disk,
stars.
flattened by this structure
About
became the
4.6
foundation for the
billion years
Milky
ago,
Way's
a
iconic
quiet
spiral
region
arms.
within one of the Milky Way's
The
spiral
spiral arms
gave
are not
rise to our
static
solar
but
system.
dynamic patterns
A
created by
cloud of
density
gas
waves.
and dust began to collapse
These
under its
waves
own
compress
gravity,
gas
forming
clouds
a
as they
protostar at
propagate,
its center.
triggering star formation.
This protostar became the
Massive,
sun.
luminous stars
Around
born
the
in
sun,
these
the
regions
remaining
illuminate the
material
arms,
flattened into a
lending the
disk.
Milky Way its brilliant,
Over time,
dynamic
particles
appearance.
in this disk collided
Within
and
the
stuck
arms,
together,
molecular
forming
clouds serve as
planetesimals,
stellar
the building
nurseries,
blocks of
continually
planets.
giving birth to new
These
stars.
planetesimals grew larger,
These regions are
eventually
vibrant
forming the
and active,
planets,
shaped
moons,
by the
and
forces
other
of
bodies
gravity,
that make up our solar
radiation,
system.
and stellar winds.
The Earth, located in the
Interactions
sun's
with satellite
habitable zone,
galaxies,
became
such
a
as the
rocky
large
planet
and
with
small
the potential
Magellanic
for life.
clouds, sustain the
Its
Milky Way's
composition
spiral
reflects
structure.
the enrichment of the Milky
These
Way over
gravitational
billions of
encounters
years,
generate
containing
ripples in the
elements
galactic
forged
disk,
in the cores of ancient
perpetuating the
stars.
density waves that define
Today,
the arms.
the Milky Way is a
At
vast,
the heart of the
dynamic
Milky Way
system.
lies Sagittarius
Its
A*,
disk spans over
a
100,000
supermassive black
light
hole
years,
with a mass of
containing hundreds of
approximately
billions
4
of
million
stars,
suns.
along with gas, dust,
Its immense
and dark
gravity
matter.
shapes the motions of stars
Surrounding
and
the
gas
disk
in the
is a
galactic
halo
core.
populated by ancient stars and
Sagittarius
globular
A*
clusters
is surrounded by
remnants of
a
the
dense
galaxy's
cluster of
formation.
stars, many of which
The
orbit
Milky
at
Way's central
extraordinary
bulge
speeds.
is a dense region filled with
Observing
older
these
stars,
stars has
while its
provided
spiral
astronomers
arms
with
are
direct
vibrant
evidence
sites
of
of
the
star
black hole's
formation.
presence and allowed
The
precise
galaxy
measurements of
is
its
also
mass.
home to numerous satellite
Though
galaxies,
relatively dormant now,
including the large and small
Sagittarius A*
Magellanic clouds,
likely
which
experienced
orbit the
active
Milky Way
phases
like
in the
cosmic
past.
companions.
During these
The
periods,
Milky Way
it
story
consumes
is far
vast
from
amounts
over.
of material,
In
emitting
about
jets of energy
4.5
that
billion
influence the
years,
surrounding
it will
regions.
collide with the Andromeda Galaxy,
Supermassive
its
black
nearest
holes like
large neighbor.
Sagittarius A*,
This
are
event will
thought to play a
reshape both
key role in
galaxies,
galaxy
merging them
formation
into a
and
new,
evolution.
larger structure.
They regulate star
During the
formation,
collision, gas
stabilize
clouds will
galactic
compress,
structures,
triggering
and shape
waves
the
of star
distribution of
formation.
matter.
The central black
Approximately
holes of the Milky
4.6
Way
billion
and
years
Andromeda
ago,
will merge,
within one of the
creating
Milky
an
Way's
even larger
spiral arms,
supermassive
a
black
dense
hole.
cloud of gas and dust
The
began to
resulting
collapse.
galaxy, often called
This event
Milky
marked the birth
will
of
be
the
an
solar
elliptical
system.
marking the
At
next
its
chapter
center,
in
a
the Milky Way's
protostar
evolution.
ignited, the Sun.
Even in its new form,
Surrounding it,
the legacy
the remaining
of the Milky Way
material
will
formed a
endure,
protoplanetary
carried by its
disk.
stars and the elements that
Over
make up
millions of
planets
years,
like Earth.
particles collided
The
and
story of the
coalesced,
Milky Way
forming
begins with the
planetesimals.
very fabric of the cosmos
These small
itself.
bodies grew into the planets,
In the seconds
moons,
after the
and
Big Bang,
asteroids
the
that define
universe
our
was a
solar
seething
system.
ocean of energy, where
Earth,
matter and
forming in the
antimatter
sun's habitable
annihilated
zone,
each other in a
retains
cosmic
liquid
battle.
water, a crucial ingredient for
matter
life.
slightly outweighed antimatter.
Its rocky
leaving a
composition
small
reflects
but
the
crucial
Milky
amount to
Way's
form the
history,
stars and
containing
galaxies
elements
we know
forged
today.
in ancient stars and
Within
scattered
minutes
across
of
the
the Big
galaxy
Bang,
by
the
supernova
temperature of the
explosions.
universe dropped below 1 billion
The Milky
degrees
Way
Celsius,
is a vast,
enabling the
dynamic
formation
galaxy
of atomic
spanning
nuclei.
over 100,000 light
Hydrogen
years
and
and
helium
containing
emerged
hundreds
as
of
the
billions
dominant
of
elements.
stars.
Their simple structures
Its spiral
resilient
arms
in the
are
face of the
regions of
universe's
intense
harsh
star
conditions.
formation, illuminated
But
by
these
luminous
basic
young
atoms
stars
were
and
only the
glowing
first
clouds of
chapter
gas.
in a long journey toward
The central
complexity.
bulge, a dense
As
cluster
the
of older
universe
stars,
expanded,
surrounds
it cooled
Sagittarius, a star.
Roughly
Beyond the visible
380,000 years
galaxy
later,
lies a halo of
electrons
dark
combined
matter,
with
an
nuclei
invisible
to form
structure
neutral
that provides
atoms,
the
releasing
gravitational
light
glue
for the
holding
first
the
time.
Milky Way together.
This light, now
The
stretched
Milky
into
Way
microwaves,
is part of the local
provides a
a
snapshot of the
gravitationally
infinite
bound
universe.
collection of galaxies that
Known as the
includes
cosmic
Andromeda and
microwave
more than 50
background,
smaller
it
systems.
reveals the tiny ripples in
These
density that would
interactions
eventually grow
influence the
into
Milky
galaxies.
Way's structure and its future.
In this vast and nearly
In about
empty universe,
4.5
dark matter
billion years,
plays a vital
the Milky
role.
Way will collide with
Though
the Andromeda
invisible
galaxy.
and undetectable through
This
conventional
cosmic
means,
event will
dark
be a
matter's
slow,
gravitational
majestic
pull
dance
began
of
gathering
gravitational
hydrogen
forces,
and helium
unfolding
into
over
vast
hundreds
clouds.
of millions of years.
These clouds became
As
the
the
cradles
galaxies
of the
merge,
first galaxies.
their gas clouds will compress,
The transition
igniting
from
waves
chaos
of
to
star
order began
formation.
slowly.
The central
Gravity
black holes
acted
of
as
the
the
Milky
sculptor,
Way and
pulling
Andromeda
matter
will
into dense
eventually merge,
regions.
forming a massive
Over hundreds of
supermassive black
millions of
hole
years,
at the heart
these
of the new
dense areas
galaxy.
grew hotter and more
The
compressed
resulting
until
galaxy,
the first stars
often
ignited.
referred to as Milkometa,
These
will
stars
likely be
illuminated the
elliptical in
universe,
shape.
marking the end of the
While
Dark
its spiral
Ages.
structure will disappear,
These early
its stars and
galaxies were
planets
small
will
and
continue
irregular,
their journeys
composed
in a new
of clusters of
configuration.
stars surrounded by
We are
halos
a
of
product
dark
of the
matter.
Milky Way.
They lacked the
Every
intricate
atom in
structures
our
of later
bodies was
galaxies,
forged in the hearts of
instead
ancient
appearing
stars
as
and
chaotic
scattered
collections
across the
of light
galaxy
and matter.
by their explosive deaths.
The Milky Way's ancestors
We are
emerged
stardust,
during this
inseparable
epoch.
from the cosmos.
They were tiny
The
compared to the
Milky
modern
Way
galaxy,
inspires awe
but they
and
carried the
curiosity
seeds of its
from the
future
ancient
greatness.
myths of civilizations
As
who
these
saw its
proto-galaxies
band
merged,
as a
they
celestial
began
river
to
to
take on
modern
more
astronomers
defined shapes,
mapping its
laying
structure.
the foundation for the Milky
As we
Way.
gaze into its vast
The
expanse,
first stars,
we are
known as
reminded of our
population
smallness and our
stars, played a
interconnectedness
critical
with the
role
universe.
in this era.
The Milky
Their
Way's
immense
story
size
is our
and
story,
heat allowed
a
them to
testament
forge
to the
heavier
cycles of
elements in their
creation,
cores, but
destruction,
their lives
and
were
rebirth
fleeting.
that define existence.
When they exploded as
It
supernovae,
invites us to
they
explore,
scattered these
to
elements
question,
into the
and to
surrounding
marvel
gas,
at the infinite
enriching the
possibilities
cosmos
of the
and
cosmos.
setting the stage for the next
The
generation
Milky
of
Way's
stars.
journey began
The
13.8
growth of the Milky
billion
Way
years
was
ago
a
with
process
the
of
Big Bang,
destruction
a
and
moment
creation.
that defined the very fabric
Over
of
billions
existence.
of years, smaller
Space
galaxies
and
were
time,
drawn into its
inseparable yet
gravitational pull.
unfathomable, were born,
These galaxies
carrying
were
with
torn
them the
apart,
fundamental
their
forces
stars and gas
particles that would
absorbed into
govern
the
everything.
larger system.
In less
The
than a
remnants of
trillionth
these
of a
mergers
second,
are still
inflation
visible today.
caused the universe to expand
Stellar
exponentially,
streams, long
stretching
ribbons of
quantum
stars
fluctuations
stretched across the
into
sky,
density
trace the
variations.
paths of smaller galaxies
These subtle
consumed by
differences
the
would
Milky
evolve
Way.
into the cosmic web,
Each
a
of these
vast
streams
network
tells
of
a story,
galaxies
a record
interconnected
of the
by dark
galaxy's
matter
tumultuous
separated
history.
by immense voids.
One of the most dramatic
As the
collisions
universe
occurred
cooled,
around 10
elementary
billion
particles
years ago,
combined to
when the
form
Milky Way
protons and
encountered the
neutrons.
Gaia Enceladus galaxy.
These fused into hydrogen,
This merger
helium,
added
and
significant
lithium,
mass to
the
the
building
galaxy
blocks
and
of the
triggered a
first
burst of
stars.
star formation.
Light, however,
thick disk of the
remained
Milky
trapped in
Way,
a dense
a
plasma
component
until
distinct from its
recombination
thinner, more
occurred
organized disk,
380,000
is the legacy
years
of this
after the
event.
Big Bang.
The Milky
At
Way
this point,
continues to
neutral
grow in
atoms
this way.
formed, allowing photons
Satellite
to escape.
galaxies like the Sagittarius
This light,
dwarf galaxy,
known as the cosmic
are currently being
microwave
disrupted by
background,
tidal
still
forces,
permeates
their
the
stars
universe.
gradually joining the Milky
It offers
Way's
a
halo.
glimpse into the primordial
About 9
cosmos,
billion
a
years
silent
ago,
witness
the
to
Milky Way
Way's
began to take
eventual
on its
creation.
iconic spiral shape.
As the universe
This
expanded,
transformation was
gravity
driven by
began
the
its
rotation
silent
of
work,
its disk,
pulling
which
hydrogen
organized
and
its
helium
stars
into
and
dense
gas
regions.
into a flat plane.
These
The
regions
spiral
became
cradles
arms
are
for the
regions
first
of higher
stars,
density
born
within
roughly
this plane.
200 million years after
These
the Big
density
Bang.
waves move through the galaxy,
These first
compressing
stars,
gas
called
clouds and
population
triggering
3
star
stars,
formation.
were colossal, The arms are not static structures but dynamic patterns that shift over time,
the surrounding
shaped by
space
gravitational forces and the motion
enabling
of
the
stars.
formation of more chemically
Star
complex
formation
stars.
within the spiral arms
Clusters of
creates
these
a cycle
stars
of
form
renewal.
the first proto-galaxies,
Massive stars
chaotic
form
and
quickly,
irregular
live
systems
brief
held
but
together
brilliant
by dark
lives,
matter
and die
halos.
in supernovae.
These
Scattering their
proto-galaxies
enriched
collided
material
and
into the
merged
surrounding
frequently,
space.
growing larger and more
This
intricate.
material becomes the
The
building
Milky
blocks
Way
for new
emerged
stars,
during this era
continuing
as
the
one
cycle.
such proto-galaxy,
At the
a
center of
modest
the Milky
collection
Way
of stars
lies
and gas
Sagittarius
bound by dark
A*,
matter.
a supermassive
Over
black hole
billions of
whose
years,
gravity
it
dominates
expanded
the inner
through
regions
mergers and
of the
accretions,
galaxy.
gradually evolving
With a
into a
mass
structured
equivalent to
spiral
4 million
galaxy.
suns, this
The
object
Milky
is a
Way's
gravitational
evolution is
anchor
marked
for
by
the stars
cycles of
and gas
creation
near
and
the galactic
destruction.
center.
Over
The
billions
discovery
of
of
years, it
Sagittarius
absorbed countless
A*
smaller
was a turning
galaxies,
point in
incorporating their
astrophysics.
stars, gas,
By observing
and dark
the orbits
matter
of
into
stars
its
near the
structure.
center, astronomers
One of the most
calculated its mass
transformative
and
events
confirmed that
occurred
it must
10
be a
billion
black
years
hole.
ago with the Gaia
While
Enceladus
it is
merger.
relatively inactive now,
This massive collision
Sagittarius
reshaped the Milky
A*
Way,
has likely
creating its
influenced the
thick
Milky
disk and
Way's
adding
evolution
billions of
in
stars
profound
to its
ways.
population.
During periods
Stellar
of activity,
streams,
it would have
long arcs
emitted
of
powerful
stars
jets
left
of
behind
energy,
by disrupted
affecting the
galaxies,
distribution of
are
gas
evidence
and
of these
potentially
ancient
suppressing
mergers.
star formation in its
These
vicinity.
streams trace the paths of the Milky
Approximately
Way's
4.6
past
billion
interactions,
years ago,
preserving its
within
dynamic
one of the
history.
Milky Way's spiral arms,
The
a
Sagittarius
cloud of
dwarf
gas and
galaxy,
dust began
currently
to
being
collapse
dismantled
under
by
gravity.
the Milky Way,
This
is an
event
ongoing
marked the
example
birth
of our
solar
galactic
system.
cannibalism.
The sun
Its
formed at the
stars,
center
pulled
of this
into the
collapsing
Milky
cloud,
Way's halo,
surrounded
are
by
a
a
testament
rotating
to the
disk of
galaxy's
material.
ever-changing nature.
Over time,
Around
particles
9
in this
billion
disk
years
collided
ago,
and stuck
the Milky
together,
Way began
forming
to
the
transform
planets,
into a spiral
moons,
galaxy.
and other bodies that orbit
Its
the sun
stars
today.
and gas settled into
The
a
Earth,
rotating disk,
uniquely
organized
positioned
by
in the
angular
sun's
momentum.
habitable zone, became
The
a rocky
iconic
planet
spiral
capable of
arms are not
supporting
static
life.
but dynamic regions
Its
of
composition
enhanced
reflects the
density
long
created
history
by
of the
density
Milky
waves.
Way, enriched by
These
billions
waves
of years of
compress
stellar
gas
evolution
clouds,
and
triggering
supernovae.
bursts of star formation.
The Milky Way is a massive
stars
complex
illuminate
structure,
the arms,
spanning over
creating the Milky
100,000
Way's
light years
breathtaking
and containing
patterns.
hundreds of billions of
The
stars.
arms are stellar nurseries,
Its disk
where new
rotates at
generations
speeds
of
exceeding
stars are born
200
in vast
kilometers per
molecular
second,
clouds.
while its central bulge
These
houses some
regions
of the
are alive
galaxy's
with
oldest
activity,
stars.
shaped by gravity,
The galaxy is
radiation,
also
and
surrounded
stellar
by a
rays.
halo of dark matter,
Interactions
which provides
with
the
nearby
gravitational
galaxies,
framework
such
that
as the
holds it
large
together.
and small Magellanic Clouds,
This halo
sustain the
contains
spiral
ancient globular
arms,
clusters,
ensuring the Milky
remnants of
Way's
the Milky
ongoing
Way's
evolution.
earliest days.
At the heart of
The Milky Way's
lies
spiral arms
Sagittarius
are active sites of star
A
formation,
supermassive
while
black
its central
hole with a
regions
mass
are
of about
dominated
4
by
million
older,
suns.
more evolved stars.
Its gravitational
Together,
pull anchors
these
the
components
galaxy's
create a
core,
dynamic
shaping
system
the
that
motions of
continues to
stars and
evolve.
gas in the central bulge.
The Milky Way's journey
Sagittarius
is far from over.
A* is
In
surrounded
about
by a dense
4.5
cluster of
billion
stars,
years,
many
it will
orbiting
collide
at
with the
incredible
Andromeda
speeds.
galaxy, initiating
Observations
a
of
cosmic
these
dance
orbits
that will
provide a
reshape
direct
both
evidence of the
galaxies.
black hole's existence,
The collision will
marking
not
one of the
destroy
most
stars or
significant
planets,
discoveries
as
in
the
modern
distances
astronomy.
between them are vast.
Though dormant now,
Instead, the
Sagittarius
galaxies will merge
likely
into a single,
experienced
larger
active phases
structure.
in the past.
During this process,
During these
gas
periods,
clouds will
it
compress,
consumed vast
triggering
amounts of
intense
material,
star formation.
emitting powerful jets of energy
The central
that
black
influence
holes
the
of the Milky
galaxy's
Way
central
and
regions.
Andromeda will eventually merge,
Supermassive
forming
black
an even
holes like
larger
Sagittarius
supermassive black hole.
A* are essential to
The resulting
galaxy
galaxy,
evolution.
often referred
They
to as
regulate
Milky
star
Way,
formation,
will be an elliptical
stabilize
system,
galactic
marking the next
structures,
chapter
and
in the
play a
Milky Way
pivotal
story.
role in shaping the
The
cosmos.
Big Bang was not just an
Approximately
explosion,
4.6
it was the birth
billion
of the
years
fabric
ago,
of reality.
within one of the Milky
The
Way's
sudden
spiral
expansion
arms,
of space-time
a dense cloud
created
of
the
gas and
universe
dust
as we
began
know
to
it,
collapse.
filled with boundless energy.
This event marked the birth
Within
of
a
the solar
billionth of a
system.
second, the cosmos
At its center,
expanded
a
exponentially,
protostar ignited,
a process
becoming
known
the
as
sun.
inflation.
The
During
remaining material
inflation,
flattened
quantum
into a
fluctuations,
protoplanetary disk,
the tiniest
where particles
variations in
collided
density
and
were
coalesced
stretched
into
to cosmic
planetesimals.
scales.
These small bodies
fluctuations
grew
would
into the
become
planets,
seeds for
moons,
galaxies,
and
forming
asteroids
the cosmic
that
web
define
of
the
matter
solar
that
system
structures
today.
the universe today.
Earth, forming in the
universe at
sun's
this
habitable
time was
zone,
unrecognizable.
retained liquid water, a key
Temperatures were
ingredient for
trillions
life.
of degrees, and particles
its rocky
like
composition reflects the Milky Way's history, containing elements forged in the cores of ancient stars and scattered were just beginning to settle into their current form. The Milky Way is a colossal, dynamic galaxy spanning over 100,000 light-years and containing hundreds of billions of stars,
mostly hydrogen and helium.
Its spiral arms are regions of intense star formation,
but the next stage of evolution
luminous
would take
stars
much longer.
and glowing clouds of gas.
The universe spent hundreds of thousands of years
surrounding
cooling and
Sagittarius
expanding.
A*.
During
is
this
a dense
time,
cluster
it
of
remained
older
a dark
stars.
fog, with light unable
Beyond
to
the
travel
visible
freely.
galaxy lies a vast
But gravity
halo of
was
dark
at work,
matter, an
slowly
invisible
pulling matter
framework
into
that
denser
holds the Milky
regions.
Way together.
At around
The Milky Way is part of the local
years
group,
after the
a
Big
collection
Bang,
of more
the
than
universe
50
transitioned
galaxies.
into transparency.
Its closest neighbor,
Electrons
the Andromeda
combine with
galaxy,
nuclei to
is on a
form
collision
neutral
course
atoms,
that will shape
allowing
their shared
photons
future.
to stream across space.
In about 4.5
This
billion
event,
years,
known as
the Milky Way will
recombination,
collide
gave
with
birth
Andromeda.
to the cosmic microwave
This
background,
cosmic
a
merger will be
snapshot
a
of the
slow
early
and elegant
universe that
dance
we
of
still observe
gravitational
today.
forces, unfolding
This
over
was the
hundreds of
foundation
millions of
on
years.
which the Milky Way and every
As
other
the galaxies
galaxy would
merge,
eventually
their
be
gas
built.
clouds will compress,
Gravity,
igniting
the
waves
universe's
of
great
star
architect,
formation.
continue to work
The
on the
central
primordial
black
gas
holes
of
of the Milky
hydrogen and
Way
helium.
and Andromeda will combine,
In the densest
forming
regions,
a massive
dark
supermassive
matter,
black
an invisible
hole.
yet massive substance,
The resulting
acted
galaxy,
as a scaffolding,
often called
pulling
Milky
ordinary
will
matter
likely
into
be
vast
elliptical.
structures.
Its
In these
spiral arms
pockets
will
of gas,
vanish,
the
but
first
its stars
stars
and
were
planets
born.
will continue their journey
They were
in
immense,
this new cosmic
short-lived,
structure.
and entirely different
Even
from
after
the stars
merger,
we see
the
today.
Milky Way's legacy will
Composed
endure,
only of hydrogen
drifting through
and
an
helium,
ever-expanding
they burned at
universe,
astonishing
testament to the
temperatures,
cycles of
fusing light
creation and
elements into
transformation.
heavier ones like carbon,
We are
oxygen,
Stardust,
and iron.
Every atom in
When
our
these
bodies
first
was
stars
forged in the
exploded
hearts of
as
ancient
supernovae,
stars.
they
scattered
scattered
across
these
the
elements
Milky
into
Way
the
by their
surrounding
explosive
gas,
deaths.
enriching it.
The galaxy is
material
not just
would
our
eventually
home, but
form
our
the next
origin.
generation of stars
From
and
ancient
planets.
civilizations who saw
Small
the Milky Way
galaxies,
as a celestial
irregular in
river
shape
to
and
modern
chaotic in
astronomers
composition,
mapping its structure,
began to
the
form.
galaxy has inspired
These
wonder and
proto-galaxies
curiosity.
collided and merged,
It reminds
growing
us of
larger
our
and
place in
more
the vast
organized
and
over time.
interconnected cosmos,
The
urging
Milky
us to
Way's
explore and
ancestors
to
were
dream.
among them, small and
The Milky
fragmented,
Way's story
yet filled
is our
with the
story,
potential to
a
become
narrative of
something
beginnings,
extraordinary.
evolution, and
The
infinite
Milky Way's
possibilities.
growth was not a gentle process.
As we gaze into the night sky,
Over billions
we are
of years,
reminded of the
it grew
profound
by
connection
consuming
between
smaller
humanity
galaxies,
and the stars,
tearing them
a
apart
connection
with
that
tidal
transcends
forces
time
and
and
absorbing their
space.
stars and gas.
The Milky Way's journey
These mergers
began
were transformative
13.8
events.
billion years ago with the
They
Big
not
Bang,
only
the
added
moment
mass
when
to the
space,
Milky Way,
time,
but also
and
triggered
energy
waves of
emerged
star
from a
formation,
singularity of
lighting
infinite
up the
density.
galaxy with newly born
The
stars.
universe expanded rapidly
One of the
during
most
inflation,
significant mergers
smoothing
was
out
with the
irregularities
Enceladus
while stretching
galaxy
quantum
around 10
fluctuations
billion years
into
ago.
the seeds of cosmic structure.
This event fundamentally
In
reshaped
the
the
minutes
Milky
following
Way,
the Big
forming
Bang,
its thick
nuclear
disk
fusion
and enriching
created
it with
hydrogen,
new stars and
helium,
heavier
and
elements.
trace amounts of lithium,
Even
elements
today,
that would
the
fuel the
Milky Way
formation of the
continues
first
to
stars.
consume smaller galaxies.
For hundreds of thousands of
The
years,
Sagittarius
the universe
dwarf
was a
galaxy,
dark and dense
for example,
plasma,
is
where light
currently
was
being
trapped.
pulled apart. Its
This
stars
era
stretched
ended
into
with
long streams
recombination
that orbit the Milky Way.
380,000 years after
These
the
stellar
Big Bang.
streams, visible to
Electrons
astronomers,
bound to
act as
nuclei,
cosmic
forming
fossils,
neutral atoms,
preserving the
and
history
light
of the
escape to
galaxy's
fill the
growth.
cosmos.
They reveal
This
a
light,
story of
now
relentless
observed as the
accumulation,
cosmic
where
microwave
destruction
background,
and creation
is a
go
fossil
hand
of the
in hand.
universe's infancy.
The Milky Way's
It
iconic
carries the
spiral
imprint of the
structure
first
began to
density
take shape around
fluctuations
9
that would
billion
evolve
years
into
ago.
galaxies, including
As the galaxy
Milky Way.
rotated, the combined
After
effects of gravity
recombination,
and
the
angular
universe
momentum
entered the Dark
organized its
Ages,
stars
a
and
time
time
before
into a
stars
flat,
and
rotating
galaxies
disk.
existed.
The spiral
Gravity,
arms are a
however,
result of
was
density
quietly
waves,
shaping the
regions
cosmos,
where stars
pulling
and gas are
hydrogen and
temporarily
helium into
compressed.
dense pockets within dark
These
matter
waves
halos.
move through the disk like ripples
Around
on a pond,
200 million
triggering
years
star
after the
formation
Big
as they
Bang,
pass.
the first stars ignited,
Within these
marking
arms,
the end of the Dark
dense clouds
Ages.
of gas collapse to
These
form new
population
stars.
3 stars, The most massive of these
stars
hydrogen
live short
helium,
lives,
were massive and
illuminating
short
the arms and
arms.
creating brilliant
Their
regions of light
supernovae
and
enriched
color.
the surrounding gas
Over
with
billions
heavier
of
elements,
years, the
paving the
spiral
way for
arms
more
have
complex
continually
star
evolved,
systems.
shaped by the movement of
Clusters
stars,
of these
the
stars
influence
formed
of gravity,
proto-galaxies,
and the
chaotic
interactions
and
with
irregular
smaller
systems
galaxies.
held together by dark matter.
Today, the Milky Way
These early
spiral
galaxies
arms remain
frequently
some of the
collided
most
and
active
merged,
and vibrant
forming
regions
larger
of the
structures.
galaxy. The Milky Way
began
central
as
region,
one of these
known as the
proto-galaxies.
galactic bulge, is home to
Over billions of
Sagittarius
years,
A*,
it grew by
a
merging with
supermassive
other
black
systems
hole.
and accumulating gas,
With a mass of 4
evolving into
million
the structured
suns,
galaxies
it is a
we observe
gravitational
today.
powerhouse that anchors
The Milky
galaxy's
Way's
core.
growth has been shaped by galactic
Sagittarius
cannibalism,
A*,
the
is
process
surrounded
of
by a
absorbing
dense
smaller
cluster of
galaxies.
stars, many of which orbit
Over
at
billions of
extraordinary
years,
speeds.
it consumed countless
These
solar
orbits
systems,
provided the first
tearing them
direct
apart
evidence
and
of the black
incorporating
hole's
their stars,
existence,
gas,
as
and
astronomers
dark
could
matter
calculate
into
its
its
mass
structure.
based on the movement of
One of the
nearby
most
stars.
significant events in its
While
history
Sagittarius
occurred 10 billion
A*
years
is
ago,
relatively
when it
quiet
collided
today,
with the
it
Gaian
was likely
Enceladus
much more
galaxy.
active in the past.
This merger
During
added
these
billions of
active
stars,
phases, it would
enriched
have
the
emitted
galaxy's
powerful
chemical
jets of
diversity,
radiation,
and created
shaping
its
the
disk.
distribution of gas in the central
Remnants of
regions
these
the
ancient
galaxy.
mergers remain visible.
The presence
as stellar
of a
streams,
supermassive black
long,
hole is a
graceful
common
trails
feature
of
of
stars
large
that
galaxies.
orbit the Milky Way.
It suggests
These
that the
streams
formation
are the
of such
remnants of
objects
disrupted
is closely
galaxies,
tied to the process of
fossilized
galaxy
evidence of the
evolution.
Milky Way's turbulent past.
Yet many questions remain
Even
about their
today,
origins
the
and
Milky Way
influence over
continues
cosmic
to
time.
grow.
In
The
a quiet region
Sagittarius
of the
dwarf
Milky Way's
galaxy,
Orion
currently
arm,
being
around
dismantled by the
4.6
Milky
billion
Way's
years
gravity,
ago,
is
a cloud of
contributing
gas
stars
and
to the
dust began
galactic
to
halo.
collapse under gravity.
These interactions
This
highlight
marked
the
the birth of
dynamic
our
nature
solar
of
system.
galaxies and the cycles
At
of
the
creation
center of
and
this collapsing
transformation.
cloud, a protostar
Around 9
ignited.
billion
The
years
sun.
ago, the Milky Way
Around
began
it,
to
the
develop
remaining
its
material
iconic spiral
formed a
structure.
rotating disk, from which the
Stars and
planets,
gas settled
moons,
into a
and
rotating
asteroids
disk,
emerged.
flattened by the influence
The
of
Earth
angular
formed as a
momentum.
rocky planet,
The
enriched
spiral
with elements like carbon,
illuminated by
oxygen,
massive
and
luminous
silicon,
stars,
all
are
forged in the
regions of
cores of
enhanced
previous
density created
generations
by
of stars.
density waves.
Its position
These
in the
waves
sun's
compress
habitable
gas
zone
clouds
allowed it
as
to
they
retain
propagate
liquid
through
water,
the disk,
creating the
triggering
conditions
bursts of
for
star
life to
formation.
emerge.
Within
The
the
solar
arms
system
lie
is
vast
a
molecular
microcosm of
clouds,
the Milky Way's
stellar
history,
nurseries where new
shaped by
stars
billions
are
of
born.
years of cosmic evolution.
This dynamic interplay
Its
of star
formation
formation
reflects
and
the galaxy's
gravitational
ability
forces
to
ensures
recycle
the Milky
material,
Way's
creating
ongoing
new
evolution.
worlds from the remnants of old
The
ones.
Milky Way's spiral structure
The Milky
is
Way
sustained
is
by
a vast and
interactions
dynamic
with satellite
system,
galaxies
stretching over
such as the
100,000
Magellanic
light
Clouds.
years and containing hundreds of billions
These
of
gravitational
stars.
encounters create
Its
ripples in the
spiral arms
galactic
are
disk,
regions of intense
perpetuating
activity,
the density
where new
waves that
stars are
define the
born
arms.
from clouds of gas and dust.
At the center of the Milky Way
The central
lies
bulge is a
Sagittarius
dense
A*,
region filled with older
a
stars,
supermassive
while
black
the
hole
surrounding
with a mass
halo
of about
contains
4
ancient
million
globular
suns.
clusters and streams of
Though
stars
invisible,
from past
its
mergers.
immense gravitational pull
The
shapes
galaxy
the
is
motions
also
of stars
surrounded by
and
an
gas in
invisible
the galactic
halo of
bulge.
dark matter, which provides
Sagittarius
the gravitational
A*
framework that
is
holds it
surrounded by a
together.
dense cluster of stars,
Without dark
some
matter,
orbiting at
the Milky
extraordinary
Way stars
speeds.
would not orbit fast
These
enough
rapid
to stay
orbits
bound to
reveal
the
the
galaxy.
presence of the black hole,
The Milky
marking
Way's
one of the
journey
most
is far
significant
from
discoveries in astronomy.
In about 4.5
While relatively
billion
dormant
years,
now,
it will collide with the
Sagittarius
Andromeda
A*
galaxy,
likely
its nearest
experienced
large
active
neighbor.
phases in the past.
This collision will create
During
a
these
spectacular
times,
cosmic
it consumed
event,
vast amounts of
reshaping both
material,
galaxies.
emitting jets of energy
During
that
the merger,
influenced the
gas
galaxy's
clouds
central
will
regions.
compress, igniting waves of star
Supermassive black
formation.
holes like
The
Sagittarius
central
A*
black holes
play
of
a
the Milky
crucial
Way
role
and
in
Andromeda
galaxy
will
formation.
merge, forming an even
They
larger
stabilize
supermassive
galactic
black
structures,
hole.
regulate star
The resulting
formation,
galaxy,
and shape the
often
cosmic
called
environment.
Milkomeda, will be an elliptical
Approximately
system.
4.
Though it will look
6
very
billion
different,
years
the
ago,
legacy of the
within
Milky
one of
Way
the
will
Milky
endure,
Way's spiral
carried
arms,
by its
the
stars
dense
and the
cloud of
elements
gas
that
and
once
dust
formed
began to
planets like
collapse.
Earth.
At its bang was
a young star ignited creation,
the sun,
a moment that set time,
the remaining
space,
material flattened
matter
into
into
rotating protoplanetary
Yet,
disk,
in its
where
aftermath,
particles
the
collided
universe
and
was a
coalesced
hostile
into
and
planetesimals.
unrecognizable place.
Over millions of years,
Temperatures soared
these
into trillions of
planetesimals grew
degrees,
into planets,
and particles like
moons,
quarks and
asteroids
gluons collided violently
Earth
in a
formed in
primordial
the sun's
soup.
habitable zone,
As
where
the universe
conditions allowed
expanded,
liquid water
it cooled.
to exist. A key
Within
ingredient to life.
microseconds, quarks grouped into
Its rocky
protons and
composition
neutrons.
reflects billions of
By the
years of
time the
cosmic
universe
evolution,
was 3 minutes
enriched
old,
by
these
elements
particles
forged
had
in
begun
ancient
fusing
stars
into
and
the
spread
first
across the
atomic
galaxy
nuclei.
by supernovae.
Hydrogen and
The
helium
Milky Way
emerged
is
as
a
the
vast,
dominant elements,
dynamic
making
galaxy,
up nearly all the
stretching
matter
over
in the
100,000 light-years and containing
For
hundreds of
thousands
billions of
years,
stars.
light remained trapped,
Its
bouncing
spiral arms
endlessly
are
through the
regions of
hot
intense
plasma
star
of charged
formation,
particles.
illuminated by young
The
stars and
cosmos was
glowing
dark and
nebulae.
chaotic, with no
The
stars,
central bulge,
planets,
surrounding
or
Sagittarius
galaxies,
A*,
only a fog of
is a
hydrogen
dense
and helium.
cluster of older stars.
This era, known as the
Beyond the
Dark
visible
Ages,
galaxy lies a
persisted
vast
until the
halo
universe
of dark
cooled
matter,
enough for
an
electrons
invisible
to
framework
combine with
that holds the
nuclei,
Milky Way
forming
together
neutral
and
atoms.
extends far beyond its edges.
At this moment of
The
recombination,
Milky Way
the
is
universe
part of the
became
local
transparent,
group, a
allowing light
gravitationally
to
bound
travel
collection
freely
of
for the first
galaxies
time.
that includes Andromeda
This
and
ancient
over
light,
50 smaller
now stretched
systems.
into microwaves by
These
billions of years of
interactions
cosmic
influence the
expansion,
Milky Way's
is the
structure
cosmic
and its
microwave
future
background.
evolution.
It
In
provides us with
approximately
a detailed
4.5
image of the
billion
infant
years,
universe,
the Milky Way
revealing
will
the
collide
seeds of
with the
what would
Andromeda
grow into
galaxy.
galaxies, including
This
the Milky
cosmic
Way.
event will be a slow
The
and
Dark
majestic
Ages
process,
ended with the birth
unfolding
of the first
over hundreds
stars,
of millions of
approximately
years.
200 million years
As the
after
galaxies
the Big Bang.
merge, their gas
These
clouds will compress,
population-free stars,
igniting waves of
composed
star
entirely
formation.
of hydrogen and helium,
The central
were
black
colossal,
holes of the
burning
Milky
brightly
Way and
and dying
Andromeda
young.
will combine,
They
forming a
seeded
massive
the universe with
supermassive
heavier
black hole.
elements, paving the way
The
for
resulting
future
galaxies,
generations of
often
stars and
referred to
planets.
as Milkometa, will
As
likely
more
be
stars
elliptical.
ignited, gravity pulled
While
them
its
into
spiral
clusters,
arms will
forming the
vanish,
first
its stars
galaxies.
and planets will continue
These
their journey
galaxies
in a
were
new
small,
configuration.
irregular, and chaotic,
We are
far
Stardust.
removed from the grand spirals
Every
and
atom in our
ellipticals
bodies
we
was
see
forged
today.
in the heart of ancient
They
stars,
collided
scattered
frequently,
across the
merging
Milky
into
Way
larger
by their
systems in a
explosive
violent
death.
but creative process.
The galaxy is not
The
just our
Milky
home,
Way began
it
as
is
one
our
of these
origin.
proto-galaxies,
From
a
the
small
midst of
and
ancient
unassuming
civilizations,
structure among
saw the
countless
Milky
others.
Way as a celestial
Over
river
time,
to modern
it
astronomers
grew,
unraveling
absorbing
its
smaller
secrets.
galaxies and
Humanity has
accumulating
always
gas
been
and dark
drawn to
matter.
this vast cosmic structure.
This was the beginning of its
It
transformation
inspires
into
awe,
the sprawling
curiosity,
spiral galaxy
and a sense
we know
of belonging
today.
to something greater.
The growth of the Milky Way is a story of
is a
survival
reflection
and
of our
dominance.
own, a narrative of
Over
birth,
billions of
transformation,
years, it expanded
and
by
infinite
consuming
possibility.
smaller galaxies.
As we look to the
These
stars,
collisions
we are
were not
reminded of
gentle.
our shared
They
connection
tore
to the
apart the
cosmos
smaller
and the
systems,
profound
scattering
cycles
their
that shape
stars and
existence.
gas into the Milky Way's
The
halo
Milky
and
Way's
disk.
journey began 13.8
The evidence of these
billion years
ancient
ago,
mergers
when
is
the Big
preserved
Bang
in the form of
brought time,
stellar streams,
space,
long
and
trails
matter
of
into
stars that
existence.
trace the paths of disrupted
In its
galaxies.
earliest moments, the universe
These
was a
streams
hot,
are
dense
relics of a
singularity of
violent past,
infinite energy.
offering astronomers a
In
window
less than a
into the
trillionth
Milky
of a
Way's
second,
evolution.
the universe underwent a
One of the
rapid
most
expansion known
transformative
as
events in the
inflation.
Milky Way's history
This
occurred
process
around 10
smoothed out
billion
its
years
structure
ago.
while amplifying
A
tiny
massive
quantum
galaxy,
fluctuations.
Gaia Enceladus,
These
collided with the
fluctuations
Milky Way,
became the
merging
seeds of
its stars and
galaxies,
gas into the
stars,
growing
and
system.
planets.
This event
As the
created
universe
a thick
cooled,
disk of the
particles
galaxy
formed,
and enriched it
coalescing
with
into
elements
protons
forged in
and
Gaia
neutrons.
Enceladus's stars.
These fused into
Even
hydrogen,
now, the
helium,
process of
and
galactic
traces of
cannibalism
lithium, the
continues.
simplest elements.
The
For
Sagittarius
hundreds
dwarf
of thousands
galaxy,
of years,
for instance,
the universe
is being
remained
pulled
dark,
apart by
with
the
light
Milky
trapped
Way's
in a dense
gravity,
plasma
its
of
stars
particles.
gradually joining the larger galaxy.
Recombination marked a turning
The
point,
Milky Way's
occurring
iconic spiral arms
380,000
began to
years
form
after
about
the
9
Big Bang.
billion years ago, as the
Electrons
galaxy
bound to
settled into a
nuclei,
rotating
forming
disk.
neutral atoms, and
These
light was
arms are
free
not
to
fixed
travel across the
structures, but
cosmos.
patterns created by density
This
waves,
ancient light, the
regions of
cosmic
higher
microwave
gravitational pull
background,
that compress
still
gas
carries the
and trigger
imprints of
star
the first
formation.
density fluctuations
As
that would
these
grow
waves
into
move
galaxies
through the
like
galaxy,
the Milky Way.
they act like traffic jams
As the
in
universe
space,
expanded,
slowing
gravity
stars
began
and gas
shaping
and
it into the
creating
vast
bright regions
structures
of
we see
activity.
today. The
Hydrogen and
helium
home
gas,
to vibrant
drawn into
nurseries,
dense regions
where
within
young,
halos
massive
of dark
stars
matter
illuminate
became
the
the
surrounding
first
gas
stars.
clouds.
Around
The
200
formation of the
million
spiral
years after
arms
the
was
Big Bang,
influenced by the
these
Milky
first
Way's
stars
interactions
ignited,
with
ending
smaller
the cosmic
galaxies.
dark ages.
These interactions
population
disrupted
three
the disk,
stars were massive
creating
and
ripples that
ephemeral,
evolved
living
into
for
the
only a
arms we
few
see
million
today.
years.
At the
When
heart
they
of the Milky
exploded
Way
as
lies a
supernovae,
supermassive
they
black
enriched
hole
the surrounding
known as
gas with
Sagittarius
heavier
A star.
elements, enabling the
Its
formation
mass,
of more
equivalent
complex
to 4
stars and
million
systems.
suns, is concentrated
Clusters
into a
of these
region no
stars
larger
form
than
the
our
first
solar system.
proto-galaxies. Irregular,
Sagittarius
chaotic
A**
systems
is surrounded by a dense cluster of stars, many of
These
which orbit at
interactions
incredible
drove the
speeds.
evolution of galaxies,
These
setting the
orbits
stage
provided
for
the
the
first
emergence
evidence
of
of
the
the
Milky
black
Way.
hole's existence.
The
as
Milky Way
astronomers
began
could
as a
calculate
modest
its mass
proto-galaxy.
based on the motion of nearby
Over
stars.
billions of years, it
While
expanded through
Sagittarius
mergers and
A*
accretions,
is relatively
growing into a
quiet
structured
now,
spiral
it has likely
galaxy.
experienced periods
The
of
Milky
intense
Way's
activity.
history is a story of
During
growth
these
through
phases,
destruction.
it would have consumed vast
Galactic
amounts of gas
cannibalism,
and dust,
the process
emitting
of
powerful
absorbing
jets of
smaller
energy and
galaxies,
influencing
has
the
defined its
distribution of
evolution
material
over
in the
millions of
galactic
years.
center. Around
One of the most
4.6
significant
billion
events
years
in its
ago,
history
in a
occurred
quiet
10
region
billion
of the
years
Milky
ago with
Way's
the Gaia
Orion
and
arm,
Enceladus
a
merging.
dense cloud of gas and
This
dust
collision
began to
brought
collapse
billions
under
of
its own
stars
gravity.
into the Milky Way,
This
reshaping
event
its
marked
thick
the
disk
birth of
and
our
enriching
solar
its
system.
chemical composition.
At the center of this
Stellar
collapsing
streams,
cloud, a
long
young
arcs of
star
stars
ignited,
orbiting the
sun.
Milky Way, are remnants
Around
of
it,
these
the
ancient
remaining material
interactions.
flattened into a rotating
These streams
disk,
serve
where
as cosmic
particles collided
fossils,
and coalesced
preserving
to
the
form
memory of the
planetesimals.
Milky Way's tumultuous
Over
past.
millions of years,
Even
these
today,
planetesimals
the
grew
Milky
into
Way
the planets,
continues to grow.
moons, and
The
asteroids we see
Sagittarius
today.
dwarf galaxy,
The
currently
Earth
being
formed as a
consumed,
rocky
is
planet,
contributing
enriched
stars
with
to the
elements
galactic
forged in
halo.
the cores of ancient stars.
These ongoing interactions
Positioned in
reflect
the
the
sun's
dynamic
habitable
nature
zone,
of galaxies
it retained
and the
liquid
cycles
water,
of cosmic
a key
evolution
ingredient for life.
Around 9
The
billion
formation of
years
the
ago,
solar system
the Milky
was a
Way
direct
began to
result
take
of the
on its
Milky
iconic
Way's
spiral
long
shape.
history of star formation,
Its stars and
supernovae,
gas settled
and
into a
chemical
rotating
enrichment.
disk, flattened by
Every
angular
element in our
momentum.
bodies, from the iron
The
in
spiral
our blood
arms
to the
are not
calcium in
static
our
but
bones,
dynamic
was
patterns
forged in the
created
heart
by
of a
density
star.
waves.
The Milky
As
Way
these
is a
waves
vast
move
and
through the
dynamic
disk,
system,
they compress
home to
gas
hundreds
clouds,
of billions of
triggering
stars,
bursts of
vast
star
clouds
formation.
of gas and dust, and
These
invisible
luminous
dark
arms,
matter.
illuminated by
It
young,
spans over
massive
100,000
stars,
light
are among
years
the most
and
striking
contains
regions
regions
of
of
the
intense
Milky
star
Way.
formation as well as
Within
quiet
the arms
zones
lie
filled with
molecular
older
clouds,
stars.
stellar
The
nurseries where new
galaxy's
stars
spiral
are
arms
born.
are bustling hubs of activity,
These regions
where
are
gravity
vibrant with
compresses
activity,
gas into
shaped
dense
by the
clouds
interplay
that
of
give
gravity,
birth to new stars.
radiation, and stellar
In
winds.
contrast, the central bulge
interactions
is a
with
dense
satellite
region of older
galaxies,
stars,
such as the
surrounding
large
the
and small
supermassive
Magellan
black hole
clouds,
at the core.
sustain the Milky Way's
The
spiral
Milky
structure.
Way is also part of a
These
larger cosmic
gravitational
structure,
encounters
the local
create
group,
ripples in the
a
galactic
collection of
disk,
more than 50
perpetuating
galaxies
the
bound
density
together
waves.
by gravity.
At the heart of
Its
the Milky
closest
Way lies
companions
Sagittarius
include the large
A*,
and small
a
Magellanic
supermassive
clouds,
black
two
hole
dwarf
with a mass of
galaxies
about
that
4
orbit the
million
Milky Way.
suns.
The
Its
Milky Way's
gravitational
journey
pull
is far
anchors the
from over.
galaxy's core,
In
shaping
about
the motions of
4.5
stars and
billion
gas
years,
in the central
it will
bulge.
collide with the Andromeda Galaxy.
Astronomers have observed stars
This epic
orbiting
event will be a
Sagittarius
slow-motion
A*
dance,
at incredible
taking hundreds
speeds,
of millions of
providing
years to
direct
unfold.
evidence of the black hole's existence.
During the collision, gas clouds
These
will
observations
compress,
confirmed
igniting
its
waves
immense
of
mass
star
and
formation.
role as the galaxy's
The central black holes of
Though
both
dormant
galaxies
now,
will eventually
Sagittarius
merge,
A*
forming an
has
even
likely
larger
experienced
supermassive
active
black
phases
hole.
in the past.
The resulting galaxy,
During these times,
often called
it consumed
Milky,
vast
will be a
amounts of
massive
material,
elliptical
emitting
system.
powerful jets of energy
Though its
that
structure will be
influenced the
vastly
surrounding
different from the
regions.
Milky Way, it will carry the
Supermassive
legacy
black
of
holes
both
like
galaxies,
Sagittarius
preserving
A*
the stars,
are essential
planets,
to galaxy
and elements
formation
that once
and
formed
evolution.
in their spiral arms.
They regulate star
Even
formation
after
and
this
stabilize
merger,
galactic
the Milky
structures,
Way's story will
shaping the
continue
environment
as
of
its
their host
stars drift
galaxies.
through an ever-expanding universe.
Approximately 4.6
The Big
billion
Bang
years
was the
ago,
moment when
within
time,
one of the Milky
space,
Way's spiral
and energy
arms,
burst
a
into
dense cloud of
existence.
gas and dust began
Before
to collapse.
this cosmic explosion,
At
the
its center,
universe
a
existed in a
protostar
state of
ignited,
unimaginable
becoming the
density
sun and heat,
The remaining material flattened into a protoplanetary disk, in a fraction of a second, and coalesced into planetesimals. Not over millions of years, these small bodies grew into the planets, moons, and asteroids that define the solar system. Forces that govern the universe today, forming in the sun's habitable zone, retained liquid water, a critical ingredient for unified state. Its rocky composition reflects the Milky Way's history, enriched by elements forged in ancient stars and galaxies across the galaxy by supernova explosions. As the universe cooled, the Milky Way is a colossal structure stretching over 100,000 light-years and containing hundreds of billions of stars. Within minutes, nuclear spiral arms are regions of active star formation, illuminated by amounts of luminous stars. The universe was now a sea of hot surrounding Sagittarius A asteroid is a dense hub of older stars. Hundreds of thousands beyond the visible galaxy lies a halo of dark matter, an invisible finally that holds the Milky Way together and extends to form beyond its edges, allowing light to escape and travel freely. The Milky Way is part of the local group. This collection of over 50 galaxies bound by gravity is a snapshot of the early closest companion, revealing the Andromeda galaxy structures is on a collision galaxies destined to shape the Milky Way's future. But even after recombination, in about 4.5 million years, the Milky Way will collide with the Andromeda galaxy. And galaxies had yet to form. This slow and majestic event will unfold over hundreds of millions of years, reshaping both galaxies. The Dark Ages. As the galaxies began to shape, their gas clouds will compress, igniting waves of star formation, and over time, the central black holes of the Milky Way and Andromeda will combine, forming a massive supermassive black dominant at the heart of the new galaxy. Acted as the scaffolding for the resulting galaxy, often called Milky stars, will likely be elliptical in shape. In regions of high density, spiral structure will become so compressed that stars and planets will continue their journeys in a new cosmic configuration. These population stars were giants. Every atom in our bodies was forged in ancient stars. They burned at incredible across the galaxy by supernova explosion heat. But they lived short lives, not just our home, mere millions of years, our origin, and ended in spectacular supernova. Humanity has gazed at the Milky Way with dispersed heavier elements. Ancient civilizations saw it as a celestial river, into the bridge to the divine, enriching it. Today, we explore it with telescopes and spacecraft, with the next generation of mysteries while dreaming of interstellar travels. The first galaxy story began as a reflection of our irregular clusters of stars and gas, growth, transformations of years. They collided and merged, growing larger and more complex. We are reminded of our profound connection to the cosmos and the cycles that shape countless proto-galaxies forming across the cosmos. 13.8 billion years ago, the Big Bang marked the birth of relentless growth and evolution. Time and space unfolded from a singularity. It expanded the stage for everything that will ever exist. A process known as energy transformed into particles, and the fundamental forces began to govern the cosmos of the galaxy. Leaving less than a trillion second visible to inflation caused the universe to expand exponentially, smoothing out irregularities while amplifying quantum fluctuations of smaller galaxies torn apart by the Milky Way's became the seeds of cosmic structure. These streams provided a glimpse into the galaxy's tumultuous past. As the universe about its growth, particles coalesced into protons and neutrons. One of the most significant mergers hydrogen occurred around helium. 10 billion years ago. For hundreds of thousands of years, the universe remained dark. This event added a substantial number of stars to the Milky Way, particles, forming its thick disk. Recombination with heavier elements. 380,000 years. The collision after the Big Bang waves of star formation, lighting up the galaxy. Electrons joined nuclei to form galactic cannibalism, allowing light to travel freely. The Sagittarius cosmic microwave back, for instance, still fills the cosmos, pulled apart, carrying its stars gradually joining the Milky Way, foreshadowing the birth of galaxies. These ongoing interactions highlight the dynamic and ever-changing nature of our universe. Entered the Dark Ages. The Milky Way's transformation into a spiral galaxy began as it grew larger and more organized. Gravity began pulling hydrogen and helium into dense regions. It settled into a rotating disk, influenced by
around
angular
200
momentum and
million years
gravitational
after the
interactions.
Big Bang. The first
The
stars
spiral
ignited.
arms are a product of density
These
waves.
population
Regions where
stars are
stars and
enormous,
gas are
bright,
more
and
concentrated.
short-lived.
These
Their
waves move
supernovae
through the
scatter
galaxy,
heavier elements
compressing
into
gas
space,
clouds and
enriching
triggering
the
the formation
interstellar
of new
medium
stars.
Clusters
The
of these
process
stars
is
form
self-sustaining,
proto-galaxies,
with each generation
small
of stars
irregular
creating the
collections of
conditions for the
stars and
next.
gas bound by dark
The
matter.
spiral arms are not
These
static.
proto-galaxies merge
They are
frequently,
shaped by the
exchanging
galaxy's
mass
rotation,
and energy.
interactions with
The
satellite
Milky
galaxies,
Way began as
and
one
the
of these
motion of stars and
proto-galaxies.
gas.
Over billions of years, it
they
grew
have
by
evolved
consuming
into the
smaller
iconic
systems
structure
and
we
accreting
see
gas,
today.
slowly
Within
transforming
the
into a
arms,
spiral
massive
galaxy.
clouds of gas serve
The
as
Milky
stellar
Way's
nurseries.
growth is defined by cycles
These
of
regions are
creation and
dynamic and
destruction.
chaotic, with gravity
Over
pulling
billions of
material
years,
together
it
to form
absorbed
dense
smaller
clusters of
galaxies,
stars.
tearing them apart
The
with
bright,
tidal forces
young
and
stars that
incorporating
emerge
their
illuminate
stars,
the arms,
gas, and
creating
dark
the
matter.
stunning patterns visible
One
in
of the most
images of the Milky
transformative
Way.
events in its history
At
was
the
the
heart of
Gaia
the Milky
Enceladus
Way
merger,
lies
which occurred
Sagittarius
10
A*,
billion years ago.
a supermassive black
This
hole that
collision
exerts a
reshaped the
profound
Milky Way,
influence on the
creating
galaxy.
its thick disk and adding
With a
billions
mass
of
of about
stars
4
to its
million
population.
suns, it is an invisible
Evidence of these
powerhouse.
ancient
Its
mergers
gravity
can still be
shaping
seen
the orbits
today.
of nearby stars.
Stellar streams,
Sagittarius
long trails
A*
of stars
is
left
surrounded
behind
by
by
a dense
disrupted
cluster of
galaxies,
stars,
are
some of
cosmic
which travel
fossils
at
that reveal
incredible
the Milky
speeds.
Way's dynamic
By
evolution.
observing these orbits,
Even
the
now,
astronomers
the
have been
Milky
able
Way
to measure the
continues
black
to
hole's
grow.
mass and confirm its
The
presence.
Sagittarius dwarf galaxy,
While it is relatively
currently being
quiet
dismantled,
now,
is
Sagittarius
contributing its stars to the
likely
Milky Way's
experience
halo.
periods of intense activity.
These
in the
interactions
past.
exemplify the
During
dynamic
these
nature
active
of
phases,
galaxies
it
and
would
the
have
cycles
consumed
of
vast
cosmic
amounts
growth.
of gas and dust,
Around
emitting
9
powerful
billion years
jets of
ago,
radiation.
the Milky Way began its
This activity
transformation
may have
into a spiral
influenced the
galaxy.
distribution of material in the
Stars and
galaxy's
gas
central
settled
regions,
into a
shaping
rotating
its
disk,
evolution.
organized by the
The
influence of
existence of
angular momentum.
supermassive black holes is
The
a common
spiral
feature
arms
of
are
large
dynamic
galaxies.
patterns created by
Their
density
formation
waves.
and role in galaxy
These waves
evolution
compress
remain
gas
active
clouds,
areas of research,
triggering star
offering
formation.
insights into the dynamics
Massive
of the
stars
cosmos.
born in these regions
About
illuminate the
4.6
arms,
billion
lending
years
the
ago,
Milky Way
in
its
a
striking
quiet corner
appearance.
of the Milky Way's
Within
Orion
the
arm,
arms lie
a dense
molecular
cloud of
clouds,
gas and dust
vast
began
regions
to
where new
collapse under
stars are
gravity.
born.
This marked
These
the beginning
nurseries
of
are
our solar
shaped by the
system.
interplay of gravity,
At the center of this
radiation,
collapsing
and
cloud,
supernova
a young
explosions,
star ignited,
creating a
the sun
continuous
surrounding
cycle
it,
of birth
the
and
remaining
renewal.
material flattened into a
The Milky
rotating
Way's
disk,
spiral
where
structure is
particles
sustained
collided
by
and stuck
interactions
together.
with satellite galaxies,
Over millions of
such
years,
as the large
these
and small
particles grew
Magellanic
into
Clouds.
planetesimals, the building
These
blocks of
gravitational
planets.
encounters generate
The
ripples
Earth
in the
formed
disk,
in the inner region of the
perpetuating the
disk,
density
where
waves
temperatures
that
were high
define
enough to
atoms.
vaporize lighter elements.
At the center of the Milky Way
This
lies
region gave rise
Sagittarius
to
A*,
rocky planets,
a
while the
supermassive
colder outer
black
regions
hole with a
produced
mass
gas
of about
giants
4
like
million
Jupiter and
suns.
Saturn.
Though
The
invisible,
solar system's
its
formation
gravitational
was a direct
influence
result
shapes
of
the
the
motions
Milky
of
Way's
stars
long
and gas
history
in
of
the
star
galactic
formation
bulge.
and chemical enrichment.
Astronomers discovered
The elements that
Sagittarius
make up our
A*
planet
by
and even
observing
our
the rapid
bodies
orbits
were
of stars
forged in the
near the
hearts of
galaxy's
stars and
center.
scattered across the
These
galaxy by
stars move at
supernovae.
extraordinary speeds,
The Milky
completing
Way
their
is a
orbits in
dynamic
just
system,
a few decades.
constantly changing and
Though
evolving.
relatively dormant now,
Its spiral
Sagittarius
arms are regions of
A*
intense
likely
activity,
experienced
where new
active
stars
phases
are
in the
born from
past.
clouds of gas and dust.
During these times,
The
they
galaxy
consume large
contains
amounts of
hundreds of
material,
billions of
emitting
stars,
powerful
along
jets
with
of
vast
energy that
quantities of
influence the
gas,
surrounding
dust,
region.
and dark matter.
Supermassive
The
black
central
holes
bulge,
like
a dense
Sagittarius
region of older
A*
stars,
are thought to
surround
play a critical
Sagittarius
role
A*
in
star.
galaxy evolution.
Meanwhile,
They
the
stabilize
halo, an
galactic
extended
structure
region of the galaxy,
regulate star
is home
formation
to ancient
and
globular
shape the
clusters
distribution
and
of
the
matter.
remnants of past mergers.
About 4.6
The Milky
billion
Way
years
is
ago,
also part of
within
the
one of
local
the
group,
Milky Way's
a
spiral
collection of
arms,
more than
a
50
dense cloud
galaxies
of
bound
gas and
together
dust
by
began
gravity.
to collapse.
Its closest
This marked the
companions,
birth of the
the
solar
large
system.
and small Magellanic Clouds,
At the center of the
are
collapsing
dwarf
cloud,
galaxies that
a
orbit
young
the
star
Milky Way,
ignited, the
contributing
sun.
gas and stars.
The remaining material
The Milky
flattened
Way
into a
story will
protoplanetary
continue for
disk,
billions
where
of years.
particles collided and
In
coalesced
about
into
4.5
planetesimals.
billion years, it will
These
collide with the
planetesimals
Andromeda
grew into
galaxy,
the planets,
initiating a
moons,
slow
and
and
asteroids
spectacular
that
merger.
define our solar system.
During the collision,
Earth
gas
formed in
clouds
the
will
sun's
compress,
habitable zone,
triggering
where
waves of
conditions
star
allowed
formation.
liquid water to exist.
The central black holes of
Its
both
rocky
galaxies will
composition
merge,
reflects
forming
billions
an
of
even
years of
larger
cosmic
supermassive
evolution,
black hole.
containing elements
The
forged in
resulting
ancient
galaxy,
stars and scattered
often called
across the
Milky,
galaxy by
will be an
supernova
elliptical system,
explosions.
marking the next stage
The
in
Milky Way
Way's
is a colossal
evolution.
galaxy, stretching
Despite
over
these
100,000
changes, the
light
legacy
years
of
and
the Milky
containing
Way will
hundreds of
endure,
billions of stars.
carried by its stars and the elements
Its
that
spiral
once
arms
formed
are
planets and
vibrant
life.
regions of star formation,
Even after the
illuminated
merger,
by
the
young
Milky
stars
Way's
and glowing
remnants will
clouds
drift
of
through an
gas.
ever-expanding universe.
The central
part of the
bulge is a
endless
dense
cycle of
cluster of
cosmic
older
creation and
stars
transformation.
surrounding the supermassive black
Before
hole
the
of
birth of the
Sagittarius
Milky
A
Way,
star.
there was only the universe.
Beyond the visible
a vast,
galaxy
empty
lies a
canvas
halo
waiting
of
to be
dark
filled.
matter, an invisible
The Big
framework
Bang,
that holds the
occurring
Milky Way
approximately
together.
13.8
The
billion
Milky
years
Way
ago,
is part
marked
of the
the
local
beginning
group,
of everything.
a gravitationally
From
bound
a point
collection
smaller
of
than
over
an
50
atom,
galaxies.
the universe expanded exponentially,
Its closest neighbor,
unleashing a torrent of
Andromeda,
energy
is
that
on
would
a collision
eventually form
course,
all matter.
destined to merge with the
In
Milky
the
Way
universe's
in the distant
infancy,
future.
temperatures were so
In
extreme
about
that particles
4.5
like
billion
quarks
years,
and
the
gluons
Milky
could
Way
not
will
combine.
collide with Andromeda,
The
its
cosmos
nearest
was a
large
swirling
neighbor.
sea of fundamental particles,
This slow,
colliding
majestic
and
event
interacting
will
in
reshape
ways that
both
would determine the
galaxies
future
over
of
hundreds
galaxies,
of millions of years.
stars, and planets.
As they merge, their
As the
gas
universe
clouds will
cooled,
compress,
quarks combined
triggering
into
waves of
protons
star
and
formation.
neutrons, the building
The
blocks of
central
matter.
black holes of the Milky
These
Way and
particles
Andromeda
fused to
will
create the
eventually
first
combine,
elements,
forming a
hydrogen,
massive
helium,
supermassive
and a trace
black
of
hole.
lithium.
The resulting
Yet, for
galaxy,
hundreds of thousands
often
of
called
years,
Milky,
this
will
primordial
likely
soup
be
remained
elliptical.
dark and chaotic,
While its
as
spiral
photons were
structure will
trapped in a
disappear,
dense fog of
its
charged
stars and
particles.
planets will continue their
The
journeys in a
universe's
new
first
cosmic
act of clarity
configuration.
came during recombination.
We are a product
when
of the Milky
electrons
Way,
and nuclei paired to form
Every
neutral
atom in our
atoms.
bodies was forged in the
This
heart of
event
ancient
allowed light
stars,
to travel
scattered
freely
across
for the
the
first
galaxy
time,
by their
producing the
explosive
cosmic
depths.
microwave background.
The Milky
a relic
Way
of the
is
Big
not just
Bang
our
that
home,
still
it is
whispers
our
the story
origin.
of creation.
For millennia,
Tiny
humanity
fluctuations
has
in
looked to
density
the Milky
left
Way
over
with
from the
wonder.
universe's inflationary
Ancient
period became the
civilizations
seeds
saw
of
it as a
galaxies.
celestial river or a
These
bridge to the
ripples,
heavens.
amplified by gravity,
Today,
would
we
eventually
explore
grow
it with
into the vast
telescopes,
cosmic structures we
spacecraft,
see today,
and dreams of
including
interstellar
the Milky
travel.
Way.
The Milky
Dark
Way
Ages,
story
a
is
period of
intertwined
silence
with
and
ours,
stillness,
a narrative
lasted
of
for
beginnings,
hundreds of millions of
transformations,
years.
and infinite
Gravity
possibilities.
worked tirelessly during
As
this
we
time,
gaze into its
pulling
vast
hydrogen
expanse,
and helium
we are
into
reminded
dense
of our
regions
connection to the
where
cosmos
dark matter
and the
formed
cycles that
invisible
shape
halos.
existence.
These
The
halos
story of the
provided the
Milky Way
framework
began
for the first galaxies.
10.8 billion years ago
The
with
universe's
the Big Bang,
first stars
a moment of
ignited
infinite
approximately
energy and
200
potential.
million years after the
This
Big
was
Bang.
not merely the birth of matter,
These
but of time
population
and
free
space
stars,
itself.
untainted by
The
heavier
universe
elements,
expanded
burned hot
rapidly
and bright,
during inflation,
illuminating the
stretching and
cosmos for the
smoothing
first
its
time.
fabric while amplifying
But their
quantum
lifetimes were
fluctuations
brief,
into
ending in
density
supernova
variations.
explosions that scattered
These
newly
tiny
formed elements into the
irregularities
surrounding
seeded the
gas.
formation of galaxies,
As more stars were
and
born,
planets.
they began to cluster into
As the universe
protogalaxies.
cooled, particles
These
coalesced into
small,
protons
irregular
and
systems
neutrons,
collided
forming
and
hydrogen,
merged, growing
helium,
larger
and
and
traces
more
of
complex.
lithium, the
The
primordial
Milky
elements
Way's
that would give
earliest
birth to the
ancestors
first
formed
stars.
during this epoch.
For hundreds of thousands of
galaxies
years,
in
the
a
universe
chaotic
remained
and violent
dark,
universe.
its light trapped within a
Over
dense
time,
plasma.
the stars in these
This
galaxies
changed
enriched their environments with
380,000
heavier
years after
elements.
the Big Bang during
These metals
recombination.
allowed the formation of stars
Electrons
like our
bonded
Sun
with
and planets
nuclei,
like Earth,
forming neutral
bridging the
atoms,
gap between
and
the
light was
universe's
released,
first light
creating
and the
a
intricate
cosmic
systems that
microwave
would follow.
background. A faint glow
The
still
Milky Way's
visible
history
today.
is written in the stars.
This light provides
literally.
a map of the infant universe,
Over billions of
capturing
years,
the first
it
hints
grew
of
by
what would
consuming
become the
smaller
Milky Way.
galaxies.
In the silence
These
of the
mergers
Dark
were
Ages,
not gentle,
gravity
but violent,
worked quietly,
ripping stars
pulling
and gas
hydrogen
from
and
smaller
helium
systems
into
and
dense regions
assimilating them
within
into
dark
the larger
matter
galaxy.
These
Evidence of
regions
these
became
ancient
the first
collisions
stellar
is visible in
nurseries.
stellar streams,
Around
long,
200
arcing
million
ribbons
years
of
after
stars
the
that
Big
trace
Bang,
the remnants
the
of
first
smaller
stars ignited.
galaxies.
These populations like three stars were massive and ephemeral, their brief lifespans ending in supernovae. One of the most significant explosions enriched the surrounding gas with heavier elements, paving the way for the formation of more compact stars and galaxies. This collision reshaped the stars, formed proto-galaxies of stars, irregular and chaotic structures that collided. The merger also triggered a burst of star formations, initiating the process of galaxy evolution, creating ever larger and more organized galactic cannibalism continues. The Milky Way emerged as one of these proto-galaxies, is being slowly torn apart by the Milky Way's gravity, through mergers and accretions, and gas evolving into the grand spiral galaxy we know today. This ongoing growth ensures that the Milky Way's history is marked by cycles of creation and destruction. The Milky Way's transformation into a spiral galaxy consumed smaller galaxies, tearing them apart with tidal forces. Roughly 9 billion years ago, gas and dark matter settled into a flat, rotating disk. One of the most transformative events occurred 10 billion years ago, when the Milky Way collided as density waves, regions where stars and gas this merger reshaped the galaxy, creating its thick disk and enriching it with elements critical for planet formation and life, and creating the perfect conditions for star remnants formation. Of these interactions remain visible as stellar streams, massive clouds of gas collapsing trails of stars left illuminating by surrounding space with their brilliance. These streams are celestial fossils, preserving the memory of the Milky Way's dynamic evolution and the gravitational influence of Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, currently being dismantled by the Milky spiral arms, is a modernized hub of galactic cannibalism. Home to young, massive stars are being absorbed into the Milky Way's halo, illustrating the ongoing cycles of growth and Sagittarius A*. Approximately 9 billion years ago, the Milky Way began to transform into a spiral galaxy. Invisible and enigmatic, stars and gas settled into a rotating galaxy's core, flattened by the galaxy's angular momentum. The Sagittarius A regions of enhanced density by a dense cluster of stars, density waves, many of which move at extraordinary speeds. These waves compress gas clouds, provided the triggering star formation of the black hole's existence. The massive stars born in these regions illuminate the arms, while Sagittarius A iconic is relatively quiet now. These arms are dynamic, more active fixed in the past, and are shaped by the galaxy's gravitational interactions with its neighbors, such as the Magellan Cloud, dust, emitting powerful jets of energy sustain the density distribution, perpetuating the spiral structure and refueling new star formation. The presence of supermassive black holes in most large Sagittarius A they are a natural part of galactic black hole with a mass of about 4 million, one of astronomy's greatest mysteries. Invisible yet immensely influential, it governs the motions of stars, and clouds of gas and dust began to collapse about astronomers discovered Sagittarius A*. This event marked the birth of our solar system, near the galactic center that unfolded over millions of years. Some traveling at thousands of kilometers per second, revealed the presence of a massive, unseen object. Around it, the remaining material flattened Sagittarius A*, likely experienced active phases in the past, consuming vast amounts of material bodies emitting powerful jets of energy and asteroids. Such events would have shaped the distribution of gas and stars in the galaxy's core, forming in the sun's habitable supermassive black holes like Sagittarius A* are thought to play a critical role in the formation and evolution of galaxies. Its composition reflects the Milky Way's long history of galaxies and regulate star formation in the hearts of influencing the cosmic environment on a grand scale. The Milky Way is a colossal structure, approximately stretching over 100,000 light-years, and within one of the Milky Way's spiral arms, a dense cloud of gas and dust began regions of intense activity, where this marked the birth of the solar system of gas and dust. At its center, the galaxy's halo is populated by ancient stars, the remaining materials flattened into a rotating protoplanetary disk, where particles collide. Its central bulge is a dense region filled with older stars. Over millions of Sagittarius, these planetesimals grew into planets, the Milky Way is not isolated, and asteroids. It is part of the local group, the sun's habitable collection of more than 50 galaxies allow liquid water to exist,
a key ingredient for life.
Companions, the large and
Its
small
rocky
Magellanic
composition
clouds,
reflects
are
billions
dwarf
of years of
galaxies
cosmic
that orbit the
evolution,
Milky Way
containing
and contribute
elements
gas
forged
and
in
stars
ancient
to its
stars and
structure.
scattered across the
The
galaxy
Milky
by
Way
supernova
story is far from
explosions.
over.
The
In
Milky
about
Way is a
4.5
colossal,
billion
dynamic
years,
system
it will collide with
spanning
the
over
Andromeda
100,000 light-years and containing
This slow
hundreds
motion
of billions
collision
of
will
stars.
unfold over hundreds of
Its
millions of
spiral
years,
arms are
creating a
vibrant regions
spectacular
of star
cosmic
formation,
event.
illuminated by
During the
young,
merger,
massive
gas
stars
clouds will
glowing
compress,
nearly.
igniting bursts
The
of star
central bulge
formation.
is a dense cluster of
The
older
central black
stars
holes
surrounding
of the Milky Way
Sagittarius
and
and
Andromeda
Star.
will merge. forming
Beyond
an
the
even
visible
larger
galaxy
supermassive
lies a
black
vast
hole.
halo of dark matter.
The resulting
an invisible
galaxy,
framework that
often
holds the
called
Milky Way
Milky
together,
will be an
extends
elliptical
far
system.
beyond its visible edges.
Its spiral structure
The
will
Milky
be gone,
Way is
but
part
its
of
legacy
a
will
local
endure,
group, a
carried by the
gravitationally
stars
bound
and
collection
elements
of
that once
galaxies
formed
that
its
includes
majestic
Andromeda
arms.
and more than 50
Even
smaller
after the
systems.
merger, the remnants of the
These
Milky Way will
interactions
continue
shape the
to
Milky
drift
Way
through an
structure and
ever-expanding
its
universe,
future.
part of the endless
In
cycle of
approximately
cosmic creation and
4.5 billion
transformation.
years, the Milky
The
Way will
universe's
collide with
beginning was
Andromeda,
marked by
its
incredible
closest and large
simplicity
neighbor.
and staggering complexity.
This cosmic event
In
will
the
unfold
seconds
over
following
hundreds
the
of
Big
millions
Bang,
of years,
fundamental
reshaping
particles
both
and
galaxies.
forces emerged, governed by
As
the
they
newly
merge,
unfolding
their
laws
gas
of
clouds
physics.
will compress,
Gravity
igniting
pulls
waves
on
of
these
star
particles,
formation.
shaping their motion,
The central
while the
black
strong
holes of the
nuclear
Milky
force
Way
bound
and
quarks
Andromeda
into
will eventually
protons and
combine,
neutrons.
forming a massive
Despite its
supermassive
early
black
chaos,
hole at
the
the heart of the
universe
new
was
galaxy.
remarkably uniform, with
The
only
resulting
tiny
galaxy,
variations in
often
density.
called Milkomeda, will
These
likely be
minute
elliptical.
differences, however, were
While its
amplified
spiral
by
structure
gravity,
will disappear,
creating regions
its
of
stars
higher
and
and lower
planets will
matter
continue
density.
their journeys in a new
These denser
configuration.
regions would become the first
We are a
galaxies,
product of the
though
Milky
their
Way.
birth was still hundreds of millions
Every
of
atom
years
in our
away.
bodies was forged in the
As
course
the
of ancient
universe
stars
cooled,
and scattered
protons
across
and
the
neutrons
galaxy by
combined
their
to form
explosive
helium and
deaths.
trace amounts of lithium.
The Milky
through
Way is not
nucleosynthesis.
just our home, it is
Hydrogen,
our origin.
the simplest and lightest
For
element,
millennia,
remained the
humanity
dominant
has gazed at
component,
the Milky
making
Way
up
with
about
wonder.
75% of
From
all matter
ancient
by
myths
mass.
describing it as a celestial
primordial
river to
mixture
modern
of elements,
scientific
often
discoveries
referred to
unraveling
as
its structure,
baryonic matter,
the galaxy has
became the
inspired
building
awe and
blocks for
curiosity.
everything: stars,
The Milky
galaxies,
Way
and
story is
eventually life.
intertwined with our own.
The recombination
It is a
era
reflection
marked
of
a
our
turning
place in
point.
the universe, a
When
reminder of the
electrons
cycles
combined
of
with
creation,
nuclei to form
transformation,
neutral atoms,
and rebirth
the
that
universe
define
became
existence.
transparent, allowing light
As we
to
explore
travel
its
freely.
depths, we are reminded
This
of our
light, now
profound
stretched
connection to
into
the
microwaves,
cosmos and our
gives us a
responsibility
glimpse of
to
the
cherish
infant
the
cosmos
fragile
through
world
the
we call
cosmic
home.
microwave background.
The story of the
It is a
Milky
map
Way
of the
began
universe's early
13.8
structure,
billion
with
years
regions
ago
of
with the
higher
Big
density
Bang,
marked
the
by
moment
brighter
when time,
spots.
space,
As
and
the Dark
energy
Ages
emerged
drew
from a
to a
singularity.
close, gravity began to
In the
work its
universe's
magic,
first
pulling
fractions of a
hydrogen
second,
and
it
helium
expanded
into vast
exponentially
clouds.
during inflation,
These
smoothing out
clouds,
its structure
influenced by
while
the
amplifying
invisible
tiny
scaffolding
quantum
of dark matter,
fluctuations.
became the cradles of
These
the first
fluctuations
stars.
seeded the
The
cosmic
first
web,
galaxies
a vast
were not the
network of
elegant
galaxies
spirals or
connected by
massive
dark matter
ellipticals we see
filaments.
today.
As the
They were
universe
chaotic
cooled,
and irregular,
quarks combined
composed
into
of newly
protons and
ignited stars and
neutrons,
swirling
forming
gas.
the lightest elements.
These
Hydrogen,
galaxies were
helium,
constantly
and lithium.
colliding, merging,
For
exchanging
hundreds of
material
thousands of
energy
years,
in a
the
process
universe
that
was a
fueled
dark,
their growth.
dense plasma, with
The
the
first
photons
stars,
trapped in a
population
sealed
3
charged
stars, were unlike anything
Then
that
came
exists
recombination,
today.
380,000
heavier
years
elements
after
to
the
inhibit
Big
their
Bang,
formation,
when
these
electrons
stars
bound to
grew to
nuclei,
immense sizes,
forming neutral
burning
atoms.
through their nuclear fuel at
Light
incredible
was set
rates.
free, creating the
When they
cosmic
died,
microwave
they
background,
exploded in
a
hypernovae,
snapshot of the
scattering
universe
the
in
first
its
heavier
infancy and the
elements,
earliest
carbon,
trace of what would
oxygen,
one day
and
become the
iron,
Milky Way.
into space.
The Dark Ages
These
followed
elements enriched the
recombination,
surrounding
a time
gas
when the
clouds,
universe was
enabling
filled
the
with neutral
formation of
hydrogen
stars
but
like our
devoid of
sun.
starlight.
As more
Yet,
stars
gravity
formed,
was
they
already
began to
shaping
cluster
the
into
cosmos,
larger and more
pulling matter
organized
into dense
systems.
regions within halos
These
of
were
dark
the
matter.
earliest precursors to the
Around
Milky Way,
200
small
million
collections
years
of
after the
stars
Big
and
Bang,
gas
the
orbiting
first
within
stars
dark matter
ignited.
halos.
These
Over
populations
billions
of
of years,
stars were
these
enormous,
proto-galaxies
short-lived,
collided and merged,
composed purely
creating
of
larger
hydrogen
and more
helium.
complex structures.
Their Their intense heat and ultraviolet radiation reionized the surrounding hydrogen, ending the Dark Ages and illuminating countless smaller galaxies,
When these stars exploded as supernovae, they scattered heavier elements, carbon,
each merger
oxygen,
added new
and
material
iron
to the Milky
into
Way,
space,
increasing its mass.
This
and
enriched
altering its
gas
structure.
allowed subsequent
Some
generations of
collisions
stars
were
and
small
planets
and
to
relatively
form.
minor, adding
Clusters
only a
of
few
these early
stars to the
stars
galaxy's
formed the
halo.
first proto-galaxies.
Others, like the merger
Over
with
time,
Enceladus,
these small,
were
irregular
transformative.
structures merged and
The
collided,
Enceladus
creating
merger,
the building
which
blocks
occurred
of
about
larger
10 billion
galaxies,
years ago,
including
was
the
a
young
defining
Milky Way.
moment in the Milky Way's
The
evolution.
Milky Way's history is
This
a tale
massive
of growth
galaxy
through destruction.
collided with the young Milky Way,
Over billions
mixing
of
their
years,
stars
it
and
absorbed
gas and
smaller
creating the
galaxies,
thick disk
tearing
that
them apart,
distinguishes our
integrating
galaxy
their
today.
stars, gas,
The
and
event
dark
also
matter.
triggered a burst of star
One of the
formation,
most significant
lighting up the
mergers
galaxy
in its
with
history
newly born
occurred 10
stars.
billion years ago with the
Even now, the
Enceladus
Milky
galaxy.
Way continues to grow.
This event reshaped
The
the
Sagittarius
Milky Way,
dwarf
creating
galaxy,
its thick
for
disk and
instance,
enriching it
is
with the
currently
heavy
being
elements
torn apart
necessary
by the
for
Milky
forming
Way's
rocky
gravity.
planets and,
Its stars are being
light.
stretched into long,
Stellar streams
that wrap
long
around the
arcs of
galaxy,
stars left
eventually
behind by
becoming part
disrupted
of the Milky
galaxies
Way's halo.
are evidence of these
The
ancient
Milky
interactions.
Way's spiral structure began to
These
emerge
streams
around
act
9
as
billion
cosmic
years ago,
fossils,
as the
revealing
galaxy
the Milky
settled
Way's
into a
turbulent
flat,
past and its
rotating disk.
continued evolution.
This disk was
Even
shaped
now,
by
the
angular
Milky Way
momentum,
is growing.
a property inherited from the galaxy's
Sagittarius
early
dwarf
formation
galaxy,
and mergers.
currently being torn apart
The
by the
spiral
Milky
arms
Way's
are
gravity,
regions of higher
is
density,
donating its
where
stars
stars
to the galactic
and gas
halo.
are compressed as they orbit the
This
galaxy.
process highlights the dynamic,
These density waves
ever-changing
act
nature
like
of
traffic
galaxies.
jams, slowing material
Around
and
9
creating
billion
conditions
years ago,
for star
the
formation.
Milky Way began its
Within the
transformation
spiral
into a
arms,
spiral galaxy.
massive clouds of gas
As
collapsed under
stars
their
and
own
gas
gravity,
settled into a
forming
rotating
clusters
disk,
of stars.
angular momentum flattened
The
the system
youngest
into
and
a
brightest
plane.
of these stars
The
illuminate the
iconic
arms,
spiral arms
creating
are
the
not
patterns we
static
see
but
in
dynamic
photographs of
patterns
the galaxy.
created by density waves.
The formation of the spiral
These waves
arms was
compress
influenced
gas
by
clouds as they
interactions
move
with
through the
satellite
disk,
galaxies
triggering
and other
bursts of
external
star
forces.
formation.
These
Massive,
interactions created
luminous
ripples
stars
in the
born in
disk,
these regions
which evolved into
illuminate
the
the
density
arms,
waves that
giving the
shape
Milky
the galaxy
Way its
today.
brilliant and recognizable
Sagittarius
structure.
A*,
Within the spiral
supermassive
arms,
black hole
molecular
at the Milky
clouds
Way
act as
center,
stellar
is
nursery,
both a stabilizing
producing new
force and a
generations
source
of
of
stars.
mystery. It is
These
surrounded by
regions
a
are
dense
shaped by
cluster of
gravitational
stars,
forces,
many of which orbit at
radiation,
extreme
and the
speeds
explosive
due to its
energy of
immense gravitational
supernovae,
pull.
driving the Milky Way's
The discovery of
continuous evolution.
Sagittarius A**
The
was a
spiral arms
milestone
are
in
sustained
modern
by
astronomy.
interactions with nearby
By
galaxies,
observing the orbits
such
of
as the
stars
large
near
and
the
small
galactic
Magellanic
center,
Clouds.
scientists were able to
These
calculate its
gravitational
mass,
encounters
about
create
4 million
ripples in the
times
disk,
that of the Sun.
maintaining the density waves
Despite
and
its
fueling
size,
star formation.
Sagittarius A**
At the
is
heart of the
relatively
Milky Way
quiet
lies
compared to more
Sagittarius
active
A*,
black holes.
a supermassive
It
black hole
occasionally
with a
consumes
mass of
small
about 4
amounts of
million
gas and
suns.
dust, emitting brief
Its
bursts
immense
of
gravity
X-rays and
anchors the
other
galaxy's
radiation.
central bulge,
However,
influencing the
during
orbits
its
of
active
stars
phases
and
in the
gas.
past, it likely
Astronomers
emitted powerful
discovered
jets of energy,
Sagittarius A*,
shaping the central
by observing
regions
the
of the
rapid
galaxy.
orbits of stars near the galactic
Supermassive
center.
black holes are thought to
These
exist
stars
at the
move at
center of most
extraordinary
large
speeds,
galaxies,
completing
but
their orbits in
origins
just
remain
a
a
few
subject of
decades,
intense study.
revealing the presence of an
Some
invisible yet
theories
colossal
suggest they
object.
formed from the collapse of
Though
massive
relatively
stars in
dormant
the early
now,
universe,
Sagittarius
while others
A*
propose that they
likely
grew by
experienced
accreting
active
matter
phases
over
in the
billions of
past.
years.
During
The solar
these
system's
times,
formation
they
was a
consumed
direct
vast
result
amounts
of the
material,
Milky Way's
emitting
long
powerful
history
jets
of
of
star
energy
formation
that
and
shaped the
chemical
central
enrichment.
regions of the galaxy.
Around 4.6
Supermassive
billion
black
years ago,
holes like
in a quiet
Sagittarius
region
A*
of the galaxy's
play a
Orion
critical
arm,
role
a
in
dense
galaxy
cloud of
evolution.
gas and dust began to
They
collapse
regulate
under its
star
own
formation,
gravity.
stabilize
At the
galactic
center of this
structures,
collapsing
and
cloud,
shape the
a
distribution of
protostar
matter
ignited,
on cosmic
becoming the
scales.
Sun.
Approximately
remaining material
4.6
formed a
billion
rotating
years
disk,
ago,
where
within one of
particles
the Milky
collided
Way's
and stuck
spiral
together,
arms, a
forming
dense cloud of
planetesimals.
gas and dust began to
These
collapse.
small bodies grew into planets,
This marked the birth of
moons,
the solar
and
system.
asteroids, creating the
At its
intricate
center,
system
a
we
young
know
star
today.
ignited, the Sun.
The Earth,
positioned the remaining materials flattened into a protoplanet disk capable of where particles collided and coalesced into its composition reflects billions of years of cosmic evolution. These small bodies grew into planets, cores of ancient stars and scattered across the galaxy by supernovae, forming in the sun's habitable zone. The Milky Way is a living, breathing galaxy, a key constantly evolving and changing. Its rocky composition reflects the Milky Way's history and contains hundreds of billions of stars forged in the cores of ancient stars and scattered across the galaxy by supernova explosions. The spiral arms are regions of intense activity. The Milky Way is a vast, dynamic galaxy spanning over 100,000 light years. The central bulge is a dense collection of older stars surrounding the supermassive black hole, illuminated by luminous young stars. The Milky Way is surrounded by an invisible halo of dark surrounding Sagittarius. The gravitational frame is a dense cluster of older stars. Without dark beyond the visible galaxy lies a halo of dark vast enough an invisible framework that holds the Milky Way together. The Milky Way story far beyond its edge in a spectacular cosmic event. The Milky Way is part of the local Andromeda galaxy, a gravitationally bound collection of over 50 galaxies. In about 4.5 its closest neighbor, the Andromeda galaxy, is on a collision course that will reshape their shared future. During the collision, in approximately gas clouds will compress, billion years, triggering the Milky Way will collide with Andromeda. The central black holes of the Milky Way and Andromeda this cosmic event will unfold over hundreds of millions of black hole, resulting in a slow, resulting majestic transformation, often called Milkomeda. As the galaxies merge, their gas clouds will compress, igniting waves of star formation. Will live on through the stars. The central black holes of the Milky Way and Andromeda will eventually combine, this merger, forming a massive supermassive black hole and ever-expanding universe. The resulting galaxy, the endless cycle of cosmic creation and destruction, will likely be elliptical. The story of the Milky Way begins with the birth of the universe itself. Stars and planets will continue their cosmic journeys within a new galactic as the Big Bang. We are made of stardust, smaller than the smallest every atom in our bodies was forged in the heart of ancient stars and scattered across the Milky Way by their explosive deaths. In the first few microseconds, the galaxy is not just our home, dense plasma of energy, filled with particles like quarks and humanity has gazed at the Milky Way with wonder and cooled, drawing inspiration from its luminous to form across the night sky. Neutrons. The building blocks civilization saw it as a celestial river, within minutes, while modern science reveals its vast complexity and beauty. Hydrogen and helium the Milky Way's story is a reflection of our own, completing a narrative creation, evolution. These elements will serve as the foundation for everything as we explore its depths. We are reminded of our place in the cosmos and the profound interconnectedness of all things. The turning point came during the era of the Milky Way began 13.8 billion years ago paired with nuclei, forming neutral atoms and allowing the universe burst into existence, transforming a singularity into a vast expanse of space, clear expanse, and light from this moment. During the cosmic microwave inflation caused the universe to expand exponentially, stretching quantum fluctuations into density variations in the density of matter. These minute ripples seeded the cosmic began to grow a structure of galaxies, these denser regions, and mapped out in the cosmic microwave background, became as the universe cooled. Particles formed protons and neutrons, gravity acted as the cosmic sculptor, helium, shaping the first structures from the primordial hundreds of thousands of years. Light was trapped in a dense plasma, the invisible substance that makes up most of the universe's mass, 380,000 years after creating vast halos where gas and electrons joined with nuclei. Within these halos, the first stars ignited, creating the cosmic microwave these population background. 3 stars. This faint glow still fills entirely of hydrogen, a relic of the universe's infancy that foreshadowed the formation of galaxies like the Milky Way. They lived fast. The Dark Ages followed their deaths, marked by supernova explosions that scattered neutral hydrogen into the void of stars and light. These enriched gases was already shaping new generations of stars, matter clustering into regions within dark matter halos. These early galaxies were small, million years after the Big Bang. Their shapes determine by the turbulence of their environment.
These population 3 stars
Collisions
were
and
immense,
mergers between these galaxies fueled their growth, forming
their
larger and
supernovae
more
scattered
complex
heavier
systems.
elements, enriching the
The Milky
surrounding
Way
gas and
emerged
enabling
during
the
this
formation
period
of
as
more
a collection
complex
of
stars.
proto-galaxies, bound
Clusters
together
of these
by dark
stars
matter.
formed proto-galaxies,
Over billions of
chaotic
years,
collections
it
of
would
stars
grow,
and gas.
merging with other galaxies
Over
and gathering the
time,
material
these structures
that would eventually
merged,
give rise
forming
to
the
its
precursors
spiral
of
structure.
modern galaxies.
The Milky Way's
The
growth
Milky
was
Way
fueled by
began
a
as one of
process
these
both destructive
proto-galaxies.
and creative, galactic
Through mergers and
cannibalism.
accretions, it grew
Smaller
in size and
galaxies,
complexity,
drawn in by its
evolving
gravity,
over billions
were torn
of
apart
years
and
into a
absorbed,
grand
their
spiral
stars
galaxy.
and gas adding to the
The
Milky
Milky
Way's
Way's
mass and
history is a
complexity.
testament to the cycles
Evidence
of
of
creation
these
and
ancient
destruction.
mergers can still be seen
Over
today.
billions of years, it
Stellar
absorbed
streams,
smaller galaxies,
long, arcing
integrating
trails of
their
stars,
stars,
are
gas,
the remnants
and
of
dark
smaller
matter.
galaxies consumed by
One
the
of the
Milky
most
Way.
transformative events was
These
the Gaia
streams,
Enceladus
visible
merger,
to astronomers,
10 billion years
offer
ago.
a window into the galaxy's
This collision
past,
added
revealing
billions
the
of
violent
stars,
events that
enriched
shaped
the
its
Milky
evolution.
Way's chemical composition,
One of the most
and reshaped
significant
its thick
mergers
disk.
occurred around 10 billion
Evidence
years
of
ago
these
with the
mergers
Gaia
persists
Enceladus
in stellar
galaxy.
streams, arcing
This
trails
collision
of
added
stars that
billions of
orbit the
stars to
Milky
the
Way.
Milky Way and created its
These
thick
remnants
disk,
are cosmic
a layer of
fossils,
stars distinct
revealing
from
the
the thin
galaxy's
disk we
dynamic
see today.
evolution.
It
Even
also
today,
enriched the
the
galaxy
Milky Way
with heavier
continues to
elements,
grow,
paving the way for the
The
formation of
Sagittarius
planets
dwarf
like Earth.
galaxy, currently being
Even now,
dismantled,
the Milky
is
Way
contributing
continues to
stars
grow.
to the Milky Way's halo.
The Sagittarius dwarf
These
galaxy,
interactions
for
highlight
instance,
the galaxy's
is currently
ongoing
being torn
transformation.
apart, its stars gradually
Around 9
joining the
billion
Milky
years
Way.
ago, the Milky
These
Way began
ongoing
to develop its
interactions
iconic
highlight the
spiral
galaxy's
structure.
dynamic and ever-changing
As stars
nature.
and gas settled into
The
a
Milky
rotating
Way's
disk,
spiral structure
angular
began
momentum
to take shape
the
around
galaxy
9 billion
into a
years
flat
ago,
plane.
as the galaxy
The
settled
spiral
into a
arms,
rotating
regions
disk.
of enhanced density,
Gravity
are
and
created by
angular
density
momentum
waves
play
that
key roles
propagate
in
through the
organizing the
disk.
stars and gas
These
into
waves
a flat
compress
plane.
gas clouds,
The
triggering
spiral
bursts
arms,
of star
however,
formation.
are not fixed structures.
Massive, luminous
They are
stars
density
illuminate
waves,
the arms,
regions of higher
lending the Milky
gravitational
Way its
pull that
breathtaking
compress
beauty.
gas and trigger star formation
Within the
as they
arms,
move through the
molecular
galaxy.
clouds act as stellar
These
nurseries.
waves create bright, active
These dynamic
regions where young
regions are
stars
shaped by
illuminate the
gravitational
surrounding
forces,
gas, giving the
radiation,
arms their
and the
distinctive
explosive
appearance.
energy of supernovae.
The formation of the spiral
Interactions
arms
with
was
nearby
influenced by the
galaxies,
Milky
such
Way's
as the large and
interactions
small
with smaller
Magellan
galaxies.
clouds, sustain the Milky
These
Way's
encounters
spiral
created
structure.
ripples in the disk,
These
which evolved into
gravitational
the density
encounters
waves that
generate
shape
ripples
the
in the
galaxy
disk,
today.
fueling new waves
The
of
arms
star
are
formation.
dynamic and ever-changing,
At the center of the Milky
reshaped by
Way
the
lies
motion of stars
Sagittarius
and the
A*,
gravitational
a
influence of the Milky
supermassive
Way's
black hole
satellite
with a mass of
galaxies.
about 4 million suns.
Sagittarius A*,
Its immense
the
gravity makes
supermassive
it the
black
galaxy's
hole at the
core,
Milky Way's
influencing
center,
the motions
is a
of stars
gravitational
and gas
powerhouse.
in the central bulge.
With a mass of around 4
Sagittarius
million
A**
suns,
is
it
surrounded
exerts a
by a
profound
dense
influence
cluster of
on the
stars,
galaxy's
some
structure
orbiting
and
at
dynamics.
extraordinary speeds.
Sagittarius
Observing
A**
these orbits
is surrounded
revealed
by
the
a
presence
dense
of the
cluster
black
of
hole,
stars,
confirming
many of
its
which
colossal
orbit at
mass.
extreme speeds due to
Though
its
dormant
immense
today,
gravitational pull.
Sagittarius A**
These orbits
likely
provided the
experienced
first
active
direct
phases
evidence
in
of
the
the black
past.
hole's existence.
During
as
these
astronomers
times,
used them
it
to
consumed
calculate
vast
its
amounts
mass
of
and
material,
location.
emitting jets of energy
While
that shaped the
Sagittarius
central
A**
regions of the
is
galaxy.
relatively quiet now, it likely
Supermassive black
experienced
holes
active
like
phases in the
Sagittarius
past.
A** are essential
During
to
these
galaxy
periods,
formation.
it consumed large
They
amounts of
regulate
gas
star
and dust,
formation,
emitting powerful
stabilize
jets of
structures,
radiation.
and play a pivotal role
These
in the
bursts of
evolution
activity
of their
may have
host
shaped the
galaxies.
distribution of stars and gas in the
Approximately
galaxy's central
4.6 billion
regions.
years ago,
In
within
a
one of the
quiet
Milky
region of
Way's
the Milky
spiral
Way's
arms,
Orion
a
arm,
dense cloud of gas and dust began to collapse.
around 4.6
This marked the birth
billion
of the
years
solar
ago.
system.
This marked
At the
the
center
birth
of
of
the
our solar
collapsing
system,
cloud,
a
a young
process
star
that would
ignited.
unfold
The
over
sun.
millions of years.
The remaining
At the
material
center of the
flattened
collapsing
into a
cloud,
rotating
a protostar
protoplanetary
ignited,
disk,
becoming
where
the sun
particles
surrounding
colliding
it.
and
The
coalesced
remaining
into
material
planetesimals.
flattened into a rotating
These
disk.
planetesimals grew
Over
into the
time,
planets,
particles
moons,
within the disk
and
collided and
asteroids that
coalesced,
define the solar
forming
system.
planetesimals, the
Earth
building
formed in the
blocks of
sun's
planets.
habitable zone, where
The Earth
conditions
emerged
allowed
in the
liquid
inner
water
region of
to
the disk,
exist,
where
a
rocky
key
planets
ingredient
formed.
for life.
Its composition reflects billions of years of cosmic evolution, containing elements forged in ancient stars and scattered across the galaxy by the supernova dynamic system. Spanning over the Milky Way is a colossal galaxy containing hundreds spanning over 100,000 light-years. Its spiral arms are regions of intense activity, where new stars are born from clouds of gas and star formation, illuminated by young central bulge is a dense region of older stars. The central bulge is a dense cluster of older stars. Surrounding the bulge lies the halo, Sagittarius, a populated region filled with ancient stars and globular lies the vast halo of dark matter, an invisible substance that holds that makes up most of the galaxy's mass. The Milky Way is part of the local Milky Way, a gravitationally bound dark matter halo provides the gravitational framework that holds the galaxy together. The Andromeda Galaxy is on a collision course, destined to merge with the Milky Way in a distant epic cosmic event. In approximately the Andromeda Galaxy 5 billion years, the Milky Way will collide with Andromeda in about 4.5 billion years. Majestic event will reshape both galaxies in over hundreds of millions of years. During the collision, as the galaxies merge, their gas clouds will compress, igniting waves of star formation. The central black holes of the Milky Way and Andromeda will eventually combine, forming a massive supermassive black hole at the heart of the new galaxy. Milkomeda will be the resulting galaxy, marking the next stage in the Milky Way's elliptical. Though its spiral structure will vanish, its legacy and planets will continue by the cosmic journeys within this new configuration majestic disk. We are stardust. Even after this merger, every atom in our bodies was forged in the hearts of ancient stars, scattered across the galaxy by their explosive cosmic creation and transformation. The Milky Way is not just our home, it is our origin event known as the Big Bang. For millennia, humanity has gazed at the Milky Way with wonder. In ancient civilizations saw it as a celestial unimaginably hot bridge to the heavens, a seething ocean of energy. Today, we explore its structure with telescopes, as it satellites, it cooled rams of interstellar setting travel. The stage for the formation of matter. The Milky Way's story is intertwined with our own, a narrative of creation, the building blocks and transformation. Nuclei. As we look to the stars, we are reminded of our connection to the cosmos and the cycles that shape existence, and traces of lithium. In the earliest moments, the universe was a seething cauldron of energy. The particles of light so were trapped in dense, hot plasma of charged particles could not exist. This period, within a fraction of a second, persisted for hundreds of thousands of years, stretching space faster than the speed of light. During this time, this expansion erased any irregularities on large scales while amplifying microscopic quantum fluctuations into the seeds of galaxies. The universe cooled enough for electrons to combine with nuclei and neutrons, neutral atoms into the first nuclei of hydrogen, called recombination, and lithium, allowed light to travel freely. These elements made up nearly all matter for hundreds of millions of background. A faint glow visible across the entire sky, as the light was trapped in a dense fog of the universe as it existed 380,000 years after the Big Bang. In the darkness that followed recombination, neutral atoms formed and light escaped. Hydrogen and helium gas coalesced into primordial clouds, now pulled together as the cosmic microwave background reveals a snapshot of the universe. The first stars ignited, ending the dark ages and ushering in the cosmic dawn. The Dark Ages followed recombination, population silent periods when no stars had yet ignited to illuminate the cosmos. These stars in the shadows, the first gravity was at work, which they released into space when they exploded into dense supernovas within vast halos of dark matter. This enrichment of the interstellar medium allowed for the formation years of more complex stars, and the first stars ignited planets. Their intense radiation piercing the darkness. They clustered into small, these irregular protostars were massive, burning at millions of degrees, were chaotic, and their violent deaths infrequently colliding in the universe with larger elements like carbon, oxygen,
The Milky
and
Way
iron.
was born during this era
Clusters
as a
of these
collection of
stars formed the
proto-galaxies
first
orbiting within a
proto-galaxies,
massive dark
chaotic
matter halo.
assemblies of light and matter.
These proto-galaxies laid
These
the
early
foundation
galaxies
for the Milky
collided
Way,
frequently,
which would
merging
grow and
into
evolve
larger
over
structures.
billions of years through the
The
accumulation
Milky
of
Way
stars,
emerged
gas,
during this
and
era,
dark matter.
a small and humble galaxy
The growth of
in
the
a
Milky
vast,
Way was
turbulent
shaped by
universe.
countless mergers and collisions.
Its growth was fueled by mergers
Smaller galaxies,
as it absorbed other
drawn in by its
proto-galaxies
gravitational
and accumulated
pull,
gas.
were torn apart and absorbed.
Dark
Their
matter,
stars
the
and gas
invisible
becoming part
scaffolding
of
of
the
the
larger
cosmos,
system.
played a critical
This
role,
process,
providing
known
the
as galactic
gravitational glue
catalyst,
that allowed
was the
galaxies
primary
to
driver
form and
of the
evolve.
Milky Way's evolution.
The Milky Way's evolution
One of the
has
most
been shaped
significant
by
mergers
galactic
occurred
cannibalism,
around 10
a
billion
natural
years
but
ago,
violent
when the
process of
Milky Way
survival and
collided
growth.
with a galaxy known as
Over
Gaia
billions of
Enceladus.
years, the Milky
This
Way
event
consumed
added a
countless
substantial
smaller
number of
galaxies,
stars to the galaxy
tearing them
and
apart
created
with
its
its
thick
gravity.
disk. A population
One of the most
stars with
significant
orbits
mergers
distinct
in its
from those
history
in a thin
was the
disk.
collision with the Gaia
Stellar
Enceladus galaxy
streams,
10
long
billion
trails of
years ago.
stars left behind by
This
disrupted
event was
galaxies
transformative,
are evidence
reshaping
of
the Milky Way
Way's
and
violent
creating
past.
its thick disk.
These streams
Billions
provide
of stars
astronomers
were
with
added
a
to the
unique
galaxy,
opportunity to study the
enriching it with
history
the
of
heavy
the
elements
galaxy's
necessary
growth.
for forming rocky
Even
planets
now,
and
the Milky Way
ultimately
continues
life.
to grow.
Evidence
The
of these ancient
Sagittarius
mergers
dwarf
can still
galaxy,
be seen
for
today in
example,
stellar
is being
streams,
pulled apart,
graceful
its
arcs of
stars
stars
joining
that
the
trace the
Milky Way's
remnants
halo.
of disrupted galaxies.
This process ensures
These
that the
streams
galaxy
serve as
remains
celestial
dynamic and
fossils,
ever-changing.
preserving the memory of the
The
Milky Way's violent
transformation
past.
into a spiral galaxy
Even now,
began as
the
it
Milky
grew
Way
larger and more
continues to grow.
organized.
The
About 9
Sagittarius
billion
dwarf
years ago,
galaxy,
its
currently
stars
being
and gas
dismantled,
settled into a
is
flat,
adding its stars to the
rotating disk.
galactic halo.
Angular
These
momentum
ongoing
played a crucial
interactions
role in
highlight the
shaping the
dynamic,
structure,
ever-changing
aligning the
nature
motions
of our
of stars
galaxy.
and gas into a coherent
Around
plane.
9 billion years ago,
The spiral
Milky
arms,
Way began
one of
to
the
take on its
galaxy's most
iconic
iconic
spiral
features,
shape.
are regions
As
of
its
higher
stars
density
and gas
within the
settled
disk.
into a rotating disk,
These density
angular
waves
momentum
move through
flattened
the
the
galaxy,
system into a
compressing
plane,
gas
laying the
clouds and
groundwork
triggering
for its
star
spiral
formation
arms.
as they pass.
The spiral
The
arms
arms
are not
illuminated
static
by
structures.
young,
They are
massive
dynamic
stars,
regions
which burn
created by
brightly
density
before ending
waves.
their lives in supernovae.
As these waves move through
These
the galaxy,
stars, along
they
with the
compress
glowing gas clouds surrounding
triggering
them,
star
give
formation.
the spiral arms their
The
distinctive
result
appearance.
is a galaxy alive with
Interactions
activity.
with
its
smaller
arms
galaxies
illuminated
have
by the
also
light
played
of
a
young,
role in
massive
shaping the
stars.
Milky Way's spiral structure.
Within the spiral arms
These
lie vast
encounters
molecular
create
clouds
ripples in the disk,
nurseries
which
where
evolve
new
into the
stars
density
are born.
waves that define the arms.
These regions are turbulent
At the
and
center
chaotic,
of the Milky
driven
Way
by the
lies
interplay of
Sagittarius
gravity,
A*,
radiation,
a
and
supermassive
magnetic
black hole
fields.
with a mass equivalent to 4
Interactions
million
with nearby
suns.
galaxies, such as
Although
the
it is
Magellanic
relatively
Clouds,
quiet now,
also play a
it
role.
has likely played a significant
These
role in the
gravitational
galaxy's
encounters
evolution.
create ripples in the Milky Way's
Sagittarius
disk, sustaining the
is
spiral
surrounded by
structure
a
and
dense cluster
influencing
of
its
stars,
evolution.
many of which orbit
At the
at
center of the
extreme
Milky
speeds.
Way resides Sagittarius
Observations of these
A*,
orbits
a
provided the first
supermassive
direct
black
evidence
hole
of the
with a
black
mass
hole's
of about 4
existence and
million
allowed
suns.
astronomers to calculate its
Its
mass.
gravity dominates the
During
motions of
its active
stars and
phases,
gas in the central
Sagittarius
bulge,
A*
anchoring the
likely
galaxy's
consumed
core.
large amounts of gas
Sagittarius
and dust, emitting
A*
powerful
is
jets of
surrounded by a
radiation.
dense cluster of stars,
These
many
periods
of
of
which
activity
orbit at
would have
extraordinary
influenced the
speeds.
distribution of material
These
in the
rapid
central
orbits were
regions of the
key to
galaxy,
confirming the
shaping
existence
the
of the
orbits
black
of stars
hole,
and the
measuring its
dynamics
mass.
of the galactic core.
Though relatively
In a
dormant
quiet
now,
region of the Milky
Sagittarius
Way's
A*
Orion arm,
likely
a dense
experienced
cloud of
active
gas and
phases
dust
in the
began to
past.
collapse around 4.6
During these
billion years
times,
ago.
it devoured vast
At
amounts
its
of
center,
material,
a young
emitting
star
powerful
ignited
jets of
the sun.
radiation that influenced the
The remaining
galaxy's central
material
regions.
formed a rotating disk, where
Supermassive
particles
black
collided
holes
and
like
stuck together,
Sagittarius
forming
A* are
planetesimals.
thought to play a critical role
Over
in the
time,
formation
these
and evolution of
planetesimals
galaxies,
grew into the planets,
stabilizing their
moons,
structures
and
and regulating
asteroids
star
that make up the
formation
solar
through their
system.
gravitational and
The
energetic
Earth formed in the
influence.
inner part of the disk,
About
where temperatures were
4.6
high
billion
enough to
years
vaporize
ago,
lighter
within the
elements.
Milky Way's Orion arm,
This region
a
gave
dense
rise
cloud
to
of
rocky
gas and
planets,
dust began
while
to
the
collapse
colder
under
outer
its own
disk
gravity.
produced gas giants like
This
Jupiter and
collapse
Saturn.
marked the birth of our solar
The solar
system.
system's composition
At the
reflects
center of
the
the
long
cloud,
history
a
of the
young
Milky
star
Way,
ignited,
ignited, containing elements sun surrounding ancient stars, remaining material flattened into a protoplanetary disk. The Milky Way is a vast, dynamic system spanning over 100,000 the building blocks of planets. Its spiral arms are in the sun's habitable zone, formation, where conditions allowed it to retain a dense collection of older stars. Its rocky composition reflects the Milky Way's history, halo of dark matter, by elements which extends far beyond stars and scattered across the galaxy by supernovae. This dark matter halo provides the gravitational framework. The Milky Way is a colossal galaxy together, spanning over 100,000 light-years and containing hundreds of billions of stars. A larger structure known as the local group. Spiral arms are vibrant regions of star galaxies bound together, while its central bulge is a dense hub of older stars surrounding Sagittarius, the large and small Magellanic Clouds. The galaxy's halo extends far beyond the visible stars, containing globular clusters and the remnants of disrupted galaxies. The Milky Way's future is destined to include a spectacular is also dominated by dark matter, collision and invisible substance that provides the gravitational framework holding the Milky Way together. 4.5 billion years, the Milky Way is part of the local group, a collection of more than collision galaxies. Gas clouds will compress, its closest waves of star formation. The Andromeda galaxy in the Magellanic black holes of the Milky Way and Andromeda will merge, forming a new, in approximately 4.5 billion years. The Milky Way, the resulting galaxy, Andromeda galaxy, often referred to as Milkomeda. This event will be a slow cosmic dance, unfolding over hundreds of millions of years. Its legacy will as the galaxy stars and elements their gas clouds will compress, igniting bursts of star formation. Even after this merger, the central black holes of the Milky Way and Andromeda will merge, forming a massive supermassive black hole at the heart of the new galaxy. The universe the resulting galaxy of unimaginable referred to as Milkomeda, in the likely fractions of a second. The Big Bang though its spiral structure will vanish, and the fundamental forces that govern their journeys through the cosmos. Gravity emerged to shape even after this merger. The strong remnants of the Milky Way will drift through an ever-expanding electromagnetism, a testament to the cycles of creation and transformation that define the cosmos. The universe was a Big Bang was more than an origin point. With particles it was a transformation from nothingness into an ever-expanding reality. As the cosmos itself began ticking, it cooled, and the laws of physics emerged to govern the birth of energy and matter. The universe expanded into the first atomic nuclei, an era called inflation, helium, stretched and traces of fluctuations across primordial scales. These fluctuations planted the seeds of the cosmic dark, a network of galaxies and voids that would span billions of light. Were trapped in as the universe cooled, unable to travel free to protons and neutrons. This period, and soon as the dark age into the first persisted until the universe cooled further, and allowing electrons to bond with nuclei for hundreds of thousands of years. The universe remained dark and silent, shrouded in a plasma of particles. Years after the Big Bang could not transform the universe. But when recombination occurred, the fog, electrons joined the nuclei, leaving behind the cosmic microwave and light was released into the cosmos that still fills the cosmos. This light, the cosmic microwave radiation carries is still visible to the early universe, a silent witness to the dawn of density variations that would one day grow of the universe were not devoid of progress. In the darkness that followed gravity began its quiet, steady work, pulling hydrogen and helium into variations in density. These regions grew hotter and denser, caused some regions of the universe to attract the first stars ignited, marking the end of darkness. These regions grew denser over time, population-forming vast stars were gas and dark hundreds of times the mass of our sun, first stars and ignited roughly 200 million years after the Big Bang ended in supernovae. These populations surrounding gas were unlike air elements like carbon and oxygen, short building blocks and composed almost entirely of clusters of these stars formed proto-galaxies. Their immense heat chaotic systems of heavier elements like carbon and oxygen. But their lives these early galaxies were irregular. When they exploded as supernovae, they laid the groundwork for the cosmic giants to come. The Milky Way was born as one of these proto-galaxies, forming small, its irregular proto-shaped by dark matter halos. Over millions of years, over time, these systems collided with other proto-galaxies, growing larger and in size and complexity.
The Milky Way story is one of both creation and destruction.
Unremarkable structure
Galactic cannibalism,
filled with
absorbing smaller galaxies, is not a violent anomaly but a natural part of its evolution.
Played a crucial
Over
role
billions
in
of
shaping
years,
these
the
galaxies.
Milky Way has consumed
Its
dozens of smaller
gravitational
galaxies,
pull created halos
tearing them
that
apart
acted
and
as
incorporating
cosmic
their
scaffolding,
stars,
guiding
gas,
the formation
and dark
and
matter.
growth of galaxies.
The Gaia
The
Enceladus
Milky
merger,
Way's growth
10
was a
billion
story
years
of
ago,
destruction
was
and
one of the
renewal.
most transformative events
Over
in the
billions
Milky
of
Way's
years,
history.
it consumed countless
It
smaller
reshaped the galaxy's
their
disk,
stars,
added
and
billions
gas
of
becoming
stars,
part of its
and
own
enriched
structure.
the interstellar medium
This
with heavy
process,
elements.
known as galactic
Today,
cannibalism,
the
was
remnants
not
of these
unique to the
mergers are
Milky
visible
Way,
as
but was
stellar
essential
streams,
to the growth of
graceful
galaxies
arcs of
across
stars
the
that trace
cosmos.
the orbits of once
One of
independent
the most
galaxies.
dramatic events in the Milky Way's
These streams
history
provide
occurred around
astronomers
10
with a
billion
window
years
into the
ago,
Milky Way's
when it
past,
collided with the Gaia
revealing the
Enceladus
cosmic
galaxy.
interactions that shaped its
This
structure.
merger added billions of
The
stars
Milky
to
Way
the
is
Milky
still
Way
growing.
and created its thick disk,
The Sagittarius
a component
dwarf
of the
galaxy
galaxy distinct from
currently
its
being
thin,
dismantled
more
by the
organized
Milky
disk.
Way's gravity.
The
These
event
contributing
also
stars
triggered
to
a
the
burst of
galactic
star
halo.
formation, enriching
This
the
ongoing
galaxy
process
with new light.
demonstrates that the Milky
The
Way
remnants of
remains
these
an active
mergers are
participant
still
in the
visible
cosmic
today.
cycle of growth.
Stellar streams,
Around 9
long,
billion years
thin
ago,
trails of
the
stars,
Milky Way began
arc
to
across the
transform
Milky
into a
Way,
spiral
remnants
galaxy.
of smaller galaxies torn
Stars
apart
and
by
gas
its gravity.
settled into a rotating disk,
These streams
and
are
angular
like
momentum
fossils,
flattened the
preserving
system
the
into a
memory
plane.
of the Milky Way's tumultuous
This organization gave rise to
Even
the
now,
iconic
the
spiral
Milky
arms,
Way continues
regions
to
of
grow.
higher density that form
The
and reform as the
Sagittarius
galaxy
dwarf galaxy,
evolves.
for example,
The
is
spiral
currently
arms
being
are
pulled
illuminated
apart,
by the
its
light of
stars
young,
gradually
massive
joining
stars.
the Milky Way's halo.
These stars,
As the
though
Milky Way
short-lived,
grew larger,
shine
it
intensely,
began to take
giving
on
the
its
arms
iconic
their
spiral
brilliant,
shape.
dynamic appearance.
Around 9 billion years
Within
ago,
these arms,
the galaxy
molecular
stars
clouds
and gas
as
settled
stellar
into a
nurseries,
flat,
producing new
disk,
generations of
shaped by
stars.
gravity and angular
The
momentum.
Milky Way's spiral
The
structure
spiral
is not
arms,
static.
however, are not fixed
It is
structures.
constantly influenced by
They are
gravitational
patterns
interactions
created by
with
density
nearby
waves,
galaxies,
regions
such
of
as the
higher
large and
gravitational
small
pull that
Magellanic
compress
Clouds.
gas and trigger star formation.
These interactions create
These
ripples in the
waves move
galactic
through the
disk,
galaxy like
sustaining
ripples
the
in a
density
pond,
waves that
creating
shape
the
the spiral
bright,
arms.
dynamic arms we see
At
today.
the heart of the Milky Way
Within
lies
the arms,
Sagittarius, a
massive
asteroid,
clouds of gas
a
collapse to
supermassive
form
black
new
hole
stars.
with a mass of approximately
The
4
youngest
million
and brightest
suns.
of these stars illuminate
Though
the
invisible,
arms,
its
creating
presence is
regions of
undeniable,
intense
as
activity
its
and
gravity
beauty.
controls the motions
The
of
spiral
stars and
structure
gas
is
in the
constantly
galactic center.
evolving, influenced by
Astronomers
interactions with
discovered
satellite
Sagittarius
galaxies
A
and the motion of
asteroids by
stars
tracking
and
the
gas
rapid
within the
orbits of
disk.
stars near the center
The
of the
spiral
galaxy.
arms are also home to
These
vast
stars,
molecular
some
clouds,
moving at
the
thousands of
birthplaces
kilometers
stars.
per second, orbit an
These
unseen
regions are
object,
rich with
a
complex
black hole.
chemistry, producing not only
Sagittarius
simple
A
molecules
asteroid
like
is currently
hydrogen,
quiet,
but also
but
more
evidence
intricate
suggests
organic
it has
compounds
experienced
that hint at
active
the
phases.
possibility of life.
During these times,
At the heart of the
it
Milky
consumed
Way
vast
lies
amounts of
Sagittarius
material,
A asteroid,
emitting jets of
a
energy that
supermassive black
influence
hole
the
with a
surrounding
mass
region.
equivalent to 4 million suns.
Supermassive black holes like
This enigmatic
Sagittarius
object
A
is
asteroids
surrounded
are
by a
thought to
dense
play an
cluster of
essential role
stars,
in galaxy
many of which
evolution.
orbit at extraordinary
They
speeds
regulate
due to
star
its immense
formation,
gravitational
influence the distribution of gas,
Sagittarius
and
A
stabilize
asteroid
their
likely
host
formed
galaxies.
in the galaxy's earliest days,
About
growing as
4.6
it
billion
consumed
years
gas,
ago,
dust,
within the
and
Milky
stars.
Way's Orion arm,
During
a dense
its active
cloud
phases,
of gas and
it
dust
emitted
began to
powerful
collapse
jets
under
of
its own
radiation,
gravity.
shaping the central
At its
regions
center,
of the
a
galaxy
young star
and
ignited
influencing star
the sun.
formation.
The
Today,
remaining material
Sagittarius
flattened
A
into a
asterisk is
protoplanetary
relatively
disk,
quiet,
where particles
occasionally
collided
flaring
and
as it
coalesced into
consumes small
planetesimals.
amounts of material.
Over time,
Despite
these
its current
planetesimals
inactivity,
grew into
it
planets,
remains a dominant
moons,
force in the
and
galaxy's
asteroids.
dynamics, anchoring the
Earth
stars
formed
and
in the
gas
sun's
in the
habitable
central
zone,
bulge.
where conditions allow
Supermassive
liquid
black
water to
holes are
exist.
common in large galaxies,
Its composition
but their
reflects
origins
the
remain
history of the
mystery.
Milky Way,
Some
containing
theories
elements
suggest
forged
they
in
formed
ancient
from the
stars and
collapse of
scattered
massive
across the
stars in
galaxy
the early
by
universe,
supernova explosions.
while others propose they grew by
The
merging
Milky
with
Way
smaller
is a
black
sprawling,
holes over
dynamic
billions of
galaxy,
years, spanning over
approximately
100,000 light
4.6 billion years ago.
Its
Spiral
arms are vibrant
spiral
regions
arms
of star
a
formation,
dense cloud of
while its
gas and
central
dust
bulge
began
is
to
a
collapse.
dense cluster of older stars
This
surrounding
marked the birth of the
Sagittarius
solar
A star.
system, a process that
Beyond
would
the visible
unfold over
stars
millions
and
of
gas
years.
lies a vast halo
At
of
the
dark
center of
matter,
the collapsing
an invisible
cloud,
structure
a protostar
that holds the
ignited,
galaxy together.
the Sun.
This
Around
halo
it,
is
the
also
remaining
home to
material
ancient globular
flattened into a
clusters
rotating
and the
disk,
remnants of
where
disrupted
particles collided
galaxies.
and stuck together.
The Milky Way
Over
is part
time,
of the local
these
group,
particles
a
grew
collection
into
of over 50
planetesimals,
galaxies
the building
bound by
blocks of
gravity.
planets.
Its
The
closest
Earth formed in the inner
companions,
part of
the
the disk,
Andromeda
where
Galaxy
rocky
and the
planets
Magellanic
emerged.
Clouds,
Its
influence its
position
structure
in the
and
Sun's
will play a
habitable
role
zone
in its
allowed it
future
to retain
evolution.
liquid water,
The
creating
Milky
the
Way
conditions
story is
necessary
far
for
from
life.
over.
The solar
approximately
system's composition reflects billions of
5
years of
billion
cosmic
years,
evolution,
it will collide with the
containing
Andromeda
elements
Galaxy.
forged in the hearts of ancient stars.
This cosmic event will be
The
a
Milky
slow-motion
Way is a
ballet,
vast,
lasting
dynamic
hundreds of
galaxy,
millions of years.
spanning over 100,000
As the
light
galaxies
years and
merge,
containing
their
hundreds
gas
of billions
clouds
of
will
stars.
compress, triggering
Its
waves of star
spiral arms
formation.
are regions of intense star
The central
formation,
black
while
holes of
its
the
central
Milky
bulge
Way
is
and
home to
Andromeda
older
will
stars
combine,
and the
forming
supermassive
an
black
even
hole,
larger supermassive
Sagittarius
black
A
hole.
star.
The
The
resulting
galaxy is surrounded by a
often called
halo of dark
Andromeda,
matter,
will likely
which
be
extends
elliptical.
far beyond the visible stars
Though its
and
spiral
gas.
structure will vanish,
This
its
halo
stars and
provides the
planets will continue
gravitational
their
framework
journeys through
that
the
holds the
cosmos.
Milky Way together,
Even after
ensuring
the
its
merger,
stability
the
and
Milky
structure.
Way's legacy will endure,
The Milky Way is
drifting
part of
through
a larger
ever-expanding
cosmic structure
universe.
known as the local group.
This transformation
of
is
more
a
than
testament
50
to the
galaxies
cycles of
bound
creation,
together by
destruction, and rebirth that
Its
define the
closest
cosmos.
companions, the large and
The
small
Big
Magellanic
Bang,
clouds,
13.8
are dwarf
billion years
galaxies
ago,
that orbit
was
the
not a
Milky Way
conventional
and contribute
explosion,
gas
but a
and
subtle,
stars to its
all-encompassing expansion of space
The Milky
itself.
Way's journey is far
Within
from
the
over.
first trillionth of a second,
In about
the universe
4.5
expanded
billion
exponentially
years, it will
during a
collide
phase
with the
called
Andromeda
inflation.
Galaxy, its nearest
This
large
rapid
neighbor.
stretching set the
This
foundation for the
cosmic
cosmic
merger
web,
will unfold
a vast
over hundreds
network
of
of
millions of
galaxies
years,
connected by
creating a
filaments of dark
spectacular
matter and
transformation.
separated by immense voids.
As the galaxies merge,
As
gas
temperatures
clouds
fell,
will compress,
elementary particles,
triggering waves of
quarks,
star formation.
gluons, and leptons,
The central black
coalesced
holes
into
of the Milky
protons
Way
and
and
neutrons.
Andromeda will combine,
Within
forming
minutes,
a new,
nuclear
larger
fusion
supermassive
produced the
black
lightest
hole.
elements, hydrogen,
The resulting
helium,
galaxy,
and trace
often
amounts of
referred to
lithium.
as Milkometa, will
These
likely be an
primordial
elliptical
elements
system.
dominated the cosmos
Though
for
its
hundreds of
spiral
millions
structure
of
will be
years.
gone, its
The
legacy will live
universe
on
entered
through
the
the
Dark
stars
Ages,
and planets
a
that
period
once
of
orbited
silence
within
and
its
darkness
majestic
where no
arms.
stars or galaxies
Even
existed.
after this merger, the remnants of
Gravity,
the Milky
however,
Way will
began
continue
to
to drift
amplify
through an
tiny
ever-expanding
variations in
universe,
density
part
left
of the
by
endless
inflation,
cycle of cosmic
drawing matter
creation
into
and
clumps.
transformation.
These
The
clumps
story of
became
the
the
Milky Way
birthplaces of the
begins at
first
the moment of
stars
the
and
Big Bang,
galaxies,
the
and thus
cataclysmic event
the
that
ancestors
created
of the
time,
Milky Way,
space, and matter
roughly
13.8
billion
years ago.
after the Big Bang.
The universe,
first stars
in its
ignited,
infancy,
signaling
was a
the end
seething
of the
sea
Dark
of energy,
Ages.
expanding faster
These
than the speed of
population
light.
3 stars, composed
Within the
purely
first
of hydrogen and
microseconds,
helium,
the universe
were
cooled
immense and
enough for
short-lived.
fundamental particles,
Their
quarks,
supernovae
leptons,
scattered heavier
and
elements
gluons
into the
to
surrounding
form.
gas, enriching
These
it and
particles
paving the way
collided
for the
and
formation
combined
of
in a
more
chaotic
complex
dance,
structures.
eventually creating
These
protons
stars
and
clustered
neutrons,
together,
the building
formed the
blocks
first
of atoms.
proto-galaxies, small
Within
and
minutes,
irregular collections
nuclear
of matter
fusion
held
began,
together by
fusing
dark matter
protons and
halos.
neutrons into the first
These
atomic nuclei.
proto-galaxies collided and merged
Hydrogen
frequently,
and helium
driven by
dominated
gravity's
this primordial
relentless
mix,
pull.
with trace amounts
The
of
Milky
lithium
Way
completing
emerged
the
as one of
elemental
these early
trio.
proto-galaxies.
These
a
elements
modest
made up
system
the raw
that would grow
material
through
from
billions
which
of
stars
years
and
of
galaxies
mergers and
would later
collisions.
form.
Dark
For the
matter,
next
though
380,000
invisible, played a
years,
crucial
the
role
universe
in this
remained a
growth,
hot,
anchoring the
plasma,
galaxy's
with
formation and
photons
providing
trapped
the
in a dense fog
gravitational
of free
framework for
electrons
its
and
evolution.
nuclei.
The Milky
This era,
Way's growth
known
has
as
been
the Dark
fueled by
Ages,
destruction,
ended when the universe cooled
galactic
enough for electrons to combine
absorbing
with
smaller
nuclei,
galaxies,
forming neutral
is not an
atoms.
aberration but a
This
natural
event,
process
called
in the life of large
recombination,
galaxies.
transformed the universe,
Over
allowing
billions
light
of
to
years,
travel freely
the
for
Milky
first
Way
time.
consumed dozens of
This
smaller
ancient
galaxies,
light, the cosmic
incorporating
microwave
their stars,
background, gas, is a snapshot of the universe as it was at that moment.
One of the most significant events in its history occurred 10 billion years ago that would grow when the Gaian Enceladus galaxy merged with the Milky Way.
As the universe expanded,
this collision
and cooled,
added billions of
began
stars,
to shape its
reshaped
structure.
the galaxy's thick disk,
Tiny variations
and enriched its
in
chemical
density,
diversity,
visible in the cosmic
enabling the
microwave
formation of
background,
planets,
caused some regions
eventually
to attract more matter.
Even today,
These regions
the remnants
grew
of
into
these
vast
ancient
clouds of
interactions
hydrogen
are
and
visible
helium
as stellar
gas,
streams,
which collapsed
long,
under their own
curving
gravity.
trails of stars orbiting the
Within these
Milky Way.
collapsing clouds, the
These
first
streams
stars
are
were born.
celestial fossils,
These
offering a
populations
glimpse into the
stars
galaxy's
were immense,
violent past.
burning at incredible
The
temperatures and living
Sagittarius
for
dwarf
only a few
galaxy,
million years.
currently being dismantled
When
by
they
the Milky
exploded
Way's
as
gravity,
supernovae,
is a
they
modern
enriched the
example of
surrounding
this
gas
ongoing
with heavier
process.
elements, setting the
Its
stage
stars
for
are
the
being
next
gradually
generation of
absorbed,
stars.
ensuring that the
These
Milky Way
stars began to
continues to
cluster
grow
into
and evolve.
proto-galaxies, chaotic
Around 9
collections of
billion
stars
years
and
ago,
gas held
the
together
Milky
by
Way
gravity.
began to transform into a
Over
spiral
time,
galaxy.
these proto-galaxies merged
Stars
and
and
collided,
gas settled
forming
into a
larger and
rotating
more
disk,
complex systems.
organized by the influence of
The
angular
Milky Way
momentum.
began as one of these early
This orderly
proto-galaxies.
rotation flattened the galaxy
It grew
into a
through a
plane,
series of
giving
mergers,
rise to its
accumulating
iconic spiral
stars,
arms.
gas, and dark
These
matter.
spiral arms are
Dark
regions
matter,
of higher
an
density,
invisible
created
substance
by
that does
density
not
waves
interact
that
with
move
light,
through the
played a
galactic
crucial
disk.
role in this process.
As these waves
providing the
compress gas
gravitational
clouds,
framework that
they
shaped
trigger
the
star
galaxy.
formation, creating
The Milky
clusters
Way's
of young,
growth was
massive
fueled by a
stars that
process of
illuminate the
destruction and
arms.
creation.
The arms are
Over
not
billions
fixed
of
structures,
years,
but
it
dynamic
consumed
patterns that
countless
evolve
smaller
over
galaxies, tearing them apart
Interactions
with tidal
with smaller
forces and
galaxies,
absorbing their
such
stars,
as the large and
gas,
small
and dark
Magellanic
matter.
clouds, generate
One of
ripples
the
in
most
the Milky Way's
transformative
disk,
events in the
sustaining
Milky
the
Way's
density
history
waves
occurred
that
about
define
10
its
billion
spiral
years
structure.
ago, when it collided
At the
with
heart of the
Gaian
Milky Way
Enceladus
lies
galaxy.
Sagittarius A*,
This merger added
a
billions of
supermassive
stars
black
to the
hole
Milky
with a
Way
mass
and
of
created its
approximately
thick
4
disk,
million
a
suns.
population of stars with
Though it
orbits
is invisible,
distinct from those
its
in the thin
gravitational
disk.
influence dominates the
Stellar
central
streams,
pole,
long
shaping the
ribbons of
motions of
stars stretching
and
across the
gas.
sky, are the remnants of
Sagittarius
smaller
A*
galaxies
is
consumed by
surrounded
the
by a
Milky
dense
Way.
cluster of stars,
These
many of
streams
which
are
orbit
visible
at
to
incredible
astronomers,
speeds.
offering a window into the
Observing
galaxy's
these orbits
past
has
and
provided
revealing the
direct
story
evidence
its
of the
growth
black
through
hole's
mergers.
existence and allowed
Even
astronomers
today,
to
the
measure its
Milky
mass.
Way continues to evolve.
Though relatively quiet now,
The Sagittarius dwarf galaxy
A*
is currently being torn
experienced
apart by the
active
Milky
phases in
Way's
the past.
gravity. Its stars
During
gradually
these
joining the
times,
galaxy's
it consumed
halo.
vast amounts of material,
These ongoing
emitting
interactions
powerful jets of
ensure that the
radiation
Milky
that
Way
influence
remains
the
a
distribution
dynamic
of
and
gas and
ever-changing
stars
system.
in the galactic center.
The Milky Way's spiral structure
Supermassive black
began to
holes like
emerge around 9
Sagittarius
billion
A*
years ago.
are thought to play a
As the
critical
galaxy
role in
grew
galaxy
larger,
evolution,
its stars and
regulating
gas
star
settled into a
formation and
rotating
contributing
disk,
to the stability
shaped by the
of their
combined
host
effects of
galaxies.
gravity and angular momentum.
About 4.6
The
billion
spiral
years ago,
arms, one of
within
the
one of the
galaxy's
Milky
most
Way's spiral
iconic
features,
features,
a
are
dense
regions
cloud
of
of
higher
gas
density
and dust
created by
began to
density
collapse
waves.
under its own gravity.
These waves move
At
through
its
the
center,
galaxy,
a young star
compressing
ignited
gas clouds
the
and
sun.
triggering star formation.
The
as they
remaining
pass.
material formed a
The
protoplanetary
arms are
disk,
illuminated
where
by
particles
young,
collided
massive
and stuck
stars,
together,
which burn
forming
brightly but live
planetesimals.
only briefly.
Over millions
These
of
stars,
years,
along
these
with the glowing
planetesimals
gas
grew
clouds
into the
surrounding
planets,
them, gave the
moons,
spiral
and
arms their
asteroids of the
distinctive
solar
appearance.
system.
The formation of the
Positioned
spiral
in the
arms
sun's
was
habitable
influenced
zone,
by interactions
retained
with
liquid
smaller
water,
galaxies,
creating the
which
conditions
created ripples
necessary
in the
for
disk
life.
that evolved into the density
Its
waves we
composition
see
reflects
today.
the Milky Way's history,
These interactions
containing
also
elements
help
forged
shape
in
the
ancient
overall
stars and
structure of the
distributed
galaxy,
across the
creating
galaxy
the
by
dynamic,
supernovae.
ever-changing patterns
The
of the
Milky
spiral
Way
arms.
is a colossal structure,
At the
spanning
center of the
over
Milky Way
100,000
lies
light years
Sagittarius
and containing
A*,
hundreds of
a
billions of
supermassive
stars.
black hole with a mass
Its spiral
equivalent to
arms
4
are
million
regions of
suns.
intense star formation,
Although it is
illuminated
invisible,
by young,
its presence
luminous
is
stars.
revealed by the rapid orbits
The
of
central
stars near
bulge
the
is a
galactic
dense
center.
region of older stars, surrounding the
Sagittarius A*
supermassive black
likely
hole
formed in the early
Sagittarius A
days of
star.
the Milky Way, growing
Beyond
as
the
it
visible
consumed
stars and gas
dust,
lies a
and
vast
stars.
halo of dark matter,
During
an
its active
invisible
phases,
but dominant
it
component
emitted
that
powerful
holds the
jets of
galaxy
energy,
together.
influencing the
The Milky
distribution
Way
of
is
material
part of the
in
local
central
group,
regions
a
of the
collection of
galaxy.
more than 50 galaxies.
Today, Sagittarius
Its
A
closest neighbor is the Andromeda Galaxy and the Magellan Clouds, interact with and influence its structure.
Despite its
In
current
approximately
inactivity,
4.5 billion years,
force in
the
the
Milky
dynamics
Way
of
will
the
collide
galaxy's
with the
core,
Andromeda
anchoring
Galaxy
the stars in the central bulge.
This event, while dramatic,
Supermassive
will
black
unfold over
holes
hundreds
are a
of
common
millions
feature
of
of
years.
large galaxies,
As
but
the
their
galaxies
origins remain
merge,
one of
their
astronomy's
gas clouds
greatest
will
mysteries.
compress, triggering bursts
Some
of star
theories
formation.
suggest they formed from the
The
collapse
central
of
black
massive
holes of
stars
the
in
Milky
the early
Way
universe,
and Andromeda,
while others
eventually
propose
merged,
that they grew
forming
through
a massive
mergers and
supermassive
accretion over
black hole
billions
at
of
the heart
years.
of the new galaxy.
About
The
4.6
resulting
billion years
galaxy,
ago,
often
in a
called
quiet
Milky
corner
Way,
of the
will
Milky
likely
Way's
be
Orion
elliptical
arm,
in shape.
a dense cloud of gas
Though
and
its
dust
spiral
began
arms
to
will
collapse under
disappear,
its own
its
gravity.
stars and planets will
This
continue
marked
to
the
orbit
beginning
in
of
a
the
new
solar
cosmic
system, a
configuration.
process that would unfold
Even
over
after
millions
this
of
merger,
years.
the Milky Way's
At the
legacy
center
will
of the
endure,
collapsing
drifting
cloud,
through
a
an
protostar
ever-expanding
ignited,
universe.
the Sun.
Its
The
transformation
remaining
is a
material
testament
formed
to
a
the cycles
rotating
of
disk,
creation
where
and destruction
particles
that
collided
define
and
the
stuck
cosmos.
together.
The
Over
universe's
time,
journey
these
began
particles grew into
13.8
planetesimals,
billion years ago,
the
at a
building
moment
blocks
of
of
infinite
planets.
density and energy.
The Earth formed in
The
the inner
Big
part of the
Bang marked
disk,
the
where
expansion
rocky
of space
planets
and time
emerged.
itself, birthing
Its
the building
position in the
blocks of
sun's
everything that
habitable
would
zone
ever
allowed it
exist.
to retain liquid water,
Inflation,
creating
a
the
phenomenon
conditions
occurring in the
necessary for
first
life.
trillionth of a second,
The solar
expanded the
system's
universe
composition
exponentially.
reflects the Milky Way's
This
long
period
history of
smoothed
star
out
formation
large-scale
and chemical
structures while
enrichment,
amplifying tiny
containing
quantum
elements forged in the
fluctuations
cores of
into
ancient
density
stars and
variations.
scattered by supernovae.
These subtle
The
irregularities
Milky Way
became the
is a
seeds
vast
for the
and complex
galaxies,
system,
stars,
spanning over
and planets that would
100,000
follow.
light-years and containing
As the
hundreds of
universe
billions of
cooled,
stars.
quarks and gluons
Its
formed
spiral
protons
arms are
and
active
neutrons.
regions of star formation,
Within minutes,
while its central
nuclear
bulge is a
fusion
dense
created
collection of
hydrogen
older
and
stars.
helium, the simplest
The
and most
galaxy
abundant
is surrounded
elements.
by a halo of dark
For
matter,
hundreds of
which
thousands of
extends
years,
far beyond
the
the visible
universe remained
stars and
dark,
gas.
as photons were trapped
This
within
halo
a dense
provides the
plasma.
gravitational framework
This
that
changed
holds
with
the
the
Milky Way
recombination
together, ensuring its
380,000
stability and
years
structure.
after the Big Bang,
The
when
Milky
electrons
Way
combined
is part of a
with
larger
nuclei
structure
to
known
form
as the
neutral
local
atoms.
group, a collection of
Light
more
was
than
free
50
to travel
galaxies
across the
bound together
cosmos,
by gravity.
creating the cosmic microwave
Its closest
background,
companions,
a faint
the
glow that
large
still
and small
carries the
Magellan
imprint of the
Clouds,
universe's
are
earliest
dwarf
structures.
galaxies that orbit the Milky
The Dark
Way and
Ages
contribute
gave way
gas
to the
and
cosmic
stars to
dawn,
its structure.
the epoch when gravity
The
sculpted the
Milky
first
Way's
stars
story will
and
culminate
galaxies.
in a dramatic collision
Hydrogen
with the
and
Andromeda
helium,
Galaxy,
drawn into
its
dark
nearest
matter
large
halos, formed the first
This
dense
merger,
clouds.
set to begin in about
Around
4.5
200 million years after the
will
Big
reshape
Bang,
both
the
galaxies,
first stars
creating a
ignited.
new, larger system.
These population 3 stars,
As the galaxies
composed
merge,
purely
gas
of
clouds
hydrogen
will
and helium,
compress,
were
triggering
massive,
bursts of star
luminous,
formation.
and short-lived.
The central black
Their
holes of the
supernovae
Milky
enriched
Way
their
and
surroundings
Andromeda
with
will
heavier
combine,
elements,
forming a
enabling
massive
the formation of
supermassive
more
black
chemically
hole at the
complex
heart of the
stars.
resulting galaxy.
Clusters of stars
The new
became
galaxy,
proto-galaxies,
often called
chaotic
Milky,
and
will
irregular
likely be an
collections of
elliptical
light and
system.
matter.
Though its
These early
spiral structure
galaxies
will be
frequently
lost,
collided
its
and
stars
merged,
and planets
driven
will
by
carry the
gravity's
legacy of the
relentless
Milky
pull.
Way into the future.
The Milky Way emerged
Even
as
after
one
this
such
merger,
proto-galaxy,
the remnants of the Milky
humble
Way
assembly
will
of
continue to
stars
drift
and
through
gas
ever-expanding
surrounded by dark
universe,
matter.
part of the endless cycle
Over
of
billions
cosmic
of years,
creation and
it absorbed
transformation.
other proto-galaxies,
The Big Bang
growing
was
into
not
the
just
grand
the
spiral
creation of
galaxy
matter,
we
it was
observe
the
today.
creation of space and time
The Milky
itself.
Way's growth is a testament
From this
to the cycle
singularity,
of
the
cosmic
universe
destruction
began
and
expanding
creation.
at an astonishing rate,
Over billions
undergoing
of
a
years,
brief period
it
of
consumed
inflation that
smaller
stretched it
galaxies,
exponentially.
tearing them apart with
Quantum
quantum forces and
fluctuations within
incorporating
this
their
expansion
stars
left
with gas
imprints that would
and
later
dark
form
matter.
the vast cosmic
The
structures we
Gaian
see
Enceladus
today.
merger, 10
In the
billion
first
years
few
ago,
seconds,
was a
the
pivotal
universe
event
cooled just
in the
enough
Milky
for
Way's
quarks
history.
and gluons to combine
This
into
collision
protons
created
and
the thick
neutrons.
disk, enriched
This
the
marked the
galaxy
beginning
with
of
heavy
baryonic
elements,
matter,
and added
the
billions
ordinary
of
matter
stars
that
to its
forms
population.
stars, planets, and
Remnants
life.
of these mergers are
Nuclear
visible today
fusion
as
followed,
stellar streams,
creating the first
graceful
atomic
arcs of
nuclei.
stars tracing the orbits
However,
of disrupted
the universe
galaxies.
remained too hot for atoms
These streams
to form,
serve as
leaving it
cosmic
as a plasma
fossils,
of charged
preserving the
particles and
history of the
photons.
Milky Way's interactions.
For hundreds of thousands of years,
the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, currently being dismantled by the Milky Way, is a modern example of this ongoing process.
Known as the Dark Ages,
Its stars are gradually becoming
becoming part of the Milky Way's halo, highlighting the galaxy's dynamic and ever-changing nature.
When the universe was about
9 billion years
old,
old, the Milky Way began to take on its spiral structure. Electrons and gas settled into a rotating disk, and angular momentum traveled the galaxy into a plane. The cosmic microwave regions of intense density are created by density waves that compress gas snapshot of a time when the universe was just a triggers star formation, producing clusters of young and massive stars that illuminated by inflation grew under the influence of gravity. Home to vast molecular regions of slightly higher density where new stars were born, forming vast clouds of hydrogen, helium, radiation, and magnetic fields collapsed these regions, first stars, creating a cycle of cosmic death that fuels the galaxy's first-generation stars. Interactions with nearby galaxies, were immense, such as the large and small Magellanic Clouds, sustained the Milky Way's spiral structure. No carbon, these gravitational encounters generate ripples in the disk, perpetuating the density waves that define the spiral role. Synthesizing these elements in their Milky Way lies Sagittarius A when they died in a supermassive black hole with a mass of approximately 4 million suns. They began clustering into proto-galaxies. Its immense gravitational pull shapes the motions of stars and gas in the galactic core. Their dynamics driven by astronomers have observed stars orbiting Sagittarius A** at each merger added mass, some completing their orbits shaping just the earliest galaxies. These observations confirmed the existence of the black hole and allowed precise measurements of gas orbiting within a dark Sagittarius A** over time, it grew through a series of suggested experience becoming the galaxy we recognize today. During these history of the Milky Way vast amounts of material, emitting jets of energy that over billions of galaxies' central regions, smaller galaxies in supermassive black holes like Sagittarius A*. This relentless growth created the galaxy's complex structure, evolution, stabilizing their host galaxies and one of the largest mergers in the Milky Way's history was with Diane 4.6 billion massive galaxy within the Milky Way's Orion billion years ago. A dense cloud of gas and dust began to collapse under its own Milky Way, creating its thick disk and a protostar ignited with stars of a distinct chemical composition. The remaining material astronomers have uncovered evidence of these ancient mergers particles collided and coalesced, arcing trails of stars that were once part of smaller bodies grew into the planets, these streams orbit the Milky Way that make remnants of past encounters. Earth formed in the sun's habitable zone, where conditions allowed liquid water to exist. That shaped its present its rocky composition reflects the Milky Way's cannibalistic nature, enriched by elements forged in ancient stars and scattered across the galaxy by supernova apart by tidal forces. The Milky Way and gas gradually joining the Milky Way's disk spanning over 100,000 light-years and interactions ensure that the Milky Way remains a dynamic. Its spiral evolvings are regions of active star formation, while its central bulbous is a dense cluster of older stars surrounding Sagittarius into a rotating disk around. Beyond the visible stars and gas lies a vast halo of driven by angular momentum, an invisible structure, the natural result of gravitational collapse on a galactic This halo scale is home to ancient globular clusters, and one of the galaxy's most striking features are not fixed The Milky Way is part of the local group, a collection of more than 50 galaxies bound by compressing gas clouds and triggering its closest nation as the Andromeda Galaxy in the Magellanic Clouds. Massive clouds of molecular gas act as stellar nurseries. In about 4.5 billion years, the Milky Way will collide with the Andromeda Galaxy, creating its large intricate patterns visible This cosmic merger will be a slow, dramatic interactions lasting hundreds of millions of years. Other gravitational disturbances as the galaxies merge, their gas clouds will compress, triggering bursts of star formation. These interactions create the central black holes of the Milky Way and Andromeda will combine, forming an even larger supermassive black hole at the heart of the new galaxy. The Milky Way's supermassive black hole, the resulting galaxy, sits at the heart of the galaxy, Milkomeda, will likely be elliptical in its dynamics.
Though its spiral structure will disappear in sun, its stars and surrounded by a dense cluster of stars, this new cosmic which orbit at incredible speeds. Even after the merger, the discovery of Sagittarius A** was a triumph of modern astronomy. It will drift through an expanding universe. Observations of the rapid orbits of stars, cycles of creation and destruction direct evidence of its existence, and allowed astronomers the universe began 13.8 billion years ago in an event quiet as the Big Bang. Sagittarius A** this singularity was not merely the birth of matter and energy but of time and space itself. During these phases, the cosmos expanded at an incomprehensible speed, emitting powerful jets of radiation that shaped the central regions of the galaxy into vast density variations. Supermassive black holes like Sagittarius These irregularities became the foundation for the universe's grand design of galaxies. In the first star formation, the universe was unimaginably hot and dense. The Milky Way's long history of star formation and chemical enrichment set the stage for the birth of the solar system around 4.6 billion years ago, and traces of lithium. In a quiet region of the next 380,000 years, gas and light was trapped in a dense fog of gravity, unable to travel freely. At the center of the collapsing cloud, this veil lifted star recombination, the sun, when electrons bonded around nuclei, the remaining material atoms formed a rotating disk. Light was finally set free and stuck together, the cosmos, forming planetesimals. This ancient light, these cosmic microwave planets, still permeates the universe that make up the snapshot of its earliest moments. The Earth formed in the inner part of the disk, where rocky planets emerged. As the universe expanded in the sun's habitable zone began to exert its liquid water, pulling matter into denser regions within halos of dark matter. The solar system's clouds of hydrogen and helium became the cradles of the first stars, elements forged in the cores of stars 200 million years after the Big Bang supernova. The first stars ignited. The Milky Way is a vast, these population galaxy stars were mass hundreds of billions of stars and countless planetary systems. Their supernova explosions scattered heavier elements into the surrounding formation, enriching the primordial gas. A dense collection of older stars surrounding the supermassive proto-galaxies, Sagittarius A star, chaotic systems that the galaxy is surrounded by an extended halo of dark matter, mark the beginning of the galaxy evolution that driven by the relentless pull of gravity. Without dark matter, the Milky Way emerged as one of these proto-galaxies, enough to remain a modest assembly of stars, gas. The Milky Way is also part of the local over group, billions of collection of more than 50 by absorbing smaller systems, slowly transforming into the intricate spiral the large and small Magellanic Clouds. The Milky Way's history is one of Milky Way through destruction, gas and stars. Over billions of years, it consumed dozens of smaller galaxies in a dramatic incorporating with the stars, gas, and dark matter into its structure. This collision, one of the most defining events in its evolution, was the Gaian-Enceladus merger, which occurred around 10 billion years ago. Massive elliptical this collision reshaped the galaxy. As the galaxies merge, their gas clouds will heavy elements igniting bursts of star formations. The central black holes remnants of these mergers can be observed as stellar streams, forming a new, arcing trails of stars that trace the remnants of disrupted galaxies. Though the resulting galaxy, these streams are the fossilized evidence of the Milky Way's turbulent predecessors. Its stars the process and planets of galactic cannibalism of both galaxies into the future. The Sagittarius dwarf even galaxy, after the merger, currently being dismantled by the Milky Way, will continue to drift contributing stars to the galactic halo. Part of the endless cycle of this ongoing interaction exemplifies the natural cycle of cosmic wasn't growth. Just the start of matter. Around 9 billion years ago, the Milky Way began to develop its iconic spiral structure, and the universe began expanding stars and gas that settled into a rotating disk, flattened by the influence of angular momentum, where the universe spiral arms are not fractions but dynamic regions of higher density. In this chaotic but structured density waves the seeds of the galaxy, they compress gas clouds, triggering star fluctuations.
minute
These regions are illuminated by young, massive stars, creating the scaffolding for galaxies and clusters of galaxies. Within the arms lie vast molecular clouds, and where new stars and gluons began forming. These regions are shaped by gravitational forces, radiation, and supernova explosions, nuclear fusion creating a continuous cycle of birth and death.
Helium, and traces
the Milky Way's spiral structure is
These
further
light elements
influenced by interactions with its satellite galaxies,
and while the universe
such as the
was filled
large
with
and
potential,
small
it
Magellanic
was still
Cloud
devoid of light.
These
For the
gravitational
next
encounters sustain the
380,000
density
years,
waves
the
that
universe
define the
remained
arms,
dark and
ensuring
opaque.
the Milky Way's ongoing
Photons were
vibrance.
trapped in a dense plasma,
At the heart of the
bouncing
Milky
endlessly
Way
off
lies
charged
Sagittarius
particles.
A*,
But
a
gravity was
supermassive
already
black
at
hole
work,
with a mass
pulling
of
matter
about
into
4
denser
million
regions
suns.
and laying the groundwork
Though
for
invisible,
galaxies.
its presence is
When
felt
the
throughout the
universe
galaxy's
finally
central
cooled enough
bulge,
for
where
electrons
its
to
gravity
bond
shapes
with
the
nuclei,
orbits of
it
stars and
transformed.
gas.
Photons were
Astronomers
set
discovered
free, flooding the
Sagittarius
cosmos with
A*
light.
by observing the rapid
This
motion
event,
of stars
known as
near the galactic
recombination,
center,
left behind a cosmic
These
microwave
stars,
background,
moving at extraordinary
a faint glow
speeds,
that maps the
revealed
early
the
universe
existence
and
of a
its first
massive,
structures.
unseen object.
The era of darkness
While
ended with the birth
Sagittarius
of the
A*
first stars,
is relatively
about
quiet
200
now,
million years
evidence
after the
suggests
Big
it
Bang.
experienced active phases.
These stars,
past.
known as population
During
free
these
stars,
times,
were
it
titanic,
consumed vast amounts of
with no
material,
heavier
emitting
elements to
powerful
inhibit
jets
their
of
growth.
radiation that
They formed in
influenced the
massive
surrounding
clusters,
regions.
burning brightly and living short
Supermassive
lives.
black holes like
When
Sagittarius
these
A*
stars died,
are
they
essential to
exploded
galaxy
as supernovae,
evolution.
enriching their
They
surroundings
regulate
with
star
heavier
formation,
elements like carbon,
shape the distribution
oxygen,
of
and
gas,
iron.
and contribute to
This
the stability
process of
of their
chemical
host
enrichment
galaxies.
was critical. It enabled
About
the formation of more complex stars,
6 billion
planets,
years ago,
and eventually
within the Orion
life.
arm of the Milky Way,
The first
a dense
galaxies
cloud
were
of gas
chaotic
and
assemblies
dust
of
began
these
to
early
collapse
stars,
under its own
held together
gravity.
by gravity.
At its center,
These
a young star
proto-galaxies were
ignited,
small and
the sun.
irregular, constantly
The
colliding
remaining
and merging
material
to form
flattened
larger
into a
systems.
protoplanetary disk,
These
where
mergers
particles
fueled star
collided and
formation,
coalesced into
creating bursts
planetesimal
of light that pierced the surrounding
These small
darkness.
bodies grew into the planets,
The Milky Way
moons,
began as
and
one of these early
asteroids that
galaxies.
formed the solar system.
It started small,
Earth,
a humble
forming in the
collection of
sun's
stars and
habitable
gas
zone,
bound by the
retained
gravitational
liquid
pull
water, a
of
critical
dark matter.
ingredient for life.
Over billions of
Its
years,
composition
it would flow
reflects
through
billions of
mergers,
years of
consuming
cosmic
smaller
evolution,
galaxies and
enriched by
accumulating the
elements
material
forged in
needed to
ancient
evolve
stars
into a
distributed
majestic
across
spiral.
the galaxy by supernova
Galactic
explosions.
cannibalism is a defining
The
feature of the
Milky Way
Milky Way's
is a
growth.
colossal, dynamic system,
Over billions of
spanning
years,
over
it has
100,000
consumed
light
countless
years and
smaller
containing
galaxies,
hundreds of billions
absorbing
of
their
stars.
stars, gas,
Its
and dark
spiral
matter.
arms are regions of
This
intense star
process of
formation
destruction and
illuminated
assimilation
by
is how
luminous young
galaxies like
stars
the
and
Milky
glowing
Way
clouds
grow.
of gas.
One of the most
The central
significant
bulge
events
is a
in the
dense
Milky
cluster
Way's
of older
history
stars
occurred around
surrounding
10 billion
Sagittarius
years ago,
A star.
when it collided with the Gaian
Beyond the
Enceladus
visible
galaxy.
galaxy lies a vast
This
halo of
merger
dark
was
matter,
transformative,
an invisible
adding
yet
billions
dominant
of stars and
component that
forming
holds
the
the
galaxy's
Milky Way
thick
together.
disk.
The
It
Milky
also
Way
triggered
is
a
part of the
period of
local group,
intense star
a
formation,
collection of more
lighting
than
up the
50
galaxy
galaxies
with
bound
newly
by
born
gravity.
stars.
Its
The
closest
evidence of these
companions,
mergers
the
is still
Andromeda
visible
Galaxy
today.
in the Magellanic Clouds,
Stellar streams,
interact with
long
and
trails of
influence its
stars
structure.
left behind by
In
disrupted
approximately
galaxies
4.5
crisscross the
billion
Milky
years,
Way.
the Milky Way will
These
collide with
streams
the
are
Andromeda
remnants of
Galaxy,
ancient collisions,
initiating a
providing
cosmic event
astronomers
that
with
will
clues
reshape
about
both
the
the
galaxy's
galaxies.
violent past.
This slow-motion
Even
merger,
now, the
unfolding
Milky
over
Way
hundreds of
continues to
millions
grow.
of years, will be a
The
spectacular
Sagittarius
dance of
dwarf
gravity and
galaxy,
light.
for example,
As
is
the
being
galaxies
pulled apart,
merge,
its
their
stars
gas
and
clouds
gas
will
joining the
compress,
Milky Way's
igniting
halo.
waves of star formation.
These ongoing
The
interactions
central
ensure
black
that the
holes of the
Milky Way
Milky Way
remains
and
dynamic,
Andromeda will
constantly
eventually
evolving.
combine, forming an even
Around
larger
9 billion years
supermassive black
ago,
hole.
the Milky Way began
The
to
resulting
take on its
galaxy,
iconic spiral
often
shape.
called Milkomeda,
As
will
the
likely be
galaxy grew
elliptical.
larger, its stars and
While its
gas
spiral
settled into
arms
a
will
rotating
vanish,
disk,
its stars
shaped
and
by the
planets will
forces of
continue
gravity
their
and
cosmic
angular
journeys,
momentum.
orbiting within a new
The spiral
celestial
arms are regions
configuration.
of higher density
Even
within
after
this
this
disk,
merger, the
created by
Milky Way's
density
legacy
waves.
will endure.
These waves compress gas and trigger star formation as they move through the galaxy.
The cycles of creation and transformation that define the cosmos.
New stars illuminate
the Milky Way's story begins with the Big Bang,
and most
13.8 billion years ago. In an instant, the universe was born, the cauldron of energy, density,
with the birth
and
of the
potential.
universe.
Inflation, a period of exponential expansion,
that
stretched the
Bang
fabric of
erupted into
space-time,
existence,
smoothing out the
creating time,
cosmos while
space,
amplifying
and the
many
primordial
quantum
matter that would
fluctuations
one day
into
form
density
galaxies.
variations.
The universe
These
was
variations
initially a
were the
hot,
seeds of
dense
all
soup of
cosmic
particles,
structures,
expanding
including the
rapidly
Milky Way.
and cooling.
As the
In this
universe
early
cooled,
era, the
quarks
first
coalesced
atoms,
into
hydrogen
protons and
and helium,
neutrons,
emerged,
which then fused
laying
into
the groundwork
hydrogen,
for cosmic
helium,
structures.
and trace amounts of lithium.
As gravity began to
This
shape
era,
this chaotic
known as Big
environment,
Bang
pockets of
nucleosynthesis,
gas and dark
produced
matter
the
collapsed
elemental
into dense
foundation
regions,
for everything that would
forming the
follow.
first stars and galaxies.
Light remained trapped in the dense
Roughly a
plasma
billion
of
years
charged
after the
particles
Big
until
Bang,
recombination
the universe entered a period known as the
380,000
cosmic
years
dawn.
after the Big Bang.
Tiny protogalaxies
Electrons
formed as
bound to
gravity
nuclei
pulled together
allowing
hydrogen and
photons to
helium.
travel freely,
These
creating the
clusters of
cosmic
stars were
microwave
primitive
background.
and chaotic compared
This
to modern
ancient light,
galaxies.
still observable today,
Over millions
holds
of
the
years,
imprint of the
smaller
universe's
systems
earliest
collided and
structures.
merged, growing
The
larger
first
and more
stars and
complex.
galaxies emerged during
The
the
Milky
cosmic
Way's
dawn,
earliest
around
components
200
likely
million
formed
years
during
after
this
the
period,
Big Bang.
starting as small dwarf
Gravity pulled
galaxies rich
hydrogen
in
and
dark
helium
matter
into
and
dense
stars.
regions, igniting the
These
first
building
stars,
blocks would
known as
eventually come
population
together,
of 3 stars.
shaping the vast spiral
These
galaxy
stars
we
were
know
massive,
today.
luminous,
The
and
history of the
short-lived.
Milky Way is marked
Their
by countless
explosive
mergers
depths
and
and
collisions
supernovae
with
scattered
smaller
heavier
galaxies.
elements into space,
Over
enriching
billions
the
of
interstellar
years,
medium
these
and enabling
interactions
the
added
formation
mass,
of more complex
introduced
stars
new
and
stars,
protogalaxies.
and shaped the structure of the Milky
Clusters
Way.
of these early stars
The
formed
remnants of these
chaotic,
ancient
irregular
galaxies are still
protogalaxies,
visible today,
which frequently
forming stellar
collided
streams and globular clusters that
These
orbit our
interactions
galaxy.
drove the evolution of
One of the
galaxies,
most significant
creating
events in the
increasingly
Milky Way's
larger and more
evolution
organized
occurred about 10
systems.
billion years ago.
The
when
Milky
it
Way
merged with
began
a
as one
massive
of these
galaxy referred
protogalaxies,
to as the
a modest
Gaia
assemblage of
Enceladus.
stars and gas
This
bound by
collision
dark
created
matter.
ripples in the Milky Way's
Over
structure
billions of
and
years,
enriched it with
it
new
grew by
stars
absorbing
and heavier
smaller
elements.
protogalaxies,
The
laying
Milky
the
Way's
groundwork
iconic
for its
spiral
transformation
arms likely
into a
formed
spiral
between
galaxy.
6 and 9 billion years
Galactic
ago.
cannibalism, the
As the
process
galaxy
of larger
settled
galaxies
into a more stable
consuming smaller
configuration,
ones, is a
rotating
defining
gas
feature
clouds
of the
began to
Milky Way's
condense under
evolution.
the influence of gravity.
Over billions of years,
These dense
it has
regions
absorbed
became
dozens of
star-forming
smaller
nurseries,
galaxies,
giving
adding
birth
their
to millions of
stars,
stars
gas,
over millions
and dark
of years.
matter to its own structure.
The spiral arms are
The Gaia
dynamic,
Enceladus
constantly
merger,
reshaped
10
by the
billion
motion of
years ago,
stars and
was one
interstellar
of the most
matter.
transformative events
They
in
are
the
also
Milky
a
Way's
hub for
history.
new star formation,
This
a
collision
process that
added
continues
billions
to
of
this
stars,
day.
enriched the
At the
galaxy
center
with
of the
heavier
Milky Way
elements,
is
and
Sagittarius
created
A
a thick disk.
asterisk, a supermassive
Today,
black hole
evidence
with a
of
mass
these mergers
equivalent
can
to
be
4
seen in
million
stellar
suns.
streams, arcing
This
trails
black
of
hole
stars that
likely
trace
formed
the
in the
remnants of
galaxy's
disrupted
earliest
galaxies.
days, growing as it consumes
These
gas,
streams are
dust,
cosmic
and
relics,
stars from its
revealing the
surroundings.
Milky Way's tumultuous
While it remains
past.
dormant for the most part,
The Milky Way
Sagittarius
continues
A
to grow.
asterisk has played a critical
The
role in
Sagittarius
shaping
dwarf
the
galaxy, currently being
Its
pulled
immense
apart by the
gravitational
Milky Way's
pull
gravity,
influences the
is
orbits of
contributing
stars near
its
the
to the
galactic
galactic
center
halo
and helps regulate star
This ongoing
formation.
process exemplifies the
Approximately
constant
4.
dynamism of galaxies.
6 billion years ago,
Around
in
9
one of the
billion
Milky
years ago,
Way's spiral
the Milky
arms,
Way
a
began
cloud
its
of gas and
transformation
dust
into a
collapsed
spiral
under
galaxy.
gravity. This
Stars
event
and
marked
gas
the birth
settled
of our
into a
solar
rotating
system.
disk,
The
organized by
sun
the
ignited
galaxy's
at the
angular
center,
momentum.
while the remaining material
The spiral
coalesced into
arms are
planets,
dynamic,
moons,
not fixed.
and asteroids.
Density
The
waves
Milky
ripple
Way
through the
provided
disk,
the raw
compressing
materials
gas
for this
clouds and
process,
triggering star
enriched by
formation.
generations of previous
These arms
stars.
are illuminated by young,
Elements like
massive
carbon,
stars
oxygen,
that burn brightly
and
but
iron,
live briefly,
essential for
blending
life
the
on
Milky
Earth,
Way its
were
striking
forged in the
appearance.
cores of ancient stars
The
and
arms
spread
are
throughout
also
the
stellar
galaxy
nurseries,
when those stars
home to
exploded
vast
as
molecular
supernovae.
clouds where stars are continually
Today,
being
the
born.
Milky Way spans over
This interplay of
100,000
star
light years
formation
and
and
contains hundreds of
gravitational
billions of
forces
stars,
ensures the
along with
galaxy's
vast
ongoing
clouds of
evolution.
gas and dust.
Interactions
home
with the
to diverse
Magellanic
celestial
Clouds and
phenomena,
other satellite
from newborn
galaxies
stars
sustain
to
the
dying
density
supernovae,
waves, maintaining the
The
spiral
galaxy
arm
is
structure
constantly
and activity.
changing, with stars
At
orbiting
the center of the Milky
spiral
Way
arms
lies
slowly
Sagittarius
evolving.
A*,
The
a
Milky
supermassive
Way also
black hole
continues
with a
to
mass
grow
of about
as
4
it
million
accretes material
suns.
from smaller galaxies
Though
and
invisible,
intergalactic
its
space.
gravity dominates the motions of
approximately
stars and
4
gas in the galactic core.
5 billion years,
Astronomers
the
have
Milky Way will
observed
collide
stars
with its
orbiting
nearest large
Sagittarius
neighbor, the
A*,
Andromeda
at
Galaxy.
extraordinary speeds,
This
some
epic
completing their
event will
circuits in
reshape
just a
both
few
galaxies,
years.
forming a single,
These
larger
observations
structure,
confirm the
sometimes
existence of the
referred
black
to
hole
as
and
Milky
provided
Way.
a precise measurement
Despite
of
the
its mass.
scale of the collision,
While
individual
Sagittarius
stars are
A*
unlikely
is
to
dormant
collide
today,
due to the vast
evidence
distances
suggests it
between
experienced active phases
Instead,
in the past.
the merger will create
During
new
these
regions of
periods,
star formation and
consumed
likely
vast
alter
amounts
the
of
central
material,
black holes
emitting
of both
jets
galaxies.
of energy that influenced the
In the
galaxy's
vast
central
nothingness of
regions.
pre-existence, there was only a
Supermassive
singular
black
point,
holes like
a realm where
Sagittarius
time and space
A*
had no
are
meaning.
thought to play a crucial role
Then,
in galaxy
around
formation and
13.8
evolution,
billion years ago,
regulating star
the Big Bang
formation and
erupted,
shaping the
an
distribution
explosion
of
of
gas.
unimaginable energy that marked the
Approximately
birth of the universe.
4.6 billion years ago,
It was not
within
an
one of the
ordinary
Milky Way
explosion,
spiral
but rather the
arms,
rapid
a dense
expansion of
cloud of
space
gas
itself,
and dust began
spreading
to
matter,
collapse.
energy, and time
At its
across
center,
an empty
a young
void.
star ignited.
In
the
its
sun.
infancy, the universe
The
was a
remaining
searing hot
material
plasma,
formed a
dense and
protoplanetary
chaotic.
disk, where particles
During the
collided
first
and
fraction of a
coalesced
second,
into
fundamental
planetesimals.
forces emerged.
Over
Gravity,
time, these planetesimals
electromagnetism,
grew into
and the nuclear
planets,
forces,
moons,
governing the
and
interactions
asteroids.
of particles.
Earth formed in the
As the
sun's habitable
universe
zone,
expanded and
where
cooled,
conditions allowed
quarks and
liquid water
gluons
to
combined to
exist.
form protons and
Its
neutrons,
composition
the
reflects
building blocks
billions
of
of years
atoms.
of cosmic evolution,
Within minutes,
containing
the
elements
first
forged
elements,
in ancient
hydrogen
stars
and
and
helium,
scattered across
were
the
forged in a
galaxy by
process called
supernova
Big Bang
explosions.
nucleosynthesis.
The Milky Way
These
is a
light
vast,
elements became the
complex
foundation
system,
for all
spanning
future
over
structures,
100,000
including
light years
galaxies.
and containing hundreds of
For
billions
the
of
next
stars.
380,000 years,
Its spiral
the
arms
universe
are
remained
vibrant
an
regions of
opaque fog,
star formation,
where light could not
illuminated
travel
by
freely.
luminous young stars and
Then,
glowing
the
clouds of
cosmos
gas.
experienced a
The
transformation
central
as
bulge,
electrons
surrounding
and protons
Sagittarius
combined to
A*,
form neutral atoms,
is a dense
allowing
cluster
light
of
to
older
travel
stars.
unimpeded.
Beyond the
This
visible
event,
galaxy
known as
lies a vast
recombination,
halo of
marked
dark
the
matter,
universe's
an
transition
invisible
to
structure that
transparency.
holds the Milky Way together.
It was during this
extends
time
far
that the
beyond
first
its
hints of
visible
structure
edges.
began to emerge.
The Milky Way is
Tiny
part of the local
fluctuations
group,
in the
a
density of matter,
gravitationally bound
amplified
collection
by
of
gravity,
galaxies that
created
includes
the seeds
Andromeda
of
and over
galaxies.
50 smaller systems.
The stage was set for
These
the creation
interactions
of the Milky Way.
influence the Milky Way's structure
Roughly
and
1
will shape
billion
its
years
future.
after the Big Bang,
In about
the universe entered an
4.5
era
billion
known
years,
as the
the
cosmic
Milky
dawn.
Way will collide with the
The
Andromeda
first stars
galaxy
began to shine,
This
piercing through the
cosmic event
darkness.
will unfold over
These
hundreds of
stars
millions
were
of
unlike
years,
the ones we see
reshaping
today,
both galaxies into a
made
new,
almost
larger
entirely of
system.
hydrogen and helium.
As the
They burned
galaxies
hot and
merge,
lived short,
their gas
violent
clouds will
lives.
compress, triggering
As
waves
these
of
early
star
stars
formation.
burned through their fuel,
The
they
central
created
black
heavier
holes of the
elements,
Milky Way
carbon,
and Andromeda
oxygen,
will combine,
and others,
forming an
through
even
nuclear
larger
fusion.
supermassive black hole
When
at
these
the heart of
massive
the new
stars
galaxy.
died as supernovae,
The
they
resulting
enriched the
galaxy,
surrounding gas
often
clouds
referred
with
to
these
as
elements,
Milkometa,
enabling
will
the
likely be
formation
elliptic.
of more complex stars and
While its
planetary
spiral
systems.
arms will disappear,
Around
its
this
stars
time,
and planets
gravity
will continue
began
their
pulling
journeys
gas
in
and
a
dark
dark
matter
cosmic
together into
configuration.
larger structures.
Even after this
These
merger,
were the first
Milky
galaxies,
Way's legacy
primitive
will endure.
collections of stars and gas
Its
that would
stars,
later merge to
planets,
form larger
and remnants
systems.
will drift through an expanding
The Milky
universe,
Way's
a
earliest
testament to the
ancestors
cycles
were
of
among these
creation,
fledgling
transformation,
galaxies.
and rebirth that
Small,
define the cosmos.
irregular, and chaotic.
From the
They were
Earth's
the building
surface,
blocks of
we
what
see
would become
only
one
a
of the
small
universe's
fraction of the
grandest
Milky Way's
structures.
majesty.
The Milky
Yet,
Way grew
our
not
home
through
planet
gentle
is a product
accumulation,
of its
but
history,
through cosmic
a fragment of
violence.
stardust shaped
Over
by
billions of years,
of cosmic
smaller
evolution.
galaxies collided and merged,
As we look out into
feeding
the
the Milky
galaxy,
Way's growth.
we are not just observers,
This
but
process,
participants
known
in its
as
story.
galactic cannibalism,
Our
shaped the
exploration of the
galaxy's
Milky
structure
Way
and composition.
through telescopes,
Evidence of these
and
ancient
dreams of
collisions
interstellar
is
travel
still visible
connects
today.
us to the vast,
Stellar
intricate
streams
systems that
made
define
up
our
of
place
stars
in the
ripped
universe.
from smaller galaxies.
The Milky
orbit the
Way's
Milky
story
Way
is our story.
like celestial fossils
It is
of its
a narrative
turbulent
of
past,
beginnings,
transformations, and tell the story of countless and endless cycles that invites us to reflect on our role in the cosmos and our connection to the stars. One of the most significant events in the Milky Way's story begins around vastness of time years ago, 13.8 with a massive galaxy dubbed when the Big Bang marked the birth of the universe. This merger added a large population of stars and the space unfolded, creating a canvas for everything that would ever evolution for billions of years. The universe expanded rapidly during a phase called inflation, stretching its structure while amplifying quantum fluctuations. Between 6 and 9 billion years ago, these fluctuations developed the iconic spiral arms we see today. Became the seeds of galaxies. These arms are not static, and they are regions of higher density. As the universe cooled by gravitational waves that move combining into protons, neutrons, and eventually atomic these spiral arms, dense clouds of gas and dust collapsed to form hydrogen, helium, and these stellar nurseries are regions of intense activity which would fuel the first where the light of young stars illuminates for hundreds of thousands of years. Light was trapped in a dense plasma is a dynamic and evolving This era of darkness ended with the combination of stars and electrons joined with nuclei to form at the heart of the Milky Way lies a supermassive black hole known as Sagittarius A star. Now the cosmic microwave equivalent to 4 is a fossil of the universe's this cosmic giant, a glimpse of a powerful four galaxies like the Milky Way were born. Sagittarius in the quiet of the dark age formed in the early days began to shape the universe, growing as it consumed dense regions within dark matter halos grew hotter and denser, while it is relatively quiet now. It was once much about 200 million years after the Big Bang, the first stars ignited. The black hole's gravitational stars were stars burning through their nuclear fuel in mere millions of years, dense and dynamic region. When they died as supernovae, they scattered heavier elements. Sagittarius A* plays a vital role in regulating the galaxy's primordial gas. In a quiet clusters of these stars formed proto-galaxies, chaotic systems held together by dark gas and dust began to collapse. These early galaxies collided and merged frequently. This event exchanging stars, gas, and energy. At the center of the Milky Way was one such young star ignited, small and unremarkable. Around it, over millions of years, formed a swirling disk, absorbing other systems and accumulating gas, and stars took shape, and dark matter. The Earth, this process set the stage for the creation of one of the universe's most intricate and majestic structures, forged in the cores of ancient stars. The Milky Way's growth is a testament to the cycles of cosmic creation in the solar system. The result of billions of years of cosmic recycling, smaller galaxies, spanning over 100,000 light-years and incorporating their stars and gas into a complex system, containing hundreds of billions of stars. One of the most significant events in its history was the Gaia and Stardust merger, 10 billion years ago. Its spiral arms, dotted this collision added billions of stars to the Milky Way and created its thick disk. The galaxy is home to a diverse array of celestial heavier elements, from massive star to the formation of rocky planets like Earth. It is remnants of these ancient structures are still visible today as stellar formation, elongated arcs of stars orbiting the Milky Way. The Milky Way's story is far from the fossilized remnants of smaller galaxies, preserving the memory of the Milky Way is the Andromeda Galaxy. Its nearest large neighbor, the Milky Way, continues to grow. This cosmic event will reshape the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, currently being consumed, is contributing its stars to the galactic catastrophic. This ongoing process is a reminder that the Milky Way is not static, but a living, evolving system. The galaxies will merge gracefully. Around 9 billion years ago, the Milky Way began merging on its iconic spiral shape. The stars and gas settled into a rotating disk organized by angular momentum. 13.8 billion years the galaxy's rotation flattened its structure into this monumental event, forming the foundation explosion in spiral arms. But the rapid expansion of space are not permanent structures, but patterns created by dense matter came into existence. As these waves propagated through the galaxy, they compressed gas clouds after triggering bursts of star formation was a seething cauldron of energy. Massive,
Luminous stars illuminate these regions,
such as quarks
creating
and
the Milky
electrons,
Way's
formed
stunning
and
visual
collided
features.
in an unimaginably hot
Within
and
the
dense
spiral
environment.
arms, molecular
Within
clouds act as
microseconds,
stellar
quarks
nurseries,
combine to
producing
form
new
protons and
generations of
neutrons,
stars.
the building blocks of
This
atomic
dynamic
nuclei.
process is sustained by
As the universe
gravitational
expanded,
interactions
it
with
began to
satellite
cool.
galaxies, such as the
After about 3
Magellanic
minutes,
Clouds, which
protons
create
and
ripples in the
neutrons
disk
fused
and
to
maintain
create
the
the first
spiral
atomic
structure.
nuclei, hydrogen,
At the heart of
helium,
the Milky
and
Way
traces
lies
of lithium.
Sagittarius A*.
These were the
a
only elements
supermassive
present
black
at
hole
the dawn
with a
of
mass
time,
of about 4
forming the
million
foundation
suns.
for all future stars
Though
and
invisible,
galaxies.
its immense gravity
For the
shapes
next
the motions of stars and
380,000
gas in the
the
central
universe
bulge.
remained a dark, opaque
Astronomers
fog of
have
ionized
observed stars
particles.
orbiting Sagittarius
Then came
A**
a crucial
at incredible
transformation.
speeds, some
Electrons
completing their
combined with
circuits in
nuclei
just a
to
few
form
decades.
neutral atoms, allowing
These
light to travel
observations
freely for the
confirm the
first
presence
time.
of the black hole and
This
provided
event,
a precise
known as
measurement of its
recombination,
mass.
left behind a faint glow
While
called
dormant
the
now,
cosmic microwave
Sagittarius
background,
A**
a relic of
likely
the Big Bang
experienced
still
active
visible
phases
today.
in the past.
The newly transparent
During these
universe
times,
entered a
it
phase of
consumed
cooling
vast
and
amounts of
expansion.
material, emitting jets
Tiny
of energy that
fluctuations in the
influenced the
density of
galaxy's
matter,
central
seeded
regions.
by quantum mechanics, began
Supermassive
to
black
grow
holes
under
like
the influence of
Sagittarius
gravity.
A** are thought
These
to play a crucial
fluctuations
role
became
in
the
galaxy
scaffolding
formation
for the
and
first
evolution,
cosmic structures,
stabilizing
the
their host
ancestors of
galaxies and
galaxies,
regulating star
including the
formation.
Milky Way.
About
As the universe
4.6
entered its
billion
second
years
billion
ago,
years,
within one of the
gravity
Milky
began
Way's
to pull
spiral
gas and
arms,
dark matter
a dense
into
cloud
dense
of
clumps.
gas and dust began to
These
collapse
regions
under
of
its own
concentrated
gravity.
matter gave rise to the
At its
first
center,
stars
a
and
protostar
galaxies.
ignited, the Sun.
These early galaxies
The
were
remaining
small
material
and irregular,
flattened into
far
a
less
protoplanetary
organized than the
disk,
spiral and
where particles
elliptical
collided
galaxies
and
we see
coalesced
today.
into planetesimals.
The first stars, known
These
as
small bodies
population
grew
3
into the
stars,
planets,
were
moons,
massive and
and
short-lived,
asteroids that make up the solar
composed almost
system.
entirely of hydrogen
Earth,
and helium.
forming in the
They
Sun's
burned
habitable
brightly,
zone,
but died quickly,
retained liquid
often
water,
ending their
a
lives
critical
in
ingredient for
cataclysmic
life.
supernovae.
Its rocky
These
composition
explosions
reflects
scattered heavier
billions of years
elements,
of cosmic
like carbon,
evolution,
oxygen,
enriched
and
by
iron,
elements forged
into the
in
surrounding
ancient
space,
stars.
enriching the
The
primordial
Milky
gas
Way
clouds.
is a grand spiral galaxy,
Over time,
spanning
smaller
over
proto-galaxies
100,000
merged to
light-years
form
and
larger
containing
systems.
hundreds of billions of stars.
The Milky Way's earliest
Its spiral
components
arms
likely
are regions
originated
of
as
intense
small
star
clusters of
formation,
stars and
illuminated
gas,
by young
bound together
stars
by
and
dark
glowing
matter.
clouds of gas.
These fledgling
The central
structures
bulge is a
orbited one
dense
another
region
in a
of older
cosmic
stars,
dance,
surrounding
gradually
the
coming together
supermassive
to
black
form
hole
the
of
foundation of our
Sagittarius
galaxy.
star.
The
Beyond
Milky
the
Way's
visible
growth was
galaxy
neither
lies a
peaceful
halo
nor
of dark
orderly.
matter, an invisible
Instead,
framework
it
that
was a
holds the
process
Milky
of
Way
relentless
together and
mergers and
extends far
collisions.
beyond its visible edges.
Smaller galaxies,
The Milky
drawn
Way
in by
is
the
part of
Milky
the
Way's
local group, a
gravitational
collection
pull,
of more
were
than 50
consumed
galaxies,
and incorporated into
including
its
the
structure.
Andromeda Galaxy and the
This
Magellanic
violent
Clouds.
process, known as galactic
These
cannibalism,
galaxies
is a
interact
defining
gravitationally,
characteristic of galaxy
shaping one
formation.
another's evolution.
One of the most
In
significant
approximately
mergers in the Milky
4.5
Way's
billion
history
years,
occurred
the
about
Milky
10
Way will
billion years
collide
ago,
with the
when
Andromeda
it collided
Galaxy.
with a large galaxy now
This
known
event will
as
be a
Gaia
slow,
Enceladus.
graceful dance of
This
gravitational
event
forces
added billions of
unfolding
stars to
over
the
hundreds
Milky
of
Way and
millions of
created a
years.
halo of stars that
As the
surrounds
galaxies
the galaxy
merge,
today.
their gas clouds
Even
will
now,
compress,
remnants of
triggering
these
waves
ancient
of star
collisions
formation.
can be seen in the form of stellar
The central
streams,
black holes of the
elongated
Milky Way
trails of
and
stars
Andromeda
that were
will
once part
eventually
of smaller
merge,
galaxies.
forming a massive supermassive
These
black
streams
hole.
serve as cosmic fossils,
The resulting
preserving
galaxy,
the history of the
often
Milky
called
Way's
Andromeda,
growth.
will likely be elliptical.
Around 9 billion years ago,
While its
the
spiral
Milky
structure
Way
will
began to
disappear,
take on its iconic
stars
spiral
and planets
shape.
will continue their cosmic
Gravity
journeys
and
in a new
rotational
celestial
forces sculpted the
configuration.
galaxy's stars and gas
The Milky
into a
Way
flat,
is not just our
disk-like
home,
structure.
it is our origin.
Within this disk,
Every
density
atom in our
waves
bodies was
created
forged in
regions
the
of
heart
higher
of
and
ancient
lower
stars,
density,
scattered
forming
across the
spiral
galaxy
arms.
by supernova
The
explosions.
spiral arms are not
We
static
are made of
structures.
stardust,
They are
a testament
constantly
to the Milky
reshaped by the
Way's role
movement of
as the
stars
cradle
and
of
gas.
life. As we
These
gaze
regions
up
are
at the
fertile
Milky Way
grounds
on
for
a
star
clear night,
formation,
we are
where
reminded
clouds
of
of
our
gas
connection
and
to the
dust collapse
cosmos.
under gravity to create
It
new
inspires
stars.
curiosity,
The birth of
exploration,
these stars
and a profound
illuminates
sense
the
of wonder.
arms, making them some
The
of the
Milky
brightest
Way
and
is
most
more than a
dynamic
galaxy.
features of the Milky
It is a
Way.
storyteller,
At
weaving
the
the
center
tale
of
of
the Milky Way lies a supermassive black hole known as Sagittarius A star. The Milky
This
Way's
mysterious
journey
object,
begins
with a mass
13.8
equivalent
billion
to
years
4
ago
million
with the Big
suns,
Bang.
plays a crucial role
This
in the
singular
galaxy's
moment
evolution.
was the origin of everything.
While
Space,
Sagittarius A**
time, matter,
is relatively
and
inactive now, it
the
was likely
universe
much more
expanded
energetic
rapidly
in the
during
past.
inflation,
In
smoothing
its
out its
youth,
fabric
it
while
fed on
amplifying
surrounding
tiny
gas
quantum
and stars,
fluctuations.
emitting powerful jets of
These
energy that
fluctuations
influenced the
planted the
galaxy's
seeds for
growth.
all cosmic structures.
Today, its immense
as the
gravitational
universal
pull
pull
anchors the
quarks,
stars near the
protons, and
galactic
neutrons,
center,
which
maintaining
then
the
fused
structure
into
of the Milky
hydrogen,
Way.
helium, and trace
About
amounts of lithium.
4.6 billion years ago,
This era
in a
of
quiet region of
nucleosynthesis
the Milky
created
Way,
the elemental
a cloud of
foundations
gas
of
and
the
dust
universe.
began to collapse under
For
gravity.
hundreds of thousands of years,
This marked the
light was
beginning of
trapped
our
in a
solar
dense
system.
plasma of particles,
At the
unable
center
to
of the
travel
collapsing
freely.
cloud, a young star
Recombination,
ignited, the Sun.
380,000
Around it,
years
the
after
remaining
the Big
material
Bang
formed a
changed
protoplanetary disk, from
Neutral
which the
atoms
planets,
formed, allowing
moons,
photons
and
to
asteroids
escape
were
and
born.
bathe the cosmos in light.
The Earth formed as a rocky
This ancient
planet,
light, the
enriched
cosmic
with elements
microwave
forged in the
background,
hearts of ancient
offers a
stars.
snapshot of the universe's
The Sun
infancy,
and its
a
planets are
precursor
part of
to
the
the
Milky
formation
Way's
of galaxies
Orion arm,
like the
one
Milky
of its
Way.
smaller spiral arms.
The Dark Ages followed
Here,